The Perfect Supreme Chapter 3521 to Chapter 3603. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Four Talisman God Paladin, Duan Wuzhan. On this day, everyone began to leave the Hidden Fog Island, including Lin Ling and the others. However, as soon as they left the Hidden Fog Island, everyone outside the Hidden Fog Island looked at Lin Ling, who was walking out. Their eyes were filled with rage. Teacher He, is this a student from the Snow Wind Academy? He violated the rules and humiliated the older generation. He is too lawless. Don't you think that the Snow Wind Academy should give us an explanation? The messengers from the other 5 academies joined forces to teach Lin Ling a lesson. If you are unhappy about this, you can look for our dean. It is useless for you to talk about Lin Ling's crimes in front of us. Moreover, we have no right to convict him. However, the teachers from the Snow Wind Academy were obviously on Lin Ling's side. They acted as if it had nothing to do with them. This time, the teachers from the 5 academies were furious. The same went for the students. They thought that by pressuring the academy would definitely punish Lin Ling. However, it seemed that it was useless. Lin Ling, let me tell you, you can't leave here today. The teachers could not do anything to Lin Ling, but many of the students were indignant. Among them, Duan Tianzhan was the leader. Duan Tianzhan was the disciple of the Duan family. Ordinary people had to respect him. However, he had been humiliated and stripped naked by Lin Ling on the Hidden Fog Island. How could he take this lying down? However, in the face of Duan Tianzhan's anger, Lin Ling was still indifferent. Duan Tianzhan, I stripped you naked, but you don't seem to be happy about it. You should know that not everyone has the opportunity to be stripped naked by me. Moreover, I feel that you seem to enjoy being stripped naked. Perhaps some people have a habit of being naked. Although Lin Ling was indifferent, he saw that Duan Tianzhan was being overbearing. Hence, Lin Ling still said it nonchalantly. This sentence undoubtedly made Duan Tianzhan tremble in anger. He did not have a habit of being naked. Alright, stop pretending. Let me tell you, if I, Lin Ling, am not as good as you on the Hidden Fog Island, what would happen to me? At this time, Lin Ling spoke again. If you are not as powerful as me, I will make you kneel for 3 days and 3 nights. I will use all the humiliation in my life on you. Upon hearing Lin Ling's words, Duan Tianzhan immediately roared in anger. That's right. So, stop pretending to be innocent. Since you want to humiliate me, why should I give you face on the Hidden Fog Island? To put it bluntly, it's not strength that decides everything. I can only say that you, Duan Tianzhan, are a piece of trash. Your skills were inferior, so you were humiliated. You'd better swallow this humiliation obediently. You. Duan Tianzhan gritted his teeth. Although he knew that, how could he not do anything when Lin Ling stripped him naked and hung him on the street? What a sharp tongue. If that's the case, if I humiliate you and you are not as powerful as me, you will have to accept the humiliation. However, at this moment, an angry roar was heard. Then, the crowd parted. A handsome man riding a dazzling warhorse slowly walked out. This person's strength was obviously extraordinary. The moment he appeared, even the teachers from the various academies could feel the intense pressure. For Talisman God's holy night. Many teachers said solemnly. Although they were teachers of the academies, most of them were God's messengers. The God's holy knight was an expert who was above them. They were also known as God's knights. Could that be Duan Tianzhan's half-brother, Duan Wuzhan? The students from the various academies started to guess. Their eyes were filled with respect. Brother! After seeing the young man, Duan Tianzhan could not help but laugh. The young man nodded. His eyes were still fixed on Lin Ling. Of course, he had heard of Lin Ling. He was an arrogant junior in Jiuzhou. He had countless enemies and had even killed Duan Yi from the Duan family. He could not understand how such an ant could survive until now. You are Duan Wuzhan. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at Duan Wuzhan. His heart couldn't help but become serious. Duan Wuzhan's strength was indeed extraordinary. He was at the intermediate martial ancestor realm, but his talent had already surpassed the rank 5 realm. It could be said that Lin Ling was no match for such a strong opponent. That's right. After seeing me, you must be very surprised. Duan Wuzhan said lightly when he saw Linling looking at him. His expression was filled with pride. Seeing this, Linling was stunned. Then, he could not help but laugh. You are really arrogant. Although you are a little strong, compared to Duan Wuhan from the Duan family, you are still a little weaker. You must be Duan Wuhan's little brother. You are courting death. Duan Wuzhan obviously did not expect Linling to dare say that to him. He thought that Linling would only admire and respect him. After all, he was a four-talisman holy knight. How could a mere Linling look up to him? Am I wrong? However, among the Duan family's holy knights, I have heard of Duan Wuhan. As for you, I am sorry. I have not heard of you. Even Ningbo Tao from the New Heavenly Court seems to be more famous than you. Seeing that Duan Wuzhan was obviously angry, Linling said lightly again. I have long heard that the son of the devil has a glib tongue. Today, I have seen that your reputation is not undeserved. However, what is the use of saying so much? Today, in front of absolute strength, if I want you to die, you will die. Suddenly, Duan Wuzhan laughed loudly. There was a tinge of arrogance in his words. A 3-meter-long purple dragon broadsword appeared in his hand. He pointed it at the teachers of the various academies. Do you think that they can protect you? Believe it or not, I can kill you in front of them and they will not dare to have any objections. Domineering, this was the domineering aura of a holy knight. With powerful strength, he dared to look down on the academies. The teachers of the various academies were all silent. Only the teachers of the Wind Snow Academy had ugly expressions. These people from the Duan family were too arrogant. They actually dared to touch Linling in front of the Wind Snow Academy. Do you believe it or not? Seeing that no one dared to speak, Duan Wuzhan said again. Do you believe it or not, son of the devil Linling? When Duan Tianzhan saw that his big brother was in high spirits, he also clamored. He stared at Linling, his eyes full of the light of you are dead. He obviously knew that he was no match for Linling, so he had informed his big brother earlier. Now, he just wanted to see how Linling would die. Sir, no matter what conflicts there are between the students, it is a matter between the various academies. As an outsider, you are interfering in these matters. This is somewhat against the rules. Moreover, this will also implicate the academy that Duan Tianzhan is in. Others will mock them for being incompetent and having to rely on outsiders for help. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations using his head to block the blade. None of your business. I like it. What can you do to me? Humph. But who knew that Duan Wuzhan's blade would shoot out a purple flame that turned into a wall of flames in front of the teacher? The teacher's face turned pale and he didn't dare to say anything. None of your business. I can't beat him, so I called my brother. If you don't agree, you can call your brother. If not, then shut up. Humph. Duan Tianzhan wasn't ashamed. Instead, he was proud and arrogant. The teachers of Snow Wind Academy didn't dare to say anything. For a moment, everyone looked at Linling, especially those who had a grudge against Linling. They were the happiest and couldn't wait to see Linling make a fool of himself. Good. Humph. In the Hidden Fog Island, Master Qingyun couldn't help but laugh. You asked me before that if you killed me in front of them, they wouldn't dare to have any objections. Now I'll tell you that you're dreaming. Humph. But at this moment, Linling finally spoke. As soon as he spoke, the surroundings fell silent. Not only the students, but all the teachers were stunned. Linling meant that Duan Wuzhan couldn't touch Linling. What a joke. Duan Wuzhan was a 4-talisman god paladin and was stronger than the teachers. How could Linling fight against him? Even if he cut Linling into 17 or 18 pieces, Linling wouldn't be able to resist at all. You said I can't touch you? Duan Wuzhan was stunned, then he laughed loudly. Clang, he raised his saber and pointed it at Linling from afar. I can kill you with a single slash, and you say I can't touch you? I'm sure you can't touch me. However, Linling smiled and shrugged. Looking at him, he was completely fearless. At this moment, even the teachers of Snow City frowned. Based on the current situation, if Duan Wuzhan really wanted to kill Linling, he wouldn't hesitate at all. No one could stop him, so, what kind of trick was Lin Ling playing? Deliberately mystifying things. Brother, kill him. Duan Tianzhan frowned and immediately shouted angrily. He didn't believe that a mere Lin Ling could stop his brother. Duan Wuzhan nodded, his eyes cold. Of him. Duan Wuzhan roared. His whole body was covered with purple light, and a terrifying aura burst out. Not only was this person talented, but his ancestral power was also extremely powerful. He was worthy of being one of the twin prides who share the same reputation as Duan Wuhen. He held the purple broadsword as if he was holding a dragon. With a speed beyond everyone's imagination, he pounced on Lin Ling. Dead, dead. At this moment, many people began to shake their heads. That frightening broadsword slashed down from the sky and smoothly landed on Lin Ling's head. This time, everyone's hearts trembled. Lin Ling, was he dead? In fact, some of them had heard of Lin Ling's name and knew that Lin Ling was a thorn in the side of many big forces. However, there was a mysterious force around Lin Ling that seemed to be quietly protecting him. Otherwise, based on the people Lin Ling had offended, he would have been dead long ago, but now, this mysterious force didn't seem to appear. Clang! The purple broadsword landed on Lin Ling's head with a deafening sound. However, many people saw that Lin Ling's head was extremely hard and had blocked the purple broadsword. No, 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 that's not right. That's not Lin Ling's head. But soon, someone realized that something was wrong. That was because a burly man had appeared in front of Lin Ling and was using his head to block the sharp saber. He must be crazy. Someone was using his head to block the saber. That was not an ordinary saber, but a full-strength saber of a middle-stage martial progenitor. Who would use their head to block the saber unless they were crazy? What a powerful saber. It seems like he's really trying to kill him. However, he's right. He won't die. No one can kill him. While the crowd was still in shock, the man who had blocked the saber for Lin Ling finally turned around slowly. That man was tall and burly. A terrifying aura rolled around his body like a tide in clouds. He touched his severed head and a bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Plop! His appearance undoubtedly caused the hearts of the surrounding people to tremble incessantly. Duan Wuzhan's pupils trembled violently. What was going on? Someone had really saved Lin Ling. Lin Ling really couldn't be killed. Moreover, that man was crazy. He had actually used his head to block the saber for Lin Ling. You asked Lin Ling before if anyone could touch him. Now, let me tell you. No, not a single person. That man's gaze turned and landed on Duan Wuzhan. His hoarse voice made Duan Wuzhan tremble subconsciously. That was because Duan Wuzhan sensed a terrifying power from that man. It was a power that could easily kill him. Lin Ling had such an expert by his side. Slap! Duan Wuzhan quietly took a step back, his face unusually pale. Even Duan Tianzhan took a step back. Unless they were idiots, they definitely knew that they were in trouble. Senior. As Duan Wuzhan retreated, he spoke anxiously. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure appeared in front of him. At the same time, a hand reached out and grabbed Duan Wuzhan's neck in an instant. Beside Duan Wuzhan, Duan Tianzhan's legs went weak, and he almost wet himself. However, at that moment, another hand grabbed Duan Tianzhan's neck. Believe it or not, I only need to move my hand, and the two of you will be turned into ashes. That man had a hideous smile on his face as he held one person in each hand. As for Duan Wuzhan and his brother, they couldn't say a word. They could only continue to tremble. Not long ago, they had held Lin Ling's life in their hands. Duan Tianzhan even thought that not only could he wash away his shame, but he could also kill Lin Ling here. However, in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't die. Instead, they were threatened by an expert. City Lord Song, do me a favor and let them go. However, at that moment, an ancient voice suddenly sounded in the sky. So it's the Duan clan leader. However, why should I do you a favor? The mysterious man suddenly raised his head and smiled faintly as he looked into the distance. He seemed to have guessed who the owner of the voice was. The disciples of the Duan clan are ignorant. You are a magnanimous person. Please let them go this time. As for the inconvenience this time, the Duan clan will bear all the consequences. How about that? The ethereal voice sounded in the sky again. Hearing that, the mysterious man didn't say anything else. Instead, he looked at Lin Ling in the distance. As for Lin Ling, he was deep in thought, causing the outside of the hidden fog island to suddenly fall into a dead silence. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The Dragon Ball was in their hands. Although they did not know what had happened, they guessed from the mysterious man's conversation that the master of the Duan clan was here. Most importantly, the master of the Duan clan was here, but he did not flare up. Instead, he gave the mysterious man face. For a moment, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Lin Ling to have such a big face. Even Master Qin Yun and the others in the hidden fog island were terrified. They realized that they had been implicated in a big conspiracy. The conspiracy was so big that it was not something they could meddle in. Pay 50 billion royal crystals and we'll drop the matter. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Did you hear that? 50 billion royal crystals. The mysterious man smiled and said to the sky. Okay, 50 billion royal crystals. It won't be long before someone delivers it to Snow City. Now, let them go. The voice in the sky agreed immediately. I hope the master of the Duan clan won't go back on his words. The mysterious man opened his arms and let Duan Wuzhan and the others go. Duan Wuzhan and the others immediately started coughing violently. After a while, they raised their heads to look at the sky, their eyes filled with disbelief. They naturally knew who had come, but they hadn't expected that such a great figure would still compromise with Lin Ling. This was too shocking. Go back. The man in the sky said coldly. Duan Wuzhan and the others did not dare to say anything and quickly left. However, they were more and more shocked. They did not expect to go for wool and come home shorn. Lin Ling, oh, Lin Ling, he was not simple, just like the rumors said. Of course, not only Duan Wuzhan and his brother, but also the experts from the Duan clan were surprised. They did not expect that Song Qiri would go to such lengths for Lin Ling. Although he had heard about it, after seeing it with his own eyes, he was sure that Lin Ling was not simple in the final world. He's gone, just like that. Am I dreaming? Not only did Duan Wuzhan not teach Lin Ling a lesson, but he was also extorted a large sum of money. This script is completely different from what I imagined. The students of the various academies still couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Only Lin Ling knew that all of this was possible. This was because he had predicted that there would be trouble if he left the hidden fog island. Therefore, he had already informed Governor Tsong and the others. The truth was just as he had guessed. Go back. Lin Ling thanked Song Qiri and then took Yu and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. After a long time, Lin Ling and the others had just returned to Snow-Blowing City. At the gate of Snow-Blowing City, several figures had already been waiting there. Among them, a little girl blinked her big eyes and looked very expectant. When she saw Yu and the others, she immediately ran out excitedly. Sister Yu, Sister Ge, Xiaoyu has been waiting for you for a long time. The little girl who rushed out was Xiaoyu. She knew that Lin Ling had gone to pick up Yu and the others, so she had been waiting here for a few days. Xiaoyu. Yes, seeing the cute little girl, Yu and the others were very happy. They immediately rushed over and carried Xiaoyu. Yu, Ge is here. Yes, Dou Kening and Qinjian also smiled. Lin Ling, since you came to the final world, you have been staying here. Yu and the others carried Xiaoyu and greeted Dou Kening and the others. Then, they followed Lin Ling into Snow-Blowing City. Yu and the others were undoubtedly very curious about Snow-Blowing City. Lin Ling smiled and then roughly told them what had happened in the final world. Then, Lin Ling brought Yu and the others to the courtyard where they were staying. As soon as they entered, Yu and the others immediately felt that the courtyard was extraordinary. The two girls couldn't help but be shocked. Lin Ling explained to them that Yu and the others should stay in the courtyard for a period of time. It was absolutely helpful for the improvement of their talent. Yu and the others naturally agreed to this because they also wanted to stay by Lin Ling's side. A few days later, the Duan family also sent people to deliver royal crystals, not one less. This sum of royal crystals was enough for Lin Ling to reach the 9th level of the Sage Realm. However, he didn't use it for cultivation for the time being. Instead, he continued to wait for another day. A day later, the old woman finally returned. This time, the old woman returned with a dragon pearl. the dragon pearl was one of the rarest treasures in 9 regions. It was not produced by the dragon clan, and even if it was the dragon clan, ordinary dragon god level dragons would not be able to produce the dragon pearl. Only the king of dragon god level dragons could produce it. For example, in the rainbow world, the ghost dragon god that Lin Ling met was at the king of dragon gods and had the strength of a martial god. Only such a giant could produce a dragon pearl, and the dragon pearl could greatly improve the dragon god's bloodline, especially the pure dragon pearl. The effect of the dragon pearl was even more obvious. As expected of Lei Gong, he even has a dragon pearl. After receiving the dragon pearl from the old woman, Lin Ling was undoubtedly extremely excited. Because this dragon pearl could greatly improve his dragon god's bloodline. This is Lei Gong's reward for you. Lei Gong once said that as long as you complete the mission, you can obtain any treasure. When the old woman saw that Lin Ling was very excited, she couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Ling. Moreover, Lei Gong's second divine trial mission has also appeared. It is to make you become the first in Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall. Following that, the old woman told him the mission that Lei Gong had given her. Divine 3 Halls first. Lin Ling immediately narrowed his eyes. He also knows a little about how powerful Snow Wind Academy's Divine 3 Hall is. If given another 8 or 10 years, Lin Ling is confident that he can become the first in Divine 3 Hall. But at present, he still lacks confidence. However, he now has the Dragon Pearl, which can greatly improve the Dragon God's talent, so it is not impossible for him to become the first in Divine 3 Hall. After chatting with the old woman for a long time, Lin Ling also entered into a state of cultivation. At present, I have 5 Dantian, but there are only 3 kinds of truly powerful talents. For example, the help that the space-time divine steel brings is getting smaller and smaller, so if there is a chance, it would be good to find a more powerful talent. Dragon Pearl, I wonder what level my Dragon God's talent can reach with this Dragon Pearl. A bright ball appeared in Lin Ling's hand. From time to time, this ball exudes a rich dragon aura, and if one looked carefully, one can see that inside the transparent crystal ball, there is a dragon shape, rolling and roaring inside the ball. It's really amazing. I wonder if there are many of these Dragon Pearls in the Dragon Clan. If I have the opportunity to go to the Dragon Clan, that would be great. Staring at the ball, Lin Ling could not help but lick his lips. He wanted to refine the Dragon Pearl, but at this time, Xianxia's voice suddenly came, with a hint of anxiety. Lin Ling, the current Miao Emperor invites you to see him. Miao Divine Palace. After hearing this news, Lin Ling couldn't help but be shocked because he didn't seem to have any connection with this Miao Emperor. City Lord Song, in your opinion, should I go visit this Miao Emperor? Lin Ling wasn't too familiar with Miao Emperor, so he asked for Xianxia's opinion. I'm guessing that Miao Di wants to see you because he wants to confirm something. That is, whether you are a challenger or not. So, to avoid unnecessary trouble, I think it's better to go see him. Maybe you can get some treasures. Xianxia pondered for a moment and finally agreed with Lin Ling's decision. The old woman was also the same. Since these 2 seniors agreed, Lin Ling had no reason to refuse. Thus, the matter of refining the Dragon Pearl could only be delayed for now. The next day, under the lead of the old woman, Lin Ling also walked in the direction of Miaozhou Imperial Palace. This trip invited all of Lin Ling's people, so Xiaoyu, Yuyu, and the others also went. Xianxia took out the Fire Phoenix Palace and carried Lin Ling's group forward. Along the way, he explained the power of Miao Emperor in the final world. In the final world, the number 1 clan was undoubtedly the Duan clan. The number 1 sect was the true inheritance of Miao Emperor, the only sect recognized by the final world. However, this sect was not a gathering place for martial artists, but for boundary masters. As for the number 1 dynasty, it was the Miao dynasty. This Miao Emperor's strength was just as Lin Ling had guessed. He was the number 1 god emperor in the 9 provinces. His strength shook the 9 provinces. He was also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces, known as martial god Qingning. What, this Miao Emperor is also one of the 10 martial gods in the 9 provinces? This news shocked Lin Ling. He was keenly aware that the martial god realm was a huge barrier. Many people would spend their entire lives stuck at the martial god realm, such as the 9th god Ai and the ghost dragon god he had encountered in the rainbow world. The martial gods were also divided into strong and weak. The strongest and most famous 10 were none other than the 10 great martial gods of the 9 provinces, and now, Miaodi was also one of the top 10 martial gods. It seems like the Miao Prefecture God Emperor is from a completely different world from the other 9 prefectures. Linling couldn't help but sigh. Just the Flame Emperor of the Yen state alone could be dealt with by Linling. However, against the Miao Emperor of the Miao state, even 100 Linlings wouldn't be a match for him. The gap between them was clear to see. The waters of the final world are very deep. Many people have powerful backgrounds, so in the final world, powerful martial artists don't dare to easily kill weak martial artists. This is because if you attack a weak martial artist today, an even more powerful martial artist will come to kill you tomorrow. So in the Miao Prefecture, strength is sometimes not the most important thing. Instead, one's background and relationships are sometimes the most important. Xianxia explained. What he meant was that this Miao Di probably had a powerful background. Linling had heard Xianxia's words many times. Sometimes, relationships were more important than strength. The waters of the final world are indeed very deep. Even the new Heavenly Court and the Flying Dragon organization know that I am in the final world, but they still don't dare to touch me. This shows that they are afraid of me. Linling secretly said. The Fire Phoenix Palace followed the sky and quickly flew towards the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. In fact, the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was one of the 36 main cities. However, it was the largest and most magnificent of all the main cities. Moreover, it also had an academy called the Miao Divine Academy, which was ranked at the top of the 36 academies. After a long time, when Linling's group arrived at the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty, they were all attracted by the magnificence of the Divine Dynasty. Here, the tall buildings reached the sky. The style of the buildings was like that of a divine tower. The top of each tower was shining with a treasure light. The light was connected from end to end and covered the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. This treasure light seemed to be a powerful defensive light shield, which could protect the entire Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty from attack. When Linling's group landed, they immediately saw a large number of guards in silver armor walking back and forth. These guards were not weak. When they wore silver armor, they looked like the holy knights of God. Who are you? When Linling's group was about to enter the city, a guard shouted in a dignified manner. Xianxia, the governor of Snow City, was invited by Miao Di to visit the Divine Dynasty. Xianxia immediately said. Oh. Hearing this, the guards immediately looked up and down at Xianxia's group. Then, as if they had confirmed something, the leader finally waved his hand. Xianxia was one of the governors of the 36 main cities. Naturally, they did not dare to slight him. Xianxia led Linling's group into the main cities. After entering, Linling's group found that the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty was much bigger than Snow City. Moreover, there were many experts, including martial ancestor realm experts. Of course, Linling also saw many existences with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies. Although martial ancestor realm experts were rare, they were not rare in the final world. However, martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were extremely rare. It could be said that martial ancestor realm experts with 5th grade ultimate wild bodies were the only ones that Linling needed to be wary of. For him, such experts were the real martial ancestor realm experts. As expected of the imperial city under Miao Di, there are indeed many experts. Linling said as he led Yu and the others forward. Yes, if such people were placed in the 9 prefectures, they would be godlike existences. The final world is indeed the world of gods. There are so many experts. Yu and the others also exclaimed. They felt that their horizons had been broadened. This way. The old woman was apparently not surprised. She led Linling and the others forward. Soon, they arrived at the gate of the imperial palace of the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty. Upon closer inspection, the imperial palace was also filled with countless divine beasts. The flowers and plants in the garden were all rare treasures of the 9 prefectures. The guards and maids in the imperial palace were all experts. Even the weakest one had a wild body. This imperial palace is one of the oldest imperial palaces in the 9 prefectures. In the past, this imperial palace was where the gods lived. The old woman also stared at the imperial palace and murmured. No wonder this imperial palace always gives me a sacred and ancient feeling. I'm afraid this imperial palace is already alive. Lin Ling sensed a powerful aura from this ancient imperial palace. Come in. The old woman nodded. She took out her identity jade token and greeted the guards. Then, she led Lin Ling and the others into the imperial palace. The imperial palace was majestic and grand. There were people entering and leaving one after another. Today, Miaodi held a banquet and invited heroes from all over. That person over there must be the Supreme Battle Monarch. That's right. The Supreme Battle Monarch has lived in seclusion for 10,000 years. Those over there must be Marquis Pingbei's residents. Legend has it that this residence gave birth to 8 palace god sacred knights. Look, that's the Grand Tutor's people. Along the way, voices of discussion could be heard. Translator, Transan editor, Transan impudent. Hey, that guy over there, if I'm not wrong, he should be the son of Devil, Lin Ling. The son of Devil, Lin Ling? The enemy of the new heavenly court. I heard that he offended the Duan family? That's right, it's him. I didn't expect him to be qualified to come to the Miao Prefecture's divine palace. Suddenly, an old man looked at Lin Ling with a meaningful look in his eyes. Lin Ling was surprised. He didn't expect Lin Ling to be so famous that someone would recognize him in the Miao Emperor's territory of the final world. However, he didn't pay much attention to it and led Yu and the others into the palace. Inside the palace, immortal energy was faintly discernible. It didn't look like a palace in the mortal world, but more like a divine palace. Not only was it vast and majestic, but there were also many cheilants, divine tigers, and other beasts lying on the ground. It was majestic. Huge pillars were placed on the ground, supporting the entire palace. At this moment, a large number of people were standing in the palace, and their strength was monstrous. Lin Ling saw the new heavenly court, the Flying Dragon organization, and other major forces of the 9 prefectures. However, in front of the experts of the final world, these major forces were much more low-key. Duke Taiping has arrived. Eastern Deity King has arrived. Not long after, loud voices rang out from time to time as more and more people walked into the palace. Son of Devil, Lin Ling has arrived. When someone announced Lin Ling's name, the vast palace was momentarily silent. It was obvious that many people were hearing this name for the first time, and their expressions were somewhat puzzled. As for those who had heard of Lin Ling's name, their eyes flickered as if they were extremely surprised. Lin Ling's expression was calm, neither arrogant nor humble. Miao Emperor has arrived. At this moment, a majestic voice suddenly spread throughout the entire palace. Greetings, Miao Emperor. Everyone bowed slightly, and put their palms together. It was obvious that Miao Emperor's status was extremely high in the Miao Prefecture, and he could be called the #1 god. Except for those top experts, everyone who saw him was like seeing the Emperor. This was something that was impossible to see in the other 9 prefectures. In other words, the god emperors of the Miao Prefecture were not on the same level as the god emperors of the other 9 prefectures. Among the crowd, Lin Ling was also a little surprised. This was because he had not seen such a scene in many years. If he remembered correctly, when he was in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, when he met the second prince and the others, he also bowed like this. Later on, Lin Ling's, strength continuously grew stronger. The emperors he encountered, he did not place them in his eyes at all, therefore, Lin Ling did not bow this time. He only cupped his fists slightly. Seeing him like this, Yu, Dou Xianing, and the others also cupped their fists slightly without bowing. Although they were standing in a corner, Miaodi's power allowed him to see everything clearly. This must be the son of Devil, Lin Ling. You're quite bold, daring to not salute me in the final world. Miaodi's eyes flickered as he secretly said. In the final world, apart from the gods, everything else was his people, unless there was a special existence. Today, he wanted to see Lin Ling, and a large part of the reason was to see if Lin Ling was such a special existence. At this moment, many people noticed Lin Ling's actions and could not help but show a gloating smile. The son of Devil, Lin Ling, is quite bold. Even our Duan clan has to salute him here. He actually wants to let things go by just cupping his fists. He's really bold. Don't worry, someone will teach him a lesson. Many people started whispering to each other. How dare you, City Lord of Snow City, Xianxia, not salute Miaodi when you see him today? How dare you, Lin Ling, the son of devil, defy the laws of the gods? You met the God Emperor in the Miao Prefecture Divine Palace but did not salute him. How dare you? After a moment of silence, someone finally spoke, the Grand Tutor. He was a highly respected figure in the Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty who had met the God Emperor before. His identity and status were extremely high. He was an old man who looked to be in his 60s. He wore a gorgeous robe and his hair was neatly combed. He was full of majesty. At this moment, everyone looked at Lin Ling, and the gloating smile on their faces deepened. However, Lin Ling had already expected this scene. He knew that someone would take this opportunity to suppress him. He immediately took a step forward and said, "Old man, who are you? Why do you say that I defy the laws of the gods and defy the laws of the gods? In my opinion, you are the one who is defying the laws of the gods." As soon as he said this, the entire divine palace suddenly fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant that he dared to speak in front of the God Emperor. How impudent! Who gave him the courage? In my opinion, this kind of person who despises the majesty of the God Emperor should be beheaded in public. That's right. The Miao Prefecture Divine Dynasty is the ultimate world of the 9 prefectures. If etiquette is abolished, how will others view the Miao Prefecture? After a moment of silence, many people pointed at Lin Ling and reprimanded him. It seemed that they wanted to behead Lin Ling in public. Seeing this, Lin Ling's lips curled into a sneer. He didn't know many of them, but he could roughly guess the origins of a few of them. One of them was the Flying Dragon Organization, another was the New Heavenly Court, and the last was the Duan clan. These 3 enemies couldn't wait for Lin Ling to die, so how could they give up this opportunity? Lin Ling smiled faintly and said slowly, "Bullshit. You said that. This young master is looking down on the God's order, but I think you are the ones who are looking down on the God's order and ignoring Lord Miaodi. Lord Miaodi hasn't even spoken yet, so what are you talking about? Do you think you are Miaodi? Nonsense." Hearing Lin Ling's words, those who accused Lin Ling immediately panicked. They were so angry that their teeth creaked. They had long heard of Lin Ling's sharp tongue. Today, they saw that it was indeed as sharp as the rumors said. Presumptuous. The Divine Emperor's Great Hall is majestic and sacred. It's fine if you don't salute and defy the Divine Emperor, but you even call yourself a young master. Do you still have any respect for the Divine Emperor? At this time, another person reprimanded Lin Ling. It seemed that he was a member of the Duan clan. Don't bullshit me. I will call myself whatever I want. If you don't agree, then get lost. Also, you said that I don't have any respect for the Divine Emperor. What a joke. The Divine Emperor is in your heart. What's the use of having him in your heart? Could it be that in your heart, the Divine Emperor is only barely worthy of your attention? Lin Ling sneered again and looked at the person who spoke. The entire Divine Palace immediately quieted down. No one thought that Lin Ling would be so arrogant. In front of the Divine Emperor, he called himself a young master. That was fine, but he was so reasonable. Did he think that the Divine Palace of Miaozhou belonged to his family? Moreover, the seniors of the Duan clan and the Grand Tutor were all being scolded by him. This son of devil Lin Ling was too arrogant. Xianxia, don't you think you owe me an explanation? Right at this moment, Miaodi, who'd remained silent until now, finally spoke. Translator, Transan editor, Transan trial taker. However, everyone could see that Emperor Miao was angry. If Emperor Miao was angry, then Lin Ling was dead meat. For a moment, the Grand Tutor, the Duan family, and the others were silent. They sneered and wanted to see how Lin Ling would face the upcoming situation. Emperor Miao. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the Emperor God and was about to speak. Lord Song, let me do it. However, Lin Ling spoke before him and stepped forward. He looked at Emperor Miao in the silver light and was secretly surprised. With his demon eyes of all things, he could not see through Emperor Miao's strength. This Emperor God of the final world was extraordinary. However, Lin Ling was not afraid of him. He put one hand behind his back and a jade token appeared in his right hand. Then, he reached out with his left hand and gently wrote a few words on the jade token. Then, he threw the jade token to Emperor Miao. Everyone looked at Lin Ling's actions and was confused for a moment. However, the experts of the Duan family sneered. Lin Ling had angered Emperor Miao. Did he think that he could fool him by writing a few words, in his dreams? In fact, even Emperor Miao thought so. He snorted and took Lin Ling's jade token and glanced at it casually. In the next moment, his dignified face quietly changed. Furthermore, he raised his head to look at Lin Ling, his brows tightly knitted together. As the number one emperor god of the final world, he had been used to being unfazed even if the sky fell. Even the great divine demon war could not move him in the slightest. However, the 3 words on Lin Ling's jade token caused waves in his heart. The people around were also staring at Emperor Miao. After seeing Emperor Miao's expression, many immediately felt that something was wrong. What was written on the jade token? Why did Emperor Miao have such a reaction? You are a trial taker. Emperor Miao ignored everyone's doubts and looked at Lin Ling solemnly. It's written clearly on the jade token. Unless Emperor Miao can't read. Lin Ling replied calmly. How is that possible? Hearing this, Emperor Miao's expression changed again. He stared at Lin Ling as if he wanted to see through Lin Ling. Do you think I dare to use the name of a trial taker? Hearing this, Lin Ling said with a faint smile. Miaodi's heart finally let out a roar as he looked at Lin Ling with a hint of awe. Others might not know what a trial taker was, but as Miaodi, he naturally knew what a trial taker represented. It represented the trial takers of God, takers of the trial takers, takers of the God of Gods Miao. Emperor Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao Miao, Miao, Emperor Miao's Miao God. God Miao. Emperor Miao's heart continued to rumble as he gripped the jade token. A moment later, he looked at Lin Ling and smiled. There were many misunderstandings before. I hope Your Excellency Lin Ling doesn't mind. Boom, as soon as these words fell, everyone in the palace felt as if they had been struck by lightning. Miaodi actually told Lin Ling not to care. Lin Ling was so lawless that it wouldn't be too much to kill him. However, not only did Emperor Miao not convict Lin Ling, he even apologized to Lin Ling. For a moment, everyone had their own thoughts. Some people began to speculate in their hearts. Some people were still confused. Some of them had heard of trial takers before, so they looked at Lin Ling with awe. Earlier, some people acted lawlessly and thought that they were Emperor Miao. Emperor Miao didn't even have to say anything and he already wanted to convict me. Does this count as looking down on the laws of the gods? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly opened his mouth and stared at the Grand Tutor. What nonsense are you talking about? The Grand Tutor's face turned angry. A mere Lin Ling dared to bite back at him. He was too bold. What I said is obvious to everyone. Could it be that some big shot thinks he's in a high position, so he's lying through his teeth and is determined not to plead guilty? Lin Ling said again. Your Majesty, don't listen to this child's nonsense. I have always been loyal to Your Majesty and have never had the thought of offending my superiors. The Grand Tutor ignored Lin Ling and looked at Emperor Miao instead. He didn't believe that Emperor Miao would help a mere Lin Ling. Because everyone knew that Lin Ling was putting a hat on him and saying some groundless accusations. Therefore, unless Emperor Miao was stupid, he would never believe Lin Ling's words. However, he looked at Emperor Miao expectantly, but Emperor Miao frowned and didn't speak. This time, the Grand Tutor finally realized that something was wrong. Everyone's eyes narrowed. From this point, it could be seen that Emperor Miao was going to help Lin Ling. The trial taker's power was truly extraordinary. It made Emperor Miao openly help an outsider. And if Emperor Miao were to help Lin Ling, then those who wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson would all suffer at this moment. In fact, Emperor Miao was now riding a tiger and couldn't get off. He naturally didn't want to make things difficult for his own people. However, Lin Ling was a trial taker, and it was unknown which god's trial taker was. If it was a tyrannical god, then Emperor Miao wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Therefore, Emperor Miao was in a dilemma. He wanted to help but didn't dare to. Deceiving the masses with your lies. Lin Ling, do you dare to take the test of the golden light? If you can pass the test of the golden light, then it proves that you are sincere to Miao Emperor. We have slandered you before, but if you can't, then it means that you are deceiving the masses with your lies and attempting to pollute the sky of Miao Prefecture. At this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out. Then, a young man walked out. This young man was wearing black armor. He had a dragon on his left shoulder and a tiger on his right. He was tall and sturdy. He stood there quietly with an awe-inspiring divine aura. This person's name was Huangfu Yile. He was the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert of Miao Prefecture's Shinsan Hall. And for the sake of fairness, I will take the test of the golden light with you. Let's see who falls first. The one who falls first means that his heart isn't sincere enough. How about it? After Huangfu Yile walked out, he immediately looked at Lin Ling indifferently and said, "Golden light with the golden light?" Everyone immediately began to discuss. The so-called golden light with the golden light was a divine light left behind by a war god in Miao Prefecture. This war god was once wronged by Emperor Miao. He was unwilling to be wronged, so he used his death to wash away his crime. After his death, he left the golden light with the golden light. It was said that as long as one could withstand the golden light, they would be sincere to Emperor Miao. The golden light became the symbol of sincerity in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty. Golden light with the golden light. Song Chiri was stunned. Then, he quickly reacted and shook his head, saying, "Lin Ling, you can't. If you refuse, it means that what you did before was slander. Slandering a meritorious official in Miao Prefecture's divine dynasty, you should be punished." However, Huangfu Yile immediately shouted angrily. He wanted to use this opportunity to suppress Lin Ling. He wanted to send Lin Ling to the 18th level of hell. "You're really thick-skinned. I can see that you're also an advanced martial ancestor with a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. If you compare the golden light with Lin Ling, you'll definitely last longer than him. At that time, you'll also say that you're more sincere than Lin Ling." Luo Wen golden light, a glint flashed across Huangfu Yile's eyes when he heard Huang Xiaolong's words. In fact, he was planning to use his strength to suppress Lin Ling and force Lin Ling to lose to him. However, since things had already progressed to this point, he didn't mind and smiled. There has to be a winner in everything. Unless you, Lin Ling, admit that you're slandering us, then we'll drop this matter. It was obvious that he was trying to force Lin Ling into a battle. Seeing this, the old woman wanted to refuse on behalf of Lin Ling, but Lin Ling suddenly laughed and said, "Luo Wen golden light, a divine light that tests one's sincerity. Interesting, I'll also bet with you, let's see who's lying. You've got guts." Huangfu Yile was stunned for a moment, then he revealed an excited smile. Lin Ling actually dared to compete with him. He really didn't know how to write the word death. Even Miao Di was stunned. He didn't understand why Lin Ling would agree. The so-called Luo Wen golden light not only tested one's sincerity, but it also tested one's talent. If one's talent wasn't strong enough, they would be easily injured by the Luo Wen golden light. The reason why Huangfu Yile dared to compete with Lin Ling wasn't because of his sincerity, but because Huangfu Yidao was stronger than Lin Ling. Huangfu Yile, Miaoshan Institute's God ranking lists expert, with the title of God's emissary, ranked 362nd. The others also looked at Huangfu Yile solemnly. God ranking list. This was a ranking list that recorded all the experts in the 36 institute's God ranking halls. It was said that even the God ranking hall's number 1 disciple might not be able to enter the God ranking list. Only those who were ranked among the top and had the title of God's emissary could enter the God ranking list. And Huangfu Yile was one of them. Open the divine light. Grand Elder Fu was afraid that Lin Ling would go back on his word, thus he immediately shouted. Someone took out a huge jade bottle. This jade bottle was 2 meters tall, and it was sparkling and translucent. It looked extremely extraordinary, and there was an incantation on the jade bottle. Someone chanted the incantation, and the jade bottle suddenly floated up. A divine light shot out from the mouth of the jade bottle and enveloped Huangfu Yile and Lin Ling. This was the Luo pattern golden light. It was a strand of divine light left behind by the death of a war god. Light. And Luo Feng's body's chi appeared. Lin Ling's eyes, his body's strength, soul, and realm essence, his body, his physical strength, his soul, and his realm essence, they were all suppressed. The only thing that could withstand this divine light was talent, of course, when Miao Di, but Miao Di was, Miao Di. However, Lin Ling believed that Huangfu Yile wasn't the same as well. Huangfu Yile was merely relying on Lin Ling's higher talent and cultivation base. Haha, Lin Ling, you've lost for sure. Huang Fuyao was enveloped by the divine light and also felt the enormous pressure. However, he believed that Lin Ling was under greater pressure than him. What he needed to do now was to see Lin Ling lose faster than him. He didn't know that Lin Ling dared to experience the divine light's tempering because he had the dragon pearl. Lin Ling planned to borrow the pressure of the Luowen golden light to refine the dragon pearl and greatly improve his dragon god bloodline. The Luowen golden light didn't care about realm essence. What it cared about was talent, so it was just right to stimulate the dragon pearl. As time passed, the pressure on the two became greater and greater. Pooh! Suddenly, Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was illuminated by the golden light and showed signs of being corroded. This made Yu and company shout anxiously. However, the old woman stopped them. Lin Ling had already agreed to the match, so no one could disturb Lin Ling. She could only hope that Lin Ling could last longer under the Luowen golden light. Haha, Lin Ling, where's your sincere heart? Huang Fuyao could not help but laugh out loud when he saw Lin Ling injured. He was extremely happy because Lin Ling had agreed to compete with him. He was simply courting death. As long as he defeated Lin Ling, he would receive his father's reward and become famous in the final world. This was killing two birds with one stone. It was too easy for Huang Fuyao. However, as time passed, Huang Fuyao began to feel the pressure. He only had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, so he could not ignore the Luowen golden light. Fall, trash, trash, quickly fall for me. Of course, Huang Fuyao believed that Lin Ling would fall faster than him. Pooh! And in fact, Lin Ling had spat out another mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling could continue. Perhaps in the next moment, Lin Ling would be defeated. Only Lin Ling sensed that under the envelopment of the divine light, his dragon god bloodline was rapidly improving. The dragon pearl was also rapidly being refined. It was as if there was a dragon roaring in his body. The heavenly dragon's bone and the supreme nether wind dragon's talent were advancing towards 2nd grade at the same time. As for the space-time divine steel, it was kept by Lin Ling. This was because if he used it, the pressure Lin Ling would experience would be greatly reduced. However, this was not what Lin Ling wanted to see. This was because Lin Ling needed this pressure. Pooh! After an unknown period of time, Lin Ling spat out another mouthful of blood. His body was corroded with thousands of holes. It was too horrible to look at. The surrounding people fell silent. In the beginning, they were all watching a good show. However, they gradually realized that Lin Ling had actually held on for so long. Was all this to prove his sincerity? Even if Lin Ling was a trash, he was still a trash worthy of respect. He was indomitable, and the more he fought, the fiercer he became. When they looked at Huang Fuyao again, his entire body had begun to tremble. His pupils were constantly flickering, as if he could not believe that Lin Ling had not fallen yet. One had to know that his cultivation was higher than Lin Ling's, and his talent was stronger than Lin Ling's. He was also an expert on the divine list. How could he lose to a mere Lin Ling? Could it be that Lin Ling really had a heart of sincerity? No, this was impossible. For a time, Huang Fuyao was slightly dazed. Most importantly, he noticed that it was becoming more and more difficult for him to resist the divine light. On the other hand, Lin Ling seemed to be becoming more and more spirited. Every time it seemed like he was about to fall, every time he was drenched in blood, he would become stronger the next time. His sincerity was stronger than gold. Fall. Why aren't you falling? Huang Fuyao watched as Lin Ling fell yet didn't fall, and he started to panic in his heart. He'd never imagined that a junior at the Saint Realm would be so terrifying. When they looked at the surroundings again, many people were cheering for Lin Ling in secret. They were truly shocked by Lin Ling's perseverance. Unfortunately, none of them noticed that the pressure the golden light was exerting on Lin Ling was becoming smaller and smaller. Because Lin Ling's dragon god's natural talent was ceaselessly being stimulated, and it was becoming stronger and stronger. Pooh! Right at this moment, Huang Fuyao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became dispirited. What? Huang Fuyao seems to be unable to hold on any longer. How did the situation become like this? After all, it was Lin Ling who couldn't hold on in the beginning. My God! If this continues, then Huang Fuyao will definitely lose. Defeat. Persevere. You have to persevere. At this moment, Huang Fuyao's mind was buzzing. He constantly shouted at himself, but the divine light's power was constantly destroying him. He knew that he could not last much longer. However, he could not understand why Lin Ling was able to persevere longer than him. How could he have known that Lin Ling was suppressing the spacetime divine steel? Otherwise, the pressure Lin Ling had to endure would be even smaller. If Huang Fuidao knew this, he would probably vomit blood and suffer defeat on the spot. Because if he tried to compete with Lin Ling in terms of natural talent, then he would simply be smashing his own foot with a rock. But now, he was not far from defeat. Pua. After spitting out another mouthful of blood, Huang Fuidao could not withstand the divine light's corrosion. He rushed out from under the water bottle. The moment he rushed out, the entire palace was in an uproar. Huang Fuidao had lost. How is this possible? Grand Tutor Yi was the first to exclaim. His son was an expert that had entered the god role. He had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. How could he lose to Lin Ling, who was at the Sage Realm, in a competition of the rivet pattern golden light? Taking a step back, even if Lin Ling had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body, he could not last longer than his son. Could it be that the son of demon Lin Ling has a sincere heart and is loyal to the Archmiao? More people shook their heads. The rivet pattern golden light was a divine light left behind by the rivet pattern battle god. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the rivet pattern battle god's life's work. To withstand the rivet pattern golden light, one had to have a sincere heart. 2. One had to have a powerful ultimate desolate body. However, even a 5th grade ultimate desolate body would not last long. Hence, for Lin Ling to win, his ultimate desolate body had to be above the 5th grade. Other than that, it also required Lin Ling's sincere heart. The entire palace fell silent. The Duan family, the new heavenly courts, the Archmiao's true teachings, the various dukes and marquises were all looking at Lin Ling, the son of demon Lin Ling. This moment was clearly engraved in their minds. One had to know that in the final world, there were countless experts. There were very few people who could enter the hearts of the various experts. But now, the son of demon had succeeded. This meant that the son of demon, Lin Ling, had a growth potential that even they feared. Puff. At this moment, Huang Fuyao was still coughing up blood. Because he was forcefully enduring the Luowen golden light, he'd already suffered heavy injuries. His gaze was also fixated on Lin Ling, only to see that Lin Ling was still enveloped by the divine light. Compared to Huang Fuyao, not only was Lin Ling not injured, he was even holding on for a longer time. This scene undoubtedly caused Huang Fuyao to spit out another mouthful of blood, and he shook his head without end as if he was utterly unable to accept reality. He did not know that under the overbearing shine of the Luo pattern golden light, Lin Ling's dragon god talents were all activated. Both of them reached the 2nd stage. The power of the dragon orb completely disappeared. That led to the world-swallowing beast talents being activated and the time and space tablet being activated. Therefore, Lin Ling was definitely holding on for a longer time than Huang Fuyao. Lin Ling was even sensing the changes in his body. He realized that the dragon scales hidden in his body were beginning to peel off, and a new dragon scales were growing. However, this was clearly not a good place to change the scales. Therefore, Lin Ling suppressed the changes. Then, he slowly walked out of the Luo pattern golden light. The moment he walked out, a powerful aura filled the air, and his cultivation of the 8th stage of the Sage Realm became even more stable. Lin Ling is clearly in the Sage Realm, but why is his boundary essence so dense? It's comparable to the early stage of the Martial Ancestor Realm. How strange, how strange. Could his talent be able to increase the power of his boundary essence? Perhaps, he has a treasure on him that can store boundary essence. Sensing Lin Ling's aura, the various experts began to discuss spiritedly. Lin Ling placed his hands behind his back, and the aura on his body began to converge. He walked step by step toward Huang Fuyao, and as he walked, the injuries on his body began to heal. The speed of his recovery was much faster than Huang Fuyao's. Huang Fuyao's body trembled, and his face was filled with dispiritedness. He gritted his teeth and finally said, "I lost." He could not understand why an expert on the divine ranking like him would lose to a junior in the Sage Realm. Until now, he still did not know how Lin Ling had won. However, Lin Ling did not say a word. Instead, he slowly lifted his foot and placed it on Huang Fuyao's head. "What are you trying to do? Don't go overboard." Huang Fuyao was instantly enraged. He could guess what Lin Ling was trying to do. Lin Ling definitely wanted to trample on him. How dare he? although Huang Fuyao had lost, they had only competed with the Luo pattern golden light. Did Lin Ling think that he was stronger than him? The Grand Tutor was also furious. However, since Emperor Miao did not say a word, he naturally did not dare to say a word. Overboard? Lin Ling's foot was still lifted, and he looked down at Huang Fuyao. You're just a late-stage martial ancestor, and I'm just a late-stage sage realm expert. Don't you think that you're overboard when you compete with me? Now that you've lost, you're no match for him, so stop talking nonsense. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling's foot landed on Huang Fuyao's shoulder, and a powerful force pressed down on him. Puff, if it was before, Lin Ling would not have been able to hurt Huang Fuyao. However, Huang Fuyao had already been injured by the Luo pattern golden light, and since he was weaker, he did not dare to resist. Plop, he was instantly trampled to the ground by Lin Ling. His face smashed into the ground, and he felt a sharp pain. Of course, he felt even more humiliated. Huang Fuyao, the son of the Grand Tutor and an expert on the divine ranking, had been trampled on in front of so many people. How could he face others in the future? Most importantly, the person who had trampled on him was only a Sage Realm expert. At this moment, the divine hall was completely silent. All the experts frowned. They did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant, to trample on Huang Fuyao's face in front of so many people. Most importantly, Emperor Miao did not speak up for such an arrogant act. This meant that Emperor Miao had high hopes for Lin Ling's potential, so he was giving Lin Ling face. However, Lin Ling's potential was not simple. If he was already so powerful at the Sage Realm, how powerful would he be when he reached the Martial Ancestor Realm? They had a feeling that when Lin Ling reached the Martial Ancestor Realm, Lin Ling's name would definitely spread in the final world. Currently, Lin Ling was just starting to make a name for himself in the final world. Son of the devil, Lin Ling, you'll regret this. At this moment, Huang Fuyao was still being trampled on by Lin Ling, but he still spoke with a venomous tone. This was because today was a humiliation that he would never be able to wash away. Is that so? Lin Ling immediately smiled faintly. This kind of threat is useless against me. Moreover, you can see that I'm more sincere than you under the Luo Wen golden light. Therefore, you were slandering me before. Now, you'd better beg for mercy. I also like to hear an expert on the divine ranking like you begging for mercy. Otherwise, I don't mind trampling on you and embarrassing you. You. Huang Fuyao was so angry that his nose became crooked. Not only did Lin Ling trample on him, he even wanted him to beg for mercy. Lin Ling. That Grand Tutor Yi was also very angry. Long talk. Not going to beg for mercy? Sure, I'll keep stepping on your face. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't itch, and you're not tired. Lin Ling spoke again. Whether it was in the final world or in the 9 continents, Lin Ling's character was to treat others the way they treated him. The Grand Tutor and his son had no enmity with him, but they wanted to bully him. Lin Ling would definitely return the favor tenfold if he had the chance. You're going too far. Huang Fuyao laughed in anger when he heard Lin Ling's words. It was true that being stepped on by Lin Ling didn't hurt or itch, and he wasn't tired, but was it a matter of tiredness? It was a matter of face. I've lost. Lord Lin Ling, please forgive me. Huang Fuyao couldn't help but blurt out. What are you talking about? You're too soft, I can't hear you. Lin Ling continued to step on Huang Fuyao's foot as he chuckled lightly. Huang Fuyao's body trembled as he roared, I'm sorry, I've lost. I was wrong. I shouldn't have questioned your sincerity. Please forgive me. Huang Fuyao's body deflated as soon as he finished speaking. His dignity, character, and shame shrouded Huang Fuyao's heart, making him feel like he was about to collapse. Since that's the case, let's forget about this matter. However, you should be glad that you met me. I'm an easy person to talk to. If it was someone else, it might not be the same. Only then did Lin Ling slowly retract his foot. Easy to talk to. Everyone in the deity's Templar was dumbfounded. Stepping on the Grand Tutor's son's face in front of him was considered easy to talk to. When Huang Fuyao heard Lin Ling's words, he felt a sweetness in his throat and almost fainted from anger. The Grand Tutor's body trembled as he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word. Alright, it's time for this matter to end. At this time, Miao Di spoke up to smooth things over for the Grand Tutor. Everyone immediately understood and changed the topic. After a long time, this grand gathering of the world's big shots finally came to an end. The various experts also left one after another. The Duan clan and the experts of the new heavenly court looked deeply at Lin Ling, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Today's events told them that Lin Ling had a strong backer in the final world. Even Miao Di had to give face to Lin Ling. In truth, the experts of the new heavenly court had already guessed it, but they didn't expect Lin Ling's backing to be so strong. After everyone left, Miao Di looked at Lin Ling with a smile and said, "Little friend Lin Ling, it's rare for you to come here, why don't you stay as a guest?" Since Miao Di had spoken, this brat was naturally eager. Lin Ling didn't reject Emperor Miao. It was better to know another expert than to offend one. That night, Miao Di called Lin Ling and the others to wake up. Moreover, at Miao Di's residence, Miao Di removed her mask. Lin Ling and the others discovered that Miao Di was actually a woman, a beautiful woman. This surprised Lin Ling and the others. They never thought that martial god Qing Ning, one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 continents, was actually a woman. Miao Di wasn't surprised by Lin Ling and the others' surprise. She had people prepare delicious food to entertain Lin Ling and the others. I wonder which god's trial taker is little friend Lin Ling. After a round of wine and food, Miao Di asked with a smile. Lin Ling immediately looked at the old woman and the others, then smiled and said, "Lei Gong. It's actually him." Miao Di's expression clearly changed, with a hint of dread. Although she was the number 1 god emperor in the final world, there was still a god's world above the final world. This god's world was very close to the final world. It could be said that Miao Di was working under the eyes of a god. After knowing that Lin Ling was Lei Gong's trial taker, Miao Di's attitude towards Lin Ling became even more polite. As the god emperor of the final world, Miao Di should have seen other trial takers. Lin Ling was curious about the other trial takers, so he asked in passing. Miao Di immediately nodded. "I was fortunate enough to see one a few years ago." However, trial takers of the divine trial takers are all people with extraordinary potential. They naturally have their reasons for being chosen by a god. Sir Lin Ling, as one of the trial takers of the divine trial takers, your future potential is limitless. If your name shakes the 9 continents in the future, I hope you can give this old woman, Miao Di, some face. Miao Di's words are too serious. Who can be sure about the future? At least in the final world, there are many people stronger than me, so I don't dare to think too far ahead. I just want to take one step at a time and slowly become stronger. Lin Ling immediately smiled politely. It's best that little friend Lin Ling thinks this way because many geniuses became trial takers and lost in the first round because of their arrogance. They thought that as trial takers, they would definitely be outstanding in the future. This mentality caused them to fail the trial mission and eventually become unknown. Miao Di nodded in appreciation. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say much about the trial takers. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Senior Miao Di, as one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, you should have seen Luli Empress, right?" Luli Empress was also one of the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods and was Lin Ling's biggest enemy, so he was naturally curious about how far Tian Liuli had gone. However, when Tian Liuli was mentioned, Miao Di's expression changed. "Luli Empress, a rare genius in the 9 continents, of course I have seen her. This Luli Empress is indeed powerful. She has only grown for a short period of time, but her strength is one of the strongest among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods. Moreover, her cultivation realm is also the lowest, but her strength can only be described as terrifying. It's a pity that I have only seen her and have never seen her fight. Otherwise, I would have seen how powerful this Luli Empress is." Miao Di sighed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly flickered when he heard this. Tian Liuli had obtained Li Xiaoyao's true inheritance and knew the primal chaos divine technique as well. So, how could her combat strength be weak? Fortunately, Li Xiaoyao hadn't revealed the cultivation method for the next few levels of the primal chaos divine technique. Otherwise, Tian Liuli would have opened up her 9 dungeons, and he, Lin Ling, would have no hope of taking revenge. By the way, she was also one of the trial takers. At this time, Miao Di said again. This news undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. He never thought that Luli Empress was also one of the trial takers. However, I don't know if she has completed her trial mission. I only know that she has a high reputation among the trial takers. Miao said again. It seems that among the 9 continents' 10 great martial gods, she is not the only one who is a trial taker. There should be others. Lin Ling immediately nodded. Until now, he still didn't know what kind of reward would be obtained after completing all the trial missions. However, he was certain that each trial taker was not simple, especially those who could reach the end. They could already meet the gods. Well, Lin Ling, it's rare for you to be a guest. Let's not talk about this. Next, Miao Di and Lin Ling chatted with each other. That night, Lin Ling stayed in Miao Di's divine palace. The divine palace had many precious places that were very suitable for cultivation. Therefore, Lin Ling and Yu separated and each chose a place to cultivate. Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Slaughter had appeared. This land of treasures was extremely ancient and had dense spiritual energy. Just like Lin Ling's courtyard, there was an ancient spiritual marrow under the treasures. Lin Ling was inside and he could feel his talent slowly increasing. His cultivation level was also increasing. Out of the 5 Dantians, the largest Dantian was approaching the 9th stage of the Saint Realm. However, Lin Ling's cultivation was focused on the dragon god talent. He sat cross-legged as large amounts of scales appeared on his body. They were extremely hard and emitted a glow. The dragon aura was extremely dense. However, at this moment, the scales were falling off. Every time a piece fell off, Lin Ling would inhale in pain. Of course, as the old scales fell off, new scales were slowly growing. Currently, Lin Ling's Sky Dragon Bone and Great Nether Wind Dragon talent had both reached the 2nd grade. It was the same as the Realm Swallowing Beast talent. His body's strength had reached the power of 6,000 worlds. His speed had reached the speed of 600 worlds. And this was before the talents were fused. If the talents were fused, his strength would reach the power of 8,000 worlds. His speed would reach the terrifying speed of 800 worlds. What did this mean? It meant that Lin Ling's gentle punch was comparable to the power of 8,000 worlds. And in a breath, Lin Ling could instantly traverse 800 worlds. This speed had greatly exceeded the speed of the spacetime divine steel. At this point, the spacetime divine steel was less useful to Lin Ling. This also meant that there was a difference between a powerful talent and an ordinary talent. A powerful talent had greater potential. I never expected this to be a blessing in disguise. With the help of the Luo pattern golden light, I was able to refine the dragon pearl. Otherwise, it would have taken me a long time to refine it. Lin Ling watched the scales fall off one by one, then nodded in satisfaction. Currently, his 3 strongest talents were all at the 2nd grade. Perhaps one-on-one, these talents were not comparable to a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, when combined, it was terrifying. Moreover, Lin Ling also had the 5th grade divine steel of time and space. With all these methods added together, Lin Ling's strength had more than doubled compared to before. The power of the dragon bone has increased, so has the power of the great solar calamity bow. Furthermore, the last arrow of the great solar calamity bow will probably be able to touch the threshold. Lin Ling gathered the dragon bones in his body, and a 5-meter-long bow appeared in his hand. Sensing the ancient power of the bow, Lin Ling's smile deepened. However, when Lin Ling wanted to cultivate the last bow, his dragon god talent was still a bit weaker. In the end, he still couldn't cultivate it. On the other hand, Lin Ling had a feeling that the final bow was one with the bow, the dragon transforming into the bow, and the bow transforming into the human. Perhaps at that time, the great solar calamity bow would no longer be 5 meters long, but 10 meters, or even more than 10 meters long. Since he could not cultivate the dragon bow, Lin Ling cast his gaze on the Windrain Myriad World technique. It was left behind by Xiaoyu's grandfather, and it had absolute speed enhancement. And now, Lin Ling had cultivated it to the 10,000 technique stage, so he could increase his speed by about 100 worlds. I never expected that the Windrain Myriad World technique is also a martial art that cultivates the power of ancestors. Lin Ling constantly sensed the Windrain Myriad World technique. In his mind, scenes of strong winds, torrential rain, and myriad worlds were constantly exchanged. Around him, strong winds began to blow, blowing up countless rocks around him. Furthermore, a drizzling rain gradually appeared, and it became heavier and heavier, turning into a torrential rain, and this wind and rain passed through the myriad worlds and bathed them. This was a terrifying speed. A drop of rain or a gust of wind could travel from the east to the north. After a long time, Lin Ling opened his eyes. It was as if he had just returned from the north, and his eyes were filled with the vicissitudes of life. This Windrain Myriad World technique is truly difficult to comprehend. It seems that it will take some time to reach the world technique stage. Lin Ling shook his head. This time, his comprehension speed did not increase by much, so for the time being, he would not bitterly cultivate the Windrain Myriad World technique. As for the Illusion God True Inheritance, Lin Ling had already cultivated it to the Illusion God World stage, so there was no need to continue cultivating it. As long as Lin Ling's soul force increased, the Illusion God True Inheritance would become even stronger. Lin Ling sensed his strongest technique, and his gaze finally fell on the sword hilt. Currently, the sword hilt possessed the strongest power of ancestors. However, this power of ancestors needed to be constantly stimulated, and Lin Ling could only stimulate 30% of the power of ancestors. However, one should not underestimate this 30% power of ancestors. Its strength was much greater than ordinary power of ancestors. This was because this was the rank of demonic swords, and it was once the demonic sword of a god. God Emperor Zhonggang once said that if I want to stimulate more power of ancestors, I must obtain the approval of the sword hilt. Lin Ling held the tyrannical song sword with both hands, and his eyes slowly closed. Kill. At the same time, a dense killing intent rushed into Lin Ling's mind. At this moment, Lin Ling's hair stood on end, and quietly turned red. It was as if a sea urchin was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. It was extremely terrifying. What a powerful killing intent! Lin Ling's mind rumbled. In his mind, a world of slaughter appeared, a sword, a figure, from the era of gods, slaughtering the world. The entire world was filled with bloody light, demonic energy surged, and killing intent rippled. Whoosh, with a slash of the sword, millions of lives fell. Ah! Lin Ling seemed to be in a world of slaughter. He roared towards the sky, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Kill, kill, kill. There was only killing in his heart. He wanted to stop killing with killing, and slaughter the world. However, when he was enveloped by the killing intent, Lin Ling did not completely lose his mind. He knew that he could not be controlled by the killing intent. Otherwise, he would turn into an ancient killing demon. However, this wisp of reason and calmness was quickly drowned by the killing intent. It was like a sea of blood that gradually drowned Lin Ling's body. Rumble. A terrifying killing intent suddenly soared into the sky from the treasure land, and Emperor Miao's divine hall began to tremble. Many experts immediately felt a chill run down their bodies. They all looked up at the sky and muttered to themselves, what a terrifying killing intent. Not good. At this moment, a sharp shout suddenly sounded. Cool rain suddenly sprinkled from the sky, as if a downpour was extinguishing the billowing flames. In the sky above Emperor Miao's divine hall, a figure stood there solemnly. It was Emperor Miao. Her gaze was fixed on a corner of the divine hall, and her face was filled with seriousness. Then, she opened her hands, and wisps of mysterious energy turned into spring rain that sprinkled throughout the divine hall. This spring rain was extremely cold. After it fell to the ground, it immediately triggered a sizzling sound, like the sound of water dripping into flames. Amidst the billowing murderous aura, the frenzied killing intent in Lin Ling's body gradually weakened. His blood-red hair gradually drifted down and stuck to his shoulders. His blood-red eyes gradually regained their calmness. The flames of killing intent on his body gradually extinguished. Buzz. Buzz. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations 40% of Ancestors' Power. Seeing this, Empress Miao heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the old woman and Songqiri appeared beside her. They were shocked and did not understand what had happened. It's murderous aura. I don't know what ancient item Lin Ling has activated to make the murderous aura so strong. Fortunately, this is my temple and I can suppress the murderous aura. If it was elsewhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Empress Miao looked at the old woman and Songqiri and said, Murderous aura? It seems to be the sword hilt on Lin Ling's body. This sword hilt is so extraordinary that even I can't see through it. I didn't expect it to hide such a strong murderous aura. The old woman and Songqiri looked at each other with deep fear in their eyes. Because the murderous aura was so strong that even they felt scared. They could not understand why Lin Ling would carry such a murderous sword with him. However, the murderous aura has already subsided. He should be fine now. Fortunately, he happened to be in my territory this time. Otherwise, he might not be so lucky next time. You guys better remind him that if there's nothing wrong with that sword, it's best to use it less. Empress Miao said to the old woman and the others. The old woman and the others nodded immediately. At this moment, Lin Ling was still sitting cross-legged. His forehead was full of sweat. Although the murderous aura had subsided, the impact of the murderous aura still scared him, because he did not expect that when he communicated with the scabbard, there would be such a terrifying murderous aura. After Emperor God Zhonggang unlocked the power of the scabbard for him, Lin Ling had tried to communicate with the scabbard. However, at that time, there was no such terrifying murderous aura. It could only be said that the power left in the scabbard by Emperor God Zhonggang gradually disappeared and the scabbard regained its former ferocity. This sword is worthy of being called a double-edged sword. Fortunately, there was a powerful force that attacked the scabbard and protected me from being drowned by the murderous aura. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Ling secretly felt lucky. He guessed that it was Empress Miao who had helped him. Only Empress Miao had the power to suppress the scabbard. Perhaps even the old woman and city lord Song could not do it. This made Lin Ling translations. This made him even more cautious of the scabbard. 40% of the ancestral power. After that, Lin Ling picked up the scabbard and discovered that he could easily utilize 40% of the ancestral power in the scabbard. This was a pleasant surprise. Lin Ling sat cross-legged and cultivated. After a full 3 days, he finally stood up. As soon as he left the cultivation treasure land, Lin Ling saw the old woman and the others waiting outside. When they saw him, they all let out sighs of relief. Lin Ling, how are you? The old woman took the initiative to ask. Looking at her appearance, she seemed to be quite frightened by Lin Ling. Thank you for your concern, senior, but I'm fine now. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed slightly to the old woman, and his heart warmed because he realized that the old woman's concern came from the bottom of her heart. Brother Ling. Young master. Yu and the others also learned about Lin Ling's situation from the old woman and the others. Now that they saw Lin Ling come out safe and sound, they were all relieved. They did not expect that Lin Ling would not be killed by the new Heavenly Court's experts but almost be killed by the scabbard. It's fine. It's just a small matter. Lin Ling did not want Yu and the others to worry, so he did not mind and smiled. However, the simpler Lin Ling made it sound, the more dangerous Yu and the others felt. It's good that you can come out safely. At this time, Empress Miao also appeared. She had a kind smile on her face, but when her gaze fell on the scabbard behind Lin Ling, the depths of her eyes were extremely solemn. This was because the killing intent of the scabbard was so dense that it was the first time she had encountered it. She guessed that the scabbard was a treasure left behind from the era of gods. Thank you for your help, senior. Lin Ling said gratefully to Empress Miao because she was the first to notice the killing intent of the scabbard. If it were not for her, Lin Ling would have been drowned by the killing intent. It's just a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Empress Miao smiled and waved her hand. However, she could see that after this incident, Lin Ling had changed his view of her and was no longer a stranger. This was also what Empress Miao wanted to see because Lin Ling was a trial taker with extraordinary potential in the future. Befriending him today would definitely be beneficial in the future. And this was indeed the case. Lin Ling remembered Empress Miao's kindness in his heart. He was not pretentious and only said solemnly, "Thank you for your help, senior. If you need my help in the future, please feel free to say so." Empress Miao had been waiting for this sentence. After hearing Lin Ling's words, she smiled even more happily. After everyone chatted for a while, Lin Ling finally brought the old woman and the others back to Snow-Blowing City. This trip to the Divine Imperial Court had benefited Lin Ling greatly. Not only had his strength greatly increased, but he had also befriended Empress Miao. One must know that in the final world, strength was the key, but sometimes relationships were also the most important. After this incident, the new Heavenly Court and the Duan family will be even more afraid of Young Master. They won't dare to attack Young Master unless they have the confidence to kill Young Master in one go. Along the way, the old woman looked at Lin Ling and said as they walked towards Snow-Blowing City. During this trip to Empress Miao's palace, Lin Ling had also released a piece of news. That was, his backer was extremely extraordinary. In fact, the Duan family and the new heavenly court should have guessed it long ago, but they were not sure. This time, they were completely sure. In the short term, they won't dare to touch me. However, after martial god when Tian knows that I'm a trial taker, I'm afraid he will want to kill me even more. Lin Ling knew that the current safety was only temporary. On the contrary, after he became a trial taker, martial god when Tian and the others would treat him even more seriously. However, this was a matter for the future. There was no need to think too much about it now. Senior, do you have any news about my big brother and the others? Lin Ling looked at the old woman and asked. Sakura, Meng Lu, Wangu Wuji, and the others had all entered the Kaiyuan River to cultivate. Moreover, they had been cultivating for a long time. No wonder Lin Ling was worried. The Kaiyuan River is not simple. Anything can happen there, so we don't know where they are right now. It all depends on them. However, if they can survive in the Kaiyuan River, their strength will definitely increase more or less, said the old woman. And I hope they can survive this time. Lin Ling nodded. He was just worried. However, he also knew that on the path of martial arts, other than himself, no one else could help. Now, I should prepare to fight for the first place of Snow-Blowing Academy Xianxia Hall. Lin Ling withdrew his thoughts and began to think about his future. Becoming the first place of Xianxia Hall meant that he had completed the Trial of God's mission. He would receive a large amount of rewards, so Lin Ling would definitely not miss it. One had to know that without the rewards of the Trial of God, Lin Ling would have to cultivate by himself. If he wanted to become stronger, it would definitely take a long time. Young Master is now the first place of Xianxia Hall. Your first task is to become a disciple of Xianxia Hall. Only then can you compete for the first place of Xianxia Hall. Song Chiri reminded with a smile. All right. Holy Temple Challenge, the group chatted as they walked, and they drew closer to Snowwind City. Along the way, Lin Ling gave the dragon scales he had shed to Xian Yuanguer. These dragon scales were extremely strong, able to withstand an early-stage martial ancestor's attack. They were very suitable for Xian Yuanguer. In addition, Xian Yuanguer obtained a page of scripture, and Lin Ling passed the space-time divine steel cultivation method to her. He wanted to give Xian Yuanguer the ability to attack with a single glance. As for Yuyu, because she also had the dragon god's bloodline, Lin Ling passed the great calamity-destroying sun bow to her. What surprised Lin Ling was that Yuyu's comprehension of the great calamity-destroying sun bow was very deep. As soon as he passed the bow to her, she was able to shoot her first arrow. Moreover, the arrow she shot was different from Lin Ling's. It was more sacred and radiant. This made Lin Ling happy. The great calamity-destroying sunbow's power was extraordinary. If Yuyu could fully control it, then Yuyu would have another life-saving trump card in the final world. After a long time, Lin Ling's group finally returned to Snowwind City. The city was as lively as before. That night, Lin Ling's group stayed in the courtyard. Lin Ling did not cultivate that night, but spent the night with Yuyu and the others. After a night of romance, Lin Ling headed to Snowwind Academy the next day. Just as he arrived, he saw Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xianxia, and the others. Lin Ling, you're back. Hello. Zhuang Nongming, Fairy Xianxia, Chu Yun, and the others immediately greeted Lin Ling. To them, Lin Ling's whereabouts were elusive, but every time he appeared, something big would happen. Lin Ling. At the huge entrance of the academy, people gradually recognized Lin Ling. One of them couldn't help laughing excitedly, then walked towards Lin Ling, Luo Wucheng. In the past, when Lin Ling was fighting for the #1 position in Shen Air Hall, he met a master who was second only to the dean's son, Tian Ao. At that time, when Luo Wucheng lost to Lin Ling, he was very dissatisfied. However, after seeing Lin Ling defeat Tian Ao, his dissatisfaction disappeared without a trace. Lin Ling, the mysterious figure of the Snowwind Academy. Every time you appear, there must be something big happening. Don't tell me that you came back this time to become an expert of the Xianxia Hall. Luo Wucheng walked towards Lin Ling, laughing as he walked. Master of Xianxia Hall? Lin Ling stopped and looked at Luo Wucheng with a faint smile. He then nodded, yes, I am indeed here to enter the Xianxia Hall. He didn't finish what he wanted to say. He was here to become the champion of the 3rd Divine Hall, However, even if he didn't say it, the idea of becoming an expert of the third divine hall was enough to make Shuang Yanming and the others gasp, because Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, and now, they are still the masters of the first divine hall, but Lin Ling is already moving towards the third divine hall. The gap is too big. You really want to enter the third divine hall? Luo Wuchang was stunned, then he laughed loudly. In the past, when he lost to Lin Ling, he once said that sooner or later, he would defeat Lin Ling. At that time, Lin Ling said that within 10 years, if you, Luo Wuchang, become an expert of the third divine hall, you still have a chance. At that time, Luo Wuchang thought that Lin Ling was bragging, but now, he finally knew that Lin Ling was not bragging, because now, Lin Ling is indeed moving towards the third divine hall. Lin Ling, you're amazing, you're awesome, I won't help you. Luo Wuchang couldn't help but sigh, but then, he laughed again, haha, if you enter the third divine hall, then among the masters of the second divine hall, I will only be under Tian'ao. Haha, finally, I won't be the third. Lin Ling, if you want to become an expert of the third divine hall, you need to pass the assessment of the Snow Wind Academy. The assessment will be held in the divine hall, are you really ready? Zhuang Yanming and the others also came over and said one by one. Among them, Xian Yen Fairy, Chu Yun, Ear Ring and the others looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of worship. Lin Ling entered the Snow Wind Academy at the same time as them, but he has always been the spokesperson of miracles, and can be said to be the undefeated legend of the Snow Wind Academy. Divine Hall? Lin Ling's eyes flashed, but he also smiled casually, then let's go to the Divine Hall to take the assessment. After saying that, he took the lead. Luo Wuchang and the others wanted to see if Lin Ling could succeed, so they all followed Lin Ling. The Divine Hall was the place where the masters of the Snow Wind Academy gathered. Not only did it gather the masters of the current year, but also the masters of the Snow Wind Academy in history. After Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang appeared, the entire vast Divine Hall suddenly quieted down, and countless eyes looked at Lin Ling and Luo Wuchang. It's Lin Ling. He came to the Divine Hall. Could it be that he is going to become an expert of the third Divine Hall? God, he just became the number one of the third Divine Hall, and now he wants to challenge the masters of the third Divine Hall. After a moment of silence, a series of exclamations immediately rang out. Some women screamed, and their eyes were full of nostalgia. For them, Lin Ling had become a legend of the Snow Wind Academy. In addition, Lin Ling's character was very strong, and he often wore a blue and white robe, which was extremely attractive. Lin Ling has an elegant domineering aura, out of this world, but also overbearing, so attractive. A woman clasped her hands together and shouted excitedly. Yes, that kind of domineering aura. I think among the 36 academies in the final world, Lin Ling is definitely the number one in terms of cold and elegant domineering aura. The other women also shouted, staring at Lin Ling, not daring to miss the slightest, whether in the final world or 9 states, those with great strength and potential were mostly idols of the same age. This guy only appears in the Snow Wind Academy once every 6 months, but his popularity is so strong that it makes people jealous. Luo Wuchang looked at the Divine Hall that was about to be overturned and could not help but shake his head helplessly. Then his eyes swept and fell on a man in the distance, and he suddenly smiled bitterly. The man also smiled bitterly and shook his head. He was the former number one of the Shin Air Hall, Tian'ao. Tian'ao apparently also heard the news. At first, he thought that he had heard wrong, because Lin Ling entered the Shin Air Hall later than him, but he did not intend to become a master of the Shin Air Hall. But Lin Ling began to move, which was simply incredible. However, after seeing Lin Ling appear in the Divine Hall, Tian'ao was sure that Lin Ling had indeed come for the Shin Air Hall. What a crazy guy. I have dominated the Shin Air Hall for so many years, but in terms of popularity, I can't compare to this guy who only appears once every 6 months. Tian'ao sighed and said. He was jealous of Lin Ling, but also admired him. However, not everyone in the Snow Wind Academy admired Lin Ling. Many people were very unhappy with Lin Ling, because Lin Ling was just a freshman, but he had stolen a lot of their limelight. This feeling of being robbed of something made them not only unhappy with Lin Ling, they even hated him. And most of these people were the masters of the Shin Air Hall. This Lin Ling is said to be extremely arrogant. He came and went as he pleased in the Snow Wind Academy, and now he wants to become a master of the Shin Air Hall. Dongfang Yurong, don't you plan to do something? You make the first move. As for Dongfang Yurong, who was being stared at, he frowned. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. Your former teacher was Zhou Lin. Now, Zhou Lin is dead because of Lin Ling. If you don't do anything, others will laugh at you for being a coward. The white-faced man said. Shen Lu, you don't need to provoke me. No one can trick me into doing anything I want. Dongfang Yurong finally spoke when he heard that. His expression was filled with dense arrogance. The white-faced man just smiled and didn't say anything because he had a feeling that Dongfang Yurong was planning to stop Lin Ling from moving forward. Although Dongfang Yurong wasn't the strongest expert in Xianxia Hall, he was one of the strongest experts in Xianxia Hall. If an expert from Xianxia Hall wanted to enter Xianxia Hall, they would have to fight in Xianxia Hall's competition. If they defeated an expert from Xianxia Hall, they would have the preliminary qualification to become an expert of Xianxia Hall. Of course, this was only the preliminary qualification. Because the academy had to be on guard against people who deliberately let the experts from Xianxia Hall enter Xianxia Hall. Therefore, if one wanted to enter Xianxia Hall, the rules were very strict. Everyone was still looking at Lin Ling. But at this time, a figure slowly walked towards Lin Ling. It was Dongfang Yurong. He was wearing a neat robe and his body was covered in divine light. He looked like a messenger of God. But in fact, he was indeed a messenger of God. Basically, 80% of the experts who could enter Xianxia Hall were messengers of God. They had the same status as the teachers. Some of them were even more powerful than the teachers by several times. It's Dongfang Yurong. Seeing the man in front of Lin Ling, many people cried out in alarm. Among them, teacher Xiluan also came. She frowned because she knew that Dongfang Yurong was Zhou Lin's student. Now that Zhou Lin was dead, Dongfang Yurong would definitely want to avenge him. Even if he didn't avenge him, he would still teach Lin Ling a lesson. You are Lin Ling. At this moment, Dongfang Yurong stood in front of Lin Ling and looked at Lin Ling with contempt. Not bad. Lin Ling's expression was calm as he replied faintly. I heard that you are a legend in the Snow Wind Academy. Not only have you received the attention of the dean, you can come and go as you please. Moreover, you are also the fastest to enter the God Second Hall and the fastest to challenge the God Third Hall. Dongfang Yurong said indifferently. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Lin Ling's expression remained calm. Nothing much, I am here to break your legend. If you want to obtain the preliminary qualification of Xianxia Hall, you must defeat an expert of Xianxia Hall, and I will be your first expert. Dongfang Yurong sneered and said. The smell of gunpowder quietly pervaded the air. The entire sacred hall fell silent as countless gazes stared at Lin Ling and Yi Shiwen. However, Lin Ling was still unmoved and said indifferently, with just you. Of course, don't think that you can win every battle just because you have the support of the dean and the city lord. Let me tell you, the challenges of the Xianxia Hall are the most severe. No matter who your backer is, as long as you dare to stand on the martial stage, no one will let you win. Dongfang Yurong said coldly. The meaning behind his words was that Lin Ling could become the first new student and the number one of Xianxia Hall because of the dean and the city lord's help. Lin Ling understood the meaning behind Dongfang Yurong's words and so did the people around him. Lin Ling nodded and said, I don't need you to go easy on me. I hope that you can go all out. At least, don't show me the strength that will disappoint me. After he finished speaking, Lin Ling took the lead and walked towards the center of the sacred hall. Lin Ling, be careful. Teacher Xiluan and the others could not help but remind him. Lin Ling nodded and continued to walk forward. The challenge had undoubtedly alarmed the entire Snow Wind Academy. Even the vice dean and the others had appeared. This was because Lin Ling was the first student to challenge Xianxia Hall in the Snow Wind Academy. Moreover, his cultivation was the lowest. The Sage Realm student, according to the rules, such strength should not be able to enter Xianxia Hall. However, there was an exception to everything. That was because the challenger was Lin Ling. Dongfang Yurong, late-stage martial ancestor. 5th grade ultimate desolate body. However, he has a pure divine bloodline and has great potential. Furthermore, Dongfang Yurong's martial Dao foundation surpasses ordinary people. He possesses a powerful ancestral force. It can be said that if Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong were to fight, Tian Ao would not be able to withstand more than 10 moves from Dongfang Yirong. The vice dean and the other experts muttered to themselves. The former number 1 of Xianxia Hall, the dean's son, Tian Ao, had great talent. However, his cultivation was only at level 2 martial ancestor realm. On the other hand, Dongfang Yirong was at level 7 martial ancestor realm. There was a huge gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong. On the other hand, Lin Ling was only at level 8 martial ancestor realm. Even if his talent could increase his boundary essence, the gap between Tian Ao and Dongfang Yirong could not be bridged by a mysterious cultivation technique. Lin Ling has a pure divine dragon bloodline. If his cultivation is higher, he might be able to win. Teacher Xiluan, who was standing beside the vice dean, said. It had been less than a year since the Shinto Hall tournament. It was already amazing that Lin Ling could increase his cultivation. Therefore, they did not expect Lin Ling to be able to increase his talent. Lin Ling's chances of winning are slim. However, it's good for him to suffer a setback. For a genius like Lin Ling, it's not good for him to have everything go smoothly. If he suffers a setback, he will be able to go further. The vice dean suddenly said after pondering for a moment. Teacher Xiluan and the others nodded in agreement. They would definitely not allow Lin Ling to be injured in this battle. As long as Lin Ling showed signs of defeat, they would immediately save him. At this moment, everyone's eyes were fixed on this battle. On the Crystal Martial Arena, Dongfang Yirong had been waiting for a long time. He had his hands behind his back and a cold smile on his face. He knew that with the vice dean and other experts around, it was impossible for him to hurt Lin Ling. However, he wanted Lin Ling to suffer the greatest humiliation in his life. He wanted to torture Lin Ling properly. It would be best if he could attack Lin Ling's martial heart and turn his undefeated legend into a rumor. Under everyone's discussion and gaze, Lin Ling finally appeared on the Crystal Martial Arena. Hee, I didn't expect you to really dare to challenge me. You are also the first martial ancestor in the history of the Shinto Hall to challenge me. As a sign of respect, I will definitely not hurt you in this battle. When he saw Lin Ling appear, Dongfang Yirong licked his lips and sneered. You talk too much nonsense. Make your move. However, Lin Ling's expression did not change. He had his hands behind his back and said indifferently. Make my move? Dongfang Yirong was stunned. He thought he had heard wrong and said sarcastically, You want me to make the first move? Yes, because if you don't make the first move, you won't have any chance. Lin Ling nodded and said. There was an uproar around the Crystal Martial Arena. Did I hear wrong? Lin Ling wants the experts of the Shinto Hall to make the first move? Arrogant, too arrogant. Be careful not to embarrass yourself. The power from before was like an itch. Many boys felt that Lin Ling was too arrogant and overestimating himself. However, many girls felt that Lin Ling's self-confidence was even more attractive to them. Fairy Xianxia and the others, on the other hand, were extremely worried. As for the vice principal and the others, they were shaking their heads. They also felt that Lin Ling was a bit arrogant. After all, anyone who could become an expert of the third hall wasn't someone with an undeserved reputation. Lin Ling, oh Lin Ling, do you really think the experts of Shinsan are child's play? Originally, I wanted to play with you slowly and leave you some face. But now, I've changed my mind. I want you to suffer a crushing defeat. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's complexion turned cold and gloomy. He didn't waste any more words. His body began to emit layers of blue ice fog. Crack, the void was immediately frozen. In the white fog, a palm seemed to have come from the void, freezing time, space, and the myriad of worlds as it pressed down on Lin Ling. Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm. Cold shouts rang out at the same time, causing the entire sacred hall to fall silent. It was as if all sound had been frozen. Rumble, overbearing airflow appeared, forming a snowstorm. The entire sacred hall was instantly frozen, turning into an ice palace. This caused the cultivators from the first and second halls to retreat. Their expressions changed greatly. Lin Ling looked at the blue storm calmly. He didn't move. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he was hit by the palm. Crash, the blue ice storm immediately exploded. Countless ice shards sputtered, shooting out like swords. At the edge of the martial stage, some of the weaker people were cut by the ice shards, and blood immediately flowed out of their cheeks. However, the crowd did not care about these things. They stared fixedly at the martial platform. It can't be, Lin Ling actually couldn't block a single move. Dongfang Yirong's Ice Realm 3 Silk's palm is very powerful. It's the unique skill of the ice goddess. Not many advanced martial ancestors can block it. Lin Ling is definitely going to be defeated. I've said that Lin Ling is too arrogant. Even if he's talented, the gap between their realms is too big. He can't make up for the difference in strength. What invincible legend. I think it's just a fart. Haha, senior brother Dongfang Yirong's words. Lin Ling's translation. Lin Ling. Seeing that Dongfang Yirong's words, many people, especially the people from the third hall, and third hall. The people from the third hall. Translation, the people from the third hall, especially, Shen, the third hall, translation. Many's translation that, S translation, third S hall, S's third translation that, translation invincible legend. Unrestrained overbearing. Was it all just paper? As for the pale-faced scholar, Kagura, his lips curled into a smile. Well done, Dongfang Yirong. With this, Master Zhou Lin's death has been avenged, and Lin Ling's reputation has been completely ruined. Obviously, he was very confident in Dongfang Yirong. With Lin Ling's current talent and realm, he believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Unless Lin Ling's talent increased, as for the Vice Dean and the others, they were all astonished. In their opinion, Lin Ling wouldn't be able to defeat Dongfang Yirong, but he shouldn't have been defeated so quickly. It was indeed disappointing. That's all you've got? At this moment, Dongfang Yirong waved his hand and said disdainfully. However, the moment he finished speaking, the expression on his face changed. His pupils shrank as if he had just seen the most unbelievable thing in his life. The mocking voices and disappointed sighs suddenly disappeared at this moment. The sacred palace suddenly became incomparably quiet. On the martial stage, Lin Ling, who had been hit by Dongfang Yirong's attack, was still standing there. His entire body had been frozen into a blue ice sculpture. This ice was called realm ice. It could freeze thousands of worlds. It was a powerful technique of the ice goddess bloodline. Once, there was an expert with the same bloodline who fought against an expert in the southern border. As a result, thousands of worlds were frozen, and it took 10,000 years for the ice to thaw, but now, cracks began to appear on the ice sculpture. Moreover, a black, ominous aura spread out from the cracks like smoke. Then, the entire ice sculpture began to melt. At this moment, Teacher Xiluan and the others were stunned, the Vice Dean and the others were also stunned, the pale-faced man, Kagura, was also stunned, everyone in the sacred palace was stunned, using the strength of a late-stage sage expert to block the attack of a late-stage martial ancestor and come out unscathed? How strong must his defense be to be able to do that? They did not know that after the shrine tournament, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Dragon Bone, and Dragon Soul had greatly improved. Its strength was several times stronger than before. Now, Lin Ling's realm-swallowing beast, Sky Dragon Bone, and Great Nether Wind Dragon were all second-grade ultimate wild bodies. This formed a defense that was even stronger than the dragon gods. On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong's shocked face quietly turned gloomy. On the contrary, Lin Ling patted his chest as if he was patting the dust off his clothes. He said calmly, "Is this the strength of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls? Bring out all the strength you've got from drinking your mother's milk. The strength you used before was just an itch." Strength that he used to drink milk, itch? The sacred palace fell silent again. Then, a burst of screams rang out. The women who were disappointed in Lin Ling were now shouting excitedly. Lin Ling, good job. You are indeed an undefeated legend. Lin Ling, I like you. Itch. Domineering. This is elegant domineering. The crazy voices of the women were like waves, each higher than the last. Zhuang Yanming, Tian Ao, and the others suddenly smiled bitterly. These women were too crazy. How long has it been since the last shrine tournament? This guy can actually block the attacks of the experts of the Shrine 3 halls. This is unbelievable. Tian Ao shook his head and said, his cultivation level has increased, but it should not be of much help. I can only say that his talent has increased. Otherwise, he would not be able to block Dongfang Yirong's attack. Luo Wuchang, can you see his strength? I can't see it. I only know that his defense is very strong. Luo Wuchang smiled bitterly. At this moment, on the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong looked at Lin Ling and heard the screams of the women around him. His body could not help but tremble. Lin Ling actually said that he was harassing him. This was a great humiliation to him. One had to know that he was an expert of the Shrine 3 halls. Lin Ling, I admit that your defense is very strong, but I don't believe that your attack is also strong. Dongfang Yirong roared. His whole body was covered with ice fog. A blue crystal fork appeared on top of his head. At this moment, divine light shone everywhere. The martial artists below the 5th grade felt a great pressure at this moment. Ice Snow Goddess Fork, this was Dongfang Yirong's talent. Obviously, this talent was not weak. It was a pure divine bloodline, much more powerful than the 100 great bloodlines. The 3 stages. Bastard. When Dongfang Yirong saw Lin Ling shaking his head, he became even more furious. He activated all of his world essence and chanted something under his breath. Ice and snow began to howl in the sacred palace. The crystal fork grew in size and unleashed endless ice fog. Then, it shot toward Lin Ling. Wherever it passed, space and time were all frozen. 20% of the ancestral force, and it's the power of ice and snow. The vice principal and the others frowned. Dongfang Yirong's attack was not to be underestimated. Not to mention a sage, even a late-stage martial ancestor would not dare to take it head-on. When Lin Ling saw the crystal trident shooting towards him, his eyes flickered. He sensed that the crystal trident was extremely fast, reaching the speed of 500 worlds. However, his expression remained calm. Black light appeared on his body and a ferocious aura surged out like a tide. His godly devil body also rumbled. Bang, Lin Ling calmly punched towards the sky. Lin Ling did not even integrate his talents. He relied on his physical strength to punch out. However, Lin Ling's physical strength had reached the strength of 6,000 worlds. Coupled with the integration of his 5 dantians, his strength was not to be underestimated. Rumble, that punch seemed to have come from the era of gods. It contained the power of the space-time divine steel and 10% of the ancestral force. The entire sky seemed to have cracked and crackled. Then, under everyone's gaze, the ice goddess trident shattered. Icy mist splattered in all directions. Lin Ling's punch had destroyed it. Wah! Wah! On the martial stage, Dongfang Yirong could feel the ancient power rushing towards him. He could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying off the martial stage and smashed into the ground, unconscious. This time, everyone was shocked. They could not believe what they had seen. Dongfang Yirong lost just like that. He had activated his talents and possessed the ancestral force. However, he was defeated by Lin Ling with a single punch. Moreover, it was a simple punch. The silence lasted for more than 10 breaths. Then, crazier cheers rang out. Dongfang Yirong lost? He is an expert from Shinsan Hall. Furthermore, it was only one punch. Lin Ling is too abnormal. What is Lin Ling's strength? Could it be that his talent has reached the 5th level? Everyone was guessing Lin Ling's strength, and those girls from before were shouting even more excitedly. As for those who didn't like Lin Ling, all of them shut their mouths at this moment. Even the white-faced Kagura was frowning. He was in a bad mood. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang helplessly shook their heads. They had lost to Lin Ling in the last shrine tournament and wanted to wash away that shame. However, Lin Ling had told them that unless they became the masters of the 3rd hall, there was no hope. At that time, they were secretly dissatisfied and thought that Lin Ling was talking nonsense and that it was impossible for him to become a master of the 3rd hall in a short time. But now, they knew that Lin Ling wasn't joking. This guy is only at the saint stage. Yes, after hearing what you said, I feel that he is even more abnormal. Tian Ao and Luo Wuchang looked at each other and were even more shocked. Wind Snow Academy's undefeated legend, it seems that his reputation is not undeserved. Zhuang Yanming and the others also stared at the man on the martial stage. Their eyes were full of admiration. Lin Ling defeated Dongfeng Yirong of the Third Hall and is qualified to become a master of the Third Hall. At this time, the voice of the vice dean floated out. This also made the people completely react and the cheers became louder. Lin Ling, first in the freshman trial, Lin Ling, first in Xianxia Hall. Now, he actually had the hope of becoming a master of the Third Hall, and the time it took was not even 10 years. Such a genius could be called a god. If he didn't fall, his name would spread throughout the world. After a short moment of silence, Xiluan could not help but laugh out loud. Lin Ling was her student. If Lin Ling was lucky enough to enter the world of God, then she, Xiluan, would also have a chance to become the Holy Knight of God. At this moment, the vice dean and the others were also a little excited and then asked, Lin Ling, you already have the hope of becoming a master of the Third Hall. Do you want to continue the assessment and become a master of the Third Hall? Of course. Lin Ling looked at the vice dean and nodded lightly. Wow, he really wants to become a master of the Third Hall. I'm looking forward to it. Maybe he will succeed. Even if he fails, he has already obtained the qualifications. In another year, he will have the opportunity to take the assessment. Seeing Lin Ling nod without hesitation, everyone became even more excited. Good. The vice dean couldn't help but clap and say, even though you have the qualifications now, you still need to pass 3 major tests to become a master of the Third Hall. If you pass, then you will become a master of the Third Hall and be recorded on the gods list to compete against the masters of the 36 academies. And this test is very simple. It's a test of speed, attack, and defense. Are you ready? I'm ready. Lin Ling walked down from the stage with a calm expression. He wouldn't be alarmed if the sky were to collapse. Begin the 3 tests and communicate with the gods. Seeing Lin Ling nod his head, the vice president's expression turned solemn. He silently recited the divine language, and a divine light descended from the sky in the sacred palace. This ray of divine light had an unparalleled might, and it had the power to annihilate everything. This was the power of a god. The entire sacred palace had turned into a world of the void. Ancient stars were shining, and any expert would feel insignificant in this place. The masters of the Third Hall can also participate in the 3 tests, so they will take the test together with Lin Ling. Opening the 3 tests required the permission of the gods and endless power. Thus, in order to avoid wasting this power, the masters of the Third Hall could also take the test. If they passed, then they would be able to enter the gods list and compete against the masters of the 36 academies. Thus, at this moment, the masters who didn't enter the gods list were extremely excited. The first test is the attack test. You must defeat Lin Ling, don't let him get a good result. It's best if you eliminate him. At this moment, the white-faced Kagura said to the masters of the Third Hall. Don't worry, the 3 tests are very difficult. Even masters of the Third Hall like us can't guarantee that we can pass. A mere Lin Ling will lose without a doubt. Lin Ling didn't take the normal path to become a master of the Third Hall through the Shinto tournament. If he took a shortcut, then it would be 10 times harder than the Shinto tournament. He won't succeed even if we don't interfere with him. Brother Kagura, you think too highly of Lin Ling. We don't need to pay attention to him. Let's focus on our own tests. I hope we can enter the gods list this time. The masters of the Third Hall disdainfully said. The God Queen's Garden. The first trial of the 3 tests of the gods is to attack the deities. Remember, you will enter the back garden of the deities and face the godly beasts reared by the deities. What you have to do is to kill 3 godly beasts within an hour. At that instant, the vice president's voice could be heard. Furthermore, when you start the trial, the entire 36 institutes of the final world will be watching you. If the deities suddenly decide to challenge you, they might notice you too. Yes, Vice President. The experts who were about to take part in the 3 tests of the gods became excited. How glorious would it be for the 36 institutes of the final world to be watching them? Furthermore, if they were lucky enough to be noticed by the deities, it would be an honor for their ancestors. However, don't be too happy yet. The godly beasts that will appear in the God Queen's Garden are all martial progenitors. Some of them are even peak martial progenitors. They are the strongest godly beasts below the half-martial god realm. Therefore, you will have to rely on your luck to pass the trial. At that instant, the vice president reminded them. This caused the excited experts of the three halls to gradually calm down. The trial begins now. Under the Vice Dean's command, everyone rushed into the universal void. At the same time, Lin Ling took a step forward and entered the rift. Lin Ling, killing 3 godly beasts within an hour? You won't succeed. You're going to lose. However, someone who passed by Lin Ling said disdainfully. Idiot. Lin Ling shook his head and ignored him as he continued to move forward. While they were exploring the God Queen's garden, the 36 institutes of the final world were watching the battle. Some of the institutes had also activated the 3 tests of the gods and sent their experts into the battlefield. Do you think Lin Ling will succeed? Tianao and the others stared into the rift and said worriedly. If Lin Ling's luck isn't bad, he should be able to succeed. After all, he has defeated an advanced stage martial ancestor. The divine beasts that appear in the God Queen's garden are all at the martial ancestor realm. If Lin Ling encounters an initial stage martial ancestor realm divine beast, he should be able to pass easily. Siluan licked her red lips and said with great anticipation. Indeed, let's hope that Lin Ling can encounter 3 early stage martial progenitor realm divine beasts. Chu Yun and the others secretly prayed for Lin Ling. At this moment, a large number of figures were leaping across the void. However, their every move was being watched. Everyone in the sacred hall could see their movements. Lin Ling followed the crowd and continued to leap forward. At this moment, a huge primeval forest suddenly appeared in front of him. It was colorful and beautiful. Most importantly, this primeval forest was actually swimming towards them. What is this? This, oh my god, this looks like a colorful Qilin flood dragon. Heavens, that's a divine beast representing the late-stage martial progenitor realm. Run! The originally high-spirited experts of the Third Divine Hall were all scared pale at this moment. Although they did not lack late-stage martial progenitor realm experts, a late-stage martial progenitor realm godly beast was much stronger than them. At the end of the day, it was because the bloodline of the divine beasts was purer. Otherwise, they would not have been raised by the gods. Lin Ling, go and stop him. While everyone was panicking, someone shouted at Lin Ling, why should I stop him? Who do you think you are? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but laugh. These guys were the experts of the Third Divine Hall, so they thought that he had to listen to their orders. How ridiculous! How dare you not listen to me? The person who had spoken earlier was instantly enraged. Although Lin Ling had defeated Dongfang Yurong was not the strongest among the experts of the Third Divine Hall, therefore, Lin Ling had no right to be arrogant in front of them. Believe it or not, I can eliminate you right now. Lin Ling did not give them any face after seeing their overbearing aura. He did not mind eliminating the person who had spoken before the end of the assessment. However, when everyone heard Lin Ling's words, they became even more furious. Lin Ling, who had just become a member of the Third Divine Hall, was so arrogant that he wanted to eliminate them. However, while they were furious, Lin Ling also looked into the distance and saw that the ancient forest was getting closer and closer. However, the forest did not pay attention to the others. Instead, it locked onto the person who had spoken to Lin Ling in the beginning. It seemed that the divine beasts also had intelligence and could find their own opponents. You are very unlucky. Now, you should think about how to deal with the divine beast. Sensing this, Lin Ling suddenly said casually. How dare you? What do you want to say? Believe it or not, I will eliminate you right now. The person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning frowned at this moment. However, his voice gradually became softer because with his strength, he naturally felt that something was wrong. He also began to see that the ancient forest in front of him was slowly swimming towards him. What? Why is it targeting me? The person's expression changed drastically. He was fuming with anger because there were so many people here, but the divine beast had targeted him. It was too unfair. Go find him. He is the weakest, so he should be eliminated first. The person could not help but point at Lin Ling and shout as he retreated. However, the huge ancient forest did not pay attention to his words and continued to swim towards him. Moreover, it began to change along the way. Bright flowers and ancient trees separated and gradually turned into a huge flood dragon. This flood dragon was covered in ancient trees from head to toe. It was like an island filled with all kinds of plants. It was extremely magical. This was the rainbow Chilean flood dragon. This was a very beautiful flood dragon. It was said that it had the bloodline of dragons and also the bloodline of divine trees. Seeing the huge flood dragon flying over, everyone scattered. As for the person who had reprimanded Lin Ling in the beginning, he naturally planned to escape. However, no matter where he went, the rainbow Chilean flood dragon chased after him. Haha, looks like it has targeted you. With your strength, you are definitely not its opponent. Therefore, you are also the first person to be eliminated in the Snowwind Academy. Looking at the person fleeing in all directions, Lin Ling could not help but gloat. Lin Ling, you. The person was depressed and furious. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson but was entangled by the rainbow Chilean flood dragon. In the end, he could only vomit blood in anger. He was obviously not a match for the rainbow Chilean flood dragon. After a series of collisions, he was defeated. Moreover, because he escaped too late, he was finally swallowed by the rainbow Chilean flood dragon. A martial progenitor realm expert with outstanding talent had fallen in the God's Garden. Just like that, this was also the first expert to fall in the 3 tests of the God's Garden. The remaining people were all frightened. Although they knew that the test was not easy, they did not expect that one of them would fall so quickly. Unlucky guy. Divine Beast White. Tiger. Lin Ling, you're not any better. Just you wait, you'll definitely be eliminated. Yes. That's right, you might even die here. The experts of Xianxia Hall were immediately angered and coldly scolded. Seeing this, Lin Ling also sneered. He had no enmity with the experts of Xianxia Hall. It was these people who ridiculed him from the beginning. Now that he, Lin Ling, retaliated, these people became angry out of shame as if he, Lin Ling, provoked them first. Enough nonsense, be careful, there are divine beasts staring at you. Yes. Shaking his head, Lin Ling lightly said. What? Yes. Run. Yes. Those experts were stunned, one by one, like birds startled by the twang of a bough, then scattered and ran away. Although if they want to pass the assessment, they must defeat 3 divine beasts, but they all want to defeat the weak divine beasts, and not the previous colorful Chilean flood dragon. This kind of divine beast is too powerful. However, after they fled far away, they discovered that the space around them was still quiet. Not to mention divine beasts, there was not even a fly. This made them immediately react. It turned out that they were all deceived by Lin Ling. A group of gutless bandits. Yes. Lin Ling let out a maniacal laugh and walked along the space. I'm so angry. Yes. Lin Ling, you'll die a horrible death. Yes. The experts of Xianxia Hall were so angry that their noses were crooked. As for the sacred hall, everyone was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter because those experts of Xianxia Hall were too trashy. They were actually scared by Lin Ling's words. One must know that Lin Ling was only a sage realm expert. Really as timid as a mouse. With this kind of courage, how can he pass this level? Shame, shame on our Snowwind Academy. After all, there are 36 academies watching the assessment of God Queen Garden. Fortunately, there is Lin Ling, at least he has greatly raised the prestige of our Snowwind Academy. All sorts of voices could be heard from time to time. The pale-faced man, Kagura, was so angry that his face darkened. Originally, he'd asked people to stop Lin Ling so that he wouldn't be able to pass this test so easily. But in the end, not only had the people he'd invited failed, they'd even embarrassed themselves. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had made a name for himself in the 36th Academy. One person toying with a group of experts, how awe-inspiring. At this moment, there were indeed many people who were paying attention to this examination. Many people were looking at Lin Ling with astonishment, and were curious as to what kind of person Lin Ling was. As for the students from the 5 academies who had returned from the Hidden Fog Island, they recognized Lin Ling and were all shocked. Duan Tianzhan and the others, in particular, were gnashing their teeth in anger. Brother Tianzhan, isn't that Lin Ling from the Hidden Fog Island who humiliated Master Qingyun? Why is he taking the Xianxia Hall test? Damn it! How could this guy be qualified to take the Xianxia Hall test? He will definitely fail. Just looking at him makes me angry. He will definitely fail. The experts who had been humiliated by Lin Ling on the hidden fog island were all jealous, and they kept cursing him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling couldn't hear their voices at all. He walked along the universal void and sighed. This place looks like the universal void, but it's actually different. It should be an independent void because I can't see the myriad worlds from here. Maybe this is God's backyard. Then, he thought of the colorful leaf Kylan dragon and couldn't help but be surprised. This was the first time he'd seen such a strange divine beast. However, although that divine beast was beautiful, Lin Ling had a feeling that in terms of talent, it was no match for the realm-devouring beast. Roar. At this moment, the roar of a ferocious tiger came from ahead, followed by a murderous aura. A white tiger that was more than 10 meters long suddenly appeared in front of Lin Ling. It was one of the 4 divine beasts, the white tiger. Lin Ling's eyes lit up instantly. Speaking of which, he had seen the white tiger many times. In the past, the white tiger was unreachable to him. But now, the white tiger was the weakest among the mythological beasts. Unless he met the 4 divine beast ancestors, there were only 4 divine beast ancestors in the entire 9 states. Their strength was comparable to that of God, so it was not easy to meet them. Early stage martial ancestor realm? Then, Lin Ling smiled again. Such a divine beast was really weak to him. Many people saw the divine beast that Lin Ling was facing through the sacred palace. They couldn't help but curse. Lin Ling was too lucky to meet such a weak divine beast. However, at this moment, 2 figures came from afar. They stared at the divine beast white tiger excitedly, as if the divine beast white tiger was already their prey. Their gazes quickly fell on Lin Ling and they said calmly, "Brother, are you trying to steal our prey?" The white tiger was only a divine beast at the initial stage of the martial ancestor realm. Therefore, no one would miss out on such a prey. If they were lucky enough to meet the white tiger 3 times in a row, they would have successfully passed the first stage of the 3 stages. "Brother, you should leave. This white tiger is already ours." The other person narrowed his eyes and looked at Lin Ling from head to toe. Lin Ling couldn't help but laugh. It seems that whoever the prey belongs to depends on the divine beast. This white tiger doesn't seem to have chosen you. Furthermore, I saw the white tiger first. According to the rules, this white tiger should belong to me. How dare you? We are speaking to you out of kindness. Who told you to refute us? Are you looking for death? Hearing this, the 2 people were instantly enraged. They looked very similar, as if they were twin brothers. Are you guys going to fight me? However, Lin Ling was not afraid at all. Instead, he spoke slowly. Brat, don't think that we won't dare to touch you just because someone is watching. The 2 people's voices became gloomy. However, in reality, they did not dare to touch Lin Ling. Although killing was not prohibited in the 3 stages of the gods, no one dared to kill their opponent in front of so many people. This would cause the other deans to be displeased. Hey, brother, look, that's Hua Qingyun. Suddenly, one of them became excited. Haha, we met Hua Qingyun. These clouds can block everyone's sight. As long as we kill you in the clouds, no one will know. The other person laughed loudly. He looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at a dead man. As long as Hua Qingyun was there would be no evidence to prove that they had killed Lin Ling. Although everyone knew that it was them, evidence was the most important thing. Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he looked into the distance. He instantly saw white clouds drifting in their direction. The clouds could block everything, so they should be able to block the sacred hall site. Who are those 2 people? They seem to be Binghua and Xianjing from Yuanjue Academy. It's them. Haha, great, Lin Ling's prey is going to be snatched away. In the sacred halls of the various academies, many people were stunned at first, then they burst into excited laughter. As for the Wind Snow Academy's sacred hall, many people were cursing. These 2 people were too despicable. It was obviously Lin Ling who found the prey first, but they actually wanted to snatch it away and even wanted to kill him. Translator, trans and editor, trans and even blind, they're fierce. Hee, it's the brothers Binghua and Xianjing. They were originally experts on the god list, but because they accidentally killed an expert from Zhaoguang Academy, they were expelled from the god list. Now, they want to pass the test and return to the god list. Among the crowd, the white-faced man Kagura seemed to be very familiar with the two brothers. "Brother Kagura, are those two brothers very powerful?" someone immediately asked. "They're more than powerful, they're simply monsters. One of them obtained the legacy of the 9 Dragons Island's 4 sages, while the other is the successor of the spiritual bone fire sea. How can they not be powerful?" the white-faced man said with a faint smile. 9 Dragons Island is an extremely famous ancient force in the eastern border. Someone suddenly exclaimed. One must know that the experts who appeared in the final world were either the strongest experts in the history of the 9 regions or the top experts in the history of the 10,000 worlds. Therefore, they naturally heard of 9 Dragons Island and the spiritual bone fire sea. Those two brothers' hands and feet are not clean, but it's undeniable that they're very strong. The white-faced man Kagura laughed again. At this moment, the billowing white clouds had already engulfed Lin Ling and the other two. This made Siluan and the others anxious. Unfortunately, the two brothers were not students of Snow Wind Academy, so they did not give any face to Snow Wind Academy. Haha, Hua Qingyun blocked everything. That means no one will know even if we kill you. Within Hua Qingyun, the two brothers looked at Lin Ling with malicious intent. I know you. You're Lin Ling. Just now, someone secretly transmitted a message to us, telling us to kill a trash like you and reward us handsomely. Of course, if you have a good treasure, we can spare your life. After all, we're here for money. So, hand over the money and kowtow 3 times, and we'll let you go. The two brothers said at the same time. Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. These two brothers were late-stage martial ancestors, but their talent was only a 5th-grade ultimate desolate body. He could not understand where their confidence came from. However, Lin Ling quickly understood. He, Lin Ling, was famous in Snow Wind Academy, but he was ordinary in the 36th Academy. Naturally, others would not know him. On the other hand, Lin Ling was curious as to who had ordered these two brothers to kill him. Let me ask you a question. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke. What? Are you planning to surrender? Tell me, what do you want to ask? The two brothers immediately laughed in a relaxed manner. How many imperial crystals do you have? Lin Ling asked indifferently. Why do you ask? I haven't even asked you this question, but you're asking us instead. Could it be that you want to? Binghua frowned and suddenly guessed something. You guessed right. I plan to kill you and take the treasures on your bodies. After all, with Hua Qingyun blocking everything, no one can see anything. Lin Ling nodded, directly admitting it. You're courting death. The two brothers were stunned for a moment. Then, they were enraged. This Lin Ling of the Sage Realm was actually plotting against them. He was courting death. He was definitely courting death. Eye-piercing. One of them shouted, and a mysterious pearl appeared above his head. The pearl emitted a gentle light that enveloped the entire Hua Qingyun. Roar. Almost at the same time, the divine beast White Tiger let out a painful roar. Its eyes turned white as if it had lost its sight. My eye-piercing belongs to one of the 4 sages of the 9 Dragons Island in the western region, Lord Yang Senator. It can destroy people's eyes, even God's eyes. It once harmed one of the 6 great god eyes of Huanyu, causing him to be blind for the rest of his life. He had great talent but could not use it. Binghua, who had activated the pearl, sneered coldly. At the same time, Lin Ling felt his eyes turn white, and then he could not see anything. The eye-piercing orb was indeed terrifying. It could actually destroy a person's eyes without causing any pain or itch. Moreover, Lin Ling discovered that even if he closed his eyes, there was still a white light invading everything in his eyes, causing him to continue to be blinded. It seemed that he had to kill this person. Otherwise, his eyes would not recover for the rest of his life. Haha, without eyes, how can you fight with us? Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. The other person let out a roar and slashed with both hands. In the void, huge full moon scimitars appeared. They were formed by lightning and then slashed towards Lin Ling. My Tachi 7 Thunder Slash comes from the Spirit Bone Fire Sea. Even if you escape to 10,000 worlds, this blade can still chase you. The moment you are locked on by the blade, you have nowhere to run. Moreover, your eyes are blind. Let's see how you dodge. Complacent laughter floated over at the same time. It had to be said that these two could become the experts of the third divine hall. They were indeed powerful. Who said that fighting must be done with eyes? At this moment, Lin Ling said indifferently with his hands behind his back. At the same time, a large number of Lin Ling appeared around his body. They were lifelike. Even the surrounding world had changed. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. It was full of vitality, and this was the illusory god world. What's going on? The two brothers were dumbfounded. Although they were not blind, there were Lin Ling everywhere. They could not distinguish the real from the fake, which made them feel as if they were blind. The Tachi 7 Thunder Slash could not distinguish the real Lin Ling from the fake, so they could only slash randomly. At the same time, the real Lin Ling appeared in front of Bing Hua and punched out. "You're courting death." Seeing someone approaching, Bing Hua also released his realm essence and punched out. Rumble, when the two fists collided, Bing Hua felt a terrifying force coming towards him. It was not a force that a sage should have. Puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood and said in horror, "You are not an ordinary sage. Are you stupid? How can an ordinary sage enter the three divine tests?" Lin Ling still closed his eyes and shook his head. After saying that, his left hand shook and the dragon bow appeared. He drew the bow and shot randomly. Now that his heavenly dragon bone had reached the 2nd grade and he had used the 8 divine abilities of the dragon clan, the power of the great sun calamity destroying bow had naturally more than doubled. Clang, the 1000 Buddha greetings broke the countless Tachi 7 Thunder Slash. Xianxia was shocked. He roared and his hands immediately formed a complicated seal. Great Luai's devil suppression. In the sky, a huge dipper character appeared. It was formed by lightning and was majestic. Moreover, there was 40% of the lightning ancestor's power suppressed within. At the same time, Lin Ling's arrows arrived and continuously attacked the dipper character, causing the entire space to tremble. Boom, with a loud roar, the arrows melted with the word gang. Lin Ling's figure was faintly discernible as he walked out from the rolling thunderstorm, as if he was bathed in thunder. However, he was safe and sound. The two brothers looked at the god of war Lin Ling and were scared silly. What a terrifying defensive power. Moreover, he was so fierce even when he was blind. What if he was not blind? You want to kill me with your little strength? It seems that you have not investigated my strength. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and the Grim Reaper's Scythe. What are you doing? You can't kill us. One of us is the descendant of the 9 Dragons Island and the other is the descendant of the spiritual Bone Fire Sea. If you kill us, you will be hunted down by these two ancient forces. Exclamation point. The two brothers' faces changed drastically and they retreated. Idiots? You're really idiots. Who can prove that I killed you in these rolling clouds? Even if I drag your corpses out, there is no evidence to prove that I killed you. You might have died in the mouth of the divine white tiger. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. His words scared the two brothers and they immediately panicked. Don't kill us, please, don't kill us. They begged for mercy. Lin Ling was simply too ferocious. It was as if he was not afraid of any power. Give me a reason not to kill you. Lin Ling was blind, but he gave off an even more terrifying vibe. I have a lot of royal crystals on me. I can give them to you. Moreover, I know where the divine beast is and it is only at the initial martial ancestor realm. I will tell you and you will let us go. The two brothers spoke in panic. They were not as arrogant as they were at the beginning. The whereabouts of the divine beast? Where is it? Lin Ling asked immediately. I will tell you, but you have to promise not to kill us. Bing Hua gritted his teeth and said. He wanted Lin Ling to give him a promise. Lin Ling sneered in his heart. He had encountered such a situation many times since he started learning martial arts. These two wanted to control him? They were too naive. If I kill you, the royal crystals on you will belong to me. As for the whereabouts of the divine beast, it would be best if I know, but if I don't, it doesn't matter. I will tell you, I will tell you. It is recorded on this astrolabe. I will give you the astrolabe and you have to let us go. Bing Hua quickly said and handed over an astrolabe. Lin Ling waved his left hand and took the astrolabe. He then used his soul power to explore the astrolabe and found that the astrolabe was like a map. While Lin Ling was investigating the astrolabe, Bing Hua and Xianjin left carefully. When they got closer to the outside of the clear cloud, they sneered. This time, they had been careless. However, when they left, they would definitely find a way to kill Lin Ling. Swoosh, however, at this moment, a figure appeared before them. It was Lin Ling. A punch that contained the terrifying power of the physical body and the power of the world essence smashed over. Xianjin's expression changed drastically, and he instinctively activated the eye-piercing bead. However, with a loud bang, the eye-piercing bead was also destroyed by the punch. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there, and like the claws of a ferocious beast, it viciously landed on Xianjin's head and destroyed his head. Blood splattered everywhere like a broken watermelon. Xianjin. You Xianyu. Bing Hua was stunned. He couldn't believe it. I am sorry. Not only did I kill your brother, but I also killed you. Lin Ling lightly shook his head and punched out again, directly breaking Bing Hua's neck. However, Bing Hua did not know what kind of cultivation method Bing Hua practiced, but he actually turned into a small thunder person and broke out of his body. You want to escape? Lin Ling couldn't see, but his soul power was very sharp. He opened his mouth and the dragon chi and the realm-swallowing beast's evil chi came out at the same time. Roar, it was like a monster's roar. It shook the entire clear cloud. The Thunder Man was weak. He couldn't resist the combination of the evil chi and the dragon chi. He was shocked to death. Lin Ling scanned the surroundings with his soul power. He was speechless when he found that the divine beast White Tiger was dead. It was killed by their battle. The powerful divine beast White Tiger was as weak as a kitten in front of him. This eye-piercing bead is really amazing. It left a light in my eyes and it continued to corrode them. However, after the eye-piercing bead was destroyed, the light began to disappear. I think it won't be long before my eyes recover. Lin Ling felt his eyes were warm. He knew that the godly devil body's recovery power was working. Next, he held the White Tiger's tail with one hand and the Bing Hua's body with the other hand. He left the clear cloud step by step. At this moment, the 3 divine tests were still going on. All the holy palaces of the major academies were locked in the void. As for the Wind Snow Academy, of course, they were paying attention to the clear cloud. What a pity, what a pity. Our junior brother Lin Ling, a natural genius, also fell in the God Garden. Alas, as his senior brother, I feel sorry for him. I feel that it is unfair. After a moment of silence, the white-faced man Kagura suddenly said with a sigh. His words seemed to be regretting for Lin Ling, but more importantly, it was filled with schadenfreude. Alas, why bother? If you wait another year, you should be able to pass. Yes, it's a pity that our Wind Snow Academy produced an undefeated legend, but now he has failed. Alas, my heart hurts. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also said. Obviously, they all believed that Lin Ling must have died in the hands of the Bing Hua brothers. How could Siluan and the others not hear the sarcasm in their words? They were furious in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. After all, the experts of the 3 divine halls did not curse Lin Ling on the surface. Junior brother Lin Ling, alas, what a pity, what a pity. The white-faced man Kagura sneered in his heart and sighed again. But at this time, in the sky above the temple, a figure slowly appeared in the rolling clouds. If it was not Lin Ling, who else could it be? At this time, the white-faced man Kagura wanted to say something, but all the words were forcibly swallowed back into his stomach. The other experts of the 3 divine halls also showed an expression of seeing a ghost. How could Lin Ling still be alive? What about the Bing Hua brothers? In fact, in addition to them, many people of the 36 divine halls also began to pay attention to Lin Ling. All of them were silent, and in the void, Lin Ling was like a silent death god, walking out step by step. Gradually, the huge white tiger behind him also appeared. Heavens, he killed the divine beast White Tiger. How could it be him? Where are the Bing Hua brothers? Many people cried out in surprise. Just as they were about to say something, their pupils suddenly widened. They saw that in the rolling clouds, Lin Ling was dragging the divine beast White Tiger with one hand and dragging the bodies of the Bing Hua brothers with the other hand, slowly walking out. That appearance was like a death god dragging a death god's scythe. At this time, the entire 36 divine halls were shocked. The Bing Hua brothers were killed by Lin Ling? Everyone's heart was roaring, the scene in front of them was too shocking. As for the Wind Snow Academy's divine halls, the white-faced man Kagura and the others all swallowed their saliva. Their expression was as ugly as it could be. Good, Lin Ling killed a divine beast. He is currently the first one in the Wind Snow Academy to kill a divine beast. There is still a lot of time left, maybe he can pass. Luck is also a part of strength. Lin Ling, good job. I knew he was so handsome, he definitely won't die. The girls from First God Hall and Third God Hall are all shrieking. They can also see that Lin Ling's eyes seem to be blind, but the blind Lin Ling has a cold aura that is extremely attractive. In the void, Lin Ling is moving forward. His soul force is spreading out and he is moving according to the direction of the star compass. Who is that? He actually killed a divine beast. If this goes on, he has a high chance of being the first one to pass. He seems to be a student of Snow Wind Academy. Most importantly, he seems to be in Sage Realm. What, Sage Realm? More and more people are paying attention to Lin Ling. Indeed, Lin Ling's cultivation is too low. If he can pass the 3 trials, he will become the Third God Hall's expert with the lowest cultivation in the history of 36 academies, and at this moment. In the void, Lin Ling's footsteps finally came to a stop. Thousands of miles away from him, a tiger-sized god beast appeared. This god beast had tiger-like patterns all over its body, but it was in the form of a bee. And this god beast was flying around a massive flower bud, as if it was collecting honey. Heavens, his luck is too good. This is a violet jade bee. Looking at the divine beast, some people let out a cry of excitement. Violet jade bee is an extremely beautiful bee. It is said that all of them are female and they can produce violet jade royal jelly, which is a great tonic. Most importantly, this violet jade bee's combat strength is very low. It can be said to be the weakest divine beast in martial ancestor realm. This means that as long as Lin Ling kills the violet jade bee, he will have killed 2 divine beasts. Could it be that Lin Ling is really going to pass the trial easily? Within the 36 academies, many people's eyes were red with jealousy. Even many teachers were the same. After all, Lin Ling is not from their academy, but he is going to set a record. How can they be willing? In Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and the others are laughing loudly. They are happy for Lin Ling. Luck is also a part of strength. The vice principal roared. His words stifled the jealousy in the eyes of the experts of the Third Hall. After all, they had wanted to say that this assessment was too unfair. However, at this moment, Lin Ling didn't know about the commotion in the outside world. His soul force locked onto the purple jade bee, and an enormous amount of boundary essence condensed. He clearly sensed that the purple jade bee was very weak, but for Lin Ling, no matter how weak the opponent was, as long as it was Lin Ling's opponent, Lin Ling would go all out. With a flick of his finger, the boundary essence turned into a shooting star, shooting towards the purple jade bee. However, right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Beside the tiger-sized violet jade bee, a mosquito the size of a palm suddenly flew out. This mosquito was completely blood red, and after it appeared, it actually emitted a ferocious buzzing sound. Its sharp mouth spat out light waves, and it actually blocked Lin Ling's boundary essence attack. What happened? This time everyone was shocked, even Lin Ling frowned slightly. What? That's the Rahu blood mosquito. Suddenly, someone in the sacred hall let out a terrified cry. Moreover, more and more teachers recognized the divine beast, and all of them were scared pale, because it was one of the number 1 divine beasts below the demigod realm. This type of blood mosquito was extremely terrifying. In fact, it was also a male purple jade bee. Moreover, this type of mosquito was very large in the beginning, like a small mountain, but as time passed, this type of mosquito kept shrinking. The smaller its size, the stronger its ferocity. The one in front of them was only the size of a fist, and this clearly showed how terrifying it was. If it was the size of a thumb, then it was a demigod divine beast. If it was the size that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, then it was a divine beast comparable to the martial god realm. If such a divine beast charged out of the God Queen Garden, then it would be a catastrophe for the human world. The people would be in a terrible situation, and no one would be able to stop it. Haha, I thought his luck was pretty good, but now it seems that his luck is very bad. In that case, he has to give up on the purple jade bee, and he spent a lot of time coming to this area. I'm afraid he won't have enough time to kill 2 more divine beasts. Serves him right, now he can only run away. Many people in the various holy temples were shouting in joy. Even some teachers were clapping their hands, looking extremely happy. As for the Wind Snow Academy, the vice principal and the others were cursing in anger. How could Lin Ling's luck be so bad? He had just encountered the weakest purple jade bee, but then he encountered the most terrifying Rahu blood mosquito. Luck is also a part of strength. At this moment, the white-faced man, Kagura, said with a faint smile. His words were undoubtedly filled with ridicule. Lin Ling's luck was too bad to encounter a blood mosquito. This also meant that his strength was very ordinary. When the vice principal heard that, he almost cursed the white-faced man, but when he thought that he was the one who said those words first, he endured it. Right now, he could only hope that Lin Ling would leave the Rahu blood mosquito as soon as possible and buy time to hunt other divine beasts. Whoosh, however, at this moment, Lin Ling moved in the air. With a flick of his finger, his boundary essence turned into a meteor and shot out once again. This time, all 36 academies were shocked. Lin Ling actually did not run away and instead wanted to kill the purple jade bee. Crazy. This guy is definitely crazy. A divine beast below the demigod realm. He actually dared to provoke it. Of course, even the Rahu blood mosquito did not expect that a mere human would not run away and instead still want to kill the purple jade bee. Buzz, the Rahu blood mosquito was enraged. Its sharp mouth once again spat out sound waves. These sound waves were extremely terrifying and could easily shatter 10,000 worlds. Lin Ling's boundary essence attack was instantly destroyed without a trace. However, at this moment, a figure also appeared in front of the purple jade bee. Following that, a fist that could destroy heaven and earth also blasted out. It was Lin Ling. It turned out that the previous boundary essence attack was just a bait. The real killing move was Lin Ling. Swoosh. At the same time, the Rahu blood mosquito let out a sharp cry. With a sweep of its wings, it actually blocked in front of the purple jade bee and blocked Lin Ling's punch for it. Rumble. The fist and the wings collided, and the sound was deafening. What surprised Lin Ling was that the fist-sized mosquito's defense was actually so terrifying that it blocked his punch that was equivalent to the strength of 6,000 worlds. One had to know that he had also fused his 5 danchans, Qi. Qi. After the Rahu blood mosquito blocked Lin Ling's punch, it let out a hoarse sound as if it was angry. Its body shone with a bloody light, then, a sharp mouth like a sword shot towards Lin Ling. Its speed was incomparably fast, its power was also incomparably terrifying. Sensing this, Lin Ling's expression changed. He unleashed all his speed and frantically retreated. However, the Rahu blood mosquito chased after Lin Ling as if it wanted to kill Lin Ling no matter what. Crazy, this is crazy. A sage provoking the number 1 divine beast below the demigod realm. That guy is so crazy that he doesn't want to live anymore. He seems to be blind now, so he doesn't know how terrifying the Rahu blood mosquito is. No wonder he's so crazy. Even if he's blind, he should know how powerful the Rahu blood mosquito is now. He must be regretting it. He must be regretting it. He can't wait to escape from there. Blood mosquito cloud C, because Lin Ling wanted to escape now. Everyone knew that Lin Ling was probably regretting it. Rumble. In the void, a bloody light exploded. The blood mosquito seemed to have caught up to Lin Ling and exploded with a terrifying attack. This attack also caused the void to shatter. The blood mosquito looked as big as a fist, but its speed was undoubtedly extremely fast, beyond imagination. Die. Die. Seeing this, many people did not dare to blink, afraid that they would miss something. No, look at the violet jade bee. Roar. Suddenly, someone let out an earth-shattering roar. Over at the violet jade bee's side, a pitch-black figure appeared, like a fierce beast, like a dragon god. It was Lin Ling. Most importantly, he punched out, wanting to kill the violet jade bee. Boom. Before this punch even landed, everyone's hearts had already exploded with a roar. Lin Ling, as expected of a madman, when everyone thought that he was going to escape, he actually did not give up on killing the violet jade bee. Moreover, could it be that before this was a trick to lure the tiger away from the mountain? To lure the Rahu blood mosquito away and then ambush the violet jade bee? Even the Rahu blood mosquito would not have thought that Lin Ling would be so crazy. Lin Ling has been discovered. Suddenly, someone let out a cry of surprise. causing many people to look at the Rahu blood mosquito. Buzz, in the void, the fist-sized Rahu blood mosquito spat out circles of bloody light, and its body actually swelled up. Although it did not become bigger, it looked extremely terrifying. Whoosh, a bloody light exploded, and the Rahu blood mosquito disappeared. It actually shot towards the violet jade bee with the speed of 800 worlds. Lin Ling is going to fail. This guy still failed at the last step. Hee, it's a waste of effort. Now let's see how he's going to escape the Rahu blood mosquito's pursuit. Many people sneered. Because Lin Ling was too fast, the people from the various academies did not want to pass the test too easily. This guy is indeed crazy. On the other side of the distant void, a demonic man seemed to be able to see the situation on Lin Ling's side and shook his head helplessly. I didn't expect him to go to the Snowwind Academy. Hee, this guy is starting to show his talent in the final world. Beside him, another person spoke with a smile. At this moment, everyone thought that Lin Ling was about to fail, but Lin Ling's expression didn't change at all. His eyes were slightly closed, like a blind god of death, his fist still punched out. Bang bang bang, the void immediately exploded. It was a continuous series of explosions. What? In the various temples, regardless of whether they knew Lin Ling or not, all of them were shocked at this moment. From their point of view, Lin Ling's plan had failed, and the Rahu blood mosquitoes had discovered his motives. He should be running away right now, but Lin Ling didn't run away. Instead, he still wanted to kill the purple jade bee, although the purple jade bee was weak. In the God Queen's garden, there were other divine beasts that were as weak as the purple jade bee. Lin Ling didn't need to stubbornly stay on the purple jade bee. Buzz buzz, the purple jade bee finally sensed the danger and let out a strange buzzing sound. In the distance, the Rahu blood mosquitoes also let out a buzzing sound. It seemed to be furious, as if it was saying to Lin Ling, if you dare touch the purple jade bee, you will definitely die. Boom, however, before the Rahu blood mosquito's threat could land, Lin Ling mercilessly punched out. Blood splattered everywhere, and the tiger-sized purple jade mosquito was blown apart by Lin Ling's punch. At this moment, the 36 academies instantly went silent, the void fell silent as well. The Rahu blood mosquitoes were stunned for a moment. Then, the buzzing sound turned into buzzing sounds, and the entire void suddenly turned red. It did not fly towards Lin Ling, but stared angrily at Lin Ling. The people from the various temples also looked at Lin Ling in shock. In order to kill a divine beast, Lin Ling had risked his life. Now, even if he wanted to escape, he probably couldn't. Lin Ling has killed 2 divine beasts so far. But these 2 divine beasts were not easy to kill. Now, even escaping is a problem. He's really a guy that values money over his life. No one was not shocked by Lin Ling's actions. Indeed, Lin Ling's actions were completely different from what they had imagined. He did not play by the rules. Pung, however, did Lin Ling only want to kill the purple jade bee. In the void, Lin Ling did not say a word. His soul force locked onto the Rahu blood mosquitoes, and he suddenly burst out with 800 world speed. Like a monster, he pounced over. At this moment, he had already fused his talents, and his current talents were all second-grade ultimate desolate bodies. After fusing them, his strength increased greatly. Boom. Boom, boom. Immediately, waves appeared in the void. Upon closer inspection, it was the void that had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. After fusing his talents, Lin Ling's strength had reached 8,000 world strength. With the fusion of his 5 dantians, how could his strength be weak? Boom, the Rahu blood mosquitoes never expected Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack it. It did not react in time and was struck by Lin Ling's punch. The surrounding void was like the ground, constantly tumbling. As for the Rahu blood mosquitoes, they were sent flying like a meteor. This guy, could it be him? What could it be? I think not only did he not plan on escaping, he even planned on killing the Rahu blood mosquitoes. That is to say, Lin Ling did not plan on letting the purple jade bees and the Rahu blood mosquitoes go? With Lin Ling's actions, everyone knew that they were wrong. Furthermore, they were ridiculously wrong. This was because Lin Ling was not prey, but a hunter. He did not even spare the Rahu blood mosquitoes. He is at the sage realm. Someone said nervously. For a Sage Realm Junior to challenge the number one divine beast under the demigod realm, it was unknown if he was arrogant or overestimating himself. Buzz, buzz. At this moment, the Rahu blood mosquitoes flew back once again. As the number one divine beast under the demigod realm, how could it only have this bit of ability? After it flew back, its sharp beak suddenly let out a buzzing sound towards the sky. At the same time, the entire void began to tremble. In a distant place, blood clouds began to appear, spreading from all directions. Seeing the blood clouds, the teachers from the various colleges had a drastic change in expression. Blood mosquito swarm. This was a swarm of blood mosquitoes, also known as the blood mosquito cloud sea. Blood mosquitoes were extremely terrifying existences in the 9 provinces. Everywhere they passed, life would be plunged into misery and suffering, and everything would be sucked dry. According to legend, during the era of gods, there was a powerful being called the blood mosquito god. He raised several Rahu blood mosquitoes, but with these mosquitoes, he was able to kill many gods and dominate a region during the era of gods. The reason was precisely because of the swarm of blood mosquitoes. This was because these blood mosquitoes were extremely difficult to deal with, and they were almost indestructible. After forming a blood cloud, they could suck everything in their path, even the flesh and blood of gods. Unless the Rahu blood mosquitoes died, the blood mosquitoes would never retreat. This was also the reason why the gods had trapped the Rahu blood mosquitoes in the Garden of the Gods. If the Rahu blood mosquitoes were allowed to go to the myriad worlds, who in the myriad worlds would be able to stop them? Buzz. Buzz. Kill the Luoho blood mosquito. Lin Ling, why aren't you running? Many people in the various great temples began to roar. Lin Ling, run. Over at the Wind Snow Academy, the vice principal, Siluan and the rest were also shouting anxiously. Although they knew that Lin Ling couldn't hear them, they still wanted to remind Lin Ling. Unfortunately, even if Lin Ling heard them, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he was standing in the void, slightly tilting his head, as if he could hear the cries of the blood mosquitoes in the distance. Bang! Lin Ling didn't retreat, but instead charged forward, once again pouncing towards the Luoho blood mosquito. His fist broke through the void, forming a sound wave and a light wave explosion. This punch was much more powerful than the ancestral power. It was the most ancient and the purest physical strength. Rumble. The Luoho blood mosquito was still roaring, summoning the blood mosquitoes. After being punched by Lin Ling, the wings on its body were a little scattered. However, it stared at Lin Ling with eyes full of hatred. It must kill this damned human. Although this human was a little powerful, it was absolutely impossible for him to kill it, because there wasn't much time left for this human. The blood mosquitoes were getting closer and closer. Buzz. Buzz. At this moment, the 4 seas and 8 wastelands were all red. The speed of the blood mosquitoes was terrifying. In the blink of an eye, they flooded the entire void. There was only one way left for Lin Ling, and it was very short. He had to rush in that direction within half an instance's time and try to escape before the blood mosquitoes flooded the area. Lin Ling, run. East. The vice principal and the rest could see the escape route and they all roared. Lin Ling, hurry up. If you're any slower, the only way out will be blocked and you won't be able to escape. These blood mosquitoes can destroy gods. If you're trapped, even if you're a god, you'll still fall. Many people in the various academies whispered. However, Lin Ling still didn't escape. He actually pounced towards the Luoho blood mosquito again. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling's fists continued to explode, breaking through the void and forcing the big blood Luoho mosquito to retreat step by step. Moreover, the big blood Luoho mosquito was very fast, attempting to avoid Lin Ling's violent fists. However, Lin Ling's speed was not slow either. He continued to chase after it, and every punch caused the big blood Luoho mosquito's resentful gaze to become even more intense. However, when Lin Ling chased after the Rahu blood mosquitoes, his only path of retreat was blocked by the swarm of blood mosquitoes. Lin Ling had nowhere to run. This guy is really sick. He really wants to kill the Rahu blood mosquito. At this moment, no one doubted Lin Ling's determination. However, could Lin Ling succeed? He was only a saint. Could he create such a miracle? Rumble. In the void, Lin Ling attacked in a frenzy. However, the Rahu blood mosquito was worthy of being called the #1 divine beast below the half-deity realm. Even after being punched so many times by Lin Ling, it still didn't die. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. On the contrary, a large number of blood mosquitoes arrived. It was as if the apocalypse had arrived, and they flooded towards Lin Ling. At this moment, many people shook their heads. Lin Ling was doomed. Illusion God World. In the void, Lin Ling's expression was still cold, but he also let out a low roar. Countless Lin Ling appeared, and a magnificent world appeared. The blood mosquitoes were immediately attracted by the countless Lin Ling. They let out buzzing sounds and flooded towards him. What was frightening was that the powerful illusion God world collapsed under the blood mosquitoes' inundation in just 3 breaths. All the illusions of Lin Ling were sucked clean by the blood mosquitoes. Then, the blood mosquitoes flooded towards Lin Ling once again. Moreover, the blood mosquitoes from other directions also arrived and flooded the entire void. The various great temples could no longer see Lin Ling. They could only see a sea of blood. Moreover, if they looked carefully, they would discover that these were mosquitoes that made one's scalp tingle. It was terrifying. Lin Ling is dead. At this moment, no one believed that Lin Ling was still alive. Some felt regret, some sneered, and some were incomparably happy, especially the new heavenly court, the Duan family, and the Flying Dragon organization. They were all shocked. This Lin Ling, who couldn't be killed no matter how many times they tried, finally died in the final world. Sigh, why was he so stupid? In the Snow Wind Academy, the vice principal and teacher Xiluan were shaking their heads. Lin Ling clearly had the chance to escape, but he didn't. This led to his eventual death. They didn't know whether to say that Lin Ling was stupid or that Lin Ling was too stubborn. The pale-faced man, Kagura, laughed mockingly. Originally, he had wanted to send someone to stop Lin Ling, but now there was no need for that at all, because Lin Ling was already courting death. However, no one saw that within the surging blood mosquitoes, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His injured eyes had recovered by more than half. When he opened his eyes, there was a flicker of light. The number 1 divine beast below the demigod level. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His hand touched his back, and the tyrannical song sword immediately appeared in his hand. At the same time, the sword gate on his back vibrated violently, and 18 divine swords shot out, cutting through the void and blooming with brilliant sword rainbows. True Inheritance Dark Sword. With Lin Ling's current strength, activating the True Inheritance Dark Sword would consume his life force. However, Lin Ling's Dragon God talent and Realm Swallowing Beast talent had greatly improved. He could afford to consume his life force in a short period of time, and he could also recover it. Xiao. Xiao, Xiao. As the blood mosquitoes flooded over, the 18 True Inheritance Dark Swords quickly passed by. At this moment, the Rahu blood mosquito was still buzzing. In its opinion, Lin Ling was dead for sure, but at this moment, it sensed that there were swords coming, like the swords of a god. Cha. Cha, cha. Those swords were incomparably sharp, and with a touch of God's power, they immediately cut the Rahu blood mosquito into 18 pieces. The Rahu blood mosquito did not expect the young man from before to have such a technique. However, for the Rahu blood mosquito to be so infamous, it had more than just this ability. One of the 18 pieces of flesh wriggled and actually transformed into a new Rahu blood mosquito, which then immediately flew off into the distance. This Rahu blood mosquito had an immortal and indestructible body. No wonder it was so difficult to deal with. However, just as it moved, a murderous aura and demonic aura enveloped it, annihilating everything. In the sky, a sword stabbed down. This made the Rahu blood mosquito look up, and it was shocked. This was because in the sky, a completely black monster was holding a sword and slashing down, and that sword was very terrifying. It was even more ferocious than the blood mosquito's reputation. This was a demonic sword. This was a god-slaying sword. Shua, a sword with endless murderous aura slashed down from the sky. The Rahu blood mosquito was immediately cut in two, but the immortal and indestructible blood mosquito split up again, trying to escape from that fatal sword. However, just as it revived and tried to escape, another sword slashed down. After that, every time the Rahu blood mosquito revived, a new sword would arrive instantly, killing everything. The first miracle, and in the void, Lin Ling was still standing there with his sword in hand. However, behind him, around him, and in the sky, the swarm of blood mosquitoes was less than 5 meters away from him. However, they had all stopped and were flying around like headless flies. Just a little bit more, and he, Lin Ling, would have been drowned by the swarm of blood mosquitoes and completely absorbed. But fortunately, at the critical moment, Lin Ling killed the Rahu blood mosquito. As expected of a terrifying existence left behind by the era of gods. I barely managed to kill it with all my strength. Moreover, if I had been a little slower, I would have been unable to escape this calamity. Lin Ling muttered to himself as a smile appeared on his face. Now, he had killed 3 divine beasts and passed the first test of the 3 divine tests. One had to admit that this test was indeed very difficult. It somewhat exceeded Lin Ling's imagination. No wonder Tian Ao and Luo Wucheng thought that it was impossible to become a master of Shin San Hall. Bang! Lin Ling put away his sword and took a step forward. Buzz buzz buzz, the terrifying blood mosquitoes in the surroundings were still like headless flies as they scurried around. Lin Ling walked through the blood mosquitoes. At this moment, the people of the various great temples all thought that Lin Ling was dead, and wanted to lock onto the images of the other experts. But at that moment, someone realized that the swarm of blood mosquitoes was squirming. It was as though the blood mosquitoes had turned into headless flies. Then, a pitch-black figure walked out from the endless blood mosquitoes. His eyes were already open, but they were flickering with light. Looking at that person, all of the 36 academies were in an uproar. It was Lin Ling. Moreover, Lin Ling was not dead. This meant that he had killed the Rahu blood mosquito. Oh my god, how could a sage kill the number 1 divine beast below the demigod realm? This was simply a miracle. Most importantly, Lin Ling had already killed 3 divine beasts and completely passed. Moreover, he was the first person to successfully pass so far. Countless people stared fixedly at Lin Ling, their hearts rumbling like thunder. How is this possible? The people of the New Heavenly Court, the Flying Dragon Organization, and the Duan clan all roared. This was because this was the best time to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling still managed to escape, causing them to be happy for nothing. It was infuriating. Bastard! The pale-faced man, Kagura, was so angry that he was breathing fire from his nostrils. It was said that the attack trial was the second most difficult of the 3 trials. This meant that Lin Ling had already passed 2 trials. After the endless blood mosquitoes dispersed, Lin Ling returned to his original form. He was still a little weak at the moment, but at that moment, a huge black cloud suddenly appeared not far away and rushed towards Lin Ling. This sudden scene caused the pale-faced Kagura and the others to be overjoyed. They could also see that the current Lin Ling was very weak. Any mythological beast could take Lin Ling's life. However, the mythological beast that appeared in front of Lin Ling was also an extremely difficult existence to deal with. It had the title of being immortal and indestructible. Ha ha ha, although Lin Ling has passed, he is yet to be recognized by the gods. In the process, he might die. Perhaps this is what they mean by extreme joy begets sorrow, hee hee. The elites of the New Heavenly Court, the Duan clan, and the others were all dancing with joy. This time, Lin Ling was dead for sure. This time, Lin Ling wanted to make them happy for nothing? In his dreams, at that moment, in the void, Lin Ling frowned as he looked at the black cloud in front of him. Lin Ling was very familiar with this mythological beast. This was because this huge black cloud was the realm-swallowing beast. However, compared to Lin Ling's adult form, this realm-swallowing beast was clearly in the stage of a child. Chi. At that moment, the realm-swallowing beast opened its mouth wide and wanted to swallow Lin Ling. Scram! Lin Ling narrowed his eyes and suddenly shouted angrily. The majestic aura of a king spread out like a storm. The realm-swallowing beast opened its mouth wide and suddenly trembled. The next moment, it turned into a black cloud and fled. It fled very quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This change made the pale-faced man, Kagura, and the others in the New Heavenly Court open their mouths wide. Their expressions were abnormally ugly. This time, they were happy for nothing again. It was as if they had seen a peerless beauty, and the beauty had agreed to have a romantic relationship with them. However, at the critical moment, the beauty had taken off her clothes and turned out to be a man. This was the feeling. It was more disgusting than eating a fly. Lin Ling of the Snowwind Academy has passed. At the same time, an ancient voice came from the void. Lin Ling, good job. Brother Lin Ling, you are so cool. Ha ha ha, our Snowwind Academy's Lin Ling is the first to pass. Lin Ling, I love you to death. After a short moment of silence, a large number of women's voices came from the Snowwind Academy. As for the 36 academies, they were also shocked. They were not surprised that Lin Ling was the first to pass. but they were surprised by Lin Ling's cultivation realm. Lin Ling was actually at the sage stage. In the history of the 36 academies, Lin Ling was the first to pass the attack stage with a sage stage cultivation. It had to be said that this was really a miracle. Interesting. After passing the attack stage, the speed stage should not be able to stop him. What's left is the defense stage. Maybe he will fail in the defense stage, but he might also pass and become the first sage stage expert of the Divine Three Halls. Let's wait and see. The various teachers and deans of the 36 academies were all muttering to themselves. Hee, this guy has passed. Next, it's our turn. Yeah, Lin Ling has only joined the God-slaying alliance for a short period of time. He has always been weaker than us, but now, the gap between us is getting smaller and smaller. However, Sakura, Meng Lu, and Wangu Wuji are all monsters. Those who follow Lin Ling are not weaklings. On the other side of the void, two men looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely be surprised to find that these two people were actually acquaintances of the God-slaying alliance. Moreover, they were also students of the 36 academies. As time passed, more and more people passed. Of course, there were also many who failed. But overall, there were still many people who passed the test from the two academies, Snowwind Academy and E-Garden. The second stage was the speed stage. It was said that this stage was the easiest of the three stages. All the experts who passed the stage appeared in the void again and were separated into two worlds. One was for the Snowwind Academy and the other was for the E-Garden. Both sides were tested separately. Lin Ling stood in the void with the Snowwind Academy's people who passed the test. Lin Ling, you're really lucky. Looking at Lin Ling, the experts of the Snowwind Academy's Divine Three Halls grumbled unhappily. Lin Ling actually became the first student to pass the attack stage. This made them lose all their face. Moreover, Lin Ling had made fun of them not long ago, causing them to lose face in the 36 academies. Therefore, they were unhappy when they saw Lin Ling. Although the speed stage is simple, those who don't have a certain speed will definitely fail. Lin Ling, you're going to fail miserably. Speed test. The others nodded their heads in anticipation, as if they had already seen Lin Ling fail. Unfortunately, Lin Ling did not even look at them, as if he was too lazy to look at a group of idiots. This was because this group of people did not see how he defeated the Luoho blood mosquito. Otherwise, they would not dare to say such things. But the people in the sacred hall knew how terrifying Lin Ling's speed was. If he, Lin Ling, failed, then 70% of the people in this group would fail. The speed test was in the void. There were large numbers of ancient divine birds. The participating disciples must not be touched by any of the divine birds within an incense stick's time, or else they would fail. One had to know that this was the God Queen's garden. The divine birds that appeared here were definitely not weak. Phoenixes, vermilion birds, kuan, bifong, golden crow, and other divine birds were extremely common, and the difficulty of the test increased as time passed. The number of divine birds also increased. At the same time, the test began. In the void, large numbers of gorgeous divine birds appeared. They flew beautifully, like meteors. Lu Yun failed. Why didn't I get touched by the divine birds? Look at your crotch. There are burn marks there. You were burned by the vermilion bird's flames. An ancient voice came from the void. It seemed to be the voice of the sacred Knight of Gods. Ah? No wonder I always felt that the area between my legs was very cool. Although the speed test was simple, there were still many experts who failed. This was because even if they could avoid the attacks of the divine birds, they could not guarantee that they would not be touched by the divine birds. Basically, without a speed of 500 worlds and above, most of them failed. This Shifan is not bad. He reached a speed of 600 worlds. His talent is related to light, increasing his speed greatly. Pass. Some students had great talent, reaching the 6th grade ultimate Desala body. They were able to display the power of their talent and barely lasted for an incense stick's time. But in general, most of the experts from the 3rd hall who participated in the Snowwind Academy's test failed. Next, Lin Ling. In the void, the ancient voice came out again. Lin Ling, Lin Ling. In the sacred hall of the Snowwind Academy, a large number of female screams immediately came out. The current Lin Ling was even more popular than before. In fact, there were quite a number of girls from the other academies who were secretly staring at that figure, their eyes filled with a fiery glow. Lin Ling, it's undeniable that your attack test is indeed formidable, but you'll definitely fail in the speed test. We'll wait for you to fall from the altar into the abyss and lose all face. That's right. Speed depends on talent. I don't believe you can be faster than us. Many of the defeated experts of the Third Divine Hall sneered. The more attention Lin Ling received, the more unbalanced they felt. A newcomer dared to steal their limelight, however, the white-faced man and the others in the temple didn't think so. They clearly saw how terrifying Lin Ling's speed was during the previous assessment. They didn't see the experts of the Third Hall who were still in the assessment, so they dared to say this. Then I'll show you what speed is. At this moment, Lin Ling disdainfully smiled and strode into the void in front of him. Previously, he had seen everyone's assessment, so he didn't put this test in his eyes at all. Roar! As soon as he arrived in the void, 3 huge phoenixes flew over with long tails like lightning. Lin Ling smiled faintly and his godly devil body erupted. The speed of 600 worlds appeared. Buzz, buzz. The 3 phoenixes couldn't catch up with Lin Ling's speed. They kept flying in the open space, drawing a gorgeous picture. This speed test is not difficult for Lin Ling at all. Many people stared at Lin Ling's world and kept shaking their heads. They had seen Lin Ling's battle before, so they knew that Lin Ling's speed was not as simple as 600 worlds. As for the experts of the Snow Wind Academy who were taking the assessment with Lin Ling, their faces were ugly and they were shocked. Lin Ling's strength was once again beyond their imagination. Buzz, buzz. Gradually, more and more divine birds flew out. Yellow Sand Flame Phoenix, Jewel Evil Divine Vulture, Earth Shaking Martin, and even some divine birds turned into an ancient forest that covered half of the void. This caused the area where Lin Ling could dodge to become smaller and smaller. However, Lin Ling's speed was not as simple as 600 worlds. With his talent fusion, 800 worlds erupted and all the divine birds were dodged by him. Moreover, Lin Ling's soul force was very strong. When the divine birds were about to approach, he could predict in advance and narrowly avoid them. Impossible, those divine birds have divine light protecting their bodies, which can reflect the martial artist's divination and calculation method. I tried to use the Heaven and Earth audiovisual great technique before, but I couldn't detect the traces of the divine birds. How could Lin Ling know the movements of the divine birds in advance? Seeing that Lin Ling still had not failed, the experts of the Xianxia Hall were incomparably jealous. Because a martial artist of the Xianxia Hall was more powerful than them, how could they put down their faces? And as time passed, more and more divine birds flew out. However, Lin Ling still calmly faced them, which caused the Wind Snow Academy's holy hall to burst into cheers like waves. The white-faced man, Kagura, coldly snorted. Although he already knew that Lin Ling could pass, seeing Lin Ling so relaxed, he was still extremely unhappy in his heart, because in this test of speed, so far, Lin Ling was the only one who could face it so casually. Although the other disciples could pass, they were clearly in a difficult situation. The time it took for an incense stick to burn passed quietly, but Lin Ling did not exit. He had entered a strange state of intoxication. This was because there were more and more divine birds in the entire void, causing Lin Ling to use the Wind and Rain Myriad Realms technique. His speed was constantly stimulated, the distance to the final world technique was getting closer and closer, and the divine paladins from the gods did not stop Lin Ling. Instead, they wanted to see how many divine birds Lin Ling could withstand. In the void, the number of divine birds had already reached 500. These divine birds were constantly flying, drawing gorgeous patterns in the void. It was a very beautiful scene, extremely rare, and the experts of the 36 academies were completely shocked. 500 divine birds, they did not dare to imagine that this Lin Ling had once again broken the speed record, because in the previous assessment of the Wind Snow Academy, at most, faced 70 to 80 divine birds. 600, this kid is really crazy. I really don't understand what kind of talent he has. How can his speed be so fast? TSK, Wind Snow Academy recruited a good seedling. The teachers of the major academies said enviously. And now, there was no space to dodge in the void, there were divine birds everywhere. Lin Ling's failure seemed to be only a matter of time, but even so, Lin Ling had created a new record and completely passed. Wait a minute, look, those divine birds are not flying, but hovering in one place. Tiski Garden, in the void, the divine birds that should have occupied the entire void were not flying everywhere at the moment. Instead, they kept flying in one place, as if they were spinning in circles, forming a beautiful vortex. Lin Ling stood in the distance, calm and composed. Could it be? Some teachers' eyes narrowed as they thought of a possibility. Those divine birds were confused by Lin Ling's speed, causing them to be unable to distinguish the direction and unable to find any trace of Lin Ling. What kind of martial art did Lin Ling use? Its origin should not be small. It actually has the power of wind and rain, and can bewitch those divine birds. Even Snow Wind Academy's vice principal's face was solemn. He never thought that Lin Ling would have this kind of martial art. He guessed that this martial art must have been left behind by a god, however, his guess was not wrong. This wind and rain myriad worlds technique came from Nanhua Wind and Rain Treasure God. Pass. Finally, the voice of a divine knight came out from the void. Lin Ling also left the void step by step. He was calm and collected. Even if the sky collapsed, he would not be alarmed. Looking at the blue-robed man, the 36 Academy's holy halls were silent. This was the first time everyone had seen such a scene of passing. It was simply unimaginable. The most frightening thing was that this Lin Ling was only in the Saint Realm. As the Snow Wind Academy's assessment ended, in the other world, the E-Garden also ended. Although compared to Lin Ling's dazzling results, the E-Garden did not have any outstanding areas, but the number of experts who passed was much more. Did Lin Ling pass? Yes. I received news that Lin Ling passed. Moreover, his result was the best in the Snow Wind Academy's world. Hee hee, this guy is going to compete with us in the last round. I wonder if he will be surprised when he sees us. Yes. We definitely will. However, we shouldn't be too complacent. The E-Garden is ranked 4th among the 36 academies. There are as many experts as there are clouds in the sky. Those people ranked above us, we must defeat them in the defense assessment. Yes. Over at the E-Garden, the two people who had just passed were chatting with smiles. They were also looking forward to the final assessment because they would be able to completely reunite with the son of demon, Lin Ling. After the two-world speed assessment ended, the last level of defense, the Trial of the Gods, arrived. This was the most difficult of the 3 trials of the gods because it was also the top of the Transcendence Tower. It was said that the Ethereal Tower was an ancient tower that led directly to the gods. It floated in the void, and it was one of the treasures of the 36 academies. Basically, every expert who was confident in themselves would try their best to pass the first 2 trials of the gods and gather in the final trial, the Tongshan Tower. This was because not only could the Tongshan Tower lead directly to the gods, but it also had a great power that could increase a martial artist's strength in all aspects, realm, talent, ancestral power, etc. There was once an expert who had ascended from the 4th level martial progenitor realm to the 7th level martial progenitor realm using the Ethereal Tower. Transcendence of the transcended transcendence transcended transcendence to the transcendence its transcended transcendence. It could be said that Transcendence Tower could save a warrior 100 years, or even 1,000 years of bitter cultivation. It could be said to be a cultivation accelerator. There were even experts who deliberately did not enter the god list so that they could pass the Transcendence Tower a few more times. Due to various reasons, the Transcendence Tower had left behind countless legends in the history of the final world. Under the gazes of the 36 Academy's experts, the experts of the Snow Wind Academy and the E-Garden gathered in a world of void. This world was pitch black and extremely ancient, as if it was a fragment of the void left behind by the gods. There weren't many people in the Snow Wind Academy who could reach the final stage. Among them, the more famous ones were Lin Ling, a girl called Xianxia, and another called Tang Dong. Of course, in terms of fame, they were still slightly inferior to Lin Ling and the others. Looking at the E-Garden, there were many experts who could reach the 3rd stage of the gods. Because the E-Garden was ranked 4th among the 36 academies, the experts of the entire E-Garden were obviously more powerful. Looking at the experts of the 2 academies, the faces of the 36 academies experts in the Sacred Hall turned solemn. Because of the experts who were about to pass the final stage, a portion of them would appear on the god list. The void was very quiet, but a moment later, a void storm appeared, as if foreshadowing the extraordinary events of today. Rumble, in just a moment, a huge white ancient tower appeared in the void. This ancient tower emitted a myriad of colors, and the top of the tower was like a pearl. A ray of starlight actually illuminated the entire void. At this moment, the faces of the experts in the void turned solemn. In fact, everyone in the sacred hall of the 36 academies was the same, looking at the mysterious ancient tower. A sense of reverence appeared in their hearts, as if they were looking at a god, the most famous existence in the final world. Unfortunately, there were only a few people who could see a god, and there was hope to see a god in the Transcendence Tower. Although it was just a glimpse, it was still a supreme glory. Taking a closer look, this Transcendence Tower had a total of 9 levels. It seemed that if one could reach the 9th level, they would be able to see a god. However, in the endless history of the Transcendence Tower, no one had ever reached the 9th level. So far, the best result was someone who reached the 8th level, and when they reached the 822nd step, they failed completely, and this 822nd step was also the best result in the 36 academies, and no one had ever surpassed it. The expert who had achieved the best result was still talked about enthusiastically, and his name was passed down through the ages. In the void, all the experts were looking at the Transcendence Tower. Although the Transcendence Tower was huge, compared to the experience of the experts, they had seen even bigger ancient towers. However, the Transcendence Tower had a divine charm to it. It was tall and majestic, and it made the experts feel that the most majestic tower they had ever seen in their lives was none other than the Transcendence Tower. Perhaps in their hearts, it was no longer a tower, but a sky of gods. Bang! At this moment, the experts in the void suddenly wriggled, and a man with long white hair walked out indifferently. With his hands behind his back, he looked at the Transcendence Tower in the distance. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he stood there motionlessly, like an ancient war god. E-Garden's Wu Zun, currently in the E-Garden, among the experts who had yet to enter the god list, he was ranked 3rd, and although this Wu Zun had yet to enter the god list, his strength was actually more powerful than many experts on the god list. Everyone's eyes were filled with worship. Experts were respected no matter where they went, but at this time, another wave of energy rippled out, and the crowd split apart. Following that, 3 beautiful women walked out calmly. These 3 women were all very beautiful, each with their own charm. Moreover, they were all extremely powerful. It's the 3 beauties of the E-Garden. Wow! So beautiful. Humph. You people from the Snow Wind Academy have a feast for your eyes. Such top beauties only appear in our E-Garden. Humph. Young Master Yao. However, just take a look. Don't have any improper thoughts because the 3 beauties of E-Garden are already taken. Yes. The experts of E-Garden reminded him. For the experts of Snow Wind Academy, this was their first time seeing the 3 beauties of E-Garden. Originally, they had some strange thoughts in their hearts, but now, they did not dare to. The flowers are already taken. This meant that the top experts of E-Garden had taken a fancy to them. With their strength, how could they dare to touch them? The 3 goddesses' expressions were indifferent as they heard the discussions around them. They quietly lifted their pure white necks and walked past the crowd like white swans. Their beautiful eyes didn't care about the mortals around them at all. Instead, they stared at the pure white ancient pagoda in the distance. Looking at their backs, the crowd licked their lips again. Get lost. Yes. But at this time an angry shout rang out. Following that, a man less than 1.5 meters tall swaggered out with his hands behind his back, but after seeing this person, everyone's face changed greatly. Someone said nervously, could it be the number 1 expert of E-Garden who has yet to enter the god list, Lord Long? Yes. Not even 1.5 meters tall, with a burly body and a wild aura. That's right, it's him. I heard that this guy is very domineering. He eats all his opponents. He eats people without spitting out their bones. Tisk tsk, although he's not tall, he's domineering. Yes. Many people exclaimed, especially the experts of Snow Wind Academy. Each of them felt a huge pressure. Compared to E-Garden, Snow Wind Academy was still much weaker. Hee, Lord Long wants to reach the top of the 8th floor, break the record in the history of God's tower, and meet the gods. Yes. Suddenly, an expert of E-Garden said proudly, as if he was Lord Long's Snow Wind Academy's experts' faces changed, and endless yearning appeared in their eyes. Lord Long is indeed powerful. Could it be that he wants to surpass the record of the 8th floor and reach the 9th floor? Lord Long's face was still calm in the face of everyone's burning gazes. His burning eyes were still staring at the god's tower, as if the only thing in the world in his eyes was the ancient tower that leads to the world of gods. In fact, he had come to the god's tower 100 years ago, but in the end, he only reached the 7th floor and did not surpass his predecessors. This was his biggest regret. Therefore, in the end, he gave up on the test and did not enter the divine list. He had bitterly cultivated for 100 years and had finally gained some enlightenment. Today, he had come to break the record. Not only did he want to surpass his predecessors, he also wanted to meet the gods. At this moment, he was no different from a statue, a martial arts fanatic. In his eyes, the only thing that mattered to him was the 9th level of the ethereal tower. Because of this, even when the 3 beauties of the E-Garden looked at him, he remained indifferent, and this was Lord Long, who was ranked first in this assessment. However, not long after, another black-haired man walked out. This person wore the long robes of the E-Garden. His long hair casually fell to his shoulders, giving off an extremely gloomy feeling. Upon seeing this black-haired man, everyone subconsciously made way for him. The black-haired man swept his gaze across the crowd. Wherever he passed, the experts would subconsciously lower their heads. Although they were martial ancestors, the ancestors of the martial way, they were still like ants when they encountered experts stronger than them. Upon closer inspection, the black-haired man had a scar on his face that stretched from his left eyebrow all the way to his right mouth. It was extremely hideous. The fact that the slash was able to leave a mark on the martial progenitor's face proved how extraordinary it was. The black-haired man's name was Du Cho, and he was from the New Heavenly Court. He was also ranked second in this assessment. Most importantly, this person was extremely vicious and merciless. When he killed someone, he would torture them to death. Once, someone from the southern border had offended him, and he had chopped off all their limbs and buried them in a vat. He had also placed a large amount of spiritual herbs in the vat to ensure that the person in the vat would not die. Later on, when an expert passed by that realm, he was immediately frightened because that realm was filled with water vats. Everyone was buried in the vats, and they were living a life worse than death. All sorts of painful groans could be heard from that realm every day. This person was even more terrifying than Lord Long. After all, Lord Long only killed his opponents and did not torture them. On the other hand, Du Cho killed both the good and the bad. He did not let the strong or the weak go. In an instant, almost all the experts of the E-Garden had gathered. The first was Lord Long, the second was Du Cho, and the third was Wu Zun. However, these 3 people's goal was to break the record, while the others' goal was to pass the assessment. Therefore, there was no conflict between their goals. At this moment, everyone was waiting for the opening of the ethereal tower. Even Prince Majin is here. Wasn't that guy crippled by Du Cho? I saw Prince Majin's limbs being chopped off by Du Cho with my own eyes. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise. Among the crowd, a burly man stood there like a puppet. He was none other than Majin Tianzi. Prince Majin? On the Snow Wind Academy's side, Lin Ling, who had been silent all this time, suddenly had a gleam in his eyes. Prince Majin, the second leader of the God Slayer Alliance, was actually here. Could it be that he was an expert of the E-Garden? Without a doubt, Lin Ling was incomparably surprised. However, after thinking about it, he understood. All along, Lin Ling wasn't the strongest in the God Slayer Alliance. For example, young Master Yao, Prince Mo Jin, and the others were all more powerful than Lin Ling. Therefore, it wasn't strange for them to arrive at the final world before Lin Ling. Prince Ma Jin is here. Young Beast Lord, where is Ye Shui? Then, Lin Ling's eyes wandered around. Indeed, beside Prince Ma Jin, he saw a strange man. It was young Beast Lord. Lin Ling suddenly smiled. He walked out from the Snow Wind Academy's side and walked towards young Beast Lord. Lin Ling, what are you doing? That's E-Garden's matter. Our Snow Wind Academy should not interfere. Is this Lin Ling crazy? E-Garden is much stronger than us. How can our Snow Wind Academy interfere with their own internal strife? Hee, just ignore him. He thinks he's a big shot just because he got first place in the attack and speed tests. He doesn't know that in the 3 tests, the most important one is the defense test. This is the real battlefield for experts. Many people in the Snow Wind Academy sneered. The experts of the E-Garden also looked at Lin Ling with disdain. Although they knew that Lin Ling was a dark horse and had created miracles, miracles were miracles. It did not mean that Lin Ling was strong. The defensive assessment was the real battlefield for experts. Lin Ling was not qualified to participate in such a battle. Lin Ling, I finally see you. Young Beast Lord and Prince Majin stared at Lin Ling. They were not surprised that Lin Ling had appeared because they had been paying attention to Lin Ling since a long time ago. Hee, long time no see. Lin Ling smiled and walked forward, ignoring the gazes of the experts of the E-Garden. He then said lightly, you guys seem to have encountered some trouble. Hee, it's just a small matter. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations I'll break your ear. Oh. Lin Ling was surprised. Majin Tianzi was from the She-Ghost tribe, one of the 9 prefecture's 10 evils. Since he was injured, it meant that Du Chou was extremely powerful. Do you need help? Lin Ling asked immediately. As a member of the God Slayer Alliance, he wouldn't just stand by and do nothing. However, many people in the E-Garden laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling thought too highly of himself. He dared to challenge Du Chou as a saint. He didn't know how terrifying Du Chou and the others were. Du Chou shook his head and didn't even look at Lin Ling. In his mind, Lin Ling wasn't even qualified to be looked at, let alone be his opponent. Maybe young Beast Lord was qualified. No need, we can handle it ourselves. Our goal in participating in the 3 tests is to defeat them. Young Beast Lord smiled confidently. As the leader of the God Slayer Alliance, he wouldn't let Lin Ling look down on him. Majin Tianzi looked at Lin Ling and said, Du Chou, an expert from the New Heavenly Court. He didn't say much, but Lin Ling immediately understood why young Beast Lord and the others were targeting Du Chou. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. In the final world, only an expert like Du Chou could arouse people's passion. He knew very well that if they could make young Beast Lord and the others suffer, it meant that they were extremely powerful. Lord Long, Wu Zun, and the others ignored Lin Ling. They only looked at young Beast Lord and Majin Tianzi. They knew that these 2 were the real enemies. However, even if they didn't want to make a move on Lin Ling, it didn't mean that the others in the E-Garden wouldn't do it. A few of them were staring at Lin Ling with ill intentions. Then, they walked out. Binghua and Xianjin came from Yuanjue Academy, but because they accidentally killed someone, they came to the E-Garden. They had a good relationship with us, but now, you killed them? The strength of these people was not weak. The leader was 2 meters tall and had a general's belly. When he walked, his belly swayed left and right. When he arrived in front of Lin Ling, he was like a giant looking down at Lin Ling. At the side, young Master Yao and the others frowned, but they didn't do anything. They knew that Lin Ling was the 4th leader of the God-Slaying Alliance and had his own pride. They didn't have the qualifications to help with such a trivial matter. Otherwise, they would be humiliating Lin Ling. Lin Ling's face was as calm as ever as he looked at them. He knew that Third Fire and Profound Gold were the 2 idiot brothers he had encountered while killing the White Tiger. At that time, Hua Qingyun blocked everything. Although there is no evidence to prove that you killed them, I am sure that you did it. The man with the belly of a general said indifferently. Sage Realm, I really don't understand where you got the strength to kill the Third Fire brothers. Another person beside him said coldly. They were also in the assessment and weren't in the temple, so they didn't see the battle between Lin Ling and the Luoho blood mosquito. Naturally, they didn't know the depth of Lin Ling's strength. Those 2 idiot brothers were indeed killed by me. Do you have any objections? At this moment, Lin Ling said plainly. Idiot brothers. As soon as these words were spoken, those people were enraged. Many people from the E-Garden also frowned. Although they were not familiar with the Binghua brothers, they were still part of the E-Garden. How could they be humiliated by the people from the Snow Wind Academy? You have guts to kill the Third Fire brothers and still dare to admit it. But I know why you are so arrogant. You think that we don't dare to kill you, so you are unscrupulous. But let me tell you, although under the eyes of the gods, people from the various academies are not allowed to kill each other, if you lose an arm or a leg, the gods won't care. Do you understand what I'm saying? The man with the general's belly kept talking, each voice louder than the last. What he said was indeed the truth. In the final world, cultivators can't kill at will, but it doesn't mean that they can't cripple others. And such a thing, the gods naturally won't care. Thank you for the reminder. Lin Ling suddenly understood and nodded. He could naturally see the strength of these people. To be honest, he didn't put them in his eyes. Only Du Jiao and the others could enter Lin Ling's eyes. Thank you? The man with the general's belly was stunned. What did this mean? Senior brother, he means to thank us for reminding him. He wants to cripple us now. Someone next to him reacted and immediately said fiercely. How dare you? The man with the general's belly was furious. The experts of the E-Garden narrowed their eyes. This Snow Wind Academy cultivator was too arrogant. Did he think that the E-Garden didn't exist? Although Lin Ling passed the attack assessment as a Sage Realm cultivator and set the first record, but a record is just a record. It doesn't mean that Lin Ling is strong. As for the experts of the Snow Wind Academy, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling is really a madman. He actually dares to provoke the E-Garden, which is ranked 4th among the 36 academies. I'll break your ear. At this moment, the man with the general's belly burst out with a powerful aura. What's terrifying is that his talent is the 5th grade Divine Moon Rabbit. Such a tall and sturdy man's talent is actually the cute Divine Moon Rabbit. This could not help but shock everyone, and the Divine Moon Rabbit's speed is very fast. Although the man with the general's belly looks clumsy, his attack speed is also extremely fast. His palm turned into a knife and chopped towards Lin Ling's ear. Moreover, this knife was silent. In the crowd, Touch the Gold Sun frowned. He didn't know Lin Ling's strength. He only knew that Lin Ling passed the attack assessment as a Sage Realm cultivator. That's all. He immediately wanted to help, but at this moment, an arm stopped him. It was young Beastmaster. Furthermore, young Beastmaster shook his head at him. Since His Excellency Lin Ling dares to face him, he must have his own ideas. We can't disturb him. Young Beastmaster thought highly of himself and didn't place anyone in his eyes. However, he had always respected Lin Ling. Touch the Gold Sun immediately thought of the god vanquishing plan and the death of martial god Qilin. He immediately nodded and stopped attacking, and at this moment, Lin Ling calmly stared at his opponent's attack. He instantly determined that his opponent had a 5th grade ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's body immediately turned pitch black. Innate fusion transformation, his speed instantly reached 800 world speed. Before the man's attack arrived, he slashed out with his sword, cold light flashed and blood spurted out. Following that, an ear fell to the ground. Ah! Following that, a painful scream was heard. The fat man was holding his ear and looking at Lin Ling in horror. He unleashed his innate talent and attacked at 600 world speed. However, before he could chop off Lin Ling's ear, his own ear was chopped off. Most importantly, his innate talent was the Divine Moon Rabbit. His hearing was the most terrifying and he could hear the sounds of 10,000 worlds. However, he couldn't hear Lin Ling's sword. You're courting death. Translator, trans and editor, trans, and because you're not qualified enough. Only the people from the 36 sacred academies didn't find this scene strange. That man thought that he had the mystic Moon Rabbit and his attack speed was fast, but he didn't know that after Lin Ling transformed, even the Rahu blood mosquito couldn't escape from his fist. Therefore, the man was simply courting death. However, he could not be blamed because when Lin Ling fought the Luoho blood mosquito alone, the people who were still in the assessment could not see it. You have some ability. At this moment, the people from the E-Garden were shocked, and Wu Zun narrowed his eyes. Of course, they were only surprised and thought that the man was careless. Otherwise, he would not have been subdued by a Sage Stage Junior. As for the man with the general's belly, after he calmed down, he naturally thought so too. He must have been careless. Now, he had one of his ears cut off. If he did not get back at him, how could he face others in the E-Garden in the future? Boom. The man immediately exploded with all his realm essence. This time, he did not underestimate his opponent. The Moon Rabbit appeared behind him, and with a flash of moonlight, he burst out with a speed faster than light. Seeing this, the people from the 36 academies were shocked. Those who could reach the last stage of the 3 divine tests were indeed worthy of their reputation, bang, at the same time, a dull sound rang out. The man was like the moon rabbit's leg, and his fist smashed onto Lin Ling's chest. The power of this kick was extremely terrifying, and could easily break through 10,000 realms. In the martial ancestor realm, no one below the late stage of the martial ancestor realm could block it. At this moment, many people in the E Garden laughed. This brat from the Wind Snow Academy was still alive, however, the smoke was still spreading and gradually dissipating. In the eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling was still standing there quietly. Dragon scales had appeared on his chest, blocking the man's fists. Swoosh, at the same time, sword light flashed, and blood spurted out again. Since you don't want your ear, I'll cut it off for you. Pa, another ear fell into the void, and the scarlet blood stimulated everyone's heart. This time, it was not carelessness. Most importantly, this Lin Ling actually took a direct hit from the Divine Moon Rabbit, and even used it to counterattack. This terrifying counterattack also cut off 2 of the rabbit's ears. The most terrifying thing about the rabbit, other than its speed, was its ears. However, without its ears, its battle prowess was undoubtedly reduced by half. Puff, sure enough, the fat man spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked extremely dispirited, like a deflated balloon. Most terrifyingly, his cultivation dropped rapidly from the 7th layer martial progenitor realm to the 5th layer martial progenitor realm, then the 1st layer martial progenitor realm, and finally the martial saint realm. It seemed like his ultimate desolate body had been broken, causing his cultivation level to plummet. The experts of the E Garden all frowned. The huge contrast in front of them undoubtedly made them feel that it was very unreal. This Snow Wind Academy's younger generation, his talent was not simple. Everyone, avenge me. At this moment, the fat man's face was pale as he roared. His ears had been severed by Lin Ling, and even his cultivation had been crippled. How could he swallow this anger? Cripple him. The experts who were on good terms with the fat man shouted coldly at this moment. Someone moved the fastest and had already pounced at Lin Ling. Of course, with so many people watching, he obviously did not dare to kill Lin Ling. However, crippling Lin Ling was something that could not be avoided. However, before the person could reach Lin Ling, an ice-cold sword hung in front of his neck. Swoosh. Furthermore, with a flash of sword light, something extremely familiar happened. An ear fell to the ground. Who do you think you are to cripple me? Lin Ling's sword was still hanging by the man's neck as he spoke coldly. At this moment, all the people who had wanted to attack Lin Ling stopped. Their eyes were fixed on Lin Ling. Another ear cut? Subconsciously, they felt a chill in their ears, as if their ears had been cut off by someone. In fact, Lin Ling's speed was too fast and his methods were extremely ruthless. He specialized in cutting off people's ears. Kid, the Snow Wind Academy is ranked last among the 36 academies. It can't be compared to the E Garden. Aren't you afraid of provoking the E Garden? That person was threatened by the sword, but he did not believe that Lin Ling would dare to kill him, so he spoke coldly. Who does the E Garden think you are? However, Lin Ling shook his head and smiled. The sword in his hand flashed and blood immediately gushed out. Another ear fell to the ground. This person's ears were also cut off. Just like the fat man before, his ears were cut off in front of everyone's eyes. Since you can't understand human language, your ears are useless. At the same time, Lin Ling's indifferent voice floated out. These words seemed to be a reminder, but when it fell into the ears of the experts of the E Garden, it seemed to be filled with endless sarcasm. Cutting off ears? This person from the Snow Wind Academy was too arrogant. The experts of the E Garden, at this moment, their faces were incomparably cold. They never thought that a mere junior from the Snow Wind Academy would dare to be so arrogant. As for the warriors of the Snow Wind Academy, each of them were so scared that their faces turned pale. The final assessment of the 3 divine tests had actually turned into a battle between Lin Ling and the E Garden, and in the sacred hall of the 36 academies, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that the miracle creator, Lin Ling, would be so arrogant. Kid, if you have something to say, let's talk nicely. Cutting off people's ears, this is too much of a bully. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out. The one who spoke was actually the 3rd-ranked Wu Zun. Hearing this, Lin Ling looked at Wu Zun and smiled faintly. Too much of a bully. When the experts of the E Garden attacked him, why didn't Wu Zun stand up and speak? Right now, the experts of the E Garden had their ears cut off and this Wu Zun ran out to say that he was bullying. What are you laughing at? Seeing Lin Ling looking at him with disdain, Wu Zun immediately frowned. I'm laughing. Who do you think you are to actually speak to me in such a tone? Lin Ling shook his head again and withdrew the sword in his hand. However, with a kick of his leg, the power of the 8,000 worlds erupted and sent the man in front of him flying like a cannonball. This action was undoubtedly even more insolent. This was directly bullying the people of the E-Garden in front of the 3 strongest people of the E-Garden. Kid, let me give you a word of advice. Don't be too arrogant. Wu Zun's voice immediately became gloomy, and terrifying. However, before he could speak, Lin Ling had already interrupted him indifferently. There's no need to send me off, because you're not qualified. When Lin Ling's words floated out, everyone was shocked. Moreover, the 36 academies were also shocked. You're not qualified. Lin Ling actually used such a tone to speak to Wu Zun of the E-Garden. Wu Zun was a powerhouse ranked 3rd in the current assessment. How could such an expert be provoked by a mere stage expert? This Lin Ling was dead meat. Perhaps he would implicate all the warriors of the Wind Snow Academy today. The 3 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance, everyone could clearly sense that this cold energy came from Wu Zun's body. Moreover, this cold energy was mixed with many different kinds of auras. There was majesty, killing intent, tyranny, nirvana, and so on. After they fused together, it was like the majesty of a god. However, no one was surprised by Wu Zun's anger. Anyone would be enraged to be provoked by a newcomer at the Saint Realm. The strong naturally had their own pride. It seems that I don't have to say anything. Although I can't kill people here, I'll tell you that I'll definitely cripple you. Wu Zun took a step forward, and countless Arhat Dharma images appeared behind him. They were majestic, as if gods and Buddhas had arrived. Leave him to me. However, at this moment, an emotionless voice suddenly sounded. Then, a cracking sound was heard as if a metal man had walked out of the void. He was the Prince of Fortune. Everyone was stunned when they saw Prince Mo Jin's almost metallic face. One had to admit that Prince Mo Jin had a tall stature and a cold aura. He gave off an extremely strong sense of majesty. However, many sneered after recalling the recent battle at the E-Garden. Prince Mo Jin fought against Du Chou in that battle. In the end, Prince Mo Jin was crippled by Du Chou. His entire body was torn to pieces and could be considered a cripple, and now, the Golden Prince had actually come out to show off? Has this guy been beaten silly? You still dare to be arrogant at this time? You've already been crippled, yet you still think of yourself as a former expert? Are you crazy? It's just a sick cat. After a moment of silence, the E-Garden experts all let out mocking laughter. Du Chou glanced at Prince Mo Jin contemptuously. He was the one who had destroyed Prince Mo Jin in the great battle back then. It was already a miracle that this guy didn't die. Now, he wanted to play the hero. Wu Zun narrowed his eyes. His eyes flashed as he said coldly, "You cripple, do you think you haven't been crippled thoroughly enough?" As soon as he finished speaking, the countless golden arhats behind him started chanting ancient Buddhist scriptures, shaking the entire void, a gigantic arhat vitra palm, which seemed to have come from ancient times, pressed down on gold-digging heaven. It felt like a meteor streaking across the void, causing the entire void to shine brightly. A wave of frightening might came crashing down. The expressions of all the powerhouses changed drastically. Wu Zun was ranked 3rd in this assessment, and just based on his aura alone, there were indeed not many people present who could compare to him. Prince Mo Jin was also an expert of the E-Garden. Moreover, he was the dark horse of the E-Garden. If he had not been defeated by Du Chou, no one would have dared to underestimate him, not even Wu Zun. However, ever since Ma Jin Tianzi was crippled, who would still take him seriously? This Wu Zun is quite capable. Lin Ling's eyes also flashed. He guessed that Wu Zun's strength was probably among the experts of the 3rd hall of the Snow Wind Academy. There were not many people who could fight with him. He was just about to lend a hand, but after a moment of hesitation, he fell silent. He could see that Prince Mo Jin had many enemies in the E-Garden, and these enemies were undoubtedly challenges for him. Only by surpassing these challenges could Prince Mo Jin become stronger. Therefore, when Prince Mo Jin surpassed these challenges, Lin Ling did not want to interfere and disrupt Prince Mo Jin's pace of becoming stronger. This was also a form of respect for Prince Mo Jin. No matter how crippled I am, I'm not someone you can provoke. Du Chou still has some qualifications. At this moment, Prince Imogen let out a hoarse voice. He stretched out his palm, and a metallic luster bloomed. He did not erupt with any talent, and simply slapped out with his palm. The attacks of the two powerhouses came from afar, and crazily collided with each other. This caused countless people in the sacred hall of the 36th Academy to narrow their eyes. Experts, these were the real experts, whether it was Prince Imogen or Wu Zun. If such people were placed in the 9 states, each of them would be an existence comparable to a divine king. Rumble. When the two powerhouses collided, terrifying astral winds swept out in all directions, and the void storm in the distance was shattered by this force. If the two of them were placed in the 10,000 realms, one palm would be able to collapse the 10,000 realms. Whoosh. Next, 2 figures flew out like shooting stars. At this moment, Lord Long, Du Qiu, and the others narrowed their eyes. Powerful rays of light appeared on their bodies, blocking all the impact of the force. However, they wanted to know who had won. At the same time, Lin Ling also stopped breathing and quietly watched the scene. But soon, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile, because in his eyes, Wu Zun flew back 8,000 miles, while Prince Imogen flew back 5,000 miles. The gap was immediately apparent. When the experts of Yi Garden saw this scene, their complexions changed greatly. Not long ago, Ma Jing Tianzi had lost to Du Qiu and was crippled. However, in such a short period of time, Ma Jing Tianzi had recovered his strength again. It was truly inconceivable. It should be known that at their level, if their cultivation regressed, it would be impossible for them to recover without hundreds or thousands of years. However, not only did Prince Imogen recover, but he also seemed to be stronger. Could it be that in the shocking battle between Prince Imogen and Du Qiu actually did not cripple Prince Imogen? Many people could not help but look at Du Qiu. However, from Du Qiu's cold expression, they could see that he was clearly in an extremely shocked mood. This meant that Du Qiu did not hold back against Prince Imogen. "I've underestimated you." In the distant void, Wu Zun's expression was extremely gloomy. His long hair fluttered wildly as he walked back step by step. There was no doubt that he could not swallow his pride at this moment. He, who was ranked 3rd, was actually weaker than Prince Imogen in their first confrontation. This undoubtedly told everyone that Prince Imogen was stronger than Wu Zun. The reason why Prince Imogen didn't challenge Wu Zun before and instead fought Du Qiu was because Wu Zun wasn't qualified. "You're only SOSO." On the other side, Prince Imogen's expression was still cold as he spoke in a hoarse voice. "It seems that our battle is not over yet." At this moment, Du Qiu walked out. His entire body began to emit purple smoke, and his skin was like mud that constantly flowed down. Poison. This was a true sky poison. This was also Du Qiu's talent. The expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. They quickly distanced themselves from Du Qiu because they knew how terrifying Du Qiu's poison was. "Do you really think I don't exist?" However, as Du Qiu walked over step by step, a terrifying demonic aura permeated the air. People seemed to hear the roars of various demon gods. Amidst the demonic aura, a slender figure slowly walked out. This person was tall and had long hair that fluttered in the wind. His aura was extremely demonic. Yang Yao. When the person gradually became clear, everyone was shocked. Yang Yao, one of the 9 states' 10 evils. His strength was extremely terrifying. Even now, no one in the Yi Garden knew where his limit was. Translator, trans and editor, trans and translator, trans and editor, trans and crack. Crack, crack. 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 Young Master Yao stretched his neck and cracked his knuckles as he looked down at the crowd. Crack. Crack. At this moment, the joints of his fingers that had been pulled by him were also making popping sounds. For a moment, the entire void was silent. Experts like Du Qiu and Lord Long also turned their attention to young Beast Lord. In the end, they looked at young Master Yao, Prince Imogen, and Lin Ling. The 3 of them were said to be the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. Today, they were united against all the experts of the Yi Villa. Could it be that the God Slayer Alliance wanted to tell the world that they were not only outstanding in the 9 prefectures, but they were also about to step into the final world? Alright, the Transcendence Tower is about to begin. However, at this moment, an ancient and majestic aura suddenly appeared in the void. Then, everyone saw a white-haired old man slowly walking over from the distance. His pace did not seem fast, but but he appeared in front of everyone in the blink of an eye. Although he looked old, there was an invisible aura around him. It was like a clear cloud that gave off an extremely strong pressure. God's Paladin. The experts of the Wind Snow Academy and Evilla slowed down their breathing. They knew that this person was definitely a God's Paladin. He might even be an 8-talisman paladin. The old man's aura was still like a formless cloud that quietly spread out. It was as if the entire void was under his control. It's the God of the North. In the 36 academies, the deans and teachers of the various academies spoke solemnly. Many of them had heard of the old man. He was indeed a God's Paladin. It was said that he had always been by the side of the gods and had the right to speak on behalf of the gods. As for the old man's strength, no one was clear about it. Some people said that the God of the North was a martial god. Others said that the God of the North was even more powerful than the 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures and was a half-deity. There were many different opinions. It could only be said that the God of the North's ultimate strength was a mystery. At this moment, Lin Ling was also looking at the old man, and his heart could not help but turn serious. Up until now, the experts he had seen included martial god Wen Tian, Miao Di, and so on. However, Lin Ling had a feeling that this old man's strength was above theirs. He could be considered the strongest warrior Lin Ling had seen so far. Of course, Lin Ling had also seen treasure god Nan Wufingyu and god emperor Zhonggang. However, Lin Ling didn't treat these two as martial artists. They were already gods, so Lin Ling didn't consider them at all. So strong. Looks like I still have a long way to go. Lin Ling's heart was also filled with a strong fighting spirit. The urge to become stronger was also stronger than before, to be able to control the entire void with just one's aura. Who wouldn't yearn for such strength? Who wasn't passionate? Who wouldn't look forward to it? If Lin Ling had such strength, he could easily destroy the Flying Dragon organization and the newly established Heavenly Court. He could even go to the Duan family alone and see if anyone in the Duan family dared to oppose him. He could even face martial god Wen Tian and fight Luli Empress, Rumble. While Lin Ling was thinking, a pure white light spread out from the void like a gauze, interrupting everyone's thoughts. The ethereal tower shone brightly. At this moment, Lord Long's eyes were burning with passion. His world had disappeared, and only the path to godhood remained in his eyes. The ethereal tower, he wanted to surpass the 8th floor and reach the final 9th floor. Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the others were also burning with passion. At this moment, they had forgotten about their opponents. Their only goal was the ethereal tower. Their eyes were fixed on the 8th floor, as if they wanted to catch up to the miracle of their predecessors and share the glory of their predecessors. Then, the two of them looked at young Beast Lord and the others. Although they did not say anything, their intentions were clear. In the battle of the ethereal tower, they wanted to see who could go further. Young Beast Lord and Tyrant Gold's eyes burned with passion. Although they did not say anything, it was clear that they had accepted the challenge. They also wanted to reach the 8th floor and suppress the other geniuses. The ethereal tower is one of the representatives of the 36 academies. It's the path to godhood. I don't know how long it has existed, because it existed the moment I was born. According to the rumors, the ethereal tower is one of the 5 kings of the 9 continents. The god of the northern region said calmly. In the void, the 36 academies' holy halls were silent. No one dared to say anything to interrupt the god of the northern region. The ethereal tower has 9 floors, and each floor has 99 steps. Each step may seem like a simple step, but it hides a whole universe. Every step is a world. Perhaps you can take a gentle step, but you can walk through a whole world and a whole life. Therefore, the ethereal tower is very difficult. Not only does it test one's willpower, will, and talent, it also tests one's cultivation base, the heart of martial arts, and so on. However, the ethereal tower also has great benefits. It can stimulate a cultivator's ultimate potential, greatly increasing their realm, talent, and martial arts experience. Every floor has a large hall. You can rest there for 2 hours. Moreover, each hall has footprints left behind by experts. If you can comprehend them, it will be greatly beneficial to you. If you want to pass the 3 stages of godhood, you have to reach the 555th step. I hope that someone from the 2 academies can break the record of the 8th floor and reach the 9th floor. Of course, I don't know what's on the ninth floor, so I hope that rising stars like you can go and find out. The god of the northern region said calmly, but his gaze quietly fell on Lord Long. He seemed to know that the person most likely to break the record this time was Lord Long. After he finished speaking, he looked at the ethereal tower and muttered something. Rumble. In the void, the ancient white divine pagoda emitted a rumbling sound, and at the bottom of the pagoda, a huge white jade door quietly opened. Whoosh. However, the moment it opened, an ancient divine wind blew out. It was as if the ethereal tower had been closed for millions of years, and now that it opened, the divine wind that had been suppressed for millions of years could finally be released, and this gust of divine wind directly blew the surrounding void. Even the holy palace of the 36th Academy was shaking. As for the experts in the void, the weaker ones immediately turned pale. They felt as if the divine wind was blowing into their flesh and bones, as if it was going to blow away everything about them. Among them, the three beauties of the E-Garden turned pale. They hugged their arms and muttered, "It's so cold." "Junior sisters, I'm here." Someone wanted to block the divine wind for the three beauties of the E-Garden. However, the moment he stepped out, his teeth chattered and his talent shook. He felt as if his soul was going to be blown out of his body. This time, that person lost all face. He didn't dare to show off and could only hide in the crowd with his tail between his legs. "Lin Ling, are you all right?" The key to the assessment, however, when his gaze landed on Lin Ling's body, he discovered that Lin Ling's entire body was pitch black, like a demon and a dragon. Black sludge continuously flowed down from his body like water, allowing Lin Ling to withstand the divine wind. His entire person was unscathed. It seems that Lin Ling's strength has increased greatly during this period of time. He can actually block that ancient divine wind. Ma Jing Tianzi was secretly shocked. Young Master Yao also smiled. He never thought that Lin Ling's defense would be so terrifying. Bang! At that moment, someone walked out of the crowd. One had to know that the best way to fight against the divine wind was to hide in the crowd and use the momentum of the crowd to fight against it. However, at that moment, there was someone who had left the crowd. That person was really brave. The person who walked out was extremely tall and sturdy, but not very tall. It was Lord Long. As for Lord Long, the baleful aura around him was extremely dense. It materialized into an aura that firmly protected Lord Long. Lord Dragon's footsteps did not stop as he walked toward the ancient doors of the Heavenspan Tower. Just as he was about to reach the doors, a beam of light shot out and landed on Lord Dragon's body, transforming into a jade token. Only with the jade token in hand would one be qualified to enter the ethereal tower. Furthermore, if one wished to give up, one could use the jade token to leave the ethereal tower. Of course, through the jade token, the crowd could also see the level of the ethereal tower that the person was on. After Lord Long entered the ethereal tower, another person among the crowd made a move. Du Chou. Many people couldn't help but cry out in alarm. At present, many people could only wait for the divine wind to pass before they dared to walk towards the Transcendence Tower. However, Lord Long was an accident, and so was Du Chou. The most terrifying thing was that Du Chou's entire body was emitting purple smoke. When the divine wind blew over, it actually made sizzling sounds like boiling water. On the other hand, Du Chou did not seem to be affected in the slightest. His speed was not much slower than Lord Long's. By the time he arrived at the entrance, he had already obtained a jade token and entered the ethereal tower. Wow! In the holy palace of the 36th Academy, cries of surprise sounded one after another. However, before the cries of surprise ended, a third person walked out. Without a doubt, it was Wu Zun. Compared to the previous two, his speed was slightly slower. Around him, there were gods and Buddhas. Borrowing the light of the gods and Buddhas, he entered the Tongshan Tower. Seeing that the three of them had made their move, young Demon Lord and the others didn't dare to show any weakness, and they all stepped forward. However, at this moment, the divine wind had weakened significantly, and the pressure on them was greatly reduced. They had no choice but to follow the others into the Tongshan Tower. Compared to the fighting spirit of young Master Yao and the others, Lin Ling didn't seem to care at all. He simply followed the group as they proceeded forward. At this moment, his attention was completely drawn to the Tongshan Tower, and his heart was filled with curiosity. After Lin Ling entered the Tongshan Tower, he immediately discovered that the interior of the tower was extremely huge. Rather than calling it a tower, it would be better to call it an entire world, the ancient divine wind held within the pagoda. Although it was not as ferocious as before, it was still extremely uncomfortable. Looking into the distance, there were countless stairs leading up, as if dragons were trying to soar into the 9 heavens. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 steps. At this moment, some of the steps had already been stepped onto. Moreover, each step seemed to only be able to accommodate one person. Lin Ling was instantly shocked. This Tongshan Tower was much more mysterious than he had imagined. Next, he randomly chose a step and walked forward. There's a familiar aura in front of this step. This aura seems to be calling out to me. Let's follow this path. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he walked toward one of the steps. However, just as Lin Ling was getting closer and closer to the step, someone else chose the same step as Lin Ling. When Lin Ling looked over, he saw that it was an expert from the Blizzard Academy. I've taken a liking to this step. That expert sneered, as if he felt that there was something he needed on this step. You've taken a liking to it? Sigh. Lin Ling shook his head mockingly. Without wasting any time, he took a step forward and pushed that person away with his strong body. Lin Ling, you. Sigh. That person was shocked. He had never expected Lin Ling to be so domineering. Go and choose another step. I've taken a liking to this step. Go. However, Lin Ling had already stepped onto the step. He did not even look at that person as he spoke. You've got guts. Go. That person was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. After Lin Ling stepped onto the step, he immediately felt a mysterious energy enveloping his body. Looking around, the steps meandered upward. They did not seem big, but they gave off a feeling that there was no end. At this moment, a melodious wind of the ancient Great Tao blew down from above his head. Moreover, the endless steps gave Lin Ling a feeling that there was no one else in the Tongshan Tower except for him, Lin Ling. How mysterious. Go. Lin Ling was secretly shocked. He took another step forward. After reaching the second step, Lin Ling finally realized how terrifying the Tongshan Tower was. All of his realm essence, ancestral power, talent power, and physical strength had been sealed. Moreover, these powers continued to disappear. Although the speed was not fast, the power that disappeared could not be replenished. The most obvious was Lin Ling's physical strength. His recovery ability had always been strong, but at this moment, even his physical strength could not be recovered. It was as if someone had set down a taboo in the Tongshan Tower. No matter how powerful a martial artist was, they would have to abide by the rules of the Tongshan Tower. Amazing. Yes. Lin Ling's heart shook. He did not casually move forward. He had a feeling that when he reached the third step, the power would be even stronger. All kinds of powers are disappearing. This means that the higher one goes, the faster the powers will disappear. Without realm essence, one would have to endure the powerful divine wind of the Tongshan Tower. If one is unlucky, one might even be blown to death. Yes. And this is a test of one's foundation. If one's cultivation is high, they can last longer. Yes. And if one's talent is high, they can last longer until everything is exhausted. Yes. In that case, those with high cultivation and talent will be able to go further. Yes. Lin Ling stood quietly, constantly analyzing. No, soul power is also disappearing. It's just that it's disappearing very slowly. That's why I did not notice it before. Heavens, this Tongshan Tower is too amazing. Could it be that it wants to turn martial artists into mortals? All their powers will disappear, and they will eventually become mortals? Heavens! Lin Ling's heart rumbled. He finally knew what the Tongshan Tower's test was: realm essence, physical strength, talent, ancestral power, soul power, martial heart, and perseverance. All the essential factors of a martial artist would be absorbed by the Tongshan Tower, turning martial artists into mortals, and what martial artists had to do was to reach the 9th step before they became mortals. This Transcendence Tower seems to be beneficial to me. Although my cultivation level isn't the highest, I have 5 danshans. I can let the Transcendence Tower slowly devour my world essence. Moreover, I have the strength of my physical body, soul force, and several other great talents. With this, I should be able to endure until I reach a higher level. Heavens! And passing the 3 trials of the Shin Tower is to reach the 555th step. Perhaps with my various trump cards, I might be able to pass smoothly. Heavens! Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. An expert who joined halfway. In the void beside the Tongshan Tower, stars appeared one after another, indicating which level the experts in the Tongshan Tower had reached. Lord Long, Step 117. Wu Zun, Step 101. Du Chou, Step 92. Surprisingly, Wu Zun was faster than Du Chou. After all, Du Chou was ranked second in this assessment. As for Lord Long, no one was surprised that he was first. Everyone knew that he had already passed the first level and was heading to the second level. Then, they looked at the following people. Yao Xiao, Step 77. Ma Jing Tianzi, Step 69. The 3 Beauties of the E-Garden, Step 52. Yi Yehua, Step 44. Lin Ling, Step 3. Everyone's steps were clearly displayed. As for Lin Ling, everyone ignored him. Although Lin Ling had created a miracle with his sage stage strength, many people knew that the defensive assessment of the tower was based on a cultivator's foundation. Lin Ling's cultivation level was low, and he was weaker than the others above the Xiantian realm. Therefore, it would be a miracle if he could pass the assessment. Therefore, everyone's attention was on experts like Lord Long. Lord Long is amazing. Who knows, he might be able to break the previous record and reach the 9th level. I'm not sure if he can break the previous record. However, if he can reach the 8th level like the previous record, it will cause a sensation in all 36 academies. I have high hopes for him because he has 2 hours to rest on the first level. Although the recovery speed is slow on the first level, it's still better than not recovering at all. The teachers and deans of the various academies started discussing. In the sky, the god of the north stood quietly. He was the only one in the entire sky. However, at this moment, the sky was forcefully torn apart, and 2 figures slowly walked over. Duan lineage martial god? The god of the north was surprised to see the newcomers. Sorry, I'm late. Today, someone from the Duan family also wanted to skip the 3rd level. I hope that the god of the north will give us some face. The person who came was the Duan clan, the #1 clan in the world. The person who spoke was the Duan lineage martial god. The god of the northern region fell silent when he heard this. However, the Duan lineage martial god smiled. His lips moved slightly, and a few soundless words floated out. Looking at the Duan lineage martial god's lips, the god of the northern region's expression changed slightly. He said solemnly, I didn't expect you, the Duan lineage martial god, to be able to ask that lord to speak. You are really amazing. It was obvious that someone had stepped forward on behalf of the Duan lineage martial god. Moreover, this person's background was so great that the god of the northern region didn't dare to refuse. Hehe, I don't have that much face. It was Luli Empress who made that lord speak, and Luli Empress also gave me some face. The Duan lineage martial god smiled proudly. Luli Empress, I see. The god of the northern region nodded in realization. He finally understood why that lord had spoken. It was Luli Empress. Who are you inviting to the ethereal tower? The god of the northern region looked at the Duan lineage martial god and asked. My Duan family's bloodline, Duan Wuhan, a 4-talisman god paladin, an expert on the god ranking list. However, he has never gone through the 3 tests, so he is qualified to enter. The Duan lineage martial god looked behind him and saw a young man with a cold expression. It was Duan Wuhan. A 4-talisman god paladin, an expert on the god ranking list. The god of the northern region was surprised. Generally speaking, experts who had passed the 3 tests would enter the god ranking list. However, Duan Wuhan had actually become an expert on the god ranking list without going through the 3 tests. It was really strange, however, Duan Wuhan was a 4-talisman god paladin at such a young age. This meant that there was someone behind Duan Wuhan, or he had done something to make a big shot happy, so an exception was made for him to become a 4-talisman god paladin. Therefore, it wasn't strange for someone to become an expert on the god ranking list without going through the 3 tests. To put it bluntly, it was a backdoor. Of course you can. However, since he is already an expert on the god ranking list, isn't it a little unnecessary to take another test? The god of the northern region didn't refuse, but he still smiled. Is that so? Hearing this, the Duan lineage martial god smiled proudly and looked at the young man behind him. The young man immediately took the order and took a step forward. A palm-sized vortex immediately appeared between his eyebrows. This vortex seemed simple, but it seemed to carry the law of the world. It was so majestic that it made people feel as if their lives were about to leave their bodies. Heaven's fate wheel? Seeing this, the god of the northern region's expression changed drastically. Yes, the first bloodline of our Duan family. The Duan lineage martial god nodded proudly. The Duan family was the world's largest family. They had countless bloodlines, but according to legend, the first bloodline was the most powerful. It was also the bloodline of the gods. This was because the first-generation ancestor of the Duan family was a top god in the era of the gods. He had a longer history than the Duan lineage martial god. His bloodline was also called the first bloodline. However, among the countless descendants of the Duan family, there were very few people who had this kind of pure bloodline. The first bloodline was undoubtedly the heir of the Duan family's ancestor. Perhaps his bloodline is purer than mine. The Duan lineage martial god said again. The god of the northern region's heart jumped violently. The bloodline of the Duan lineage martial god was already very pure, so he became one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 regions. If the bloodline was purer than his, the potential was really terrifying. If the bloodline grew up smoothly, he might surpass the top 10 martial gods in the 9 regions. Could it be the legendary divine fetus? The god of the northern region secretly guessed. My descendant originally had an ordinary bloodline, but not long ago, he met a god. He was shocked by the god's aura, so he was lucky enough to awaken the first bloodline. The Duan lineage martial god said proudly. He wasn't bragging about this. In the starry sky forest, if they hadn't met a god who had awakened, and Duan Wuhan was shocked by the god's aura, he wouldn't have awakened the first bloodline. If Lin Ling was here, he would definitely know that the god was the Steel Slayer Emperor. Well, you go and participate. The god of the northern region finally understood the intention of the Duan lineage martial god. Now that Duan Wuhan had the first bloodline, the Duan family would definitely train him with all their strength. Therefore, the road that Duan Wuhan had walked before or not, the Duan family would let him walk again to see where Duan Wuhan's potential was. Thank you, senior. Duan Wuhan suddenly smiled faintly. Although the god of the northern region was an extremely powerful master, in the face of such a master, he could still face him calmly. It seemed that he would definitely catch up with this master in the future. Then, he looked at the white divine tower in the distance again. The 8th floor, the current highest record? Unfortunately, I, Duan Wuhan, am here. I, Duan Wuhan, will definitely set foot on the 9th floor. I heard that the most powerful one this time is Lord Long. Unfortunately, for me, he is just a clay chicken. 70 steps in one breath, rumble. At the same time, the doors of the Transcendence Tower opened once more. Divine winds howled, but Duan Wuhan was fearless. With his hands behind his back, he walked into the Transcendence Tower. This caused the people of the 36 academies to break out in discussion. It was strange that someone would enter the Transcendence Tower at this time. However, they did not have any objections. Firstly, the god of the north had agreed. Secondly, they believed that person only wanted to enter the god list, nothing more. The martial god of the Duan lineage looked at the disappearing Duan Wuhan with a smile on his face. Their Duan family's #1 bloodline had awakened. Just wait for the final world to tremble. The Transcendence Tower was Duan Wuhan's first step in his rise. Next, Duan Wuhan would break all the records in the final world to attract the attention of the gods and become a trial taker. Unknowingly, an hour had passed. In the void, the stars shone brightly. No one stared at the twinkling stars, wanting to see who would reach the peak. Without a doubt, the current #1 was Lord Long. This person was truly terrifying. He had actually reached the 272nd step. This meant that he had passed the 2nd step and was moving towards the 3rd. Lord Long's talent and cultivation realm were not weak. Under the continuous absorption of the Transcendence Tower, his body emitted a dim aura. This dim aura was extremely powerful. causing Lord Long to be like a walking corpse. He forgot to eat and sleep, like the most determined martial arts fanatic. The bloodline of the god of sadness. Someone in the 36 academies muttered to himself. The god of sadness was an extremely strange existence. He was a sentimental person who had once been dumped by a goddess. Because of love, he entered the Tao. He had been dim for 990,000 years. In these 990,000 years, he was like a walking corpse. His entire being was in a strange state. However, when this dim aura erupted, he could erupt with a strength 100 times greater than his own. Some people said that this might be the power of love, this word. There were many people who could not see through it. There were even more who could not study it. It was not strange for one to erupt with a strength 100 times greater because of love. Of course, no one would have thought that the arrogant and unruly Lord Long was actually a sentimental person. All of a sudden, Lord Long's footsteps came to a halt. It was as if he was trying to comprehend something, or as if he had fallen into some sort of emotional state. However, the ethereal tower was still absorbing all of the energy in his body. Below him, what was shocking was that the second place was Wu Zun. This person had reached the 211th step. As for Wu Zun, the Arhat's light on his body was extremely dense. It was constantly being absorbed by the Tongshan Tower, allowing him to hold on for a very long time. Dharma breathing technique, Bodhi mantra, indestructible Vajra divine body. This Wu Zun has already grasped the ultimate techniques of the Buddha gods. Is that the divine body of Dharma Arhat? Many people were discussing spiritedly. They didn't expect Wu Zun to have such a strong foundation. After the 3 stages of the divine realm are over, I will take this Wu Zun as my disciple. In the E-Garden, a teacher smiled faintly. You're already too slow. Before the 3 trials began, I had already talked to Wu Zun for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, he agreed to become my disciple. But soon, another teacher chuckled, causing the face of the previous teacher to darken. As for the 3rd place, there was no need to guess further. It was none other than Du Chou. This person's body was filled with poison. It was said that he had been consuming poison for thousands of years. Any poison in the 9 prefectures was ineffective against him. His talent was the Transcendence 100 Zombies body, a poison body that dominated the ultimate desolate body. He had the power to cause the poison of 10,000 worlds to erupt with a wave of his hand. Of course, with Du Chou's strength, no one was surprised that he was ranked 3rd. What was surprising was that the person ranked 4th was actually Prince Ma Jin. This person was also a terrifying freak. His talent seemed ordinary, but his body was made of powerful metal. In the Tongshan Tower, his body was constantly being absorbed and gradually disappearing. However, he was able to continuously recover. It was truly strange. This Prince Ma Jin doesn't seem human. That's right. I heard that he was crippled by Du Chou. Back then, all his limbs were broken and his entire body was submerged in poison. I never expected him to recover in such a short period of time. I don't think he's human. He looks more like a puppet. People realized that Prince Ma Jin was only a dozen steps away from Du Chou. It was as though he would surpass Du Chou at any moment. Perhaps, Prince Ma Jin could become a dark horse. Of course, this was hard to say. Currently, there were some who had their strongest trump cards devoured by the ethereal tower, allowing them to advance faster than others. However, once all of their trump cards were devoured, their speed would definitely slow down. As for those behind them, as long as they accumulated sufficient strength, it was likely that they would be able to surpass them in an instant. And at this moment, at the end of the stairs, a figure was slowly moving forward. He was none other than Lin Ling. He was now on the 28th step and could be said to be the slowest among everyone. There were only 5 or 6 people slower than him. Furthermore, the Tongshan Tower was constantly absorbing the energy in Lin Ling's body. However, Lin Ling had the space-time divine steel outside his body. A 5th grade ultimate desolate body was enough for him to last a very long time, but even so, Lin Ling still felt immense pressure, and under this mystical pressure, Lin Ling's cultivation level was rapidly increasing. The speed was tens of thousands of times faster than the outside world. Moreover, there were no hidden dangers in the improvement under this pressure. This made Lin Ling extremely happy. He had accumulated a large number of Emperor crystals, so he naturally refined them all at this moment. His 5 danshans were increasing rapidly, and Lin Ling was also rapidly moving forward, 32 nd step, 40th step, 50th step, 60th step, 70th step. Gradually, he reached the 100th step. In less than half an hour, Lin Ling had climbed more than 70 steps, instantly surpassing many people. Looking at the ranking again, Lin Ling had actually charged into the top 500 among the more than 1,000 people in the assessment. Wow, this sage Lin Ling is really interesting. He actually climbed more than 70 steps in one go. This guy created a miracle in the first 2 stages, and now he's the first person to climb the most steps. Haha, perhaps he used all his trump cards to resist the Tongshan Tower. That's why he could go so far in one go. But no matter what, he's still pretty good. After all, he's only at the sage stage. In the 36 academies, some of the deans smiled faintly. Good, Lin Ling has reached the first level of the main hall. Haha, he's getting closer to the 5th level. Maybe he can pass smoothly. In the Snow Wind Academy, teacher Xiluan and the others said excitedly. Especially Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the others, each of them clenched their fists and cheered for Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling was only at the sage stage. It was already not easy for him to compete with the strongest martial ancestors. 90 steps in one go, it was the pale-faced man, Kagura. He was extremely displeased that Lin Ling had made it to the final stage without being eliminated. Therefore, right now, he didn't even look at Lin Ling, and even hit him while he was down. However, his words caused Xiluan and the others to fall silent. That was because Kagura had a point. However, no one knew that all of this was not as they thought. Currently, Lin Ling had only used 1/10 of his strength. At this moment, Lin Ling appeared in the hall on the first floor. This place was extremely grand, and there were many stone tablets in the surroundings. Moreover, there were many people resting there. There were all kinds of fist prints, palm prints, and words on the stone tablet. They seemed to have been left behind by the predecessors. Someone was comprehending before the stone tablet. Soon after, he realized that he had actually increased his ancestral force by 10%. In this way, not only would his strength increase greatly, but he would also be able to last longer in the tower. However, Lin Ling roughly glanced at them and discovered that these stone tablets were useless to him. Their attributes were different, so he also sat down cross-legged and started cultivating. This was because the first level of the ethereal hall would not be absorbed by the ethereal hall. It was the best place for him to rest. Of course, in this place, martial artists would not be able to recover their lost strength. Even if they could, the speed of recovery would be very slow. Generally speaking, only those who had reached their limits would rest here. The true experts would continue to move forward. Moreover, there was a limit to the amount of time one could rest here. That was 2 hours. However, Lin Ling wasn't in a hurry, so he would rest whenever he could. Soon after, he discovered that 70% of the spacetime divine steel's power had been devoured. It probably wouldn't be long before the spacetime divine steel was sealed. At that time, Lin Ling would have to use other means to deal with the tower. However, what surprised Lin Ling the most was that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 8th stage Saint Realm. He was just a hair's breadth away from making a breakthrough. If he could make a breakthrough, Lin Ling's world essence would grow stronger, and he would be able to stand against the Celestial Ascension Tower's attacks. 2 hours passed by quietly. Everyone in the first level of the Great Hall was forced to leave and continue up the stairs. Seeing this, Wind Snow Academy's Kagura immediately laughed. Does this Lin Ling think that hiding in the first floor is enough? He still has to take the stairs that should be taken. I think he can take 10 steps at most before he fails. Senior apprentice brother Kagura, I agree with you. This Lin Ling climbed more than 70 steps in one go, so he must have used up all of his Dragon God innate skill. Right now, he doesn't have any trump cards left. As for his cultivation? Hee, you're just a saint. How long can you last? Another person replied with a smile. At this moment, Lin Ling stepped onto the staircase again. At the same time, an even stronger suction force appeared, as if it wanted to suck the spacetime divine steel dry. Boom, not long after, Lin Ling's body trembled. A storm also appeared on the stairs he was on. Haha, all of his trump cards have been absorbed. Seeing this, Kagura started laughing loudly. The people from the various great temples also shook their heads. It seemed that Lin Ling had reached his limit, and the truth was indeed so. Lin Ling's space-time divine steel had finally been completely absorbed and sealed. Next, he would have to take out a new trump card to fight against the Transcendence Tower. Otherwise, he would definitely be eliminated. However, Kagura's laughter was not over yet. Rumble. Immediately, a powerful aura spread out from Lin Ling's body. Ninth stage saint, he had broken through. At the same time, the starlight in the void, which represented Lin Ling, also flickered. This Lin Ling actually broke through? Exclamation point. Everyone from the various great temples was shocked. This was because Lin Ling was the person who had climbed the most steps in one go so far. At the same time, he was also the first person to break through. Could it be that he didn't use up any realm essence when he climbed the 100 steps? Yes. At the same time, they were also curious about what Lin Ling had used to fight against the Transcendence Tower. His talent is not weak, and he has the dragon bloodline. He should have used his dragon bloodline to fight against the Transcendence Tower. But now, his dragon bloodline should have been exhausted. He can only rely on his cultivation to fight against the Transcendence Tower. Yes. It was as though he had seen through everything about Lin Ling. In the Wind Snow Academy, Kagura's expression was incomparably ugly. Not only did Lin Ling not fail, but he had broken through, F***ck. This guy was the first person to break through among all of them. Maybe he just happened to be close to breaking through, and when luck came, he smoothly broke through. Someone said uncertainly. That must be it. In my opinion, with his 9th stage saint cultivation, he won't be able to last long. He won't even reach the 200th step. He'll definitely fail, Kagura said coldly. At this moment, Lord Long, who was the focus of everyone's attention, suddenly moved. He opened his eyes, and the terrifying thing was that one of his eyes was blue and the other red. Next, he used some kind of trump card to fight against the Transcendence Tower, and he actually climbed 60 steps in one go. From the 272nd step, he reached the 332nd step in an instant. Although he did not break Lin Ling's record of climbing 70 steps in one go, one had to know that he was on the 3rd floor, and Lin Ling was on the 1st floor. The pressure they faced was naturally different. Damn it. Wu Zun, who was ranked 2nd, was furious. When Lord Long was resting, he was already very close to Lord Long, only a dozen steps away. But who would have thought that just as he was about to overtake Lord Long suddenly saw through him and left him behind by 60 steps. Immediately, he used his trump card, the Arhat Dharma Sovereign, and chased after Lord Long. Looking at the others, many of them had already passed through the 2nd floor and were rushing toward the 3rd floor. At this moment, Lin Ling's eyes flashed. His first Dantian had reached 9th stage saint, but his other Dantians had yet to reach that level. Therefore, he wanted to push his other Dantians to a new level in one go. Moreover, he realized that the suction force of the ethereal tower could not only be resisted by world essence, but also martial arts. Therefore, this time, he used martial arts to defend against the suction force. They were the illusory god world, the art of winding myriad worlds, and even the calamity vanquishing sun bow. At the last moment, these martial arts were not to be underestimated. The illusory god world was the true legacy of the illusory god, and the art of winding myriad worlds was personally taught by treasure god Nanwufingyu. As for the calamity vanquishing sun bow, it was even more powerful. Bang! Therefore, Lin Ling walked all the way up to the 90th step in one go. Compared to when he had first started, he had taken a total of 20 steps. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the 2nd level of the hall. But in the various temples, everyone was shocked. Although no one thought that Lin Ling could compete with Lord Long, and even Wu Zun could not, Lin Ling had set the record for the longest distance in one go. This guy is really sick. Where did he get so many trump cards to defend against the power of the ethereal tower? Previously, he reached the 70th step in one go, and now, he reached the 90th step in one go. Even Lord Long is ashamed of himself. Continuous surpassing. As for Kagura and the rest, they were disgusted as if they had eaten a fly. They thought that Lin Ling would be eliminated, but Lin Ling had reached the 2nd floor in a single breath. Now, he was resting there. This slap made them feel very good, and their faces were buzzing non-stop. However, Lin Ling was the kind of person who would amaze the world with a single feat when he rested. He rested on the second floor for a full 2 hours. During this process, everyone was still moving forward, and many people had surpassed Lin Ling. Of course, although they had surpassed Lin Ling, compared to Lin Ling's rocket-like speed, they naturally could not compare. On the contrary, among the crowd, a comet suddenly rose. It was Duan Wuhan. This person was the last to enter the tower. Although he did not have Lin Ling's rocket-like speed, he had unknowingly surpassed hundreds of experts and rushed into the 20th place. There was no doubt that all the major academies exclaimed because no one had ever paid attention to Duan Wuhan. It's Duan Wuhan from the Duan family. Now, no one was not paying attention to him. Some people from the Duan family were shouting excitedly at this moment. Moreover, Duan Wuhan's pace did not stop, and he actually rushed to the 12th place. At this speed, it was only a matter of time before he caught up with Lord Long. Dark horse, an absolute dark horse. It seems that Lord Long has a rival. Many people were optimistic about Duan Wuhan, looking forward to Duan Wuhan's competition with Lord Long. On the ancient stairs, Duan Wuhan stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the stairs in front of him. The current record is the 8th floor. This record will definitely be broken by me, Duan Wuhan. I, Duan Wuhan, will become the #1 person in the world. What experts of the 36 academies? In my eyes, they are all ants. After saying this, he moved forward again and gradually rushed into the top 10. An hour quietly passed, and many people's rankings were changing. Lord Long had rushed into the 4th floor, which was really terrifying. As for the second-ranked revered martial artist, he was starting to run out of strength. The 108 arhats behind him had all been sealed away by the ethereal tower, and the number of means he had to defend himself against the ethereal tower was dwindling. Right now, he could only rely on his cultivation to defend himself against the ethereal tower. What angered him the most was that Lord Long did not catch up to him. Instead, Du Qiu was getting closer and closer to him. Impossible! Wu Zun roared in his heart. He had been under Du Qiu's control his entire life. Even in this test, he was only ranked 3rd. For this reason, he had surpassed Du Qiu in the ethereal tower and become the 2nd. However, this 2nd place did not last long. Du Qiu began to counterattack, as if to tell him that forever 3rd place would always be 3rd place, and he would never have the chance to make a comeback. He took another step forward, but it was extremely difficult. Looking at Du Qiu, who was not far away, poison clouds were rolling around his body. He had already walked up 3 steps with ease, only 5 steps away from Wu Zun. Moreover, Du Qiu's pace did not stop. Gradually, it reached 4, 3, 2, 1. When he was on the same step as Wu Zun, Du Qiu suddenly stopped. He looked at Wu Zun calmly and said, "You used your strongest talent from the start. You'll definitely run out of energy later. 3rd place will always be 3rd place." As soon as he finished speaking, he took another step forward and surpassed Wu Zun. The 36 academies were immediately shocked. The cheers from the E-Villa were as loud as thunder. On the other hand, Wu Zun's face was dispirited. He had returned to the position of 3rd place. He was unwilling, extremely unwilling. However, just as he was roaring in his heart, another figure quietly appeared on the steps not far away. This figure was only 12 steps away from him. It was Prince Imogen. Such a situation undoubtedly caused the various holy halls to feel as if they were boiling water. Could it be that Prince Imogen was also going to surpass Wu Zun? Wu Zun also noticed Prince Imogen behind him. Although the steps they took were different, the jade token in his hand could roughly indicate the opponent in the vicinity. This caused a hint of ferocity to appear in Wu Zun's eyes. It was understandable that Du Qiu had surpassed him. After all, Du Qiu's ranking was higher than his. However, Prince Imogen dared to surpass him? He must be dreaming. Wu Zun looked down on Prince Imogen from the bottom of his heart. One of the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance? What a joke. He was simply a country bumpkin. Prince Imogen was a lowly commoner, so was young Master Yao. Even the other leader, Lin Ling, was a lowly commoner. Most importantly, Du Qiu had actually surpassed Wu Zun in the battle with Prince Imogen. It was as if Wu Zun was not worthy of Prince Imogen's attention. This was also a form of humiliation for Wu Zun. Originally, he had wanted to teach Prince Imogen a lesson. However, who knew that Prince Imogen would be crippled by Du Qiu? Therefore, in the end, he did not make a move. He only sneered. He sneered at Prince Imogen for overestimating himself. Now, Prince Imogen seemed to have recovered. That was good. He would show Prince Imogen that he was, in fact, an ant. TCH. Wu Zun turned around and raised his middle finger at Prince Imogen. Then, he shouted in a low voice, "Supreme Demon subduing divine technique." 108 mysterious pearls floated out from his body. Each of the pearls had an arhat sealed within. They formed a huge defensive force that allowed Wu Zun to stride forward. This was his final trump card. It was the divine weapon of the Buddha god. He originally wanted to use it to surpass Lord Long. However, he did not expect to use it in advance. However, he had no regrets, so be it if he was ranked third. He just wanted to tell Prince Imogen that he would never have the chance to surpass him. Bang! Wu Zun stepped forward and smoothly advanced. Behind him, Prince Imogen's eyes shone with a metallic luster. He was burning with battle intent. He wanted to surpass Wu Zun. As one of the 4 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance, how could he weaken the God Slayer Alliance's prestige? Young Master Yao, Lin Ling, and Yi Shui had all made a name for themselves in the God Slayer Alliance. He, Prince Imogen, could do the same. Bang! Prince Imogen removed his arms and replaced them with a pair of black metallic arms. Then, he strode forward as well. Everything was for the God Slayer Alliance. He was going to risk it all. As for Wu Zun, he was actually getting closer and closer to the 400th level by relying on the protection of his divine artifact. At the same time, a cold smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. With the protection of his divine artifact, Prince of Gold should have been left far behind by him. But now, he should target Du Qiu and surpass him once more. With that thought in mind, Wu Zun looked at the jade token. Then, he almost blacked out. This was because Prince Imogen had not been left behind. Instead, he was getting closer and closer. There were only 9 steps between them. While he was still in shock, there were already 8 steps. Gradually, there were 7 steps, 6 steps. While Wu Zun was still in shock, Prince Imogen had already walked past him. He had proudly surpassed Wu Zun and became the top 3 experts. Wu Zun stood there stupidly as if he had been struck by lightning. Number 4, it turned out that he was not even qualified to be number 3. He was number 4. As for Prince Imogen, who had surpassed Wu Zun, he did not even look at Wu Zun. In his eyes, his opponent was Du Qiu. From the beginning until now, his opponent had always been Du Qiu. Therefore, when he challenged Du Qiu in the past, he did not even bother to challenge Wu Zun. A change in the top 10. Great! At the 7th place, young Master Yao's lips curled into an excited smile. Prince Imogen was telling the world that the God Slayer Alliance was not to be underestimated. Wu Zun's defeat had undoubtedly alarmed all 36 academies. Prince Imogen? Who is he? I heard that he's one of the 4 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. God Slayer Alliance? I heard that it's a major force in the 9 prefectures that has gathered many talented experts. I didn't expect the God Slayer Alliance to be so impressive. Not only that, but the current young Master Yao and that crazy Lin Ling are also the leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. The God Slayer Alliance is really a gathering place for hot-blooded youths. Many people started discussing as they remembered the name of the God Slayer Alliance. Good job, Prince Imogen. At this moment, on the 2nd floor, Lin Ling looked at the jade token in his hand and couldn't help but smile. He had rushed to the top 500, but now he had fallen back to the top 800. Moreover, there weren't many people behind him, only 100. This was because 100 people had been eliminated from the 1,000-man defense stage and had left the Transcendence Tower. As for Lin Ling's techniques, the illusory god world and the art of winding myriad realms, they had been sealed. Moreover, the Transcendence Tower had absorbed much of the power of the Great Solar Calamity Bow. I'll use the remaining power of the Great Solar Calamity Bow to reach the 3rd floor. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Moreover, the defense stage of the Transcendence Tower allows the use of divine weapons. Next, I should use the true inheritance of the Dark Sword and the Tyrant Song Sword. Lin Ling was very clear that he wanted to use the Transcendence Tower to raise his cultivation, physical strength, and talent. Therefore, his cultivation realm and talent were the last things he would use to resist the Transcendence Tower. While he was resting, many people shook their heads at him. Lin Ling had rested for too long and had obviously reached his limit. Shen Lu, the experts of the New Heavenly Court, and the Duan clan were all sneering. They guessed that Lin Ling's talent, realm essence, and physical strength had all been exhausted. He probably only had one or two techniques left, the third level. This was definitely Lin Ling's final destination. For this reason, many people stopped looking at Lin Ling. Of course, there were many people that were even more pitiful than Lin Ling. This was because they were eliminated and forced to leave Skysplit Tower. And after leaving Skysplit Tower, they stood in the void, watching this exciting battle of the divine realm. TSK, 2 hours aren't even enough. Lord Dragon has actually reached the 555th floor. He has successfully passed. Lord Long passed last time, so this is nothing. What I'm looking forward to is whether Lord Long can reach the 8th level this time. It seems to me that Lord Long hasn't used his trump card yet. That might be the case. Look at Du Chou, who is in second place. He has also reached the 500th floor, and is only 50 levels away from Lord Long. Amazing. Du Chou was originally in third place. Who would have thought that he would surpass Wu Zun and become second place, while Wu Zun can only be third? Are you dreaming? Wu Zun is now fifth. What? Those who had just walked out of Skysplit Tower were talking among themselves. Then, their pupils constricted. This was because there were two more people in front of Wu Zun. One was Prince Emojin, and the other was Xianxia. Wu Zun was in second place at the beginning. Then, he was constantly stepped on until he was finally in 5th place. Moreover, this ranking was still changing because a dark horse had arrived. It was Duan Wuhan. Trash. Duan Wuhan was the most relaxed of all. With his hands behind his back, he walked past Wu Zun indifferently and said disdainfully. The next moment, Wu Zun was in 6th place. Standing on the stairs, Wu Zun spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was incomparably dispirited. He had finally experienced the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. He was originally in 2nd place, but now he was in 6th place. I refuse to accept this. Wu Zun's eyes were red. He forced himself to take a step forward as if he wanted to oppose the gods. However, he did not have many means to resist the Skysplit Tower to begin with. At this moment, he forced himself forward. The Buddha beads on his body jingled. Moreover, he wanted to catch up to the people in front of him, but he could not. After a full 3 incense sticks worth of time, the people in front of him had passed the 555th step and completely passed the defense test. As for Wu Zun, at the 554th step, he finally ran out of strength. Boom, the power of the Skysplit Tower arrived. He naturally could not resist it. In the end, he was wrapped up by the Jade Token and brought out of the Skysplit Tower. Failure. Everyone's eyes widened. With Wu Zun's strength, passing the defense test should have been easy. But this guy had lost at the 554th step. He was 1 step away from passing. It could be said that he was the most unlucky of all. Wu Zun, who was brought out of the Skysplit Tower, stared blankly at the pure white Skysplit Tower. He spat out another mouthful of blood. He was originally in 2nd place, but now he was in last place. This result was like a direct slap to the face, knocking him unconscious. After he was eliminated, no one cared about him. They could not even be bothered to mock him. Everyone's eyes fell on the top 10. At present, the top 10 experts had all passed the 555th step. But they were still moving forward. This meant that they were all going to break the record. Lord Long, Du Chou, Emojin Tianzi, Xianxia, Duan Wuhan. Who would break the record? They would become the real number 1. Interesting. Duan Wuhan, who was in 5th place, narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, the two in front are trash from the Godslayer Alliance. The Godslayer Alliance is also very close to Lin Ling. It seems that I have no choice but to step on them. Sigh, Xianxia, you forced me to do this. After saying that, he strode forward. However, after passing the 555th step, the pressure of the Skysplit Tower increased greatly. Even Duan Wuhan did not dare to face it too casually. As for Lord Long, who was in 1st place, when he reached the 600th step, he finally entered the hall and sat down cross-legged. This shocked everyone. After all, up until now, Lord Long had never rested in any of the palaces he had passed through. But this time, he was obviously treating this matter seriously. Obviously, he was only 200 steps away from the 800th step. No one would dare to underestimate the final 200 steps. No, Lord Long seems to be breaking through. At this time, someone exclaimed, causing countless people to look forward to it. If Lord Long broke through, wouldn't that mean that he would go even further? While Lord Long was cultivating, Du Chou was getting closer and closer to him. First step, second step, and gradually, Du Chou also reached the hall on the 6th floor. This made Du Chou's eyes shine with excitement. He was about to catch up to Lord Long. He was also the person closest to first place so far. Bang! Finally, Du Chou stepped into the hall on the 6th floor. The pressure around him disappeared instantly, and this made Du Chou smile. Lord Long was also on this floor. This meant that he had completely caught up to Lord Long. However, before he could laugh out loud, Lord Long had already moved forward, the 601st step. All sorts of records. At the same time, Lord Long's starlight flickered twice. This meant that Lord Long had raised his cultivation realm, his talent, or even 10% of his ancestral power. What? Du Chou's expression changed drastically. He could catch up to Lord Long and tie for first place, but he might end up like Wu Zun and be eliminated prematurely. Finally, he calmed down and sat down cross-legged on the 6th floor. At the same time, his starlight flickered quietly. It seemed like Du Chou was about to break through. This time, the various temples were shocked. After a long time, Prince Ma Jin caught up to Du Chou and reached the 6th floor. However, Du Chou stood up at this time. His cultivation realm had clearly broken through. He glanced at Prince Ma Jin, smiled disdainfully, and continued on his journey. Everything was exactly the same as Lord Long's. It also seemed like every expert who reached the 6th floor needed to rest and break through before continuing the competition. In an instant, everyone's attention was fixed on the top 10 experts. Everyone's emotions were surging because the competition was too intense. However, no one saw that in the distant 2nd floor, Lin Ling was already on his journey. Moreover, no one knew that his Dantians had successfully entered the 9th stage of the Sage Realm. World essence surged, and his strength rose greatly. This time, Lin Ling was using the True Inheritance Dark Sword and Tyrant Song to defend against the Transcendence Tower. These two swords were existences that could slay demons and exterminate gods. The Transcendence Tower could absorb more energy from them. Lin Ling first used the True Inheritance Dark Sword. Of course, when he used the 18 swords, Lin Ling's life force was constantly being depleted. However, his physical strength was strong, and he could recover his short life force. He could afford to deplete it, and he had already reached the 212th step. Look, that sage Lin Ling is starting to walk again. Heavens, I thought he was already eliminated. Who would have thought that he could continue? In the previous test of attack and speed, it was already proven that he's very strong and can fight those above his level. But I didn't expect him to be so strong. Moreover, he broke through. Many people exclaimed when they saw Lin Ling's starlight. At the edge of the starlight, there was a small star twinkling. This was a sign of a breakthrough. However, when many people took a closer look, they realized that there were a total of 5 stars. This meant that Lin Ling had already broken through 5 times. Boom, everyone's hearts immediately exploded as they cried out in surprise. 5 breakthroughs, what kind of monster was this? One had to know that the highest record in the history of the Ethereal Tower was breaking through 3 realms in a row, and Lin Ling had broken through 5 realms? What's going on? Even the vice principal of the Snow Wind Academy and the others had their eyes wide open. 5 times, even if one were to think with their toes, it was clear that Lin Ling had already left his name in the records of the Ethereal Tower, and future generations would look up to him. As for the pale-faced man, Kagura, he was grinding his teeth. He had been paying attention to the top 10 experts and had neglected Lin Ling. In the end, when he finally caught a glimpse of Lin Ling, he was shocked. Although Lin Ling has broken through 5 realms, he's only in the Sage Realm. How can he compare to a martial ancestor who has broken through 3 times? I think he's taking advantage of his lower cultivation. The pale-faced man, Kagura, said sourly. However, many people also had the same guess. Lin Ling was in the Sage Realm, the difficulty of breaking through and the amount of spiritual energy required was not high, and it could not be compared to the martial ancestor realm. Perhaps, the pressure he had to endure after breaking through 5 realms was not comparable to breaking through 1 realm. So he's taking advantage of his lower cultivation. More people complained that the grapes were sour because they couldn't eat too much. But soon, someone said doubtfully, he has broken through 5 realms, but he's still in the sage realm. Could it be that he has broken through because of his talent? Or is it because of his ancestral power? The moment those words were said, the various temples fell silent. They were not jealous of Lin Ling's breakthrough, but if his talent had also broken through, they would be jealous to death. Moreover, even if his talent had not broken through, the fact that his martial ancestor power had broken through was enough to make people jealous. What an infuriating guy. I once walked through the ethereal tower, and I only broke through 1 realm. My talent and foundation did not change, but his strength increased greatly. I'm so envious. Sigh. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Sigh. However, Lin Ling did not know the shock of the crowd. He continued to walk forward, his gaze was resolute. He only had one goal, and that was to reach the 555th step, the 211th step, the 212th step, the 220th step. Behind him, the sword gate kept jumping, protecting him from the power of the ethereal tower. At first, the crowd was surprised by Lin Ling's breakthrough, but when they saw Lin Ling continue to walk forward without stopping, their eyes widened. That guy is going crazy again. He suddenly increased his speed and rushed from the 800th place to the 700th place. Previously, that guy climbed the 90th step in a single breath, and no one has broken that record yet. Is he going to climb the 90th step again? Or is he going to break his own record? I don't think so. He's only in the sage realm. It's already very good that he can reach the 200th step. He probably won't have any more trump cards to defend against the ethereal tower. The 250th step is his limit. However, Lin Ling soon used facts to slap those people in the face. That was because Lin Ling had climbed all the way to the 240th step in a single breath, and he still did not stop. After that, he surpassed the 250th step in a single breath, and he still did not stop. Gradually, he reached the 279th step. The various temples were silent. The teachers and deans had all given up on checking the top experts and turned their attention to Lin Ling. To climb the 79th step in a single breath, did this Lin Ling also have some powerful trump card? But he was only in the sage realm. While they were still in shock, Lin Ling finally stopped at the 295th step. He seemed to be in deep thought, and at the same time, he seemed to be comprehending something. However, the entire temple was shaken. Climbing the 95th step in a single breath, Lin Ling had undoubtedly set a new record. Everything was as everyone had guessed. Records were meant to be broken, but Lin Ling's record could only be broken by himself. No one knew that Lin Ling had stopped because he was checking the true inheritance, the dark sword. After all, this sword was constantly absorbing his life force. Thus, after reaching a certain level, he would have to give up on using this trump card. However, the dark sword was indeed worthy of being a divine sword. It was still able to withstand the power of the ethereal tower. After that, Lin Ling continued on and successfully reached the 3rd floor. However, although there were many martial arts imprints on this floor, there was still nothing suitable for Lin Ling. Thus, Lin Ling pondered for a moment before continuing on. The inner demon of the Golden Emperor. This ethereal tower is truly amazing. I just broke through, and my cultivation realm is rising again. Lin Ling muttered to himself as he advanced. The pressure of the ethereal tower would allow a cultivator to break through without any hidden dangers. Therefore, Lin Ling also used up all his emperor crystals to raise his cultivation realm to the pinnacle of the sage realm. While the crowd was still in shock over Lin Ling's record, Lin Ling walked out from the 3rd floor and slowly walked up the stairs. At this moment, the disdainful and mocking voices of the various temples were no longer heard. Instead, they were filled with admiration. This was because Lin Ling was actually charging towards the 400th floor with his sage realm cultivation. Although the defensive light of the ethereal tower did not only depend on one's cultivation realm, there was no doubt that one's cultivation realm also played an important role. Kagura from the Blizzard Academy, the Duan clan from the various academies, and the descendants of the new heavenly court, although they did not say anything, their noses were clearly crooked from anger. Whether it was in the 9 provinces or the final world, Lin Ling was never a mediocre existence. On the contrary, he was rising like a comet. That's right. Even Miao Di was watching the defensive battle of the ethereal tower at this moment. Do you think this fellow will break through again? In the midst of the silence, an expert from the various academies suddenly asked. However, no one could answer this question. On the contrary, the various temples became even more silent. Lin Ling had already broken through 5 times in a row. If he broke through again, this record would probably remain unbroken for tens of millions of years. In the future, when the ethereal tower was mentioned, it would be impossible for the 36 academies not to mention Lin Ling's name. This time, Lin Ling continued to climb the tower without stopping. However, halfway through, he stopped for a moment. This was because he wanted to abandon the true inheritance, the dark sword, and use the tyrannical song sword. This pause seemed to have caused the hearts of the crowd to stop as well. This was because they thought that Lin Ling was going to break the record again and climb the 100th floor in a row. Fortunately, Lin Ling finally gave them some face and wasn't so crazy anymore. As for Lin Ling's tyrannical song sword, it was undoubtedly even more terrifying than the direct inheritance dark sword. However, it had the same characteristic as the direct inheritance dark sword, and that was that it was a double-edged sword. If it was used beyond its limits, it would trigger a terrifying killing intent. This time, Lin Ling walked and stopped. Finally, he arrived at the Grand Hall on the 4th floor. Then, he wasn't in a hurry and rested in the Grand Hall. When he looked at his name again, he saw that it had shot up from the top 800 to the top 200. What a freak! He really amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. Am I going to rest until the last place again and then surpass those people in one go? Many people were convinced by Lin Ling's style, but they were also secretly looking forward to it because Lin Ling was only 100 steps away from the 555th step. Perhaps, Lin Ling could create another miracle and pass the test while still in the saint stage. Looking at the 4th floor and below, many martial ancestors were exhausted and had no choice but to be eliminated in the end. Only the true powerhouses were still moving forward, although the powerhouses in this test weren't the most powerful powerhouses in the Shen 3 halls. They were still ranked in the upper middle of the Shen 3 halls. There were still many powerful powerhouses among them. On the 4th floor, Lin Ling first checked his cultivation and then nodded with satisfaction. He was getting closer and closer to the 10th stage of the Sage Realm. Then, he checked his jade pendant and couldn't help but smile. Majin Tianzi, Young Beast Lord, and the others are still in the top 5. They have all passed the 6th floor and are rushing towards the 7th floor. However, it seems that after passing the 5th floor, the pressure has increased and their speed has slowed down. Lord Long was still in first place. He was at the 655th step, second was Du Qiu, who was at the 637th step, third was Majin Tianzi, fourth was Young Beast Lord, and fifth was the Dark Horse, Duan Wuhan. The gap between the 5 of them wasn't that big. They were all within the 50th step, however, they kept moving and stopping. From the surface, one could see the gap between them. Lord Long's style was similar to Lin Ling's. He would rest for a long time and start again. He would climb 30 steps in one go. As for the rest, Duan Wuhan was the fastest. He moved forward steadily. Second was Young Beast Lord, followed by Majin Tianzi, and Du Qiu was the slowest. Although the last test tested the martial artist's trump cards, it also showed the martial artist's potential and combat strength from another perspective. Du Qiu seemed to be the weakest among the 5 of them. How is that possible? Du Qiu defeated Majin Tianzi and crippled him. I think Du Qiu should be stronger than Majin Tianzi and Young Beast Lord. Majin Tianzi and Young Beast Lord, the 2 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance, are indeed powerful. It feels like a scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. There's also Lin Ling. Although he can't compete with the top 10, he's still the record holder. Everyone stared at the top 10 experts and whispered among themselves. As for Du Qiu, he had been staring at the jade token. Naturally, he could see the gap between him and Majin Tianzi. He was actually the slowest, which made him dumbfounded. He even estimated that in less than 2 hours, he would be surpassed by the rest and become the 5th existence. He never expected that he would end up like Wu Zun when he was just mocking Wu Zun not long ago. If that was the case, how could he face others? His goal this time was to surpass Lord Long and become number 1. Majin Tianzi, Young Beast Lord, and that Duan Wuhan who appeared out of nowhere. Why are their defenses stronger than mine? This is already the 6th level. Du Qiu's eyes were extremely cold. His body was like a melting ice cube, dripping with venom. Time passed quietly without him noticing. Behind Du Qiu, Ma Jin Tianzi was getting closer and closer. There were only 9 steps left. Ma Jin Tianzi was as tall as a giant. His entire body emitted a metallic luster. His eyes and expression did not change at all. It was as if he was emotionless. His cold eyes looked ahead and emitted a gem-like glow. It was as if his eyes were made of gemstones. Bang, he took a step forward, and white smoke rose from the stairs under his feet. The mysterious power of the Transcendence Tower was constantly absorbing everything from him. The pressure was so great that cracks appeared on his limbs. However, he was a puppet, so this pain was nothing to him, even if he was crushed into pieces. As long as there was a puppet fragment left, he would continue to move forward and surpass his limits. It represented the showdown between the new Heavenly Courts and the God Extermination Alliance. Back then, when he fought with Du Qiu, he was beaten up by Du Qiu in front of everyone's eyes, and his body was submerged in the poisonous liquid. At that time, he swore that he would definitely take revenge. This had also become the inner demon of his martial path. If this inner demon was not removed, it would be difficult for him to advance further. Moreover, it was also a grudge between the God Slayer Alliance and the new Heavenly Court. In front of the new Heavenly Court, it was impossible for the God Slayer Alliance to submit unless they died. Bang, he was only 6 steps away from Du Qiu. He was like an injured wolf, silent and silent, using his actions to prove everything. Du Qiu had also noticed that Prince Gropegold was getting closer and closer. More and more venom was dripping from his body. Ma Jin Tianzi, you were defeated by me in the past. Today, you still aren't my match. Your God-slaying alliance wants to fight against the martial god? You're dreaming. I will defeat you. I will tell you that the God-slaying alliance dares to go against the new Heavenly Court. That is the God-slaying alliance's nightmare. Ma Jin Tianzi, defeated by me. Du Qiu's entire body shook as he took a firm step forward. Moreover, he had finally erupted with his final trump card. He had already passed the 555th level and was vying for first place. However, the Golden Emperor had already caught up. He had no choice but to use his final trump card. He had already pushed this battle to its climax. If he didn't succeed, he would die trying. Murky cavern undying dispelling evil. He released a low shout, smoke rising from his body. The most ancient divine poison appeared around his body, poisoning everything. The mysterious colossal cavern god used poison to cultivate the Tao. It was a terrifying existence. At this moment, Du Qiu changed, and his speed increased greatly. In one breath, he walked up 30 steps in a row. Moreover, he only paused for a moment before he madly continued forward and walked up 20 steps. He had left Prince Emojin far behind, and was only 10 steps away from Lord Long. Just like Lord Long, he was extremely close to the 7th floor of the palace. Such progress was undoubtedly shocking to all the temples. Du Qiu's face was indifferent as he stood quietly on the stairs and rested. In his opinion, Ma Jin Tianzi, young demon master, and Duan Wuhan should have been left far behind. This action also tells them that they are not qualified to fight with me. Looking at Du Qiu, who was getting further and further away, Prince Molan and the others were undoubtedly shocked. Prince Ma Jin, this is your enemy. Defeat him and we'll believe in you. Me and Lin Ling will be your strongest supporters. The young demon lord muttered to himself. Although Prince Ma Jin hadn't heard this, he knew that he still had the support of his brothers from the God Slayer Alliance. All he could do was defeat Du Qiu. Du Qiu, have you finally revealed your trump card? But don't think that. You're the only one with a trump card. Ma Jin Tianzi let out a low growl. His hands moved rapidly as he suddenly slapped his own legs. Crack, a crisp sound was heard as cracks appeared on Prince Emojin's legs. This shocked countless people. Was Prince Emojin going to give up? Otherwise, why would he harm himself? However, a mysterious talisman appeared and actually reformed his legs. Moreover, his legs had turned black at some point in time. They were like a pair of legs made of rock or a pair of legs of an ancient deity. However, these legs had been petrified after countless years. However, Prince Emojin's aura changed after the appearance of his legs. Bang, he was like a giant as he strode forward along the stairs. He actually walked past the 20th step in one go and reached the 653rd step. At this moment, Ducho had slowed down and was moving forward steadily. However, he was still paying attention to Prince Imogen. Seeing Grotto Gold chasing after him in large strides, he was startled and began to panic. However, when he saw that Ducho had walked past the 20th step in one go, he finally shook his head in disdain. This Prince Imogen has hidden his trump card as well. However, compared to my trump card, he's still too weak. A loser is a loser. However, just as he finished speaking, Ducho saw Prince Imogen break his own arms. A mysterious black talisman appeared and Prince Imogen's arms changed. Borrowing this momentum, Prince Imogen strode forward again and walked past the 30th step in one go. He was getting closer and closer to Ducho. How is this possible? Ducho's eyes were filled with panic. He did not dare to stay any longer and slowly moved forward. When he finally reached the 7th floor, he did not dare to rest and continued to move forward. The 7th floor was already the second half of the ethereal tower. He was only 100 steps away from the highest record, the 8th floor. However, after reaching the 7th floor, the pressure became even more terrifying. Even walking down a single step was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ducho had already used his trump card. Hence, even with his full strength, he only managed to walk past the 4th step. Then, he felt a huge suction force that made it extremely difficult for him to move even a single step. It felt as if a god was looking at him. Even though Ducho gave it his all and gritted his teeth, he still failed. Looking behind him, a burly figure appeared. It was Prince Imogen. The moment he appeared, his tall figure was like a god of war, giving Ducho immense pressure. Ducho had never thought that his defeated opponent would be so powerful. Prince Imogen walked past the 7th floor and continued to move forward. Gradually, he reached the 703rd step. He was only one step away from Ducho. However, Prince Imogen suddenly stopped. He looked at Ducho indifferently and said, "I've caught up to you." Haha, Prince Imogen, you didn't win against me. You can't win against me. Both of us have reached our limits. Both of us will be eliminated. However, I won. I'm one step higher than you. Ha ha ha, this also means that the new heavenly court has won the battle against the god-slaying alliance. Although Ducho could not see Prince Imogen, he could sense his current state. He could not help but laugh loudly. He did not lose. He still represented the pride of the new heavenly court. Bang! However, while he was laughing, Grope Gold Son of Heaven suddenly slapped his head. Cracks appeared on his head as mysterious black runes appeared. Gotcha! Next, the prince's head shattered. Next, a magical force appeared and created a new head. It was pitch black and shiny. This wasn't a human head at all, it looked more like a black rock. Bang! As soon as this head appeared, Prince Imogen seemed to have undone some kind of seal. He also took a step forward and stood on the same level as Ducho. The crowd immediately exclaimed, this Prince of Gold was indeed not human. Moreover, smashing one's own head seemed simple, but one had to suffer a great deal of pain in order to do so. However, Prince Imogen endured it. Translator, Xianxia Translations Editor, Xianxia Translations All for the God-Slayer Alliance. Prince of Darkness. At the same time, Lin Ling and young demon master's eyes lit up. A sense of pride welled up in their hearts. It was as if they were witnessing the rise of their own brothers and allies in a foreign land. Prince of Darkness did not disgrace the God-Slayer Alliance. Bang! Another step. This was a clean and efficient step. With this step, Prince of Darkness surpassed Ducho and shocked all 36 academies. Everyone knew that the ethereal tower tested one's defense, but it was also a comprehensive test. The further one went, the greater their potential and strength. Prince of Darkness surpassed Ducho. This meant that he had won this battle and had greater potential and strength than Ducho. Ducho stared at the jade token in his hand as if he could not believe that Prince of Darkness had surpassed him. Bang! However, the jade token in his hand showed that not only had Prince of Darkness surpassed him, but he had also taken another step. This made Ducho tremble. He felt as if the jade token in his hand was about to explode. Bang! However, this was not the end of it. Prince of Darkness took another step. He had surpassed 2 steps. Although it was just 2 steps, the 7th step was 100 times more difficult than all the previous steps. Loser. Ducho vaguely heard Prince of Darkness's disdainful voice. Remember, God Slayer Alliance. There was even that arrogant voice, bang, almost at the same time, Du Chao's whole body flickered. The jade token brought him out of the ethereal tower. Du Chao had failed, final result, 704 steps, this caused an uproar in the 36 academies. The new heavenly quartz people also had ugly expressions. Du Chao was their final hope, but he had lost to the God Slayer Alliance. I didn't disgrace the God Slayer Alliance. It's up to you now. Young Demon Master, Lin Ling. Prince of Darkness's pitch-black head said in a hoarse voice. Then, he disappeared from the ethereal tower. He had already fulfilled his wish and raised the flag for the God Slayer Alliance. Therefore, there was no need for him to continue fighting. As for him, he was proud. He believed that young Demon Master and Lin Ling would not disgrace him. For this battle, he had handed the flag to young Demon Master and Lin Ling, everything for the God Slayer Alliance. Prince of Darkness. At the same time, young Demon Master, Lin, and the others were Demon Master of Darkness were extremely excited. Clearly, they had also heard Prince Molin's words. Everything was for the God Slayer Alliance. This was because the God Slayer Alliance was also a gathering place for hot-blooded youths like them, as young Demon Master, Lin, and the Demon Slayer of God Slayer Alliance. Without a doubt, this final battle had also made the world remember the names of Ma Jin Tianzi and the God Slayer Alliance, of God Slayer Alliance of God of God Alliance of God Do of Heaven of Darkness of Ya. It looks like losing to Prince of Gold this time has dealt a huge blow to Du Chao. Perhaps, it will be difficult for him to improve in the future. Looks like only Lord Long and Duan Wuhan have a chance of breaking the record. Of the 36 academies, the deans were all looking forward to it. Lord Long was the publicly acknowledged number one. His talent and cultivation level were both above everyone else. No matter how Wu Zun, Du Chao, and the others were surpassed, no one had ever been able to surpass Lord Long. Duan Wuhan, the dark horse, was the last to enter the tower. However, his speed was so fast that he was already in the top 5. Many people guessed that the final battle between the two would be between the two of them. As for young Demon Master, who was currently ranked second, although he was also very powerful, he did not stand out during the entire process of entering the tower. Therefore, no one thought that he could compete with Lord Long and the others. For a moment, the teachers and experts of the 36 academies were all talking about it. I bet 1 divine stone on Lord Long to be number 1. Suddenly, the Vice Dean of the Creation Institute, one of the 36 academies, spoke. Divine stones were said to be able to cultivate the power of the gods. It was a treasure that experts yearned for the most. 1 divine stone was equivalent to 1 billion Emperor crystals. No one had expected the Vice Dean to be so confident in Lord Long. 1 divine stone. I bet 2 divine stones on Lord Long to be number 1. But soon, another dean spoke up. There are exceptions to everything. I bet 3 divine stones on Duan Wuhan. At this moment, a smiling voice suddenly appeared in every temple, causing the deans of the 36 academies to frown. The Duan lineage martial god. Naturally, they knew who the newcomer was. I thought that no one would dare to bet on this. I didn't expect the Duan family's patriarch to be so interested. Very well, I'll bet 2 divine stones on Lord Long. Soon after, another dean joined the bet. Very well, I'll take all of your bets. I'll pay as many as you send. If I win, everyone must pay me 3 divine stones. Deal. The Duan lineage martial god's voice floated out again. All right. Many deans nodded. They were not afraid that the Duan family's patriarch would go back on his word. I bet 2 divine stones on young Demon Master. The dean of the E-Villa also spoke. To everyone's surprise, he favored young Demon Master, but not Lord Long. There are always exceptions. Maybe Tyrant Dragon isn't going to take first place. I used the Ionic God Pagoda to peek into the pagoda, and I saw a divergent. Therefore, I'll bet 2 godstones on young Demon Lord. The Vice Dean of the Heavenly Divination Institute said with a faint smile. No one had expected that someone would favor young Demon Master. I bet 5 divine stones on Lin Ling. Suddenly, a different voice rang out, shocking all 36 academies. It was none other than the Vice Dean of the Wind Snow Institute. You're crazy. Everyone present couldn't believe their eyes. Lin Ling hadn't even entered the top 10, and hadn't even passed the 555th level. Yet someone was betting on him to be number 1. If it weren't for the distance, many of the deans would have slapped the Beisteen a few times. No, a few dozen slaps to wake him up. Betting on Lord Long, Duan Wuhan, or even young Demon Master was possible. But betting on Lin Ling was the same as giving away money. Are you sure? One of the deans asked with a mocking smile. I'm sure. I bet on the Wind Snow Institute's name that Lin Ling will be number 1. The Vice-Dean of the Wind Snow Institute said word by word. The reason he bet 5 divine stones was because someone else had also placed a bet. It was Song Chiri. Hee, 5 divine stones, looks like it's a waste. Many of the deans shook their heads and laughed. But at this time another voice rang out, I bet 10 divine stones on Lin Ling. 10 divine stones. Currently, the biggest bet was 10 billion monarch crystals, unless it was a real big shot, who could take out such a huge sum of money? You are? The deans of the various academies frowned. Emperor Miao. Translator, Transin editor, Transin he had passed the trial, Emperor Miao, the number 1 divine emperor in Miao Prefecture and one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. She had actually been attracted by the 3 trials. Most importantly, she had placed her bet on Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling was a dark horse in the 3 trials, his foundation was relatively weak. He had not even reached the martial ancestor realm. This was his biggest flaw, therefore, people felt that it was already a miracle that Lin Ling could reach the 555th floor. As for competing for first place, it was simply impossible. Emperor Miao, who did you say you were going to bet on? After a moment of silence, a dean asked in shock. After all, 10 divine stones were no small matter. They had to be sure. I said, I bet 10 divine stones on Lin Ling to become first place. Emperor Miao's voice rang out again and clearly entered the ears of the 36 deans. He was telling them that he was not joking. 10 divine stones was the biggest bet at the moment. Chi, the deans sucked in a breath of cold air. They did not know what was wrong with Emperor Miao. However, it seemed that Emperor Miao had made up his mind, so they did not stop him. They knew that Emperor Miao and Snow Wind Academy's deans would definitely lose their divine stones. They might even cry a few days later. With this thought in mind, many of the deans revealed gloating smiles. Look, Lord Long is moving again. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. Lord Long had rested on the 6th floor for a long time and had successfully broken through. Next, he would walk and stop. Maybe he would break through again this time. Currently, he had reached the 731st floor. If he broke through, he might reach the 8th floor. The 8th floor was the highest record in the history of the Divine Tower. It had left an endless reputation among the 36 academies. The owner of this record was called Du Shijue. People also called him the martial god of 10 extremes, because he was also one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. This was also the reason why people wanted to surpass him. Many people thought that if they could surpass this senior, they might become one of the top 10 martial gods in the 9 prefectures. As for the second place, it was still Young Yao. He had reached the 7th floor and was catching up to Lord Long. As for the third place, it was Duan Wuhan. Although he was ranked 3rd, his speed had always been fast. Some people said that he was faster than Lord Long. This was the reason why everyone thought highly of him. Of course, in terms of speed, Lin Ling was actually the fastest. It was just that Lin Ling rested for a long time. Look, Lin Ling is also moving. Just as everyone's was their eyes locked on, someone exclaimed by Wuhan. At this moment, Lin Ling had already walked out from the 4th level of the Grand Hall. Moreover, he had even used the tyrannical Song Sword to resist the pressure brought about by the Transcendence Tower. Do you guys think that Lin Ling will reach the 555th floor and pass the test completely? I don't think there's much hope, because if he could reach the 555th level, he wouldn't have rested for so long. Of course God Bull was is? FNN Dragon? NN was NN? In the sacred halls of the various academies, the experts began to discuss. Lin Ling had stayed on the 4th level for too long, causing many people to almost forget about him. However, Lin Ling had once again appeared in front of everyone's eyes and was striding forward. The most terrifying thing was that Lin Ling did not stop. His speed was extremely fast. He had walked to the 95th step in one go. my god, he broke the record again. He walked to the 95th step in one go and didn't stop. Seeing Lin Ling's appearance, countless people exclaimed. Even some deans stared at Lin Ling and frowned. However, Lin Ling did not stop and finally reached the 5th level of the main hall. This meant that Lin Ling had walked to the 100th step in one go. This was also the highest record so far. Lord Long, Duan Wuhan, and the others had not done it. After reaching the 500th step, Lin Ling's ranking had reached the top 200. He was only 50 steps away from passing the test. This guy, I'm afraid he's really going to pass the test. If he succeeds, he'll be the first person to pass the test in the Saint Realm. There's still the 55th step. Is it possible? Everyone was shocked. Many people felt that Lin Ling had walked through the ethereal tower as easily as drinking water. This was too uncomfortable. After reaching the 5th floor, Lin Ling only glanced at the hall and continued to move forward. The main reason was that he found that tyrannical Singer Sword's killing intent had begun to appear and shroud him. Therefore, he had to seize the time to move forward. Otherwise, if tyrannical Singer Sword's killing intent was fully released, Lin Ling would not be able to withstand it. In this breath, Lin Ling had walked to the 54th step, but he stopped at the 554th step. He's reached his limit. Haha, if he's like Wu Zun, one step away from passing the test, then it'll be interesting to watch. Many people suddenly became excited, as if they were looking forward to it. That was because Lin Ling had stopped. This meant that he might have reached his limit. Outside the ethereal tower, Wu Zun's eyes were red, and he was still cursing himself. He had actually failed at the 554th step. He had lost all face, and he had become the laughingstock of the various academies. At this moment, he saw that Lin Ling had stopped at the step he was on, and he immediately became agitated. Lin Ling, fail for me. Perhaps he was feeling very uncomfortable because he was the only one who had lost face. Thus, he wanted to drag Lin Ling down with him so that he could share the shame with him. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Ling had already taken a step forward. Following that, without stopping for a single breath, he actually reached the main hall of the 6th level. My eyes aren't playing tricks on me, right? He actually passed the test. Furthermore, the 100th step was as easy as walking through a garden. Heavens, what did he rely on to stop the ethereal tower? He's already in the top 50. That's nothing. More importantly, he set a new record with the strength of a saint and completely passed the 3 tests. He's now an expert of the Divine 3 halls. At this moment, everyone was stirred. A dazzling historical record was deeply engraved in the 36 academies. Lin Ling's opponents in the New Heavenly Court and the Duan clan were fuming with anger. This was especially true for Wu Zun. His expression was as ugly as if his parents had died. He thought back to how arrogant Lin Ling had been outside the ethereal tower. How could Lin Ling not be afraid of him? And now, Lin Ling had used his proud results to tell him that he, Wu Zun, was only SOSO. As for the Snow Wind Academy, the terrifying cheers almost overturned the sacred hall. The vice president, Siluan, Fairy Xianxia, and the others all laughed loudly. They were extremely proud and excited. As for Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the other former opponents, they were on the verge of kneeling. Lin Ling was truly a freak. Even if Lin Ling had given up on the next test, his previous feat was enough to earn the respect of countless people. Lin Ling, good job. Good job. At this moment, the second-ranked young beast lord looked at the jade token in his hand and couldn't help but feel excited. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The first change, he, Prince of Gold, did not embarrass the God Slayer Alliance, and now, Lin Ling did not either. Reaching the 3rd level with the strength of a saint and passing it smoothly was a story to be told. He was so proud of himself that he almost roared out in excitement. At this moment, Lin Ling stood quietly on the 6th floor. His gaze swept across the vast hall and he couldn't help but shake his head. The reason he chose this path was because he felt that there was something on this path that attracted him. However, he didn't see anything strange so far. It seemed that it should be in the next 3 halls. The murderous aura of the dominating song sword is getting scarier. It seems that I can no longer use it, but the potential of the dominating song sword is really scary. It allowed me to walk 200 steps from the 4th level to the 6th level. Go, then. Lin Ling checked his trump card. At that moment, his 5 dantians had not been consumed. The Sky Dragon's bones, the great Nether Wind Dragon, and the realm-swallowing beast's talent and physical strength had not been consumed, and the most powerful soul power. Let's start with the talent of the realm-swallowing beast, then the Sky Dragon's bones and the great Nether Wind Dragon. Next will be the physical strength and cultivation realm, and finally, the soul power. Lin Ling immediately made plans. He also knew that from the 6th level onwards, the difficulty would definitely increase by several times. Especially the 7th level, the difficulty would probably increase by more than 10 times, Lin Ling could tell from the slow speed of Lord Long and the others. Next, he used the talent of the realm-swallowing beast and walked out of the 6th level hall. Originally, Lin Ling's goal was to pass the test, but Prince of Gold's desperate fight made Lin Ling's heart burn with fire. He was also the leader of the God-Slayer Alliance, so he had to fight with all his might. He also wanted to fight for first place. Lin Ling did not stop and walked up 20 steps in one breath. The realm-swallowing beast was one of the 4 most ferocious creatures in the universe. Its defense was really scary. After the 6th level, the pressure increased greatly, but Lin Ling could still walk up 20 steps in one breath. This explained everything. And in this short span of 20 steps, Lin Ling went from the top 50 to the top 20. The top 50 powerhouses looked at the jade cards in their hands and were so angry that their noses were crooked. Lin Ling again. This guy, who was at the bottom, was now surpassing them. How infuriating, and after the 6th level, each step was difficult. How could this guy walk so fast? However, Lin Ling did not know their anger at all. After resting for a moment, he continued forward and walked up another 10 steps in one go. This time, he was only 1 step away from entering the top 20. 5 steps in front of him was an expert from the Snowwind Academy. His name was Tang Lin, and he was very close to the white-faced Kagura. Seeing Lin Ling getting closer and closer, he couldn't help but roar in anger. Bastard! He's just a piece of trash at the Saint stage. Why is he so strong? However, while he was thinking about this, the jade token in his hand flashed, causing him to be stunned on the spot. Because he'd been surpassed. Holy sh*t, what's going on? Tang Lin suddenly became absent-minded. He remembered Kagura's order to stop Lin Ling from passing the assessment. But was Lin Ling someone he could stop? If only Lin Ling did not stop him. I can still surpass him. Then, Tang Lin roared and took 3 heavy steps. However, when he looked at the jade card again, Lin Ling was still above him. On the contrary, a huge pressure enveloped him like a brilliant divine power. With a plop, his whole body was smashed on the steps. He tried to stand up several times but failed in the end. He smiled bitterly, and his heart was extremely disappointed. He knew that he had reached his limit. His final result was the 640th step. He looked at the jade card in his hand and recalled the name of the mysterious man, Lin Ling. He was completely convinced. Bang, the jade card was crushed in his hand, and he completely gave up on competing for first place. As for Lin Ling, he successfully entered the top 20. Such a terrifying speed undoubtedly made many people's expressions turn serious. No one thought that Lin Ling could compete for first place, but now it seemed that he had some hope. It's indeed very surprising, but entering the top 10 is his final limit. There's no hope for him to compete for first place. In the Blizzard Academy, the white-faced man, Kagura, said coldly. And when he said that, many teachers also thought so. They felt that Lin Ling had used his strongest trump card. He definitely would not have enough strength to resist the tower. Let's wait and see. Only the vice president, Siluan, and the others believed in Lin Ling. After the 650th step, Lin Ling slowed down. Because after the 6th step, the pressure had increased by a lot. His realm-devouring beast talent did not seem to be able to hold on for much longer. After Lin Ling started to rest, everyone's eyes fell on the top 5. The first place was still Lord Long. However, Lord Long had stopped at the 750th step, and he had been there for a long time. On the other hand, Xianxia was getting closer and closer behind him. He was only at the 12th step. Moreover, the distance between them was constantly shrinking. Lord Long, let's go. Why aren't you leaving? The presidents who had bet on Lord Long were clenching their fists. On the other hand, the presidents who had bet on Xianxia were smiling excitedly. 10th step, 9th step, the distance was getting closer and closer. Xianxia was also smiling excitedly. He did not know what had happened to Lord Long, but this was his chance. 8th step, 5th step, the entire sacred hall of the 36 academies seemed to have stopped breathing. Lord Long couldn't have been surpassed by someone, could he? No, this must be fake. 3rd step, 2nd step, but the truth was right in front of everyone's eyes. 1st step, at this moment, everyone was silent. It was as if a historical moment had come. Xianxia raised his tired eyes and looked ahead. Lin Ling, Prince of Gold, Xianxia, did not embarrass the God Slayer alliance. After saying that, he walked down the next step proudly and sat on the same level as Lord Long. Lord Dragon remained motionless, but young Master Yao took another step forward. He had surpassed him. This was the first time Lord Long had been surpassed in the ethereal tower. It was also the first change. The 36 academies were in an uproar. The presidents who had bet on Lord Long's victory all had ugly expressions on their faces. As for the presidents who had bet on Xianxia, they laughed heartily and were extremely excited. No one had expected the ordinary-looking Xianxia to be so powerful. He had done what Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the others could not, surpass Lord Long. Lin Ling and Prince of Gold, who had been staring at the jade tablet, could not help but feel excited. This first place was enough to make many people remember Xianxia's name. After Xianxia surpassed Lord Long, he did not stop and continued to move forward. This made people wonder if Xianxia was going to be the first to break the record. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Tit for tat. Lord Dragon, who had been cultivating cross-legged, finally opened his eyes. One of his eyes was blue and the other red. They were majestic, and the starlight that belonged to him flickered. This meant that he had broken through, and his ancestral power had entered a new realm. It was 60% of his ancestral power, and the additional ancestral power would undoubtedly allow Lord Long to go even further. He stood up and shouted, "Eternal Heaven, Tao, Life and Death, Mysterious Art." He stepped forward, and his speed was extremely fast. He was getting closer and closer to young Master Yao. This unforeseen event made many people's hearts beat wildly. Young Master Yao had just taken first place. Was he going to be overtaken now? Young Master Yao also sensed Lord Dragon's awakening and breakthrough. His heart sank, and he quickened his pace and continued to advance. The two of them, one in front and one behind, walked towards the 8th level. However, after Lord Dragon's strength had increased, his speed was indeed terrifying. He was getting closer and closer to young Master Yao. Level 3, Level 2, Level 1, young Master Yao was overtaken again and became second. No one can take away what belongs to me. Lord Dragon continued to advance, but he said domineeringly. At the same time, he looked into the distance and clenched his fists excitedly. Level 8, Lord Dragon, am coming. After he finished speaking, the blue and red light on his body became even more dazzling, and his speed increased again. Level 769, Level 774, Level 781, Level 793, he was only 7 steps away from the 8th level. Although young Master Yao had been overtaken, he was still chasing Lord Dragon. The aura of the various demon gods appeared on his body, and he was extremely terrifying. However, this aura was also fading at this moment. The two of them were getting closer and closer to the 8th level. When Lord Dragon reached level 799, he paused for a moment, then stepped forward. Instantly, he became the first person to reach the 8th level. He was only 62 steps away from the legendary record of the 10 ultimate martial gods. Behind Lord Dragon, young Master Yao had also reached level 799. However, his face was extremely pale, and he was sweating profusely. Those beads of sweat were as big as beans. Clearly, he had reached his limit. Lin Ling, I lost. Suddenly, young Demon Lord roared and spat out a mouthful of blood. The honor of the God Slayer Alliance is in your hands. Lin Ling and Ma Jin Tianzi clenched their fists as if they could hear the unyielding voice. As for young Master Yao, he completely collapsed on the 799th step. However, he didn't crush the jade tablet in his hand. With his temperament and the pride of the God Slayer Alliance, he wouldn't allow himself to become a deserter. Therefore, he fought until he was seriously injured and completely unconscious. In the end, he was taken away by the jade token. What was even more shocking was that even though he had appeared outside the Tongshan Tower, he was still unconscious. From this, one could see just how serious the young demon lord's injuries were. The expression on Ma Jin Tianzi's face changed drastically as he rushed over to investigate. Soon after, he discovered that although young Master Yao was heavily injured, his life was not in danger. The prince couldn't help but stare at the pale young demon with a smile on his face. It was his fortune to be able to meet a like-minded friend in this life. Then, he looked at the Tongshan Tower. Now, it was all up to Lin Ling. Ma Jin Tianzi had defeated Du Chou, and young demon lord had temporarily taken first place. What about Lin Ling? What kind of magnificent feat would he achieve? Although young demon lord has been eliminated, his fighting spirit is really terrifying. Yes. At least he took first place temporarily. That's enough to be proud of. After all, Lord Long is undefeated. He's much better than Du Chou and Wu Zun. Yes. Ma Jin Tianzi and young demon lord of the God Slayer Alliance are all tough bones. They're all top 10 experts. Although young demon lord had been eliminated, many people secretly admired him. Moreover, as long as no one could reach the 799th step, young demon lord would be third this time. As for second place, it would naturally be Duan Wuhan. At this moment, Duan Wuhan was still sprinting toward the 8th floor, while Lord Long was resting on the 8th floor. However, he also noticed that Duan Wuhan was closing in on him. Therefore, he sneered, rested for a moment, and immediately walked out of the 8th floor. He was only 62 steps away from the record of the 10 ultimate martial gods. His goal was to break the record. However, before he could take the first step, a terrible pressure came crushing down on him. Lord Long's body suddenly trembled, and he was forced back into the hall. What's going on? Is the pressure on the stairs after the 8th floor so great? Looking at Lord Long's appearance, I'm afraid the pressure on the stairs after the 8th floor is 100 times greater than before. Does that mean Lord Long's final result is the 800th step? Many people were frightened by Lord Long's appearance, and they were even more aware of the difficulty of the ethereal tower. The various deans were also constantly evaluating the situation. I estimate that Lord Long has a 40% chance of stepping out of the 8th floor. The first step of the 8th floor is a watershed. Lord Long only has a 50% chance. I think it's 60%. Lord Long was not discouraged in the slightest. His eyes were cold, and there was another voice in his body. It was as if he had a split personality. There was actually another person in his body. Moreover, the blue and red light in his eyes were even more dazzling. I'll definitely succeed. Lord Long roared. An ancient aura emanated from his body as he took a step forward. The entire staircase seemed to shake, but this time a powerful and mysterious force surged out and forced Lord Long back into the hall. I'll definitely succeed. Lord Long was not afraid. He roared again, but this time, his voice had changed. It was as if it was another person. He took a step forward, and it seemed as if he had unleashed his strongest trump card. This step was like the iron hoof of a war god, but also like the step of a god. Hung Long Long. The staircase shook, and Lord Long appeared on the 801st step. Lord Long did it. He failed on this step last time, so he gave up on the test. Who would have thought that he would succeed this time? He's the second expert to surpass the 8th floor after the martial god of 10 extremities. Perhaps he really has a chance to surpass the record of the martial god of 10 extremities and shake the world. In an instant, Lord Long, who was already the focus of everyone's attention, raised his reputation to the peak. People looked at him as if they were looking at the martial god of 10 extremities. Those deans who had placed their bets on Lord Long all started laughing loudly. Looking at Duan Wuhan, who was ranked second, he stopped on the 762nd step at the moment. It's only the 801st step. I thought it was so great. Wait for me, I will surpass you, Lord Long, and become the first this time. Moreover, I, Duan Wuhan, will surpass the previous record of the martial god of 10 extremities. Records are meant to be broken. I, Duan Wuhan, want all of you to remember the name Duan Wuhan. Duan Wuhan muttered to himself with his eyes closed. The moment he opened them, the wheel of fate appeared in his eyes. The first bloodline of the Duan family was also stimulated by him at this moment. Amazing the world with a single brilliant feat, a vortex appeared above Duan Wuhan's head, and with this terrifying power, Duan Wuhan finally took a step forward. Step 763, Step 777, Step 784, Step 798, everyone was immediately shocked by Duan Wuhan's crazy actions. Duan Wuhan, the dark horse this time, was really terrifying. One had to know that people like young Demon Lord had reached their limits after reaching the 7th floor, but Duan Wuhan seemed to have just begun to use his trump card. Moreover, if they remembered correctly, Duan Wuhan seemed to have not broken through even once. If he broke through, what height would he reach? Duan Wuhan, go and create a world that belongs to you. Outside the divine tower, martial god Duan Mai smiled, looking forward to seeing Duan Wuhan stand out in the final world. Whether Duan Wuhan could become number 1, from the beginning until now, he had no worries because he knew that Duan Wuhan would definitely be number 1. Bang! Duan Wuhan also rushed into the 8th floor of the main hall, and without rest, he was already moving towards the 801st step. Before this, Lord Long had failed twice in a row on this step. Then, what about Duan Wuhan? At this moment, Duan Wuhan stood in the main hall, his eyes calm, his face filled with a domineering aura. He gathered his strength and immediately stepped forward. However, a terrifying divine power immediately suppressed him, causing Duan Wuhan's body to tremble. His white clothes were full of sweat. It seems that like Lord Long, Duan Wuhan is going to fail from the beginning. The power absorbed by the 8th floor is 100 times more than the previous steps. It's normal that it's difficult to take the first step. Unless Duan Wuhan can give up a trump card, his process will inevitably be the same as Lord Long's. Voices rang out one after another, bang, but at this time, Duan Wuhan stepped forward again, and then, resisting the pressure, he stepped onto the first step. Then, another foot came, and with a slight force, Duan Wuhan reached the 801st step. The entire holy hall was shocked, and everyone was breathing heavily. Duan Wuhan actually succeeded in one step. That was too abnormal. It seemed that his potential was more powerful than Lord Long's. However, Duan Wuhan, who had taken the first step, was now gasping for breath. He did not take another step forward. Lord Dragon, on the other hand, had reached the 809th stair, but he was also sitting cross-legged and cultivating. It could be seen that the pressure of the 8th level was indeed terrifying, forcing these two children of God to slow down. However, this was enough to be proud of. It was because up until now, they were the only two who had reached the 8th level. Their names would be immortal and be immortalized for generations to come. Others, thinking about it, that was more like it. There was no possibility at all. I didn't expect that only Lord Long and Duan Wuhan would reach the 8th floor this time. That's right. People like Du Chou, Wu Zun, and Ma Jin Tianzi have all been eliminated. They don't have the qualifications to compete at all. That's for sure. If the 8th floor was so easy to reach, countless people would have reached it over the years. Heated discussions continued to ring out in the sacred hall. Look, Lin Ling is moving again. Suddenly, someone looked at Lin Ling's starlight and said. Lin Ling, who was on the 660th stair, began to move forward. The reason why he stopped was because Lin Ling found that his 5 dantians were ready to move again. He was getting closer and closer to the 10th stage of the Sage Realm. Moreover, the realm-swallowing beast's talent was almost exhausted. Therefore, he also used the Sky Dragon's bone. In one breath, he reached the 40th stair and successfully reached the 7th level. From the top 20, he successfully rushed into the top 10. On the 7th level, Lin Ling did not rest and walked out again. The power of the Sky Dragon's bone was still there, so it supported Lin Ling to reach the 20th level. Next, Lin Ling also used the Great Nether Wind Dragon. The Great Nether Wind Dragon was not weak. On the 7th level, it supported Lin Ling to reach the 45th stair, the 745th stair. Without any suspense, the various sacred halls were in an uproar. No one had expected that Lin Ling would still have such strength in the latter half of his cultivation. What kind of talent does this guy have? Even if he has the divine fetus body, I'm afraid he can't hold on for so long. I heard that this guy has 2 talents. Damn, 2 talents, this is too shameless. All the focus fell on Lin Ling again. Those who thought that Lin Ling was impossible at the beginning were also a little moved at this moment, especially the various deans. Their faces were incomparably dignified. They never thought that they had missed Lin Ling. This guy is really the second dark horse. There were even deans muttering to themselves. As for the first dark horse, it was undoubtedly Duan Wuhan. The second dark horse? Not necessarily. The vice dean of the Snow Wind Academy was also excited, and his words were filled with endless praise. As for Wu Zun, Du Chou, and the others, they felt extremely uncomfortable. Where did this Lin Ling come from? Why was he so crazy? He was even more abnormal than young Demon Lord and the others. This made them depressed to death. However, compared to their anger, Imogen Tianzi and young Demon Lord were incomparably excited. They sighed because they could not see through Lin Ling more and more. It's him, Lin Ling? After Lin Ling entered the top 10, Duan Wuhan finally noticed him. Because of his pride, he had always paid attention to the top 10 masters. He did not expect that Lin Ling would also participate. Last time in the Starry Sky Forest, Lin Ling had disrupted their search for God's treasure. This great hatred, he still remembered it in his heart. I didn't expect Lin Ling to also come. Very good, very good. Come on, try to catch up with me. Otherwise, you will be an ant under my feet for the rest of your life. Duan Wuhan roared. He wanted to use this opportunity to ruthlessly suppress and humiliate Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling did not see all of this. After the 749th step, the Supreme Nether Wind Dragon's talent was sealed. Lin Ling immediately used the strength of his physical body. This was the strength of 6,000 worlds, which was enough for Lin Ling to hold on for a long time. After the 7th floor, the suction force is really terrifying. Lin Ling also felt the terror of the second half of the Tongshan Tower. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger the suction force. Lin Ling found that he was only a step away from the 10th stage of the Sage Realm. If he reached the 10th stage of the Sage Realm, and his 5 dantians were upgraded at the same time, his trump card would naturally be stronger. The 750th step, the 760th step, the 772nd step, the 796th step, everyone looked at Lin Ling in shock. They never thought that when Lin Ling went crazy, he could actually threaten the 2 strongest people. What the hell is this guy? The dean of the 36th college looked as if he had seen a ghost. This Lin Ling was really amazing. Was he really going to compete for the first place? Translator, Transin editor, Transin another dark horse. Who is he? Even Lord Long, who was currently ranked first, was taken aback by this sight. Because he didn't know Lin Ling at all, and he didn't have the slightest impression of him. Never had he imagined that after Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the young Master Yao had been eliminated, this fellow that had appeared out of nowhere would actually be able to threaten his first position. This was another dark horse after Duan Wuhan. Moreover, from the first step to the 800th step, only he and Duan Wuhan knew how difficult it was. The pressure could only be felt and could not be described in words. However, Lin Ling could reach more than 790 steps. This showed how terrifying Lin Ling's potential and foundation were. This was definitely an expert who could fight with a late-stage martial ancestor. Of course, Lin Ling's appearance did not make Lord Long angry. Instead, his eyes were filled with a strong fighting spirit. At his level, it was time to find a strong opponent. This way, he could fly higher and go further. He used to think that Du Chou and Wu Zun were such opponents, but now he knew that Lin Ling and Duan Wuhan were the real opponents. Haha, Lin Ling, right? Come on, try to catch up with me. With that thought in mind, Lord Dragon let out a heroic roar and took a step forward. He had actually reached the 822nd step. He was only 40 steps away from breaking the record. Lin Ling, you will definitely be defeated on the 8th floor. You will never be able to take that step. Compared to Lord Long's fighting spirit, Duan Wuhan was filled with endless hatred. He even roared directly. This showed how much he valued Lin Ling and how angry he was. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Ling walked up 5 steps and finally reached the 8th floor of the hall. What welcomed him was the biggest door, the 801st step. Lord Long and Duan Wuhan had been blocked by this step. It could be said that this step was a watershed. After stepping over it, it was a new world. Can Lin Ling take that step? The deputy dean of Snow Wind Academy muttered to himself. He should be able to. Teacher Xiluan said with uncertainty. Tian Ao, Luo Wu Chang, Solemn Ming, and the others all had very serious expressions on their faces. When it came to Lin Ling, they couldn't help but admire him. After all, he had been a new student in the First God Society, and had taken first place in the Second God Society. Now, his name had shaken all 36 institutes. I hope he still has a trump card to make it through. Tian Ao said excitedly. Haha, Lin Ling has come so far. Do you think he still has a trump card? In my opinion, his talent, cultivation level, martial arts, divine weapons, and so on have all been exhausted. The 8th level is his limit. At this moment, the white-faced man, Kagura, said coldly, however, he should be proud because he's currently ranked 3rd. He seemed to be praising Lin Ling, but in fact, he didn't want Lin Ling to fly higher because he was getting more and more jealous. Of course, his view was also shared by many deans. In the end, they didn't bet on Lin Ling to win because they didn't want to lose their god stones. At this moment, in the 8th level of the main hall, the rolling clouds were drifting. Lin Ling stood there quietly, not in a hurry to move forward. The pressure after the 700th level is really terrifying. Lin Ling muttered to himself. If it wasn't for his powerful god-devil body, he would have been crushed to pieces. 5 dantians, I'm only a small distance away from breaking through. If I break through, the 5 dantians will be enough for me to hold on for a while. Next, I'll have to rely on my soul force. The 9th level should have what I need. I must reach the 9th level. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with determination. After resting for half an hour on the 8th level, he continued to move forward. At this moment, Lord Long had already reached the 832th level. As for Duan Wuhan, he was getting closer and closer to Lord Long 829th level, 3 levels, this was the gap between them. This also made Lord Long roar and move forward with all his might. At this time, Lin Ling moved. In the main hall of the 8th level, Lin Ling's figure appeared. This attracted the attention of countless people. Lin Ling also took a step forward. However, just as he was about to reach the 801st level, an unprecedented pressure hit him like the hand of God, pushing him back. Boom! At that moment, all the bones in Lin Ling's body cracked, and blood spurted out of his body like arrows. In the blink of an eye, there was a pool of blood under his feet. However, Lin Ling turned a blind eye to it. His eyes were still firmly fixed on the 801st level. His feet seemed to be very close to the stairs, but it became an insurmountable gap. It was as if the stairs were in the sky and he, Lin Ling, was on the ground. It was impossible to reach the sky in a single step. Haha, I already said that the 8th level is his limit. Looking at Lin Ling's starlight, Kagura of the Snowwind Academy couldn't help but laugh. The deans of the major academies also laughed. Lin Ling, after all, was a Saint Realm expert. This was a fact that could never be changed. Lin Ling, come on, you trash, can you only go that far? Trash, from today onwards, you will forever be my subordinate, forever my aunt. Duan Wuhan also looked at the jade token in his hand and couldn't help but laugh domineeringly. He was now on the 829th level. Could Lin Ling catch up with him? In his dreams, the real first place could only be between him and Lord Long. Moreover, Lord Long was only 3 steps away from him. He could surpass Lord Long at any time and become the final first place. Most importantly, when he reached the 862nd level, he would surpass the record of the 10 ultimate martial gods and shock the final world. Ha ha ha. Thinking of this, Duan Wuhan looked up to the sky and laughed. He was quite domineering. While he was laughing, outside the Transcendence Tower, Lin Ling's starlight flickered at this moment. However, this slight flicker instantly silenced all 36 academies, because what the starlight represented was that Lin Ling had broken through, in addition to Lin Ling's previous 5 breakthroughs. This meant that Lin Ling had broken through 6 times in the Transcendence Tower. 6 times, such a result, in the thousands of years of time, who else could surpass him? And such a change also made Duan Wuhan's laughter disappear, but his mouth still maintained the smile. Breakthrough? Lin Ling had broken through again. Damn, who was this guy? Why did he break through as easily as drinking water? In this way, Lin Ling's hope of breaking through the Daikai stage had undoubtedly increased by another point. Many people were thinking whether Lin Ling could use this breakthrough to fight against the Transcendence Tower and reach the New World. In fact, Lin Ling had proved with his actions that anything was possible. Bang, he took a step forward, and the sole of his foot finally reached the 801st level. At the same time, his physical strength was completely sealed. Among the 5 dantians, the first dantian appeared and began to resist the power of the Transcendence Tower. Bang, the other foot arrived once again. It was swift and clean, swift and decisive. Lin Ling had stepped onto the 801st level. Wow! From the various temples, the cries of alarm were like a tidal wave. At the same time, the starlight outside the Transcendence Tower, belonging to Lin Ling, was completely recorded on the 801st level. And this was a new world. The 10th breakthrough. How is this possible? Duan Wuhan, who was in front of Lin Ling, roared at this moment. As for Lord Long, his whole body trembled, and then endless fighting spirit was stimulated. However, after Lin Ling reached the 801st step, his pace did not stop. He strode forward, and the first dantian in his body madly resisted the power of the tower. The 802nd step, the 812th step, the 822nd step. On the 8th floor, he actually reached the 20th step in one breath. He was only 9 steps away from Duan Wuhan. Lord Long and Duan Wuhan's hearts trembled in an instant. They roared and rushed forward at the same time. Boom, as if shrouded by Lin Ling's pressure, Lord Long spat out a mouthful of blood. When he reached the 835th step, his whole body weakened, his eyes were red, and he kept roaring, "Hold on, I must hold on." To be able to reach the 800th step, it basically consumed 90% of one's foundation, and more depended on one's willpower. Lord Long relied on his willpower to go further. Bang! Lord Long crazily stepped forward and reached the 836th step, but his whole body slammed on the stairs, trembling constantly. Alas, Lord Long has reached his limit. He was too eager for quick success and was stimulated by Lin Ling, so he went crazy. In this way, it increased his chances of being eliminated. Many deans gritted their teeth, as if they knew that Lord Long was going to be eliminated. Looking behind Lord Long, Duan Wuhan actually caught up with him. The 3rd step, the 2nd step, the 1st step, he finally surpassed Lord Long. This scene caused everyone to hold their breaths. The first place finally changed. Duan Wuhan, create your world. Duan, my martial god, roared excitedly as if he saw a comet of the Duan family rushing into the sky. I, Duan Wuhan, am first. On the 837th step, Duan Wuhan breathed heavily, but he could not hide the excitement on his face. He was first. Involuntarily, he looked back at Lord Long and shook his head contemptuously, then looked at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was still in the 20th level range. Furthermore, his first dantian was being consumed at a crazy rate, and was on the verge of being sealed. The first dantian was at the 10th stage of the Sage Realm after all. Naturally, it would not be able to hold on for long. Boom. However, as soon as Lin Ling took a step forward, the stars outside the ethereal tower began to flicker once more. Another breakthrough. His second dantian had successfully reached the 10th stage of the Sage Realm. The 7th breakthrough was a record among records. At the same time, the first dantian was completely sealed. The dantian that had just reached the 10th stage of the Sage Realm was immediately used by Lin Ling. He walked forward with steady steps. The 823rd step, the 833rd stair. He was getting closer and closer to Lord Long. Such terrifying progress caused the faces of the people from the various temples to change greatly. The son of devil, Lin Ling, was truly the representative of miracles. Boom. As he got closer and closer to Lin Ling, the starlight that belonged to Lin Ling flickered again. Another breakthrough, the 8th breakthrough. The breakthrough this time was like a bomb that exploded in all the great academies. Bang. And after the breakthrough, Lin Ling took a big step forward and surpassed Lord Long. I refuse to accept this. No. Lord Long had not moved. He was already exhausted, so he was recovering on the spot. However, Lin Ling had also surpassed him. He was third. The former first place had become third. I want to make a comeback. Yes. Lord Long gritted his teeth and stood up. However, as soon as he took a step forward, he spat out an endless amount of blood and was finally taken out of the ethereal tower by the jade token. Failure. Lord Long, who was most likely to break the record, had failed in the end. Of course, compared to the previous assessment, he had also improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the 836th step. Sigh, he lost. Sigh. The deans who had bet on Lord Long's side one after another. The affairs of the world were unpredictable. No one had expected that the first place would be contested by 2 dark horses, and the most anticipated first place had been eliminated. Look, Lin Ling is getting closer and closer to Duan Wuhan. Sigh. At this time, many people exclaimed, Duan Wuhan, 839th step, and Lin Ling, 837th step. There was only a gap of 2 steps. Lin Ling, let's fight. Try to defeat me and show me your limit. Roar. Duan Wuhan's eyes were red as he roared angrily. In fact, Lin Ling could not hear him at all. However, Lin Ling could sense Duan Wuhan's anger. You were never my goal. Roar. Lin Ling muttered to himself. His goal was the 9th level. He wanted to see what was calling him. Duan Wuhan? He was not qualified for Lin Ling to pay attention to him. Then, he strode forward. He was only 1 step away from Duan Wuhan. Boom, at this moment, starlight flashed. Lin Ling had broken through for the 9th time. However, Lin Ling did not seem to notice and continued forward. In the blink of an eye, he had surpassed Duan Wuhan. At this moment, he was truly number 1. This no doubt surprised all the deans, as well as all the academy's experts. The Snow Wind Academy's vice dean and the old woman smiled excitedly. Teacher Xiluan and the rest roared to the sky as if they were the ones who had created this legend. Amazing! Amazing! Miao Di also nodded proudly. Godslayer Alliance. Amazing! Young Master Yao and Emperor Jin supported each other as they watched Lin Ling's glorious battle record. After Lin Ling reached the 840th step, his 2nd dantian was sealed, and his 3rd dantian was activated by him. He strode forward. His goal was only the 9th level. He wanted to see what attracted him on the 9th level. As for Duan Wuhan behind him, he stood there in a daze. He was a dark horse, but was Lin Ling a darker dark horse than him? I can make a comeback. The honor that belongs to me will be mine. Right now, it's just a setback on my path to 1st place. I can cross it. Amazing! Duan Wuhan roared, and his eyes were as red as blood. He also took a step forward, and the chakras on his body were rolling. It was as if he was stepping out of the Duan family's honor and glory. He wanted to catch up with Lin Ling and surpass Lin Ling, even if there was endless pressure on his body. He believed that he could hold on. Boom, following his footsteps, a terrifying power attacked, actually tearing apart all of his clothes. Meanwhile, his face distorted, hysterical, he succeeded again and took another step forward. This undoubtedly gave him strong confidence. He believed that he could turn defeat into victory. He could not help but look at the jade token in his hand to see where Lin Ling had reached. Haha, it's only the 850th step. I can catch up. Lin Ling, you should have reached your limit. Maybe in the next moment, you won't be able to walk anymore. Everything shown on the jade token increased Duan Wuhan's confidence again. However, at this moment, the starlight that belonged to Lin Ling, which was recorded on the jade token, flashed again. Breakthrough, the 10th breakthrough. Challenging the record, because he thought that Lin Ling was about to reach his limit, but who knew that Lin Ling could still break through. This meant that Lin Ling still had a method that he had not used, and he, Duan Wuhan, had already reached his limit. Puff, thinking of this, Duan Wuhan spat out a mouthful of blood, spilling onto the steps. He roared loudly, "Why did you give me such a heavy blow when I was at my most confident? Why? Lin Ling, you are not human. No, I can't admit defeat. I am the number 1 bloodline of the Duan family, inheriting the bloodline of the old ancestor. How can I lose to an ant, a piece of trash?" Duan Wuhan constantly cheered himself on. He took a crazy step forward. This step was like countless swords, cutting his entire body. Bang, he fell down, suppressed by endless pressure. Above his head, the divine pagoda, the divine mountain, and the divine cauldron seemed to come from the era of the gods, suppressing him to the ground. I haven't lost yet. Duan Wuhan roared to the sky. He had bitten his teeth off, but in the end, he had reached his limit and was taken out of the Transcendence Tower by the Jade Token. In fact, if he had not been eager for instant success and wanted to surpass Lin Ling, he might not have failed so quickly. Of course, he was the first and a dark horse. Now that Lin Ling had surpassed him, how could he remain calm? Outside the Transcendence Tower, Duan Wuhan appeared. He knelt in the void, looking at the divine pagoda with unwillingness. I actually lost to him. Duan Wuhan's fists suddenly smashed into the void, creating endless cracks. He was about to go crazy. His fists were also smashed until they were dripping with blood. Even his bones could be seen. From this, it could be seen how angry he was. Wuhan, victory and defeat are common in war. Although you lost this time, you must not lose your heart of martial arts. At this time an ethereal voice came from the void. It was the Duan lineage martial god. I lost, how could I lose? Duan Wuhan was still unwilling and crazily smashed the void. Wuhan, calm down. If you lose your mind, you will really lose. You have to know that this time, Lin Ling did it deliberately. He did not defeat you directly, but from another angle to destroy your heart of martial arts, your fighting spirit, and even your everything. So, don't be fooled. The voice of the Duan lineage martial god floated again. Duan Wuhan finally calmed down. He was still kneeling in the void, but his eyes were bloodshot. Lin, the martial artist of the 36th Academy, very well, I want to return to the 36th Academy. I want to defeat you fair and square to defeat you. It's for the best. The Duan lineage martial god finally felt relieved. Duan Wuhan had finally pulled himself together. Duan Wuhan also stood up and looked at the starlight at the edge of the ethereal tower. Over there, the starlight to the sky to be to the end to end. Stair 855, step 2, step. Every time Lin Ling took a step, Duan Wuhan felt as if he was stabbed in the heart by a sword. It was very painful, extremely painful. The more dazzling Lin Ling was, the greater the blow to him. Of course, except for him, everyone was staring at the dazzling starlight. Alas, I didn't expect the world to be so fickle. Lord Long was eliminated, Duan Wuhan was also eliminated, and the one who came to the end was actually Lin Ling. He must be hiding some secrets, otherwise it would be impossible for him to come to this point. Alas, we all lost, my god stone. Among the 36 academies, only the deputy dean of the Snow Wind Academy won. Damn, that guy made a big profit. All the deans sighed again and again. However, Lin Ling is really a person full of miracles. 10 breakthroughs, TSK, it's really terrifying. How did he cultivate? How could he break through so many? 10 breakthroughs, the highest record of the ethereal tower. I feel that no one can surpass him in the future. What I am curious about now is whether he can break the previous record and surpass the 862nd floor. Yes, I am also looking forward to it. Those headmasters stared at the Tongshan Tower as they spoke. Although they had lost, they were thoroughly convinced of their loss. So, it turned out that Lin Ling was the true dark horse. Humph, that guy can come to this point. I'm afraid he has some hidden means. It's really shameful to rely on unorthodox methods. In terms of potential, he is not a match for my Wuhan at all. At this time, the voice of Duan my martial god also floated out, with disdain. However, his words couldn't even convince himself. In the ethereal tower, one could only rely on oneself and not outsiders. This was a well-known fact. Unless you had some means to hide from the gods, otherwise, ordinary people couldn't cheat at all. Duan my martial god, your Duan Wuhan was first, and then he was surpassed, so you are not convinced in your heart. However, if you say this now, it will only make people think that you are angry because you are not convinced after losing, and this will be even more embarrassing. At this time a smile came out. It seemed to be a smile, but it was also full of sarcasm. The person who spoke was Miao Di. Her words naturally made Duan my martial god snort coldly and stop talking. Looking at the ethereal tower again, Lin Ling was still moving forward and finally stopped at the 860th step. He was only 2 steps away from the highest record. All the people in the academy held their breaths and didn't blink, afraid that they would miss this historic moment. He has reached his limit. However, someone said gloomily. What nonsense are you talking about? If Lin Ling had reached his limit, he wouldn't have been able to reach the 8th step. Someone immediately retorted. Haha, if he hadn't reached his limit, why didn't he go up 2 steps in one go and break the record? The person who spoke before still insisted on his opinion, as if he knew better than anyone else. After he said that, no one said anything because what that person said made sense. Did he fail? At this time an ancient voice suddenly rang out in the void. The god of the north frowned, and suddenly his expression changed drastically. You are here too? His expression was obviously very surprised, which made many people curious. Who was this person that made the god of the north so surprised? yes, I haven't been to the ethereal tower for many years. I also want to see if anyone can break my record. In the void, a man wearing a loose robe and carrying a long sword on his back appeared. His long hair cascaded down his back. This person was like a god. He seemed to be in the void, but if one looked carefully, one would feel that he was invisible. It was extremely strange. My record, everyone was stunned for a moment, and then they were shocked. Could this person be the record holder, the martial god of the 10 extremities? No one had expected the 3 martial gods to be attracted to the 3 trials of the gods. The martial god of the 10 extremities was also a legend in the land of the 9 prefectures because his talent and background were very ordinary. He relied on his own perseverance to become one of the 10 extremities martial gods. Because of this, people wanted to break his record so that they could surpass him in the future. Haha, martial god of the 10 extremities, you have come in vain. That guy has reached his limit. Otherwise, why didn't he go up 2 steps? The unsolved mystery of the 9th floor. Oh, is that so? Martial god Shiju was non-committal. After the 850th step, the pressure will increase by 1,000 times. It's not impossible that he has reached his limit. With martial god Shiju's words, the crowd began to discuss spiritedly. Could it be that Lin Ling had really reached his limit? Unfortunately, no one knew that Lin Ling had stopped because his 3rd dantian had been sealed. He was only using his 4th dantian, therefore, not long after, Lin Ling finally moved. With 1 step, he was only 1 step away from the epic stage. At this moment, countless people were shouting. They all wanted to witness this historical moment. Lord Long, Du Chou, and the others kept shaking their heads. They did not want Lin Ling to break the record. Go to hell, Lin Ling. Duan Wuhan cursed out loud, however, it was to no avail. Bang, Lin Ling took another step, the 862nd step. Moreover, he did not stop. The 863rd step, the 864th step, the first record had been completely changed. The holder was Lin Ling. On top of that, Lin Ling was the record holder for many things. Haha, the burden of the first record has finally been lifted from my shoulders. Haha, ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ling break the record, the martial god of 10 extremities smiled. He smiled very happily. As for martial god Duan and the others, they were speechless at this moment. There was only a furious expression on their faces. However, after Lin Ling broke the record, his footsteps still did not stop. Oh my god, he can't be thinking of going to the 9th floor. Impossible, even martial god Shiju has not been to the 9th floor. How can he succeed? Noticing Lin Ling's actions, everyone was shocked. Lin Ling's 4th dantian was being consumed at a crazy rate. He knew that after the 50th step, the pressure had increased by 1,000 times. Originally, his dantian could go up to 20 steps, but now it could only go up to 10 steps. The 4th dantian was sealed after the 870th step. He used his 5th dantian, but it was even worse. He only managed to reach the 8th level. Lin Ling had exhausted all of his trump cards. The pressure on his body instantly increased, and he immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Moreover, blood gushed out from his body. At this moment, he was like a mortal. Outside the ethereal tower, the crowd could see that Lin Ling's starlight was extremely dim at this moment, and he did not take another step forward. You overestimate yourself. Do you think the 9th floor is so easy to reach? Humph, with such an arrogant personality, there's nothing much he can do on the path of martial arts. Upon seeing this, the Duan my martial god immediately added insult to injury. Reached the limit? The various deans were frowning. In truth, they really wanted to see Lin Ling reach the 9th level. After all, he would be the first person in the history of the Transcendence Tower to reach the 9th level. Legend had it that gods could be seen on the 9th level. Now, he could confirm whether this was true or not. At this moment, Lin Ling's entire body was in excruciating pain. There were several times when he almost gave up. However, the determination of practicing martial arts since young made him grit his teeth and persevere. Furthermore, he used his final trump card, Soul Force. Moreover, it had reached 12,000 steps. Currently, he was less than 30 steps away from the 9th level. He hoped that his soul force could last until the end. Subsequently, Lin Ling took another step forward and continued forward. This step shocked all 36 colleges once again. No one had expected that Lin Ling would still have a trump card up his sleeve. Is this guy still human? Even the various deans were scared to death. What a terrifying brat. If he can reach this far, I reckon that he is proficient in many domains. Most importantly, these domains are very strong. The martial god suddenly guessed something. How is that possible? The path of martial arts is actually a race against time. How long has he been cultivating? Not only is his talent amazing, but he is also very strong in other domains. This is a dream. How can an ordinary person have so much time to study other domains? The Duan, my martial god, snorted coldly. You're right. An ordinary person can't do it. However, he is not an ordinary person. The martial god suddenly smiled. His words made the Duan, my martial god, frown instantly. He was unable to refute and his heart was filled with anger and disappointment. Today, the Duan, my martial god, thought that it was time for his Duan Wuhan to make a name for himself. Who would have thought that all the limelight would be seized by Lin Ling? His mood was even worse than being slapped 100 times. At this moment, Lin Ling took large strides forward with the help of his soul force. 879th step, 883rd step, 885th step, 890th step. Crazy, crazy. This Lin Ling is only 10 steps away from the 9th level. Looking at that kid, even I am excited. This kid might really become a legend of the Transcendence Tower. The martial god of 10 ultimates. Even if he failed, he still managed to achieve boundless glory. That's because many of the records were set by him. Furthermore, he's also the person who has walked the furthest in the Transcendence Tower so far. Everyone was discussing. At the same time, many experts appeared in the various temples. These people were actually the deans of the various great academies. One had to know that most of the previous 36 deans were vice deans, but this time, even the mysterious deans had appeared. In the Snow Wind Academy, the one who appeared next to the vice dean was an old granny in red clothes. It seemed that she was the dean. Countless people in the Snow Wind Academy were shocked because some of them had cultivated in the academy for thousands of years but had never seen the dean. Today, for Lin Ling, the dean had appeared. Dean, you are here. The vice dean's eyes widened as he stared at the old granny in disbelief. How can I not come for such a big event? The old granny in red said indifferently. She stared at the starlight in the sky and said, the last 10 steps, each step is harder than the last. You have to do it in one go. If you stop midway, even if it is for a short breath, you will be eliminated. Her eyes were filled with anticipation. In these hundreds of thousands of years, there were very few things that could make her look forward to it. Today was the only time, of course, not only her, but the deans of the other academies were the same. This step can only be taken forward and not backward? Hearing this, the vice dean nodded solemnly. There were not many chances left for Lin Ling. In the history of the Transcendence Tower, he is the first person to walk the furthest. We all hope that he can reach the top and see what is on the 9th floor. The old granny in red said with a burning gaze. This was because this was an unsolved mystery of the 36 academies, therefore, if Lin Ling could reach the 9th floor, he would be able to see the ancient secret and tell the 36 academies about it. Under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and took a step forward. With this step, endless illusions appeared. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, life, old age, sickness, and death. However, this power of law was completely blocked by Lin Ling's soul force. When Lin Ling's foot landed on the steps, the void outside the Transcendence Tower exploded. There were still 9 steps. The sky fell and the earth cracked. Within the ethereal tower, Lin Ling's long hair danced wildly in the wind, and a hint of madness could be seen in his eyes. It had been a long time since Li Xiaoyao was reborn. Moreover, he knew where his enemy was. However, he was still quite a distance away from the height of his enemy. This was like a huge obstacle in life, blocking his path of martial arts, and what Lin Ling wanted to do was to cross that big character. Lin Ling, you're finally here. But I can tell you that you won't have the chance to take revenge in this lifetime. When Lin Ling raised his head, martial god Wen Tian's disdainful face appeared in the air. In your dreams. Lin Ling roared. A powerful soul force enveloped his body as he took another step forward. Throughout the entire process, there was no pause at all. It was simple and brutal. Rumble, Almost at the same time, the Tongshan Tower in the sky shone with a pure white light, illuminating the entire sky. What happened? The god of the northern region, the martial god of the 10 extreme, and the others were all shocked. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. The people from the various holy temples were looking at Lin Ling's starlight. He was still 8 steps away from the 9th floor. In your dreams. At this moment, Lin Ling had no idea what the outside world was thinking. His gaze was fixed on martial god Wen Tian. It was as though the ethereal tower was aware of Lin Ling's inner demons, and it was actually using them to suppress Lin Ling. Bang! The soul force of 12,000 steps burst out, bringing Lin Ling up another step. How terrifying. What other trump cards does he have that he can actually make it this far? Within the Snow Wind Academy, the old lady in red said in shock. She had a feeling that the final few levels of the ethereal tower would contain as much power as the entire ethereal tower combined. However, Lin Ling still advanced. Furthermore, he was only 7 steps away from the 9th level. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding some kind of ultimate technique? In fact, it wasn't just the 7th step, because at this moment, Lin Ling had taken another step, the 6th step. If I can teach you, I can definitely destroy you. Inside the tower, Lin Ling roared. In his eyes, this was no longer the world of the tower. There was only martial god Wen Tian in his eyes. He raised his foot high into the air, and void lightning appeared all around him. This was a power that could only be found in the void, and it continued to spread throughout the entire Transcendence Tower. Outside the ethereal tower, a thunderous rumble could be heard. Rumble, the void immediately exploded. The void that was originally filled with light was now occupied by lightning. God's back garden is also changing. The expressions of the god of the north and the others changed drastically, and they frantically retreated. Die. In the ethereal tower, Lin Ling took another step forward. It was as if he was stepping on Wen Tian martial god. Everything shattered, and martial god Wen Tian was stomped into a wisp of green smoke. Xiaoyao, I knew you would come. You would definitely come. However, this time an extremely beautiful woman appeared. She wore a crown and a dragon robe. She had her hands behind her back, and she looked at Lin Ling calmly. And she was none other than the glazed empress. However, compared to the innocent girl in the past, this woman had become a god emperor. She had unified the spring and autumn period, and everyone in the 9 continents had submitted to her. However, Lin Ling didn't take a step forward in the face of such an empress. Instead, he clasped his hands behind his back and looked at her indifferently with an aura that wasn't weaker than that of the empress. Tian Liuli, you knew that I would come back. Lin Ling said calmly. I know you're not an ordinary person and will definitely come back. Unfortunately, I've been looking for you for so many years, but I can't find you sooner or later. On the contrary, you've gradually grown up. Sigh, why bother? Even if you've grown up, you'll never be my opponent. It's better for you to live an ordinary life, and I'm willing to accompany you for life. I'll give you whatever you want. Luli Empress suddenly looked at Lin Ling affectionately and said, do you know? In this life, there are very few people who can make me fall in love. Only you, Li Xiaoyao. Moreover, it's no longer the same as before. There's an even stronger God's world above our heads. Regardless of whether you or I are God's prodigies, it's impossible for us to surpass the gods. So, why fight? It's better to let everything go. Luli Empress's voice was very gentle. Haha, Tian Liuli, you are afraid. However, Lin Ling looked up to the sky and laughed. He was indescribably domineering. I am afraid? Luli Empress immediately frowned. You are afraid that I will surpass you. You are afraid that I will kill you. So, you are using these temptations to stop me. What a joke. I have come this far because my martial arts heart is so firm. Even if the sky falls and the earth rends, it will not waver. Tian Liuli, I will find you. Wait for me. After Lin Ling laughed, he paused after every word, and his gaze was incomparably firm. You keep saying that you will give me everything, but in reality, you want me to be your subordinate and be controlled by you. What a joke. You have found the wrong person. How can I, Li Xiaoyao, be someone who can be easily controlled by others? Lin Ling raised his foot, and a terrifying soul power surged, enveloping the sole of his foot. Immediately, endless divine fire appeared in the surroundings. Within the god's tower, divine fire overflowed. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was rending. Moreover, divine fire rushed out of the god's tower and burned the entire void. In the void, divine lightning roared and divine fire raged. The entire god's tower shook violently. This also caused the void to shatter continuously. The 36 sacred courts were also shaken. A small portion of divine lightning and divine fire actually passed through the sacred halls and wreaked havoc. The momentum was so loud that it broke eardrums. Some of the weaker experts spat out mouthfuls of blood. Sacred altar of ancestors. Seeing this, the faces of the various deans changed drastically. They roared and floated up, their bodies erupting with peak ancestral power. 100% ancestral power. These ancestral powers were like ancient stone pillars that sealed the sky, preventing the power of the god's tower from reaching the various sacred halls. With these experts taking action, the cracks in the sky of the sacred halls gradually came to a stop. The deans who had taken action heaved a sigh of relief. Thinking back, they could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, in the god's tower, had actually affected their life and death. How terrifying. I'm back. However, at this time, Lin Ling took another step forward in the god's tower. It was as if he was going to surpass the heavenly glass. Ka, the god's tower shook violently once again. The sky of the sacred halls, which had just calmed down, started to crack again. The sacred halls were shaken. Not good. This time, the 36 deans finally took action. Their actions were completely different. They used 10% of the power of gods. This power was ancient and eternal, just like the laws of the universe. 36 ancient pillars that were even larger than the previous ones suppressed the sky. Moreover, if one looked carefully, they would see that there were chains attached to these ancient pillars. These chains were so dazzling that they were somewhat dazzling. These chains were connected to the void, and in an instant, the 36 ancient pillars appeared, connected by the chains. Wow, is this the dean's attack? The 9th floor, the experts of the various academies let out sharp screams. They were extremely excited to see the deans make a move. Then, everyone looked up at the sky, and their expressions became even more serious. Lin Ling was too scary. Was he going to destroy the various temples? It wasn't hard to imagine that if the deans weren't here, the 36 academies would have been destroyed by Lin Ling. With the 72 deans making a move, the temples finally quieted down, even the void was silent. Only the dazzling ethereal tower was still emitting a pure white light. The sudden silence made everyone look up at the void. Only then did they realize that Lin Ling was only one step away from the 9th floor. At this moment, Lin Ling's hair was dancing wildly in the ethereal tower, his hands behind his back. In front of him, Wendian martial god and Luli Empress had disappeared. What was left was a world of gods filled with endless light. I didn't expect that my soul force would be the final trump card. Lin Ling muttered to himself. He originally thought that his soul force could only support him for a few steps, but who knew that it would allow him to reach the 9th floor? Moreover, his soul force was still strong, and there were no signs of it weakening. He never thought that his soul force would be so terrifying unless it was the primal chaos formula. He couldn't help but think about the birth of his soul force. He realized that ever since he started learning martial arts, his soul force had been born with him. After so many years, his soul force had grown continuously, and now it had reached a terrifying level. He stood there quietly, as if he was the ruler of the 9 heavens. It was as if he was telling everyone that he was back. Finally, he slowly stretched out his foot. However, the moment he stretched it out, divine lightning, divine fire, divine water, divine stones, and divine wind attacked him. However, Lin Ling's expression didn't change. He still had his hands behind his back, as if he was walking in his own backyard. All of his soul force exploded at this moment. A heavy stomp had actually crushed all of the power. Lin Ling's figure appeared on the 9th floor. Outside the ethereal tower, Lin Ling's starlight had also reached the 9th floor. Everyone in the 36 academies was stunned. Everyone's hearts rumbled for a long time. Lin Ling, who was in the Saint realm, had surpassed all other experts and broken the record. He had even reached the legendary 9th level. Unbelievable, simply unbelievable. We won. Miao Di revealed an excited smile. The deans of the 36 academies also revealed excited smiles. The secret of the 9th level had been completely uncovered. I'm ashamed of my inferiority to Lin Ling. Lord Long mumbled to himself in the void. This time, he was thoroughly convinced of his loss. His eyes were filled with disappointment and loneliness. Last time, he had reached the 8th level, but he had not taken that step. This time, he had finally taken that step. He had thought that he could break the record. However, Lin Ling appeared, seized all the light and glory that belonged to him. At this moment, he, the Lord Dragon, was dim. All the light fell on Lin Ling's body. In the future, Lin Ling's name would undoubtedly be passed down in the 36 academies for thousands of years. At first, Lord Dragon was naturally unconvinced, but when Lin Ling reached the 9th floor, he was convinced. Although I've lost, the divine list has just begun. I hope you won't disappoint me on the divine list. But soon, Lord Dragon pulled himself together and said with fighting spirit. Lin Ling, you've got guts. You've taken everything from me for the second time. Just you wait, the life and death battle between us will come. It will definitely come. On the other side, Duan Wuhan's eyes were full of murderous intent. In the starry sky forest, Lin Ling had destroyed his chance to obtain God's treasure. In the ethereal tower, Lin Ling had once again destroyed his honor. He could not take this lying down. This humiliation could not be resolved even after thousands of years. Of course, this was normal. No one would be able to take this lying down. Duan Wuhan had awakened the #1 bloodline of the Duan family. Today, he came here to spread his name and let everyone in the final world know of him. As for Duan Wuhan himself, he also had 100% confidence. Just trash from the 36th Academy, how could they compare to him, a 4-talisman god paladin? However, there was someone who had surpassed him, and even surpassed him in skill. That person had trampled Duan Wuhan under his feet, so, how could Duan Wuhan not hate him? He hated him to the heavens. In addition to hatred, he also felt very embarrassed. Especially when he thought of those bold words at the beginning and then became the number 2, he wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it. Who is this Lin Ling? Why would such a genius appear in our academy? I don't know at all. In the Snowwind Academy, the old woman in red was muttering to herself. Her withered hands quietly clenched into fists, trembling with excitement. The secret of the 9th floor was finally going to be revealed to the world. Most importantly, the person who announced this news was a student of their Snowwind Academy. So, it was hard for her not to be proud. At this moment, in the 9th floor, Lin Ling stood there quietly. All the pressure around him had disappeared, and the 9th floor was very quiet, too quiet. There were only misty clouds around, making people feel like they were in a fairyland. Lin Ling was a little cautious, so he did not wander around for the time being. The main thing was that all his strength had been sealed, leaving only his soul force. If he encountered any danger, he would not be able to deal with it. I didn't expect that in this trip to the Transcendence Tower, I would break through 2 levels in a row. I have benefited a lot. As he stood there quietly, Lin Ling muttered to himself. Breaking through 2 levels in a row was no small matter for Lin Ling. Because he had 5 dantians, the cultivation resources needed to break through his dantian could be described as hundreds of times more. So, to be able to break through consecutively, this was a great thing for Lin Ling. Most importantly, there were no hidden dangers in breaking through in the Transcendence Tower. Everything happened naturally, and now, Lin Ling was only a step away from the martial ancestor realm. If he could reach that legendary realm, first, Lin Ling would return to the peak level of Li Xiaoyao in the past. Second, Lin Ling's true inheritance, the dark sword, could be unsealed. Third, his 6th dantian could be opened. As more dantians were opened, it would be harder to open them in the future. Currently, Lin Ling could fight those who were a higher level than him because of his 5 dantians and powerful talent. If he opened his 6th dantian, Lin Ling did not dare to imagine how powerful his combat strength would be. As expected, the sealed strength can't come back. Yes. A moment later, Lin Ling stood up. He had no choice but to walk forward. However, along the way, his surroundings were still white and he did not see any deities. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? Lin Ling could not help but frown. Hey, you mortal from the lower realm, kneel down and greet me. At this moment, a domineering voice came from the front. Moreover, the voice was pleasing to the ear. as if it was the voice of a little girl. Lin Ling was stunned. The four deities were not on the ninth floor, but there was a little girl? Translator, Transin Editor, Transin Extreme Imprisoning Divine Rune. The sword was extremely beautiful, as though it was made of crystal. As it spun, Lin Ling felt like kneeling down. He instantly knew that the sword was even more powerful than the true inheritance dark sword. It was probably on the same level as the sword hilt, the power of a god. That's right, the sword was emitting the power of a god. Lowly slave, you dare not kneel before me? How audacious. At that moment, an 8 or 9-year-old girl appeared in front of the sword. She crossed her legs and looked down at Lin Ling. Beneath her eyes, an enormous wave of divine energy was pressing down on her. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically. Subconsciously, he stretched his hand behind him, wanting to use the tyrannical song sword to resist. However, he was shocked to find that the tyrannical song sword had already been sealed. Moreover, his other methods were the same. The only thing he could use was his soul power. However, his current soul power did not have any attacking power. It was completely unable to resist the girl. You still want to resist? Let me tell you, in front of me, the devouring sky, a lowly slave like you can't resist. Humph. Seeing that Lin Ling still wanted to resist, the girl was instantly unhappy. She spoke arrogantly, her expression extremely cold. An even more powerful pressure of a god enveloped Lin Ling. Lin Ling's expression changed drastically, and he cursed loudly. Who said that he could meet a god on the 9th level? There was no god here. There was only a crazy kid. He had been tricked. However, just as Lin Ling was unable to resist, an ancient power surged out of his body. It was boundless and ancient. On Lin Ling's left arm, vines grew crazily. In a short moment, a primitive forest appeared, drowning the entire hall. This made Lin Ling overjoyed. Right now, all his trump cards had been sealed, but there was still one thing left, which was Little Kunlun. The last time Little Kunlun met God Emperor Xianxia, Xianxia imparted a set of divine techniques to it. After that, it fell into a deep sleep. Now, Little Kunlun had finally awakened. What is this? After Little Kunlun grew crazily, the girl was clearly somewhat afraid. This was because she sensed a destructive aura from Little Kunlun. It was also very ancient, perhaps even more ancient than her. That damned slave, that lowly slave, actually had such a treasure on him. Whoosh, the demonic plants Little Kunlun. Die. However, the girl was Little Kunlun. She also Little Kunlun, dazzling divine Kunlun, sword Kunlun, Kunlun, sword, and Kunlun, Kunlun, cutting Kunlun. However, Kunlun's Kunlun, 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 Kunlun N. Moreover, it from Kunlun and Kunlun. God NN of these God NNNNNN run NNNN song NN Kunhead Kunlun. Is. However, the little girl also snorted coldly and said coldly. She flew towards the crystal sword and disappeared within it. The crystal sword's aura instantly rose. However, Little Kunlun's Kunlun was not slow either. The plants were growing crazily. If someone were to look from the sky, they would immediately realize that the vines had unknowingly formed a huge mysterious rune. Moreover, it surrounded the crystal sword and kept shrinking. The crystal sword wanted to release its powerful strength, but the divine rune began to shrink. A boundless energy shrouded the crystal sword and sealed all of its strength. Following that, countless vines stretched out like hands and wrapped around the crystal sword. The crystal sword kept struggling in the sky but to no avail. This caused it to let out an angry cry. What are you doing? Let me go. If you have the ability, let me go. You dare to touch a god? How dare you? Who are your parents? I will go to your house to complain. You are dead. You dare to touch a god? You are definitely dead. It was obvious that the little girl was very angry, but she could not break free from the vines. Lin Ling watched this scene with his mouth agape. He never imagined that Lil Kunlun would become so powerful. After all, he could see that the crystal sword was extremely powerful. Even a martial ancestor would not be able to withstand a single strike from it. Even a martial god would not dare to fight against it. However, Lil Kunlun had managed to bind it. Extreme imprisoning rune. At this moment, Little Kunlun sent a voice transmission. Lin Ling instantly understood. This was a technique that Emperor God Zhonggang had passed down to Little Kunlun. It was said that it could bind a god. Following that, under little Kunlun's continuous explanation, Lin Ling understood more about the extreme imprisoning rune. This was a technique that specialized in breaking the power of a god. Extreme imprisoning rune was exactly what it meant. This meant that without the power of a god, little Kunlun would not be able to unleash such power. Haha. Regardless, Lin Ling was happy for little Kunlun. He then walked towards the crystal sword. Lowly slave, let me go if you have the ability. The crystal sword was still struggling. Little Kunlun, can you grab her out? Lin Ling ignored her and looked at little Kunlun instead. Kunlun. Little Kunlun immediately answered. A mysterious symbol appeared and grabbed the little girl out from the crystal sword. Lin Ling immediately strode forward and grabbed the little girl. He then placed her on his lap. What are you doing? A lowly slave like you actually dared to grab me. It's over, it's over. Aren't you forcing me to destroy this world? The little girl kept shaking her head and was extremely arrogant. Lin Ling pressed the little girl on his thighs and slapped her but with his big hand. I'll let you be a slave, I'll let you be a slave. Aren't you very good at bragging? I'll slap your butt right now. Why don't you brag for me to see? God? Let me tell you, I'm hitting a god. Lin Ling shouted angrily. With every word he said, his right hand would slap her fiercely. A crisp slap sound rang out. You dare to hit me? Lowly slave, you're dead. You're definitely dead. As a dignified god, when had the little girl ever been humiliated like this? She was so angry that her face turned red. However, Lin Ling ignored her and slapped her even more fiercely. If the deans of the 36 academies were here, they would probably kneel down one by one. Hitting a god on the 9th floor, Lin Ling must be crazy. In the entire final world, perhaps only he dared to do this. Most importantly, Lin Ling slapped her butt. Dead? Lin Ling became even angrier when he heard the little girl's words. His big hand kept slapping her, and the little girl's butt turned red. At first, the little girl was still very stubborn, but gradually, she became afraid after being beaten. Where did this freak come from? She, a god, couldn't even subdue him and was being beaten instead. She had no choice but to accept this. Stop hitting, stop hitting. This time, I'll spare you, okay? Looks like you still haven't figured out who's the one hitting who now. Spare me? Lin Ling was so angry that he laughed. He stopped talking nonsense and slapped her even more fiercely. I admit. Defeat. Stop hitting me. You can do whatever you want. Stop hitting me. Grand Brahma art of punishment. You don't treat me as a slave anymore? I wouldn't dare. You won't kill me? I wouldn't dare. Alright then, if you follow me obediently, I'll let you off this time. After talking for a while, the little girl immediately looked at Lin Ling expectantly. Can you take me out of here? It should be possible. I'll try my best. Lin Ling was immediately suspicious. Could it be that this divine sword could not leave the 9th floor? Great, I promise you, I'll follow you, I'll listen to you, as long as you take me out, I'll do anything you ask me to do. The little girl who was crying a moment ago was now dancing with joy in the next moment. She looked extremely adorable. I don't know how many years I've been here, ever since the era of the gods. I've long been annoyed by this place. It's great to be able to leave this place. The little girl circled around Lin Ling, laughing heartily. Lin Ling stared at her and a smile appeared on his face. Seeing this little girl, he also thought of Xiaoyu. Of course, Xiaoyu was much more obedient than this little girl. Oh right, what's your name? Lin Ling asked. Devouring Heaven's fortune sword, you can call me Devouring Heaven. Let me tell you, I'm a lower god's divine sword, much more powerful than those true divine weapons. If anyone dares to bully you outside, I'll deal with them for you. Speaking of her background, the little girl became arrogant again. You're so powerful, how come you can't even defeat my little Kunlun? Lin Ling laughed and said. This. The little girl was immediately hit like a frosted eggplant. Her head was lowered. That thing is older than me. Of course I can't beat it. Alright, from now on, follow me. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The reason he wanted to take the little girl away was that he suddenly thought that this sword was very suitable for Yu and the others. With this sword, Yu and the others' strength would undoubtedly increase greatly. From now on, I'll call you Devouring Heaven, Lin Ling said again. All right. The little girl hurriedly followed Lin Ling and disappeared into the crystal sword, hanging by Lin Ling's waist. Lin Ling also continued forward. The 9th floor was still a vast expanse of whiteness, as if there was no end to it. Not long after, an ancient stone house appeared in front of him. The stone house was modeled, as if it had been there for many years. Little Kunlun instantly rose up on Lin Ling's arm like a snake, preventing any sudden incidents from happening. The current Lin Ling, apart from his soul power, could be considered immortal. Therefore, he did not stop little Kunlun from protecting him. He quietly approached the stone house and immediately discovered that there were many ancient words written on the walls of the stone house. However, it seemed that too much time had passed and those words could no longer be seen clearly. Lin Ling pushed open the door and entered. A cloud of dust immediately hit him in the face. After Lin Ling gently swept it away, he immediately discovered that the stone house was extremely simple. There was only a bed, a table, and a chair. There was nothing else. This stone house looked like it was used by ascetic practitioners. However, to cultivate diligently on the 9th floor, they must be some mighty deities. Lin Ling hurriedly walked over and discovered a jade pillow on the bed. He was delighted and quickly wanted to collect it. However, the moment his hand touched it, the jade pillow turned to ashes. This made Lin Ling depressed. Looking at the stone bed again, Lin Ling's eyes burned with desire. This bed should be an extraordinary treasure. However, no matter how hard he tried to move it, the stone bed seemed to have taken root in the ground. Lin Ling finally gave up on this treasure. His gaze landed on the stone table. There was an ancient bamboo scroll on the stone table. It was gently lying on the stone table, as if it had experienced thousands of years. Lin Ling didn't dare to touch the bamboo scroll, afraid that it would turn to ashes. He stared at the bamboo scroll but discovered that it was a blur. There was nothing on it. If I touch it, this treasure will disappear again. But there's nothing on it. Lin Ling frowned. This can be seen with soul force. At this time, the crystal sword at his waist suddenly emitted a sound of swallowing the heavens. Soul force? Lin Ling was shocked. He quickly released his soul force and checked the bamboo scroll. Unknowingly, words began to appear on the bamboo scroll. Cardinal Great Brahma Punishment Art. This was a deity's cultivation technique. Most importantly, this was a rare soul force martial art. Moreover, to see the words on the bamboo scroll, the prerequisite was that one's soul force had reached level 10,000, and Lin Ling had met this requirement. Lin Ling quietly looked at the bamboo scroll. He couldn't help but feel excited. A soul force martial art cultivated by a deity. At this moment, he carefully looked at it and continued to comprehend this soul force martial art. Time quietly passed like this. At the same time, Lin Ling's soul force also quietly increased. From level 12,000, it quietly reached level 13,000. At the same time, the ancient bamboo scroll seemed to be corroded. Starting from the edges, it gradually turned to ashes. Lin Ling also noticed this point. His eyes turned serious. He had to learn this Cardinal Great Brahma Punishment Art before the bamboo scroll completely dissipated, and during this process, his soul power had quietly reached 14,000th level. Level 14,000, Lin Ling didn't know what the soul force of other martial artists who cultivated soul force was like. However, in terms of soul force, he had never seen anyone who could surpass him. Perhaps, level 10,000 was the dividing line. After level 10,000, that was the soul force possessed by a deity. While Lin Ling was comprehending, in the various temples, many people were frowning and quietly waiting. It's already been 3 days. Lin Ling still hasn't appeared. This is too strange. Unknowingly, 3 days had passed in the outside world. Moreover, this didn't stop because Lin Ling still hadn't appeared. Unknowingly, 5 days had passed. The people from the various temples left one after another. Even the martial god of 10 extremities and the Duan lineage martial god in the void left as well. Unknowingly, 10 days had passed. Most of the experts from the various temples had already left, and there weren't many deans left. In the end, 3 months had quietly passed. The only ones left in the temples were the deans and a few others. Most of them had left. There were even people who secretly said, "He hasn't come out for 3 months." This Lin Ling wouldn't have died on the 9th floor, right? However, at this time on the 9th floor, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. Looking in front of him, the bamboo scroll had already drifted away with the wind. Next, the stone table, the stone bed, and finally, even the stone house had been annihilated, turning into ashes and disappearing. Everything had turned into nothingness. Lin Ling also stood up, but the corners of his mouth revealed a smile. Although everything had turned into nothingness, he remembered the most precious thing, Cardinal Great Brahma punishment art, the divine art of a deity. It was an even rarer soul-type cultivation technique that was cultivated by a mid-level deity. It cultivated fearlessness, courage, comprehension, and perseverance. Among them, great wisdom was the most important. Return, the steps of the gods was a power that surpassed the power of the gods. It formed a world of its own. As long as someone entered the world, they would be under Lin Ling's control. This was also a great Tao that transcended the void of the universe. In Lin Ling's world, he was the great Tao. If this step of wisdom was combined with the illusory god world, the power would be even stronger. The steps of the gods, a cultivation technique cultivated by a true god. Lin Ling muttered to himself. Ancestral power, power of the gods, these were all things that martial artists could cultivate. However, the steps of the gods were not something that martial artists could cultivate. Could it be that this meant that the current Lin Ling had become a god? On this point, Lin Ling was not sure. After shaking his head, he walked forward in large strides. A dazzling light appeared in front of him, as if it was the exit. This Lin Ling, I think he's definitely dead. The number of people who were still paying attention to Lin Ling was getting fewer and fewer. Each academy only left 1 or 2 people to check on him. As for those who were quietly waiting, they were immediately unhappy when they were assigned this task. Therefore, they sneered while waiting. And when they passed the news back to the academy, many people rejoiced in their misfortune. Among them, Duan Wuhan had been paying attention to Lin Ling. When he learned that Lin Ling had not come out yet, he was the happiest. As for the Snow Wind Academy, most of them stayed in the temple. It's been 3 months. No one has ever stayed in the God's Tower for so long. Lin Ling should be dead. The white-faced man, Kagura, stared at the sky and suddenly laughed sinisterly. If such words were said a month ago, or even 10 days ago, they would definitely be reprimanded by the dean. But now, the dean and the others were silent because they were not sure how Lin Ling was doing. What a pity. He just created an epic, but in the end, he will stay in the God's Tower forever. However, this is also very good. At least when talking about the God's Tower, no one doesn't know you, Lin Ling, and no one doesn't know our Snow Wind Academy. Kagura laughed again. He was naturally overjoyed. Lin Ling's meteoric rise had undoubtedly placed a huge amount of pressure on him. This was because the Transcendence Tower also showed a cultivator's potential and strength from a different perspective. This meant that Lin Ling was even stronger than him. Fortunately, such an opponent had finally fallen. Lin Ling, why aren't you back yet? Although Xiluan and the others also felt that Lin Ling was in trouble, they still believed that Lin Ling would return. Come back? I think it's better for everyone to disperse, lest we waste our cultivation time. Kagura laughed heartily and left the holy palace with her subordinates. However, just as he reached the entrance of the sacred palace, the sky above the sacred palace suddenly changed. A pure white light shone in all directions, and the entire sacred palace became incomparably bright. Moreover, this kind of light was not only in the Snow Wind Academy, but also in the holy temple of the 36 academies, spilling its glory, and within the endless light, a slender figure quietly appeared, and it was becoming clearer and clearer. It was very sacred. It was as if a god had returned from the world of gods. What? The experts who were still quietly waiting in the sacred palace all widened their eyes. Within the boundless light, the figure that looks like the Son of God should be Lin Ling. He has returned. The red-clothed old lady of the Snow Wind Academy also revealed an excited smile. He's back. Within the holy palace of the 36 academies, there was only one sentence in everyone's hearts. In the void, young Master Yao and Ma Jing Tianzi had been quietly waiting for Lin Ling. After seeing Lin Ling, they couldn't help but excitedly roar before leaving in relief. Moreover, they planned to tell this exciting news to the God-slaying alliance so that everyone would be happy for Lin Ling. As for the entrance of the holy palace of the Snow Wind Academy, Kagura and the others were tongue-tied. They had just concluded that Lin Ling wouldn't return, but in the next moment, Lin Ling returned with boundless light. This was also a fiery slap to their faces. The light gradually dimmed, and then a figure appeared in the holy palace of the Snow Wind Academy. It was none other than Lin Ling. The moment Lin Ling returned, he could clearly feel that all his methods had returned. He had once again become stronger. No, he was more than twice as strong as before. Before the 3 tests, he was only at the 8th stage of the Sage Realm. Now, he was at the 10th stage of the Sage Realm. Moreover, his soul force had greatly increased. Most importantly, he had obtained a god's divine sword. Sweeping his gaze, Lin Ling saw the excited crowd and immediately returned a smile. Lin Ling, you're back. I admire you. You're finally back. I've been waiting for 3 months. This is nothing. Even if I had to wait for 300 years, I would still be willing. The love-struck fools of the Snow Wind Academy were about to go crazy. If at the beginning their worship of Lin Ling was at its peak, then now it was the craziest. After all, the 3 tests were filled with endless glory. How could they not worship him? My goal was to become the first in the 3 halls, but I didn't expect that the 3 tests would take so long. Ignoring those crazy voices, Lin Ling's eyes flickered as he sighed inwardly. Lin Ling, congratulations on becoming the first in the history of the God's Tower. The vice principal, Teacher Xiluan, and the others all ran over. As for Tian Ao, Luo Wuchang, and the others, they looked at Lin Ling excitedly. They seemed to be even happier than Lin Ling. Tian Ao, you should learn more from him. The red-clothed old lady looked at Tian Ao and said. The 2 of them looked at each other with a hint of kinship in their eyes. Lin Ling, follow me. After that, the red-clothed old lady looked at Lin Ling and said. The worry on her face finally disappeared and was replaced with unconcealable joy. Because of Lin Ling, their Snow Wind Academy's name had shaken the entire world. In the future, when she met the other principals in the 36 academies, she would be able to speak with her chest held high. Lin Ling was puzzled. However, the vice principal and the others immediately explained to him. Lin Ling nodded in realization. So that's the principal. Immediately, he followed the red-clothed old lady and left. Everyone looked at Lin Ling with envy. After all, in the history of the Snow Wind Academy, only Lin Ling was able to be named by the principal. When Lin Ling walked towards the principal, the red-clothed old lady smiled and waved her right hand. The sound of crashing waves could be heard. Terrifying waves appeared and rolled. At the same time, a powerful force enveloped Lin Ling's body and carried him on the waves. He rushed out of the holy palace like a king. Wow! Everyone exclaimed again. They were extremely envious. Lin Ling was shocked. The power controlled by the principal was so strong that he could not resist at all. This should be the power of a god. However, Lin Ling could not resist. However, tyrannical Singing Sword jumped up as if he wanted to resist. Of course, he was also suppressed by Lin Ling. After all, he knew that the principal was not trying to harm him. She was just trying to bring him away. Translator, Trans and Editor, Trans and Supreme Token. Of course, Lin Ling was also stopped. Lin Ling realized that he had a few trump cards up his sleeves if he wanted to resist the power of God. Among them, the Grand Brahma punishment art had reached the step of wisdom, which should be able to resist the power of God. However, the step of God consumed a lot of soul power. Stepping on the waves, Lin Ling headed deeper into the Snow Wind Academy. Speaking of which, this was the first time he was looking at the whole Snow Wind Academy. In the end, Lin Ling discovered that the Snow Wind Academy was much bigger than he had imagined. There were mountains, rivers, and even an ocean. Furthermore, Lin Ling sensed that there were many experts hidden in the Snow Wind Academy. Why is this place so weak? What a bunch of lowly slaves. Devouring Heaven's disdainful voice suddenly sounded from Lin Ling's waist. However, there was also a hint of excitement in its voice. Clearly, after Lin Ling brought it out of the Transcendence Tower, it was finally free. Lin Ling couldn't be bothered with it. He continued to step on the waves as he advanced. Not long after, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, the principal was already waiting there. When he saw Lin Ling, he immediately smiled and said, "It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back." After saying that, a mysterious energy floated out and enveloped Lin Ling's body. It was as if the principal was investigating something. However, Lin Ling sensed that the principal wasn't checking his cultivation, but whether he was injured. This made Lin Ling's heart warm. This was also the first time he had met the principal. However, the principal didn't ask about the Transcendence Tower but checked whether Lin Ling was safe and sound. This warmed his heart greatly. Seeing that Lin Ling was fine, the principal heaved a sigh of relief. Only then did she look at Lin Ling and ask, "What did you see on the 9th floor?" Afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand, she smiled and said, "Because all the principals of the 36 academies are paying attention to this matter. That's why I'm asking." The 9th floor of the Transcendence Tower was a secret of the 36 academies. It was no wonder that all the principals were curious. "Have you met the gods?" the president asked again. Lin Ling laughed awkwardly. "I didn't see any of the 4 great deities on the 9th floor, but I seem to have met one of them." "Oh? What god? Did he say anything to you?" The dean's eyes lit up. "This." Lin Ling was a bit embarrassed, but he still said, "It's a very ancient god. He didn't say anything to me, but his personality is a bit strange, what's wrong?" The dean grew even more curious. "So I spanked her," Lin Ling said truthfully. Puff, hearing this, the dean almost vomited blood. Spanking a god's butt? What kind of joke was this? Even if she told this to the principals, they probably wouldn't believe her. Lin Ling seemed to know the dean's doubts, and he took out the sword of devouring good fortune from his waist. Lin Ling felt that the dean was very sincere to him, so he didn't hide this god's sword from her. The moment the sword appeared, a colorful light illuminated the entire mountain. An ancient god's aura pressed down. The dean was stunned at first, but then her expression changed drastically. She had cultivated for many years and was very knowledgeable. Naturally, she could sense an extremely ancient aura from the crystal sword. This aura didn't appear in the current era. Therefore, this sword was definitely a god's sword. This also meant that Lin Ling had indeed met a god. "Damned old hag, why aren't you kneeling when you see this god?" At this time, a girl floated out of the crystal sword and looked coldly at the dean as she spoke arrogantly. After the girl appeared, the dean was even more shocked because she could clearly sense that the aura of a god on the girl had become even denser. She was so scared that she almost knelt down. "Devouring heaven, don't be rude. Otherwise, don't blame me for spanking your butt." At this time, Lin Ling immediately said sternly, "Spanking my butt again? You're too bad. If it weren't for that damned vine, I wouldn't be afraid of you." Speaking of spanking, devouring heaven stomped its feet in annoyance and then disappeared into the crystal sword. The crystal sword also floated back to Lin Ling's waist. Looking at the dean again, she was covered in cold sweat. After seeing devouring heaven leave, she let out a sigh of relief. A god. A god on the 9th floor, so there really was a god on the 9th floor. Then, she couldn't help but be excited. The unsolved mystery of the 9th floor had been completely solved. Lin Ling looked at her speechlessly. It was just a god. Was there a need to be so excited? He didn't know that very few of the 36 deans had seen a god. Therefore, they were naturally excited to see the most ancient god. As for Lin Ling, he had already seen a few gods so far, which was why he felt that everything was normal. "By the way, you said spanking? Don't tell me you spanked a god's butt." Then, the dean suddenly thought of something and immediately blinked. "Yes." Lin Ling immediately nodded obediently. Pfft, the dean had the urge to vomit blood again. Previously, she thought that Lin Ling was lying, but now it seemed that it was all true. But there was a problem. How should she explain it to the other deans? Should she say that Lin Ling had gone to the 9th floor and spanked a god's butt? If she said that, it would probably cause a stir in all 36 academies. The dean couldn't help but shake her head gloomily. She could only find some excuses to deal with it. However, she was also surprised by Lin Ling's means. He actually had a god by his side and was extremely afraid of Lin Ling. It seemed that Lin Ling had a secret that no one knew. Of course, every martial artist had their own secrets, so the dean didn't ask. "Originally, I wanted to reward you with a Chaos Whole Spirit tablet. This tablet can withstand 3 attacks from a half-step martial god. But now it seems that it's not necessary because with that divine sword, its power will definitely be stronger than a spirit tablet." The dean looked at Lin Ling and said, "How about this, I'll give you a Snow Wind Supreme token. Seeing the token is the same as seeing the dean. How about it?" "Okay." Lin Ling immediately nodded. The dean immediately took out a golden token from his bosom and handed it over to Lin Ling. This supreme token has the power to decide life and death battles. Not only in the Snow Wind Academy, but also in the final world. This kind of supreme token, every academy only has 3. It is priceless and was bestowed by the gods. The authority to kill? Lin Ling couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Because in the final world, one can't casually kill people. This point is very clear to him. Just like the Duan family and the New Heavenly Court, they have long wanted to kill Lin Ling, but because of the rules of the final world, they didn't dare to take action. Unless Lin Ling went to the 9 continents. However, they didn't dare to kill Lin Ling, but Lin Ling has the Snow Wind Supreme token. He doesn't need a reason to kill people. Young Master Yao's visit. I understand, thank you, Principal. Lin Ling hurriedly bowed. No need to thank me, you have helped our Snow Wind Academy raise its fame, this is what you deserve. Also, do you have any other requests? The principal smiled. I want to become the #1 in Shinsan Hall, is that possible? You've just passed the Transcendence Hall, and according to the rules, you've only just become an expert of the 3rd hall. There's still a long way to go before you can become the #1 expert of the Snow Wind Academy. However, you've broken the record of the Transcendence Tower and reached the 9th floor. Therefore, you're qualified to become the #1 expert of the 3rd hall of the Snow Wind Academy. How about this? Go and complete a mission. That way, you'll become the #1 expert of the 3rd hall. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. The principal looked at Lin Ling with admiration and said, "Rest assured, this mission is not difficult, it's just a formality." "Oh right, when you were in Tongshan Tower, how could you have walked so far?" "Of course, if it's not convenient to say, you don't need to say it. This old woman is just curious." Soul Force. Lin Ling smiled, hiding the primal chaos divine formula and using Soul Force as an excuse. Soul Force? The principal's eyes narrowed. How much Soul Force does that require? At least 10,000 steps. Lin Ling said word by word. The principal's eyes gradually widened. How can there be a martial artist with a soul force of 10,000 steps? My Snow Wind Academy has been around for so many years, but there has never been a student with a soul force of 10,000 steps. In the current final world, everyone pursued talent. Soul force has long been abandoned, except for those boundary masters of God Miao's true inheritance, but as far as she knows, there is no boundary master of God Miao's true inheritance with a soul force of 10,000 steps. 10,000 steps is said to be a huge dividing line. Seeing the principal's shocked expression, Lin Ling only smiled, because since he started learning martial arts, soul force has always been his strongest domain. It is normal for others to not be able to surpass him. Lin Ling, what is your soul force level? The principal asked curiously. Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said indifferently, 14,000 steps. Silence. As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the entire mountain fell silent. The principal looked at Lin Ling as if she was looking at a monster and did not speak for a long time. Obviously, she had not expected that the Snow Wind Academy would have such a freak. As expected of the monster who broke the record of the ethereal tower. After a long time, the principal sighed. She had a feeling that in the future, Lin Ling would definitely surpass the 10 extreme martial gods. At that time, the Snow Wind Academy might even be able to bask in the glory of Lin Ling. How about you complete a mission in half a month? When the time comes, I'll get the vice president to inform you. Okay. After chatting for a long time, Lin Ling finally left. He did not linger in the academy, but instead returned to his own courtyard in a low-key manner. Big Brother Ling. After a long time, when Lin Ling returned to the courtyard, Yu and the others immediately rushed out with incomparable joy. In these 3 months, they had been waiting for Lin Ling's news, and they believed that Lin Ling would definitely be safe and sound, and yesterday, the old woman and Song Chiri finally returned with good news, which made Yu and the others excited. Congratulations, my lord. Dokening looked at Lin Ling and said with a sigh. In the past, he was an assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. At that time, he was stronger than Lin Ling, but who would have thought that in such a short period of time, Lin Ling would surpass him? And now, Lin Ling had even revealed his talent in the final world, and he, Do Kening, was still in the same place. It was difficult for him to break through to the next realm, and that was all thanks to Lin Ling. Who would have thought that the former Nine States Devil's son, Lin Ling, would reach such a height today? Perhaps the Flying Dragon organization regretted it very much. Because of a previous decision, they were now opposing Lin Ling. And seeing Lin Ling's growth, they should be half dead with anger. Lin Ling also greeted everyone one by one. "Young master, you're amazing. You broke the record of the Tower of Gods. TSK, that Tower of Gods has existed for millions of years, and this is the first time I've heard of someone reaching the 9th level." Song Chiri also looked at Lin Ling in awe. If in the past, he was in awe of Lin Ling because of Lei Gong, then now, he was truly in awe of Lin Ling's growth speed. "I was just lucky." Lin Ling smiled faintly and looked at the old woman. "The dean of the Snow Wind Academy said that as long as I complete the academy's mission, I can become the #1 in the Shinsan Hall. Hee, with the record that the young lord has created, I'm afraid that this mission is just a formality." "So, it seems that the young lord will complete the trial of God," the old woman said with a smile. After completing the divine trial, he would be rewarded by Lei Gong. At that time, Lin Ling's strength would also be greatly improved. "Oh right, I obtained a sword on the 9th level." At this time, Lin Ling took out the Devouring Heaven's fortune sword. When this crystal sword appeared, everyone was shocked. "This sword is very extraordinary." The old woman's face was incomparably dignified. "You lowly slaves, kneel down when you see this god." From the Devouring Heaven's fortune sword, Devouring Heaven floated out. With one hand on her waist, she pointed at everyone and said. But when she pointed at Lin Ling, she immediately became dispirited, but even so, everyone could still feel the terrifying majesty of a god from her body. "Alright, Devouring Heaven, these are all our people. You don't have to put on an act. Be careful, or I'll smack your butt." At this time, Lin Ling had no choice but to sternly reprimand Devouring Heaven. Devouring Heaven did not dare to be so arrogant. Among everyone, she was the most afraid of Lin Ling. Of course, she was actually afraid of little Kunlun. "Remember, from today onwards, you will follow this sister and protect them." Lin Ling pointed at Yu and the rest and said. "You want me, a noble god, to protect people? I won't do it." Tunti Heaven was immediately indignant, but when she saw Xiaoyu, her eyes lit up. It was unknown if it was because of a child's playful attitude or because Xiaoyu had a mysterious aura, but her attitude immediately changed. She agreed immediately. This surprised Lin Ling. But since Devouring Heaven was willing to cooperate, it was naturally for the best. In the following days, Lin Ling did not go anywhere. Instead, he accompanied Yu and the rest and cultivated at the same time. After the trip to the ethereal tower, Lin Ling's strength had increased greatly. So, he was one step closer to the martial ancestor realm. Moreover, Lin Ling had learned the steps of wisdom. This powerful force depended on the increase of one's soul power. However, it was very difficult to increase one's soul power. So, for the time being, Lin Ling did not learn this martial art anymore. On this day, two people suddenly came to the small courtyard. Lin Ling. Before the two of them entered the small courtyard, they had already called out excitedly. Hearing those voices, Lin Ling was immediately surprised. His body moved and appeared in the small courtyard. Then, he laughed loudly at the two people who had just arrived. "Sky Sword. Haha, I didn't expect you to be hiding here." When young Master Yao saw Lin Ling, he immediately pounded Lin Ling's chest. Although Majin Tianzi was still cold, a warm smile appeared on his face. "How did you guys find this place?" Lin Ling asked curiously after laughing. "We just happened to pass by here, plus you are a student of the Snow Wind Academy, so we know that you are in the Snow Wind City. The most important thing is that after entering the Snow Wind City, we casually asked the guards, and those guys actually know where you live and respectfully led us here." Young Master Yao immediately spoke. Of course, he had a puzzled expression on his face when he mentioned the guards because those guards were too polite to him. Lin Ling was not surprised. The guards were the city lord's men, so they would definitely give face to Lin Ling. Putting everything else aside, Lin Ling, you're really amazing. You actually broke the record of the ethereal tower and reached the 9th level. Yeah, there's no one in the 36 academies who doesn't know you, Lin Ling. It's so satisfying. Even the God Slayer Alliance is remembered by them. When they talk about the God Slayer Alliance, all of them are full of admiration. Haha, it's so satisfying. Young Master Yao suddenly mentioned the ethereal tower. When he mentioned it, even Majin Tianzi became excited. I was just lucky. Come in and have a seat. Lin Ling smiled casually and invited the two into the house. Yu Yu and Xian Yuange immediately bowed and hurriedly poured tea for him. Young Master Yao was envious when he saw how virtuous they were. He secretly pounded Lin Ling and said, "Brother, you're really something." Previously in Yan Province, the Saintess of the Immortal Temple almost lost her life for you. Who knew that you had two virtuous wives hidden in your house? TSK, both of them are very beautiful. Most importantly, they're very obedient. That's right, brother. Give me some pointers. How did you conquer these beauties and make them so obedient? Majin Tianzi said enviously. Hearing this, Lin Ling laughed out loud. I didn't teach him much. Let nature take its course. He's a man. He should have the domineering aura of a man. That's how the head of a family should be. Being envied by young Master Yao and the others, Lin Ling was in a good mood as well. Yu Yu and the others secretly smiled. Naturally, they knew that Lin Ling was bragging, but they didn't interrupt him. In front of outsiders, they would definitely give Lin Ling enough face. Men were like this. No matter how much they loved their wives, they still liked to put on airs in front of outsiders. Oh right, where's my big brother? After Yu Yu poured the tea, Lin Ling couldn't help but ask. They are still at Kaiyuan River. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi looked at each other and immediately explained. It turned out that the God Slayer Alliance had entered Kaiyuan River some time ago and found a secret realm. Everyone entered it to cultivate. The secret realm was extraordinary and seemed to be related to the gods. However, everyone's opportunities were limited. Therefore, some of the members of the God Slayer Alliance left the secret realm quickly, while others were still in the secret realm. Of course, those who were still in the secret realm would undoubtedly obtain more benefits. Your big brother, Meng Lu, Wangu Wuji, Yi Shui, and the others are still in the secret realm. However, don't worry. I have arranged for the experts of the God Slayer Alliance to guard outside the secret realm. They should be fine. That's right. On the contrary, they have obtained their own opportunities. Their strength might increase greatly. Young Master Yao and Majin Tianzi said. Hearing this, Lin Ling immediately relaxed. At the same time, he hoped that Sakura and the others would obtain their own opportunities. We passed by here to see you. Secondly, we are here for the Divine Weapon Contest. Young Master Yao said. Divine Weapon Contest? Lin Ling couldn't help being puzzled. Young Master Yao smiled and nodded. You should have heard of Yi Shui's origin, right? She is from God Miao's true teachings. This Divine Weapon Contest is held by them. Frankly speaking, it is an auction. However, the treasures being auctioned are all from God Miao's true teachings. One must know that as the #1 World Spiritist Alliance in the 9 provinces, God Miao's treasures are definitely extraordinary. There are many divine weapons, treasures, and even incomplete scriptures left behind by the gods. For this divine weapon contest, the 36 academies, the various dukes' mansions and clans in the Miao province will all be there. There are even people in the 9 provinces who have entrusted the seniors of the final world to help them purchase some items that they like. Lin Ling, are you interested in this divine weapon contest? You must know that this divine weapon contest is held once every 100 years. The location is randomly selected from the 36 main cities. The treasures that appear are also rarely seen in 10,000 years. Hearing that, Lin Ling immediately sank into contemplation. Currently, because he broke through 2 levels in a row, he didn't have many royal crystals left. However, a divine weapon contest like this was something that could only be encountered by chance. Of course, Lin Ling didn't need divine weapons. He had the true teachings of the Nether Sword and the Tyrant Song Sword. These divine weapons were definitely better than those that appeared in the auction. What Lin Ling cared about were natural treasures. If he could encounter treasures from the Dragon Clan or treasures with overflowing ferocious aura, they could greatly increase Lin Ling's strength. As for royal crystals, Lin Ling suddenly thought of the Snow Wind Supreme Badge. That treasure could be borrowed without limit. Thus, if he saw a suitable treasure, he would buy it first. Immediately, Lin Ling nodded. Young Master Yao and the others were not surprised by Lin Ling's nod. The three of them discussed and decided to set off tomorrow. As for the location of the Divine Weapon Contest, it was called the Heaven Sword City. This was a main city, and it also had an academy called the Heaven Sword Academy. Early the next morning, Lin Ling brought everyone and followed young Master Yao and the others to the Heaven Sword City. Yu Yu and the others had waited for Lin Ling in the Snow Wind City for 3 months, so when they came out this time, they were all incomparably happy. The Heaven Sword Academy has gathered the strongest swordsmen in the history of the 9 prefectures. Now that we're holding a competition in their territory, there will definitely be a lot of people from the Heaven Sword Academy participating. In my opinion, there are also quite a few people from the 36th Academy. For example, the Snow Wind Academy is closer to the Heaven Sword City, so they definitely won't miss it. On the way, young Master Yao and the others said. Half a day later, an ancient city finally appeared in front of them. The city was completely black, as if it was built from black rocks. A huge ancient sword was inserted into the ground, and it could be seen even from tens of thousands of miles away, and that was the Heaven Sword City. According to the legends, that sword is called the Heaven Sword. It's a true divine weapon. Young Master Yao stared at the ancient sword in the distance and said in shock. Lin Ling was also looking at it. He discovered that the sword was majestic and ancient. It was indeed worthy of the name Heaven Sword, however, it was a divine weapon. Lin Ling also had a rough idea of its grade. For example, his true inheritance, the Nether Sword, was a divine weapon. However, divine weapons were also divided into grades. For example, the Sword of Devouring Heaven's Fortune and the Tyrant Song Sword. These swords were clearly more powerful than the true inheritance, the Nether Sword. They should be lesser divine weapons. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio. The 2 prides of the Duan family. Not long after, Lin Ling and the others finally arrived at the Heaven Sword City. Looking around, the city was grand and boundless, but it was also extremely lively. There was a sea of people, and the noise was incessant. However, the most eye-catching thing was still the gigantic heavenly sword. Upon closer inspection, one would realize how terrifying this sword was because it towered into the clouds, as if it had sliced the firmament of the final world in half. The venue of the auction was under the gigantic sky sword. Lin Ling and the rest walked in that direction. Before they arrived, they realized that there were all kinds of stalls around them. Treasures from the final world, the world of gods, and various gods' relics were scattered on the ground, emitting all kinds of magical lights. Moreover, there were countless roads leading to the sky sword. Every road was filled with people and stalls on both sides of the road. So many people. Yu Yu and Xianxia looked at each other. They couldn't help but be shocked. Even Lin Ling was shocked. He had attended many auctions before. However, it was his first time encountering one like this. There were too many people. This way. At that moment, young Master Monster's voice was heard. Lin Ling and the rest quickly followed him. Young Master Monster had found a road with fewer people. It was obviously much more convenient. Hey, isn't this Lin Ling? Not long after they walked along the road, a sinister voice was heard from behind them. Then, the crowd parted. More than 10 figures strode forward. The leader was a handsome young man. He had his hands behind his back and was looking at Lin Ling with a cold smile. Duan Tianzhan, it was the guy Lin Ling had met on the Hidden Fog Island. Back then, Lin Ling had tortured him badly. As for young Master Monster and Ma Jingzi, they looked at Lin Ling curiously. They were not familiar with Duan Tianzhan. He's from the Duan family. Lin Ling immediately explained when he saw their confusion. I see. Young Master Yao and the others immediately nodded. It's really you. I didn't expect a country bumpkin like you to be in the mood to participate in the Conference of Divine Weapons. But I'm a little worried for you. The Conference of Divine Weapons is held by the true teachings of Miao Xin. The treasures are priceless. Do you think you're qualified to buy them? At that time, if you take a fancy to some treasure but can't afford it, that would be embarrassing. Duan Tianzhan suddenly laughed loudly, his words full of mockery. In his opinion, there was no doubt that the price of the God Weapon contest would be exorbitant. It could easily cost 1 billion or even 10 billion monarch crystals. Ordinary people did not have the right to get involved. They could only watch from the sidelines. Only true powerhouses and great powers had the qualifications to purchase divine artifacts. Therefore, this led to a situation where the strong became stronger and the weak became weaker. As for Lin Ling, although his strength was not bad, he was not from a large family clan in the final world. Therefore, Duan Tianzhan thought that Lin Ling was a pauper who could not afford a divine weapon and had come here to embarrass himself. Some people just don't feel comfortable if they don't talk nonsense. Didn't you learn your lesson when you were stripped naked last time? Duan Tianzhan was overbearing, and Lin Ling immediately retaliated. Duan Tianzhan was furious. Last time on the Hidden Fog Island, he had been stripped naked by Lin Ling and had knelt down to beg for mercy. That was the greatest humiliation in his life. Lin Ling, don't think that you're powerful just because you broke the Tower of God's record. You can't even enter the divine list or the stairway to heaven. You only relied on luck. In terms of strength, you're nothing. Duan Tianzhan shouted angrily. Hearing that, Lin Ling smiled mockingly and did not bother to talk nonsense. If he, Lin Ling, was weak, then what about Duan Tianzhan? Last time, he had been beaten to the point where he knelt down to beg for mercy. If Duan Tianzhan was weaker than him, was he nothing? Duan Tianzhan was so silly. Mocking him was equivalent to slapping his own face. Broke the Tower of God's record? Could he be the expert from Snow Wind Academy? I think so, because he's indeed at the Sage Realm. It said that the person who broke the Divine Body Tower's record was at the Sage Realm. Amazing. When the surrounding people heard Duan Tianzhan's words, they were all shocked. They looked at Lin Ling with shock and admiration in their eyes. Duan Tianzhan wanted to mock Lin Ling, but he did not expect everyone to be shocked. He was so angry that his teeth were itching. What? Disciple of the Duan clan, you're not convinced? Why don't we fight? I can guarantee that I'll break all your teeth. At this time, young Master Yao stepped forward and said coldly. He could also see that Duan Tianzhan was here to cause trouble. Young Master Yao, if you break his teeth, I'll break his third leg. Ma Jin Tianzi also said coldly. Seeing young Master Yao and the others walk out, and thinking of Lin Ling's strength, Duan Tianzhan obviously felt a little guilty. He said coldly, a bunch of people who can't even enter the divine list only know how to talk big. Let me tell you, this is Heaven Sword City. Don't mess around. When he said this, he quietly took a step back. His face was full of fear. The surrounding people laughed. They could also see that Duan Tianzhan was here to cause trouble, but they did not expect him to be so afraid of death. Cowardly bandit. Even Lin Ling smiled mockingly. He could not be bothered to teach a weakling like Duan Tianzhan a lesson. Who are you? How dare you scold our Duan family? However, at this time a large number of people came from afar. This group of people was extremely powerful. When the crowd saw their clothes and the jade pendants hanging on their bodies, they quietly made way for them. This was because the jade pendants hanging on their waists had two clear words, Stairway to Heaven. This meant that these people were all experts on the divine list. They were the most powerful people in the divine 3 halls of the various academies. The experts on the divine list were also extremely famous in the final world. These people could fight against a half-step martial god and could not be defeated by a martial god. Tianzhan. The person walking at the front was extremely tall. He held a long golden spear in his hand and looked majestic. Wherever he passed, there seemed to be a powerful force that quietly pushed the crowd away. Many people could see that this person's talent, cultivation level, and martial arts foundation were all extremely powerful. Brother Wuzhan. Duan Tianzhan was obviously excited when he saw the person who had come. The man immediately nodded his head and looked at Lin Ling and the others. He said indifferently, for the sake of the Heaven Sword City, we will not bother about this matter. Give yourselves 3 slaps and then scram out of my sight. His words were extremely domineering. Who else could do it but me? Of course, with his strength, he was qualified to be domineering. However, Lin Ling and young Master Yao looked at each other and laughed. After practicing martial arts for so many years, they had lost count of the number of arrogant and unruly people like this man. I'll give you 2 words, idiot. Lin Ling could not be bothered to talk nonsense. He simply retorted. The man's eyes narrowed. Idiot? Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations go to the 9th level. Looks like you think I won't dare to touch you just because you're in Heaven Sword City. The man's eyes turned golden, and divine light shone from his body, silencing the entire street. The light of a divine paladin. It looks like he's above a 2-talisman divine paladin. This person seems to be from the Duan clan, and Wujan? Could it be Duan Wujan? The Duan clan's twin prides. There was no lack of experts from other academies around, and they all recognized the man. The Duan clan's twin prides were Duan Wuhan and Duan Wujan. However, Duan Wuhan had awakened the first bloodline, and his strength had greatly surpassed Duan Wujan's, so he was no longer one of the Duan clan's twin prides. However, Duan Wujan was once one of the Duan clan's twin prides, so his strength was naturally not weak. In the Battle of Guang City Mountain, this person once defeated an elder of the 9 states' 10 rapscallions. Moreover, in Guangzhou Island, this person fought 10 world wills without losing. That was the battle that made him famous. This is a true expert. There was a flurry of discussion all around. However, Duan Wujan's expression was calm, as if they were not talking about him. Perhaps he was already used to this kind of moment. On the other hand, Duan Tianzhan was dancing with joy, extremely excited. He stared at Lin Ling and the others, raised his chin, and said, "Do you know fear now? Where did this clown come from? Get out of my sight." However, Lin Ling only glanced at Duan Wujan indifferently. His attitude still did not change. This time, Duan Tianzhan was stunned. Duan Wujan was also stunned. Duan Wujan's friends behind him were also stunned. They never thought that Lin Ling and the others would be so bold, because Lin Ling and the others did not look like experts on the divine list at all. How boring. There are always clowns in the way. Lin Ling spoke again, then led young Yao and the others forward. How dare you? The golden spear in Duan Wujan's hand jumped, and a terrifying murderous aura also rolled. Brother Wujan, he's Lin Ling who broke the Divine Tower's record. Don't mess around. However, Duan Tianzhan finally calmed down and reminded him in a low voice. It's him. Duan Wujan's expression changed slightly. The fact that Lin Ling had broken the record in the ethereal tower had shocked the 36 academies, and he was the pride of the 36 academies. As such, he could not afford to make a move on Lin Ling. If he dared to touch Lin Ling, that would be the same as challenging the 36 academies. No wonder he's so arrogant. Turns out he really does have a little bit of martial arts. However, he's lucky, because if we were in the 9 provinces, or in a place where there's no one, I'd definitely knock him down with a spear. Duan Wujan said through gritted teeth as he led the people behind him forward. It's said that quite a few divine artifacts will appear in this divine artifact contest. There's an 8 tribes divine spear that I absolutely must get. However, if I want to get it, I'll have to stand at a higher level. Let's go to the 9th floor. Duan Wujan said as he walked. He glanced at Lin Ling and the others, who were not too far away, and said mockingly, trash like them can only look up to us from below the 9th floor. The 9th floor was undoubtedly the highest floor of the auction house. Those who appeared there had priority in auctioning treasures, and they were also qualified to buy many treasures, unlike those below the 9th floor, where many treasures were not qualified to be fought over. However, ordinary people could not go to the 9th floor. The lowest requirement was to be an expert on the god list. Moreover, even the 9th floor was divided into levels. The highest level was the god list treasure room, where any treasure could be fought over. Duan Wujan and his friends were all experts on the god list, so they were naturally qualified. Of course, they were only qualified to go to the 9th floor. Brother Wujan, I also want to go to the 9th floor. Can I? Duan Tianzhan was not yet an expert on the god list, so he asked expectantly. Of course you can. On the 9th floor, any expert on the god list can bring a follower. I can bring you. Duan Wuzhan said proudly. Their voices were not soft, and it was obvious that they did it on purpose, so the people around them were envious. Most of the martial artists on this road could only go to the treasure rooms below the 9th floor, so how could they not be envious? Young Yao, let's go to the 9th floor. Yes. Right at that moment, Lin Ling, who was walking in front, suddenly said something. It seemed like a casual sentence, but it caused the entire road to instantly fall silent. Everyone looked at Lin Ling in disbelief. The reason for that was because Duan Wuzhan was an expert on the god list. He was most definitely qualified to go, but, what was Lin Ling? He seemed to be nothing. Lin Ling couldn't possibly be thinking that he was qualified to go just because he broke the record of the God's Tower, right? One must know that behind the auction was God Miao's true teachings. The World Spiritist Alliance simply did not care about the God's Tower at all. Lin Ling, could it be that you've become an expert on the God list? Beside Lin Ling, Young Yao and the others were also shocked. Then, joy appeared on their faces as they guessed. For someone of Lin Ling's age, other than becoming an expert on the god list, it was impossible for him to enter the 9th floor. After all, it was impossible for Lin Ling to be the city lord, and even more impossible for him to be the headmaster of the various academies, yet, Lin Ling had become an expert on the god list. With his strength, it might be possible for Lin Ling to become an expert on the god list. However, Lin Ling poured cold water on them, saying, I'm still not an expert on the god list. Ah. Young Yao and the others were stunned. Then, they sighed in their hearts. Perhaps Lin Ling did not know the rules of the auction, and that was why he had said that earlier. Haha, this guy by the name of Lin Ling, could it be that he's gone mad? Does he think that any trash can enter the 9th floor? Duan Wuzhan could not help but laugh loudly after hearing Lin Ling's words. Idiot, absolute idiot. Duan Tianzhan also laughed mockingly. In fact, he was laughing very happily. Never had he imagined that Lin Ling would come out and embarrass himself. However, Lin Ling paid no attention to their mockery and continued to walk forward. Not long after, a huge sky sword appeared in front of him. It was a sword pagoda, grand and sacred. Looking at the surrounding roads, people continued to arrive at the bottom of the sword pagoda. There were many platforms under the sword pagoda that carried people to the various floors. Lin Ling glanced at them indifferently. Then, he led Young Yao and the others onward. This guy, he can't really be going to the 9th floor, right? This guy is not an expert on the god list, nor is he the city governor. What right does he have to go to the 9th floor? You have to know the rules of the sacred artifact contest. No one will be given face. Yeah, Miaoshen's true disciple is a boundary master. Boundary masters are a group of people of virtue and prestige. They will only give face to big shots like the city governor and the dean. That guy is looking for trouble. He's going to suffer. The people who had been following Lin Ling all this while mocked him. What's going on here? It's so lively. As the saying went, there was no need to be afraid of trouble. People from other roads also came to join in the fun. Many people immediately revealed what had happened. Waha, there's such a stupid person. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Arrogant words. As for Duan Tianzhan and the others, they were laughing so hard that they almost fell off their horses, especially Duan Tianzhan. Previously, Lin Ling had stripped him naked and forced him to kneel on the street. He had been brooding over this incident. He had wanted to take revenge, but in the end, Lin Ling had broken the Tongshan Tower's record. This made him realize that his chances of revenge were getting slimmer and slimmer, but now, he saw a glimmer of hope. Moreover, this glimmer of hope was obtained by Lin Ling himself. Ha ha ha. At this thought, Duan Tianzhan laughed loudly again. His hatred for Lin Ling had also been reduced by half. Duan Tianzhan, why are you laughing so happily? Don't tell me you think I can't reach the 9th level. However, at this moment, Lin Ling suddenly stopped in his tracks and looked at Duan Tianzhan calmly. As soon as he said this, everyone was stunned and started laughing as well. Wasn't this nonsense? If not for the fact that they had no enmity with Lin Ling, they would have shouted that they also thought Lin Ling couldn't reach the 9th level. Idiot! Duan Tianzhan. couldn't be bothered to explain anything. He stretched out his finger and pointed at Lin Ling. In his opinion, only the word idiot could describe Lin Ling. Then how about we make a bet? If I can't reach the 9th level, I'll never step into the Sky Sword Tower again. If I can reach the 9th level, you can leave the Sky Sword Tower. How about that? Lin Ling said calmly. Hearing this, young Master Yao and the others' expressions changed. Lin Ling was going overboard. This was because this divine weapon contest was only held once every 100 years. It was better than any other auction. If Lin Ling lost and left the Sky Sword Tower, he would miss the opportunity to become stronger. Duan Tianzhan was taken aback. Before he could say anything, Duan Wuzhan, who was behind him, said, I agreed on his behalf. However, words have no proof. How do I know if you will fulfill your promise after you lose? Everyone here can testify that if I lose, you can attack me and beat me out of here. Lin Ling said word by word. These words were undoubtedly what Duan Wuzhan wanted to hear the most. Because this was Heaven Sword City, he didn't dare act recklessly against Lin Ling. However, since Lin Ling had personally agreed to it, it was a different matter altogether. Fine, since you insist on embarrassing yourself, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Wuzhan nodded proudly, his heart wild with joy. Lin Ling also nodded. Without further ado, he led young Master Yao and the others to the platform in front of them. The platform in front of them was made of some unknown metal. An old man was standing on it. He was a peak martial progenitor. Around them, more and more people stepped onto the platform and announced the floor they wanted to go to. Senior, let's go to the 9th floor. Before arriving at the platform, Duan Wuzhan and the others took the initiative to speak, and as soon as they finished speaking, they quietly handed over some monarch crystals. The old man floated in midair, sitting cross-legged. At this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at Duan Wuzhan and the others indifferently. Then, he quietly took the imperial crystals. Seeing this, Duan Wuzhan and the others quickly took out their divine list jade tokens. When the old man saw the 2 words Stairway to Heaven on the jade token, he immediately nodded. This was the symbol of an expert on the divine list. As for Duan Tianzhan, he wasn't an expert on the divine list, but because an expert on the divine list could bring a follower, he followed Duan Wuzhan. Come on up. The old man said indifferently. Duan Wuzhan and the others were delighted. They waved the jade tokens in their hands at Lin Ling and stepped onto the platform. After stepping onto the platform, Duan Wuzhan spoke first. Senior, these people also want to go to the 9th floor. However, they have nothing, but they say they can go wherever they want. To them, Heaven Sword City is like their own backyard. They even said that the city lord of Heaven Sword City has to treat them as equals. They really have no respect for their elders. This was like adding insult to injury. Duan Wuzhan knew that Lin Ling would lose without a doubt, but he didn't want to let Lin Ling off so easily, so he sowed discord. It would be best if he could borrow this senior's hand to cripple Lin Ling. Senior, he is provoking the dignity of Heaven Sword City and looking down on Miaoshen's true inheritance. Duan Tianzhan followed suit and added insult to injury. Huh? The old man frowned slightly and looked at Lin Ling indifferently. Did you say that? Senior, I didn't say that. Lin Ling shook his head calmly, which made the old man nod. So it was something made up out of nothing. He felt that no one in Heaven Sword City would dare to be so arrogant. Then, just as he was about to speak, Lin Ling spoke again. He said indifferently, however, I do want to go to the 9th floor. Hearing this, the old man's brows that had just relaxed frowned again. Are you an expert on the divine list? No. Are you the city lord of the 36 main city or the 72 vice city lords? None of them. Anger appeared on the old man's face. Was this guy playing with him? He shouted angrily, Scram. Where do you think our Heaven Sword City is? You're nothing. How can you behave so atrociously here? Scram? Lin Ling frowned. The old man's attitude really made him unhappy. Why should I scram? You're just a servant who watches over the platform. Do you have the right? Servant, when these words came out, the expressions of the surrounding people changed drastically. This old man was obviously a subordinate of the Heaven Sword City's city lord, but now he had become a servant. This Lin Ling was openly contradicting the old man. Wasn't this shooting himself in the foot? Many people could already foresee Lin Ling's tragic outcome, even young Beast Lord and the others smiled bitterly because even they didn't know what to do. Senior, look at this person's arrogant words and disrespectful words. You should cripple him. Duan Tianzhan roared and was overjoyed. Lin Ling was really too cooperative. As for the old man, his expression was incomparably cold. He stared at Lin Ling and said indifferently, there are many people today, so I don't have time to deal with you. Consider yourself lucky. However, kowtow to me 20 times now and then get out of Heaven Sword City. Otherwise, if you provoke me and I act according to the city rules, you only have 3 outcomes. First, be torn apart by 5 horses. Second, be executed by 1,000 cuts. Third, be lit by a sky lantern. When his last sentence fell, everyone's hearts turned cold. Yu and the others' expressions changed, and they immediately tugged at Lin Ling. Young Beast Lord and the others could only smile bitterly. Although their backgrounds were not small, this was under the eyes of a god. So if something happened to Lin Ling, it would be difficult for them to help. Lin Ling frowned. He didn't expect things to turn out like this. First, it was Duan Tianzhan sowing discord. Then, he encountered a domineering and indifferent old man. However, at this point, it was useless to think too much. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling would kneel down and beg for mercy, Lin Ling also took a step forward and said fearlessly, today, not only will I not leave, but I will also bring all of them to the 9th level. When these words fell, the platform fell silent. No one expected that Lin Ling would still be so arrogant at this time. He didn't even have the chance to enter the 9th level. But he still wanted to bring everyone in. Ha ha ha, interesting, it's getting more and more interesting. If you have a mind to condemn someone, you can easily find a pretext. I'm not an expert on the divine list, nor am I the city lord, but I do have the supreme snowstorm token. Lin Ling also took out his trump card. Actually, he wanted to take it out from the very beginning, but he didn't expect that the old man would be so overbearing, causing him to not have the chance to take it out. After that, Lin Ling threw the token at the old man. The old man frowned and took the token to check, but he couldn't see anything. Supreme Snowwind token, he had never even heard of it, however, he was still cautious. He asked, is this the jade plate of the gods list? No. Lin Ling shook his head. Bang, the old man threw the jade pendant to the ground and stomped on it. Bastard, you don't have a jade pendant on the divine list. What are you doing? You're testing my patience. Fine, I'll give you 3 punishments. Which one do you want? Dismemberment by 5 horses, death by 1,000 cuts, or sky lanterns. Senior, this person is truly audacious. You magnanimously gave him a chance, but he didn't cherish it and even threatened to trample on you. Such a bandit should be punished according to the city's rules. Duan Wuzhan added insult to injury. The old man became more and more furious, as if he couldn't put down his face. He jumped up and grabbed towards Lin Ling. 3 punishments, have you made your choice? Seeing this scene, everyone revealed looks of watching a good show. Now that the senior was enraged, how were Lin Ling and the others supposed to face him? Old man, do you want to die? However, before the old man could reach Lin Ling, the young demon lord, Ma Jin Tianzi, and the others had already made their moves, unleashing their full strength to resist the old man. Rumble. The rumbling sounds continued, causing many people in the distance to be shocked. No one had expected that someone would actually dare to behave atrociously at a time like this. In fact, the old man did not think that Lin Ling would dare to resist. He was simply courting death. You're all dead. The old man uttered a furious roar. However, even though he was a peak martial progenitor realm expert, young Master Beast and the others were not weak either. It would be difficult for him to catch Lin Ling in a short period of time. Brother Ling. Xianxia bellowed and activated a page of scripture to suppress the old man. This caused the pressure on the old man to increase once again. Brother Ling. Upon seeing this, Yu also drew her devouring sword of fortune. Yu, I'll do it. However, Lin Ling stopped her. Once the sword was unleashed, how could that old man still be alive? Moreover, it was just an old man. Lin Ling would not use the heaven-devouring good fortune sword. Grand Brahma art of punishment. Lin Ling bellowed in his heart. He wanted to test the power of the divine steps. Suddenly, a strange power appeared, covering the surrounding 100 meters. All the martial artists within this range felt a sense of powerlessness rise up in their hearts. That feeling was as if he had met a god. When they looked at Lin Ling again, he was like a god at this moment. This strange feeling made many people's faces change greatly. However, Lin Ling sensed that his soul force was crazily burning and weakening, so he also used this power to attack the old man. Puff, the old man felt as if he was trapped in a cage, so his methods were sealed. World, that's right, it was as if he had entered another person's world. By the time he reacted, a blue-robed youth was already standing in front of him. The youth looked at him coldly and raised his right hand high. Pow, a slap landed on his face. If you don't understand, don't ask. Is this how your heavenly sword city's city lord taught you to do things? Pow, another slap landed on his face. If you don't even know the supreme token, what qualifications do you have to guard the platform? Pow, the third slap arrived. You're already so old, yet you're being so discord. Such a mind is a disgrace to the reputation of the heavenly sword city. After the 3 slaps, the steps of wisdom disappeared at the same time. This made Lin Ling sigh. This power was strong, but the time it lasted was too short. Looking around, everyone gradually recovered, but their eyes were still confused. That power from before was so magical. However, this power came from Lin Ling. They obviously didn't believe it. On the contrary, they stared at the old man who had been slapped 3 times, and their expressions changed drastically. Lin Ling hit that senior. It's over. It's really over this time. Originally, they all thought that Lin Ling was finished when he talked back to that senior, but who knew that Lin Ling still dared to hit him and hit his face. This guy. Even young Demon Lord and the others were shocked. Then, they laughed bitterly, knowing that it would be difficult to lead the city later. Lin Ling's steps of wisdom disappeared, and the old man broke free from the power of young Demon Lord and the others. At this moment, he stood up, his long hair fluttering wildly as he stared at Lin Ling like a madman. This kid hit his face. Moreover, in front of so many people, he laughed, and he laughed out of anger. 3 ways to die, 5 horses to tear you apart, death by 1,000 cuts, and a sky lantern. Which one do you choose? This time, the fury on the old man's body was about to materialize. He took a step forward, causing the earth to tremble. The supreme snow wind token beneath his feet emitted cracking sounds as he stepped on it. This was his territory, the Heaven Sword City. He didn't believe that Lin Ling and the others could stir up any waves. Seeing the old man's rage, Lin Ling frowned, but he looked more at the token under the old man's feet. Then, he was stunned. The token was given to him by the dean of the Snow Wind Academy. He had once said that seeing the token was like seeing the dean, but now, the token was stepped on by someone, and no one recognized it. Could it be that the dean was lying? 3 ways to die, have you chosen? Seeing Lin Ling's silence, the old man thought that Lin Ling was completely afraid and regretted it. However, regret and fear were useless, they couldn't extinguish his anger, therefore, he attacked again. Rolling up his realm essence, he grabbed at Lin Ling. Bastard! But at this moment, a fierce shout suddenly sounded. A sword came from the horizon and slashed in front of the old man, causing the earth to shake. Everyone focused their eyes and realized that an ancient sword had been stabbed into the ground. On the hilt of the sword, a slender figure stood there indifferently with his hands behind his back. City Lord. Seeing that person, the old man's expression changed greatly, and he immediately knelt down. It is our Heaven Sword City's honor that Miaoshen's true disciple chose our Heaven Sword City to hold a conference. But look at you, at such a critical moment, you actually caused a battle in Heaven Sword City, causing the entire city to be in turmoil. How should you be punished? The figure standing there was a refined middle-aged man, but his voice was not refined at all. It was filled with monstrous anger. This anger made everyone tremble in fear, but Duan Tianzhan and the others were even more excited. Even the city lord had taken action. Ha ha ha, unless Lin Ling was the dean of the academy, there was no reason for him to not die. City lord, it's not my fault. That kid is too arrogant, lawless, and disrespectful. He even threatened to destroy the city. The old man knelt on the ground and kept kowtowing. That's right, City Lord, we can all testify. Duan Tianzhan and the others immediately echoed. The scholarly middle-aged man frowned because he actually sensed a familiar aura here. It was the power of divinity. However, he also looked at Lin Ling, and at the same time, he searched for treasures with the characteristics of divinity. If you want to condemn someone, you can always find a pretext. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A supreme snow wind token of poor quality. How dare you be so arrogant in front of the city lord? The old man roared. We can all testify to this. They were aggressive, so Lin Ling resisted. Young Master Yao and the others stepped forward and said angrily. Ha ha ha, you seem to be on the same side as him. Do you think it's convincing if you testify? However, just as young Master Yao and the others finished speaking, Duan Tianzhan also said sarcastically. No matter what, they would not let Lin Ling off the hook, and from the looks of it, Lin Ling did not have any hope of getting off the hook, ha ha ha. At this thought, Duan Tianzhan, Duan Wuzhan, and the others could not help but laugh. However, no matter how much they said, the scholarly middle-aged man was not moved at all. His brows were tightly knitted, and he was still searching for something. God's power. He sensed that there was a God's power here, and this power was hidden in some kind of treasure, and God's power was not to be underestimated. Every person who had this kind of power was like a titan in the final world. Wait, this token is... Suddenly, the scholarly middle-aged man pointed at the old man's feet, and his eyes narrowed in disbelief. The old man was stunned. He looked at his feet and immediately smiled. City Lord, this token is what that kid relied on. At first, I thought it was a divine list jade token, but when I took a look, it was not gold, but white. The quality is not good, and I can tell it's a fake. He said it very firmly. Because, with his eyesight, he had indeed never seen such a token before. With that, Duan Tianzhan also stared at the jade token and chuckled. Now that you mention it, I really do notice it. This white token looks quite big, even bigger than the divine list jade token. However, its surface is dull. Indeed, the workmanship is not good. Haha, can a big piece mean anything? If that's the case, wouldn't it be even more intimidating if our divine list jade token was made into a shield the size of a shield? Ha ha ha. Duan Wuzhan and the others took out their own jade tokens and compared them, and then they laughed contemptuously. However, compared to their laughter, the scholarly middle-aged man was shocked. This token is that kid's? Unfortunately, this shock was not noticed by the old man. He stood up and said righteously, City Lord, this token is obviously that brat's. He wanted to deceive me into entering the 9th level, but my fiery eyes of truth saw through it. Speaking of which, this brat is not even willing to put in the effort to deceive others. He wants to enter the 9th level with such a poor quality token? Does he think I don't exist? However, just as he finished speaking, a wave of sword energy surged toward him and blew him away. He crashed into the wall of the heavenly sword tower. Puff, he even spat out a mouthful of blood. The old man was completely dumbfounded. He did not know what had just happened. However, the scholarly middle-aged man didn't pay any attention to him. He strode forward, picked up the token, and personally wiped off the dust on it. He even wiped it several times. In the end, when he saw the word Supreme on the token, his expression finally changed dramatically. The old man didn't bother to wipe the blood from his mouth. His face was full of suspicion, especially when he saw the city lord carefully wipe away the dust from the token. His eyes narrowed. What happened to the city lord? Wiping the token was actually more careful than wiping his own sword. Even Duan Tianzhan and the others had their mouths agape. Those who didn't know would think that the token belonged to the city lord. However, after the scholarly middle-aged man wiped the token clean, he immediately walked toward Lin Ling. Then, he said solemnly, Sir, how should I address you? Sir, hearing that, the old man, Duan Tianzhan, and the others' eyes trembled. That was a form of address only for peers. Lin Ling was just a kid, and the city lord was the city lord of a main city. What right did Lin Ling have to be a peer? I am Lin Ling. Lin Ling frowned. He was still upset that the supreme snowwind token was useless. So it's brother Lin. Haha, I feel like old friends at first sight. How about we call each other brothers from now on? You can call me Brother Tian. The scholarly middle-aged man suddenly laughed and said casually. Brother, this time, the old man and the others' hearts exploded. Their eyeballs almost fell to the ground. Sir, that was a form of address for peers. Brother, that was even more exaggerated. It was practically half a life and death friend. Speaking of which, the city lord was so powerful, yet he treated Lin Ling as a life and death friend. Brother, give me a slap. I feel like I'm dreaming. Duan Tianzhan muttered. Slap. Duan Wuzhan really gave him a slap, breaking a few of Duan Tianzhan's teeth. Then, Duan Wuzhan also slapped himself because he also felt like he was dreaming. City Lord, did you get the wrong person? This kid is still wet behind the ears. He's your brother? The old man also felt like he was dreaming. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the sword wave came again. The impact caused the old man to spit out blood and fly back more than 10 meters. At this moment, the scholarly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he recognized it. This was the Supreme Snow Wind token, which represented supreme status. Seeing the token was like seeing the dean. In the 36 academies, there were very, very few such tokens. Every one of the holders was a person of great status. From another perspective, Lin Ling was a dean, a person of virtue and prestige. However, such a dean was humiliated in the main city of the scholarly middle-aged man. Even if he really had no friendship with Lin Ling, if Lin Ling went back and told the Snow Wind Academy, the Snow Wind Academy would definitely settle the score with him, although, he was not afraid, but he was in the wrong. Moreover, to dare humiliate a dean, the powerhouses of the other 36 academies would probably not agree. This was also the reason why the scholarly middle-aged man lost his composure. Most importantly, that old man actually stepped on the Supreme Snow Wind token under his feet, and stepped on it until it was covered in dust. Did this mean that he wanted to trample the Snow Wind Academy under his feet? Thinking of this, the scholarly middle-aged man's forehead broke out in cold sweat. You said before that Brother Lin could go to the 9th floor if he wanted to, and he could bring whoever he wanted, and he would dare to destroy the city, right? The scholarly middle-aged man looked at the old man and said. But at this moment, he was no longer scholarly and was full of majesty. Yes. The old man was not a fool. He had already sensed that something was wrong. Because it had been a long time since he had seen the city lord lose his composure. Let me tell you, Brother Lin can go wherever he wants. Not to mention who he brings, even if he brings tens of thousands of people, my Heaven Sword City will welcome him. As for destroying the city, let him destroy it. The scholarly middle-aged man roared. Plop! The old man was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his gaze also looking at Lin Ling. The city lord had personally agreed, and that brat could destroy the city at will. This was too crazy. What was the background of this kid? What was the origin of that token? He thought of how he had solemnly said that the token was a fake, and that the quality was very poor. Now, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. As for the arrogance and tyranny on his body, it had all disappeared at this moment. Instead, it was a bitter smile, regret and fear. Such an expression undoubtedly shocked the surrounding people. You've already made a big mistake, I can't help you. Face slapping. Towards Lin Ling, he had given him enough face. After all, he was the one in the wrong, and Lin Ling was not an aggressive person. The city lord of Sky Sword City had given him enough face. If he killed the old man, it would also affect his relationship with the city lord. Immediately, he took the token from the refined middle-aged man and walked towards the old man step by step. When the old man saw Lin Ling walking over, his face turned pale with fright. He knew that if Lin Ling wanted to kill him, he could only stand there and be killed. Not to mention resisting, he wouldn't even dare to move a finger. You said before that I have 3 ways to die, right? Lin Ling stood in front of the old man and said indifferently. This. The old man didn't dare to look directly at Lin Ling, so he could only lower his head and say. Raise your head. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The old man didn't dare to refuse and quickly raised his head. However, just as he raised his head, a slap landed on his face. Slap. It was very crisp, the sound shocked everyone's hearts. What a thick-skinned person, he actually hit me until my hand hurts. However, Lin Ling's voice also floated out, causing everyone to be speechless. Speaking of which, the old man's face hasn't even cried out in pain, but your hand is already crying out in pain. You said before that I have 3 ways to die. The supreme token appeared in Lin Ling's hand. Then, he grabbed the supreme token and slapped the old man's face. Dismemberment by 5 horses? Slap. His voice was clearly more straightforward than using his palm. The old man spat out blood from the slap. Death by 1,000 cuts? Slap. The second slap messed up the old man's hair. Sky lantern? Slap. The third slap made the old man spit out a mouthful of teeth. Most importantly, he still had to smile in front of Lin Ling. As expected, it's better to use other things to slap the face. After the 3 slaps, Lin Ling waved the token in his hand, causing the surrounding people to be even more speechless. That guy's counterattack was fierce enough. You said before that the quality of this token is not good? Lin Ling asked the old man after he was done. The old man stared at the token and felt a sweet taste in his throat. He almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The originally dirty jade tablet became brighter and brighter after being wiped clean by the city lord. Now, after slapping his face, it was actually as dazzling as the blazing sun. It could be said that it had blinded his eyes. Is this because the quality is not good enough? Puff, a mouthful of blood finally spurted out from his mouth, reaching as far as 5 meters away. The previously insufferably arrogant old man fell on his back and fainted from anger. Awesome! Young Demon Master and the others laughed excitedly when they saw this. Although killing the old man didn't seem to be a big problem, killing the old man was obviously not as satisfying as slapping him unconscious. Duan Tianzhan, where are you going? At this moment, Lin Ling suddenly shouted. In the crowd, Duan Tianzhan actually wanted to escape. After being yelled at by Lin Ling, he could only return with his tail between his legs. Get over here. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice. Duan Tianzhan immediately looked at his brother. Unfortunately, Duan Wuzhan didn't dare to provoke Lin Ling at this moment. He could only grit his teeth and say, go over. Brother. Duan Tianzhan immediately felt that the end was near. He could only lower his head and walk towards Lin Ling. Didn't you shout very loudly just now? Now, shout again for me to see. Duan Tianzhan had just walked over when Lin Ling held the token and slapped it horizontally across. This slap instantly knocked out a mouthful of Duan Tianzhan's teeth. However, even the old man didn't dare to resist, let alone Duan Tianzhan. Weren't you very talkative just now? Say it again for me to see. Lin Ling slapped him again. In the distance, Duan Wuzhan was so angry that his body trembled. Lin Ling was doing this on purpose, in front of everyone. No, most importantly, in front of him, he was slapping his brother's face. However, he could only watch and couldn't move. Such humiliation was comparable to killing one's father. Weren't you very good at farting just now? Now, fart again for me to see. Smack, the third slap sent Duan Tianzhan flying more than 10 meters away. At this moment, Duan Tianzhan was in a sorry state. He didn't have a single tooth, his long hair was messy, his nose was broken, and his face was covered in blood. However, his eyes were filled with resentment. Originally, he had come to watch Lin Ling make a fool of himself. However, in the end, he didn't know where Lin Ling got such a token from, but it actually turned the tables and slapped him in the face. He couldn't accept it, he couldn't accept it at all. Lin Ling was just a piece of trash from the God Slayer Alliance, and he was of the Duan family bloodline. Why was it that in the final world, this piece of trash was doing better than him, a member of the Duan family bloodline? You lost the bet just now. Now, get out of Sky Sword City. Lin Ling put away the Supreme Snow Wind token and said to Duan Tianzhan calmly. Duan Tianzhan really didn't want to leave. He had heard that a treasure would be auctioned in this divine weapon contest, and that treasure was very suitable for him. It was the greatest possibility for him to become stronger. He had originally wanted to use that treasure to increase his strength and suppress Lin Ling, but now, he was going to be chased away. Not only did he lose the opportunity to enter the 9th level, but he also lost the right to participate in the auction. One had to know that such an auction was only held once every 100 years. 1. Lin Ling didn't waste any time and calmly counted off. In his heart, Duan Tianzhan was just an ant that couldn't even enter Lin Ling's eyes. However, if Duan Tianzhan didn't leave, Lin Ling didn't mind killing him in this city. With the Supreme Snow Wind token, what did he have to fear? Lin Ling, you've got guts. Duan Tianzhan cursed under his breath. Finally, with bloodshot eyes, he dragged his pathetic body and fled. I'm so angry. Seeing his younger brother being bullied like this, Duan Tianzhan's body trembled. Even his friends behind him felt it was unfair for him, but what could they do? Although Lin Ling wasn't an expert on the divine role, at least in Heaven Sword City, it wasn't difficult for him to play them to death. Let's go. Without stopping, Duan Tianzhan left with resentment in his heart. Come, brother Lin. You're going to the 9th level, right? I'll personally send you up. The scholarly middle-aged man also walked toward Lin Ling with a smile. Thank you, brother Heaven. Lin Ling immediately bowed. The scholarly middle-aged man waved his hand and personally summoned a platform to bring Lin Ling and the others to the 9th level. Wow, the city lord personally came to welcome him. A big shot, this is a big shot. Wow, that treatment seems to be the treatment of a dean. But that kid is so young, how can he be a dean? Wow, as expected of the #1 record holder of the Divine Tower, Lin Ling. Wow, everyone looked admiringly at the floating platform and secretly clenched their fists. When would they be able to enjoy such glory? The platform slowly rose into the air. On the platform, the scholarly middle-aged man looked at Lin Ling as if they were old friends, smiling as he spoke. Young Beast Lord and the others were secretly shocked. The token in Lin Ling's hand was too big of a deal. Brother Lin is from Snowwind Academy. Haha, Snowwind City Lord Xianxia and I are old friends. If Brother Lin encounters any trouble in Snowwind City, you can go find Xianxia. The scholarly middle-aged man laughed. Thank you, Brother Heaven. Reaching the 9th floor. Oh? The scholarly middle-aged man was surprised. Not only does this Lin Ling have the supreme token, but he also knows Mayor Tsang? Looks like I was too rash. Mayor Tsang has a good relationship with you, so he should be your guide. The scholarly middle-aged man asked curiously. Guide? You can say that, but he usually calls me young lord. Lin Ling remembered that the scholarly middle-aged man had a good relationship with Mayor Tsang, so he did not hide too much. Chi. However, the moment his words fell, the scholarly middle-aged man couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Young lord, Snowwind City's mayor called this young man young lord. What is this young man's background? He looked deeply at Lin Ling and realized that Lin Ling was more complicated than he had imagined. At that moment, he once again bowed to Lin Ling. It's elder brother who has been reckless again. To tell you the truth, elder brother Tian, my name is Tian Baohe, a former student of the Snowwind Academy. The vice principal has shown me great kindness. So that's how it is, Lin Ling suddenly understood. No wonder old brother Tian was so polite to him. After all, although he had the supreme token, it was only enough to make old brother Tian treat him as a peer. It was not enough for old brother Tian to kill his own people for him, but now, everything was clear. Because of Snowwind Academy, it could be said that if Lin Ling had the E-Garden's supreme token, the treatment he received would not be so good. How about this, in the Divine Artifact competition later, Brother Lin can use my name to buy 3 treasures at any price. Just treat it as my contribution to Snowwind Academy, how about it? The scholarly middle-aged man said. Hearing this, young Beast Lord and the rest's faces changed. 3 treasures, the value of these treasures was definitely not cheap, however, they also understood after thinking about it. Not only was Mayor Tian repaying Snowwind Academy's kindness, he was also trying to establish a good relationship. This also meant that if Lin Ling fancied a treasure, even if it was just a piece of Emperor crystal, he could easily buy it, and the difference in price would be covered by Mayor Tian. As for the preemptive rights, Brother Lin has the supreme Snowwind token, so you don't need my help. With this token, you have the qualifications to seize the treasure first. The scholarly middle-aged man laughed. Thank you, Brother Heaven. Lin Ling did not argue. After all, he was indeed in need of royal crystals. Ha ha ha. Seeing Lin Ling nod, the scholarly middle-aged man was even happier. He was afraid that Lin Ling would refuse. When I return to the Wind Snow Academy, if you see the vice headmaster, please remember to put in a few good words for me. Also, please mention me to Mayor Tsang as much as you can. Brother Tian, I'll be counting on you. The scholarly middle-aged man smiled and said carefully. No problem. However, since Lin Ling had agreed, the middle-aged man's happiness gradually turned into excitement. The platform slowly moved towards the 9th level. Not long after, Mayor Tian bid farewell and left. Lin Ling led Young Beast Lord and the rest to the 9th level. Young Beast Lord and the rest sighed in their hearts. In the past, when they were in the 9 states, it was mostly them who helped Lin Ling. However, in the final world, Lin Ling continued to grow. His speed was a few hundred times faster than theirs. Now, they had to rely on Lin Ling's blessings, but soon after, they were incomparably happy and proud. This was because Lin Ling was also one of the 4 leaders of the God Slayer Alliance. The stronger Lin Ling was, the stronger the God Slayer Alliance would be. Young Beast Lord, I think you'll have to give your first leader position to Lin Ling. On the way, Majin Tianzi secretly mocked him. Hee, as long as the God Slayer Alliance can be stronger, I'm willing to be a small fry, let alone the first leader. Young Beast Lord didn't care at all, nor was he jealous. To him, he had always been proud and arrogant. There weren't many people who could earn his respect, and Lin Ling was one of them. As they walked along the corridor, a huge ring-shaped plaza appeared in front of them. The ring-shaped plaza had a total of 9 levels. Lin Ling and the rest were on the 9th level. Moreover, there were many private rooms on the 9th level. Those who could enter the private rooms were all super big shots in the final world. When Lin Ling and the rest appeared on the 9th level, they immediately attracted the attention of many people. Wow, they brought so many people up at once. Those people must be big shots. Hee, they're not just big shots. They're practically big shots. Do you see that young man in the lead? His name is Lin Ling. Lin Ling? He's Lin Ling? The first record holder of the Ethereal Tower? Speaking of which, our president just asked yesterday what's on the 9th level. A large number of voices could be heard on the 9th level. Most of the people who had appeared were experts from the 36 academies. Of course, there were also the Duke's residents and the various major powers in the final world. However, even the Duke's residents and the other major powers had heard of Lin Ling's name. This is strange. Although Lin Ling passed the 3 tests, he just became an expert of the God's Hall. He hasn't even entered the God ranking yet. Why is he on the 9th level? What's strange about that? He must have gotten in through the back door. However, even though the Ethereal Tower's record is amazing, the final world is all about strength. Compared to the experts on the God ranking, Lin Ling is still much weaker. Indeed. Perhaps he's just here to watch the show. All sorts of voices could be heard. Unfortunately, Lin Ling ignored them and continued walking forward with Yu and the rest. Lin Ling, Du Chou, Wu Zun. Young Beast Lord said in a low voice. On the 9th level, 2 bone-chilling gazes were directed at them. It was Du Chou and the rest. Like us, they have just entered the God ranking. They shouldn't be qualified to come to the 9th level. Prince Emojin said to Du Chou and Wu Zun. Like us, they must have relied on others to bring them in. Young Beast Lord said with a faint smile. It wasn't difficult for him to guess. At this moment, Du Chou and Wu Zun were glaring at Lin Ling and the other 2. The anger in their eyes couldn't be concealed at all. This was because they had always been above Young Beast Lord and Wu Zun. Even Du Chou and Prince Emojin had almost been crippled by them. However, in the Ethereal Tower, Prince Emojin had surpassed Wu Zun and defeated Du Chou. He had left them with a huge humiliation. They couldn't tolerate this humiliation. They couldn't tolerate it at all. Not only that, but Lin Ling, who was with Young Beast Lord and the rest, had even defeated Duan Wuhan and Lord Long, breaking the first record of the Ethereal Tower. Therefore, the more they saw the God Slayer Alliance's trio doing well, the more uncomfortable they felt. I didn't expect these 3 country bumpkins to be qualified to come here. Du Chou muttered to himself. Didn't you hear what they said? The 3 of them are just here to watch the show. They can't afford to buy anything. Wu Zun said arrogantly, adding insult to injury. That's true. With their background, they can't afford to buy anything. Nor are they qualified to snatch anything. They can only watch the show and look up to others. Du Chou laughed. Losers, what nonsense are you talking about? Translator, Nioibo Studio Editor, Nioibo Studio 8 Divine Spears. Du Chou and his companion were fuming with anger. no matter how arrogant they pretended to be, no matter how much they looked down on Lin Ling's group, they had lost to Lin Ling's group. That was an unchangeable fact. Don't waste your breath on these clowns. Let's go. There are empty seats over there. Let's go sit there. Lin Ling said as he led the group forward. Originally, Lin Ling could have entered the private room, but the atmosphere outside was obviously better, so Lin Ling didn't plan to enter any private room. Looks like it's not just Du Qiu. Duan Wuzhan is also here and is staring at us with ill intentions. Moreover, there are many people from the Duan family and the new heavenly court here. They should also want to watch us make a fool of ourselves. Lin Ling said as he walked. Yang Yao and the others nodded. These were all old rivals of the God Slayer Alliance. It wasn't strange for them to target them. Eh? At that moment, Lin Ling sensed an angry gaze. He quietly looked over and saw a handsome, fair-skinned man. Lin Ling didn't know this man, however, Lin Ling could sense that the man was looking at him with hostility. Most importantly, Lin Ling saw that the man seemed to be from the Snow Wind Academy. However, Lin Ling quickly shook his head. There were too many people who were hostile to him. It didn't make a difference if there was one more or one less. It's Lin Ling. The fair-skinned man was Kagura. When he saw Lin Ling, he was so angry that his nose trembled. This was because he was the top assassin of the Flying Dragon organization. He was known as the King of Assassins, the 19 kills expert. Therefore, when he found out that Lin Ling was in the Snow Wind Academy, he had been thinking of ways to assassinate Lin Ling and ruin Lin Ling's plans. However, in the end, not only did he not see Lin Ling fall, but he saw Lin Ling rise step by step. This was especially true when Lin Ling came back from the Holy Temple with a dazzling radiance that lasted for millions of years. At that time, he felt as if his heart was being cut by a knife. As for Lin Ling, he, Kagura, would definitely find an opportunity to step on him and kill him. Not long after, the lively auction gradually quieted down. Because the auction had officially begun, the first to come out was an old man who was a true disciple of Miao Shen. This person was highly respected and his soul force was extremely powerful. He was the host of this event. It was the true inheritance of Miao Shen, the gathering place of boundary masters. It was said that even the Duan family, the #1 family in the world, did not dare to provoke them. Miao Di gave them a lot of face. In the end, it was because Miao Shen's true legacy included 90% of the medicinal pills, 90% of the weapons, and 90% of the grand formations. On the other hand, Miao Shen's boundary masters spent their entire lives studying weapons and rarely went out. The treasures they forged would be auctioned once every 100 years. Every time they appeared, it would cause a huge sensation in the final world. This was because if one could obtain Miao Shen's divine weapon, it would also mean that one would obtain the key to becoming an expert. In this auction, it was said that 10 divine weapons would be auctioned. Thank you for giving me face. I, old he, will not waste any more words. Let the auction begin. The first item to be auctioned is one of the 18 Tuashan bloodlines. This treasure has been in Miao Shen's warehouse for 100,000 years. 10 years ago, it was cleaned up, so it was decided to be auctioned. The old man said with a smile. Miao Shen's true legacy was not only a place of producing divine weapons, but also a place of producing treasures due to the accumulation of countless treasures. One of the 18 Tuashan bloodlines? Some people were puzzled. Tua means heaviness, solidity, and perfection of virtue. The same goes for Buddha. Vast wisdom is immeasurable, achieving the great Tao of the void. These 18 Tuashan bloodlines are one of the bloodlines of deities. It is also the seat of an ultimate desolate body. The possessor has a 60% chance of obtaining an ultimate desolate body, one of the 18 Tuashan bloodlines. The old man raised his hand and a golden relic floated up. Its light illuminated the entire 9th floor. Many people were in an uproar. This was the seat of an ultimate desolate body. Brother Ling, do you want this ultimate desolate body? If you give it to Yer. On the 9th floor, Yu immediately asked in anticipation. Lin Ling was also astonished at the power of the seed. However, after sensing it, he shook his head. This seed is useful for ordinary people, but I have checked it. Its limit is only at the 4th grade. As for the talent we want to give to Yer, how can it be a mere 4th grade? Furthermore, Yer is out training. Perhaps he will have a better harvest due to his opportunities. Upon hearing this, Yu Yu and the rest immediately nodded. They also felt that a 4th grade was too low. However, to many warriors on the 9th floor and below, this was a pretty good treasure. In the 9 prefectures, there were very few people who had an ultimate desolate body. If they obtained a seed, they would have a 60% chance of becoming an expert, and many of them had been entrusted with the task of purchasing supreme-grade treasures. Naturally, they would not miss out on this opportunity. Alright, this seed's starting price is 5 million royal crystals. The old man's voice floated out. 8 million royal crystals. 10 million. 15 million. 23 million. Finally, it was bought by an expert with 23 million royal crystals. This expert might have left it for his family or auctioned it off in the 9 prefectures. However, the price would definitely be higher than 23 million. After the first treasure was sold, the second treasure followed. Furthermore, this was the highlight of the show, one of the top 10 divine weapons. 8 Division Divine Spear, a divine weapon forged by Master Alagaya. Its power is limitless. Ghost chi, demonic chi, fiendish chi, and murderous chi are all gathered into one. It greatly increases the user's defense and ancestral power. It also has a 1% chance of activating 10% of divine power. A 4-colored spear floated out, causing the Sky Sword Pagoda to sway a little. Everyone could sense the terrifying power of the divine spear. Their eyes instantly burned with desire. It could be said that the divine spear could instantly double the strength of an ordinary expert. It was 10 times stronger. 8 Division Divine Spear. Duan Wuzhan's eyes burned with desire. He was here for this. If he could get his hands on this spear, he would be able to go further on the stairway to heaven. For the upcoming Stairway to Heaven battle, he was determined to get this divine spear. Moreover, Duan Wuhan had become stronger. As one of the twin prides, if he did not become stronger, the Duan clan would laugh at him. It's mine. Duan Wuzhan shouted in a low voice. At this moment, Lin Ling was also staring at the long spear. He nodded slightly and said, "Not bad." He felt that the long spear was only slightly weaker than his true inheritance, the dark sword. However, Lin Ling already had 2 divine weapons, so he did not intend to fight for it. 8 Division Divine Spear. However, Prince Majin gasped. This made Lin Ling's eyes light up. Prince Majin seemed to want the divine spear very much, and that was indeed the case. Emperor Grojin looked at Lin Ling with a burning gaze. Lin Ling, I'll pay for this long spear. Can you help me get it? No problem. I'll definitely help you. Lin Ling had the Supreme Snowwind token, so he had the priority to fight for the treasures. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. A miracle had really happened. Hearing this, Prince of Gold couldn't help but become excited. However, he wasn't good with words, so he would remember this favor in his heart. As soon as the divine spear appeared, the auction also became lively and noisy. The starting price of the divine spear had reached 1 billion in a short period of time, and it was still rising. Everyone felt that 1 billion for a divine spear was not a loss. It was even worth 10 billion. 2 billion royal crystals. I'm from the Duan family, and I used to be one of the 2 prides of the Duan family. I hope everyone will give me some face. If you fight with me, I can play with you even if it's 30 billion. Brother. At this moment, Duan Wuzhan stood up and shouted in a low voice. The 9th level Heavenly Sword Pagoda instantly fell silent. They had no choice but to give the Duan family face. It was obviously not a good choice to rashly offend the Ultimate World's #1 family. Moreover, there were still 9 divine weapons. The 8 divine spear would be given to the Duan family. As for the old man, he narrowed his eyes slightly. He didn't know Duan Wuzhan, but he had heard of the Ultimate World's #1 family, so he nodded and smiled. It seems that no one is bidding. Then the 8 divine spear will belong to the Duan family. However, before he finished speaking, a faint voice floated out. Wait, I want this 8 divine spear. You want it? The 9th level Heavenly Sword Pagoda seemed to be earth-shattering. Following that, waves of laughter resounded like the waves of the sea. This Lin Ling was from the countryside, right? He didn't even bid, and didn't care about who came first. Did he think that the true inheritance of Miaoshan was owned by his family? Haha. Duan Wuzhan stared at Lin Ling as if he was an idiot. Lin Ling, let me tell you, I've had my eyes on this 8 divine spear since a year ago. You want it just because you say you want it? Dream on. He almost roared out the last 3 words. Perhaps he was venting his anger because his brother had been driven away. In my opinion, people like him who don't follow the rules should be driven out of here. That's right, he won't pay, but he wants it just because he wants it. That's too overbearing. Du Chou and Wu Zun also spoke up. The two of them knew that Lin Ling seemed to use a sword, so that divine spear was definitely not bought for them. And among the few of them, the one who was most likely to obtain the divine spear was none other than the Golden Son of Heaven. Therefore, they did not want the Golden Son of Heaven to obtain the 8 divine spear and become stronger. This was because they all wanted to surpass Prince Imogen. My friend, the godly spear has already been bought. You are still 1 step too late. At this moment, the old man looked indifferently at Lin Ling. He didn't know Lin Ling, but Duan Wuzhan was of the Duan clan's bloodline, so he would definitely side with the latter. What do you mean by a step late? I've already bid before Senior made his decision, so the godly spear hasn't been won yet. However, Lin Ling was expressionless and fearless as he spoke. At this moment, the old man's expression turned ugly. In any case, he was still a true disciple of Miao Shen. This mere brat actually dared to not give him face. You bid? What a joke. I've never heard you bid. Moreover, you really want the godly spear. First, you bid higher than me. 100 million each time. Do you hear me clearly? 100 million. Duan Wuzhan sneered and mocked Lin Ling for being poor. Lin Ling glanced at him indifferently and finally shouted, 2 billion and 1 imperial crystal. Everyone was shocked again. 1 more imperial crystal? Was this Lin Ling deliberately causing trouble? Sir, the starting price is 100 million each time. The old man was also furious. Was he playing with him? He looked coldly at Lin Ling. If you continue to cause trouble, I have the right to kick you out. Moreover, you will never be able to participate in the convention again. Everyone in the auction house couldn't help but laugh. In their opinion, Lin Ling was just playing to the gallery. However, now that he had kicked an iron plate, it was time for him to obediently bow his head and admit his mistake. What a pitiful person. Everything was fine, but he just had to embarrass himself. Perhaps he wouldn't die if he didn't ask for it. Just when everyone thought that Lin Ling didn't dare to bid, Lin Ling said again, I've already bid. I want this godly spear. Nobody can stop me. He was still persisting. He hadn't backed down. Wasn't Lin Ling afraid of being kicked out of the convention forever? There was no doubt that Lin Ling's stubbornness had shocked everyone. Even Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but admire Lin Ling's boldness. However, he also stood up and said in an extremely domineering manner, Men, kick this person out. He will never be able to participate in the convention again. He thought of himself as the host of the convention. However, he believed that even if he didn't speak, the elder would speak. That was indeed the case. The old man's face had already darkened. He hadn't seen such an arrogant person in a long time. Men, come. He shouted angrily. However, at that moment, a good-looking woman walked over quickly and whispered something into the old man's ear. The old man's initial anger gradually turned into shock, and finally, reverence. His gaze was fixed on Lin Ling. This undoubtedly puzzled everyone, especially Duan Wuzhan. However, he didn't care. In his opinion, unless a miracle happened, how could Lin Ling be safe and sound? The convention had been held for so many years. Rules were always the most important. Without rules, nothing could be accomplished. This 8-part godly weapon belongs to this young friend. Finally, the old man's voice sounded. Haha. Thank you, elder. Duan Wuzhan couldn't help but stand up. He was extremely excited. He was even prepared to hear the cheers of his friends behind him. However, his friends beside him didn't speak. Their expressions even changed greatly. This made Duan Wuzhan frown. Only then did he look at the old man. He was shocked to find that the old man wasn't pointing at him, but at Lin Ling, not him. What the f***ck? What was going on? Young friend, I was neglectful before. I hope you don't take it to heart. Now, you've won the 8-part godly spear with 2 billion and 1 imperial crystals. Congratulations. When the old man looked at Lin Ling, a kind smile appeared on his face. Earlier, he had been informed that Lin Ling had a Paragon's medallion, and as the dean, he had the right to seize treasures first. According to the rules, the treasure naturally belonged to Lin Ling. Moreover, those who had the supreme token were all important figures. Although the Duan family couldn't be underestimated, Duan Wuzhan couldn't compare to Lin Ling. Moreover, Duan Wuzhan couldn't represent the entire Duan family. Therefore, the old man was naturally on Lin Ling's side. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He wasn't surprised by this result, however, everyone was surprised. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Duan Wuzhan was dumbfounded. Previously, he had thought that unless a miracle happened, a miracle had indeed happened. Translator, Transin editor, Transin IV taken a liking to it, he had relied on the 8 divine spear, but now, all his dreams had gone down the drain. How could he accept it? Senior, I clearly bid for this divine spear first, and he only added an emperor crystal. Why does the divine spear belong to him? Roar, Duan Wuzhan roared at the old man. Alright, I've decided. So, let's prepare the next treasure. Roar. However, the old man said expressionlessly. A simple sentence had directly killed Duan Wuzhan's many years of hard work, causing him to almost go crazy. Damn old man, give me an explanation. I'm the Saint Rider of the 3 Talismans God. Did you hear me? 3 talismans, I'm one of the 2 prides of the Duan clan. Are you afraid? Sell the divine spear to me immediately, or I'll make sure you can't leave Heaven Sword City. Roar. Duan Wuzhan roared. This time everyone was shocked. Duan Wuzhan actually dared to threaten the old man. He really had guts. The old man's pupils constricted, and he was so angry that he couldn't speak. Haha, you know fear? Now, sell the divine spear to me. Duan Wuzhan laughed even louder when he saw the old man fall silent. However, someone beside him immediately reminded him, Brother Duan, this is the divine weapon contest. The voice was like a bolt from the blue, causing Duan Wuzhan to react. Previously, he had been so angry that his eyes had turned red and he'd lost his mind. However, he was a martial ancestor after all, so he was able to calm down very quickly. However, after calming down, he knew that things were troublesome. Damn old man, can't leave Heaven Sword City. Heavens, how could I say such a thing? Duan Wuzhan wished he could slap himself a few times. Very good, you can get lost. You'll never be able to step into the divine weapon contest. At this time, the old man finally spoke, his tone cold and emotionless. Never being able to step into the divine weapon contest was an extremely heavy punishment. No, senior, give me a chance. I was anxious before, so I spoke carelessly. Duan Wuzhan immediately shouted anxiously, and even knelt down and kowtowed. However, there was an expert who took him away forcefully. Lin Ling, you've done this to me. Before Duan Wuzhan was driven away, he glared at Lin Ling with resentment. His younger brother had been forced out of the Heaven Sword City by Lin Ling, and he was the same. How could he swallow this anger? Moreover, the Duan clan was currently waiting for his good news. In the end, he returned empty-handed and would never be able to enter the divine artifact competition. How would he be able to face others when he returned? A pitiful person must have a pitiful side. Lin Ling just shrugged his shoulders, looking as if it had nothing to do with him. The people in the auction hall suddenly started whispering. They didn't understand why Lin Ling would receive such good treatment. It was too enviable. As for Du Chou, Wu Zun, Kagura, and the others, they were coldly glaring at Lin Ling. Seeing Lin Ling reap the benefits, they felt extremely uncomfortable in their hearts. This was especially true for Du Chou and Wu Zun. They were the most furious because the spear belonged to Prince Emojin. This meant that they wouldn't be able to take revenge in the near future, and this was all because of Lin Ling. The two exchanged glances with one another. They had already decided that if they had the chance, they would definitely teach Lin Ling a lesson. Meanwhile, the auction continued. Young Master Yao, Yu, and the others bid for the treasures they were interested in. Throughout the process, no one competed with them, as the treasures weren't anything special. Furthermore, more and more divine artifacts were auctioned off. However, Lin Ling and the others were not interested in any of the treasures, so they did not bid for them, until a great treasure was taken out. The godly treasure known as the Underworld Key, a pill refined from countless life fragments, the 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, a godly pill left behind from the era of the gods. It is the true inheritance of Miao Shen, and no one has been able to refine it until now due to the limited materials available. This pill has the effect of curing all kinds of poisons, and can increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%. Even if one dies after failing to break through, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Therefore, it is also known as the Underworld Key, meaning that after entering the underworld, one can return with the key. The old man's voice echoed, followed by a pill that slowly rose into the air. The pill had gathered the 1,000 Years Chronicle pill, which contained countless life fragments. The moment it appeared, the crowd held their breaths. Apart from the divine artifacts, it was most likely the most valuable treasure in the auction, curing all kinds of poisons, increasing the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm by 30%, even if one dies, there is still a 40% chance of resurrection. Wasn't this a godly pill that could reverse the situation? The starting price is 10 billion monarch crystals, and each increment is 1 billion monarch crystals. 12 billion monarch crystals. The Marquis Mansion will be taking this godly pill for 15 billion monarch crystals. The price of the godly pill skyrocketed as soon as it appeared. Damn it, a heavenly stairway expert on the god ranking, ranked 210th, 18 billion monarch crystals, who dares to compete with me? It was as if the entire auction had gone crazy. Many experts on the 8th floor were enraged. Although they had countless monarch crystals, they were not qualified to compete with the others, as they were on the 8th floor, curing all kinds of poisons. Meanwhile, on the 9th floor, Du Qiu's eyes were burning with passion. He had come here today for the godly pill, because he was severely injured when he entered the ethereal tower. He needed the godly pill to cure his injuries. Moreover, he could use the godly pill to raise his talent by another grade, therefore, he was determined to get it. If anyone dared to compete with him, he might even kill them. Du Qiu of the New Heavenly Court, 20 billion monarch crystals, whoever dares to compete with me will be going against Wendian Martial God. Wendian Martial God has his eyes on this godly pill. Du Qiu said in a cold voice. His aura that seemed to come from the netherworld spread across the entire 9th floor. As soon as his words fell, the 9th floor fell into silence, and the experts' faces changed drastically. Wendian Martial God, he had his eyes on this godly pill, and he wanted it by name. This time, no one dared to speak, and there was only endless regret on their faces. Seeing this, Du Qiu couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. The martial god's reputation was indeed powerful. Suddenly, he looked at fuming Gold Emperor and smiled disdainfully. Sirs, this godly pill belongs to me. If you're not convinced, you can try bidding for it. Saying this, his face was filled with pride. Putting aside Wendian Martial God's reputation, the 20 billion monarch crystals were enough for Lin Ling and the others to swallow their pride. Come and compete with me. Having this thought, Du Qiu glanced at Lin Ling provocatively. Since brother Du Qiu has spoken, I'm interested in this godly pill. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Besides, the godly pill could increase the chances of breaking through to the martial progenitor realm. Lin Ling would not miss out on this opportunity. However, the crowd was startled hearing his words. Du Qiu was startled too. You're interested in it? That's right, I'm interested in it, so it's mine. Lin Ling nodded. Du Qiu's eyes glittered. You're not bidding for it? No need. Lin Ling nodded once again. Ha ha ha. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. The consequence of talking too much. Previously, Lin Ling had at least paid a price for Duan Wuzhan's treasure. Now, he was snatching his own treasure without paying a single cent. Was he dreaming? Did he want to buy a divine pill without paying a single cent? It was possible for him to buy a strand of hair. The Millennium Chronicles pill belongs to this young friend. However, before Du Qiu could finish laughing, the old man's voice rang out. Du Qiu was dumbfounded. Of course, he was not the only one. Everyone was dumbfounded. Lin Ling had snatched a divine artifact first. That was one thing, but now he was getting a divine pill without paying a single cent. Was this a joke? Only the old man had a solemn expression because not long ago, someone had reminded him that if a young man with a supreme token wanted to buy anything, then Heaven Sword City would pay for it. Since Heaven Sword City was the host of this auction, then God Miao's true inheritance would naturally give them some face. In addition, the young man's background was not small. He was equivalent to the dean's identity, so the Heaven Sword City would give him even more face. Alright, the next treasure is the 4 Symbols Poison Battle Axe. It's one of the 10 great divine artifacts. The old man put away his thoughts and said again. The auction house gradually quieted down. Many people secretly stared at Lin Ling. Their gazes gradually turned from mockery to seriousness. The auction house had already given Lin Ling face twice. This meant that Lin Ling was not simple. Ah, my divine pill. Du Chou was stunned. He wanted to ask the old man, but he was afraid of ending up like Duan Wuzhan, so he slapped himself crazily. Slap, the sound of the slap was crisp. Damn it, I told you to talk too much, I told you to talk too much. Slap, his face was swollen. If you don't talk too much, this divine pill will be mine. Slap, one of his teeth fell out. My divine pill, my divine pill. Du Chou was dying. Because of his big mouth, his purpose of coming here today was gone. That was because he was here for the divine pill. The other treasures were useless to him. Most importantly, Lin Ling would at most use the divine pill to break through to the martial ancestor realm. However, if he obtained the divine pill, not only could he detoxify the poison, he could also upgrade his ultimate desolate body by 1 grade, first. It was known that the upgrade of the desolate ultimate desolate body was harder than one's desolate realm. When he thought of this, Du's heart was bleeding. How pitiful. After Duan Wuzhan, Lin Ling's desolate. Someone looked at Du Chou helplessly and said inwardly, perhaps this is the consequence of talking too much. In fact, that was because Duan Wuzhan and Lin Ling had a feud. Lin Ling would definitely snatch his treasures. As for Du Chou, although Lin Ling did not like him, Du Chou's arrogant provocation caused Lin Ling to take the initiative to attack. Of course, if there was a treasure that caught his eye, even if the other party did not provoke him, Lin Ling would still take the initiative to attack, and in the auction, many people noticed Lin Ling's uniqueness. No one dared to offend Lin Ling, even when they were interested in treasures, they would look at Lin Ling before bidding. Only when they saw Lin Ling's indifferent attitude did they heave a sigh of relief. Although Lin Ling was arrogant and despicable, at least, Lin Ling did not take all the divine artifacts for himself. This made them very happy. How could they know that Lin Ling could only buy 3 free treasures? Naturally, he would only buy the treasures that caught his eye. The treasure was not valuable, but it was suitable for him. Ominous heart, the heart of the weeping demon. If this person is from the final world, I think most people have heard of this name. Of course, I will also explain it here. The weeping demon was a great demon of the final world. He was once invited by the 9 states' 10 ferocious demon sects, but he was an expert who refused to join the great demon sects. He was the only person in the final world who was killed by a god because he was also the first person who dared to be cruel and ruthless in the final world and killed countless people. This person's strength was monstrous and ferocious. After he died, his heart was left behind and was taken away by Miaoshen's true inheritance. Originally, he wanted to refine it into a treasure, but in the end, no one wanted to refine it, so this treasure was taken out for auction. The old man's voice kept drifting out. Hearing this, everyone's expression became serious. A demon who was killed by a god was really terrifying. The starting price is 5 billion royal crystals. Each bid is 500 million. 6 billion. 7 billion. In a short period of time, a large number of voices were heard. However, Wu Zun frowned and stared at the ominous heart. Wu Zun, are you still not going to make a move? Du Chou, who was standing beside him, asked indifferently. He could see that Wu Zun seemed to have taken a fancy to the ominous heart because Wu Zun cultivated the Arhat divine body. He still lacked the ominous Arhat's heart. I want to make a move, but I'm afraid. Wu Zun frowned. You're afraid that Lin Ling will come and make trouble again? Speaking of Lin Ling, Du Chou's face was filled with anger. Humph, he snatched a treasure and got another one for free. Is he going to get a third one for free? You're right. Wu Zun's eyes lit up instantly. He glanced at Lin Ling and saw Lin Ling's solemn expression, which made him excited. Is Lin Ling really not going to get a third one for free? That's great, the ominous heart is mine. 10 billion royal crystals. Wu Xun's outspoken bid caused an uproar in the auction house. Although the ominous heart was an extremely rare item, it was useless to most people. Hence, 10 billion royal crystals was obviously a huge price to pay. From this, one could see how much Wu Xun valued the ominous heart. However, after making the bid, Wu Xun did not dare to look at Lin Ling. He was afraid that he would provoke Lin Ling. The surroundings were silent. It seemed that the ominous heart was going to belong to Wu Xun. This made Wu Xun almost roar to the sky. He was so excited that his eyes were wet. "I'll take this ominous heart for 1 royal crystal." However, his excitement was immediately met with cold water because Lin Ling had already made a bid. Of course, he was not targeting Wu Xun. The main thing was that the ominous heart would be of great help to Lin Ling. It had a strong ominous aura and was very suitable for the realm-swallowing beast. Wu Xun was stunned. His heart exploded as if endless thunder had struck his brain. He roared, "Lin Ling, you're doing this on purpose." Obviously, he thought that Lin Ling was purposely giving him a hard time. His words stunned Lin Ling. However, he smiled faintly. "So what if I'm doing it on purpose? You want to bite me? If you don't like it, then come at me." Ah. Looking at the arrogant Lin Ling, Wu Xun was so angry that he ground his teeth and swallowed them into his stomach. This was because he was the same as Du Chou. He came to the auction because he wanted a treasure and was determined to get it. However, in the end, it was snatched away. This meant that this auction had nothing to do with him anymore. Next, he would have to wait for the auction in 100 years, therefore, how could he not be angry? Most importantly, Lin Ling did it on purpose. He even said arrogantly, "If you don't like it, then come and bite me." If the auction house could bite, then Wu Xun would have bitten him. Haha, great. Young Beastmaster and Mo Jinzi exchanged glances. They were extremely happy. The treasure of the auction, moonlight godly water. Many people had also noticed this and were secretly relieved that they were lucky that they were not the enemy of that young man. They were even looking forward to the appearance of a fourth unlucky person. As for Lin Ling, he helplessly shook his head. In truth, he only had 2 precious chances left. So, he couldn't waste a chance because of his grudge. The reason he bought Ominous Heart was because Lin Ling really needed it. So, this Wu Xun was really unlucky. He just happened to encounter a treasure that caught his eye. The auction continued. The 10 great divine weapons finally had their owners. However, everyone's eyes were focused because the auction was coming to an end. It was time for the real treasure of the auction. The old man's face turned serious. He raised his hands and a jade bottle floated out from behind him. The jade bottle was sparkling and mysterious, as if it contained some kind of divine treasure. Moonlight godly water, this is the treasure of God Miao's true inheritance. Basically, every world spiritist who has reached the level of world spiritist has used it. It comes from the moonlight godly tree and only drips a drop every 10,000 years. However, in these years, no one from God Miao's true inheritance has advanced to the level of world spiritist. Thus, there is a lot of moonlight godly water. Today, I will take out a bottle to auction. Since everyone is unfamiliar with the effects of moonlight godly water, let me explain. This godly water can provide powerful soul power. As for how much it can increase, it depends on each person's luck and comprehension. The higher the soul power, the greater the increase. The starting price is 50 billion emperor crystals. Each bid is 10 billion. As the old man's voice faded, the auction house became silent. The jade bottle quietly opened and a ray of moonlight shot out from it. It was extremely magical. Wow! Countless people were moved. Although the world valued talent the most, soul power was a mysterious thing. Having it was better than not having it. Most importantly, soul power was very difficult to increase. Thus, to some world spiritists and alchemists, moonlight godly water was priceless. Moreover, although soul power seemed useless, according to the ancient records of the era of gods, those with powerful soul power could predict the future. They could innately sense the arrival of danger. Although this saying was not confirmed, it was undeniable that soul power was indeed a good thing and suitable for everyone. In an instant, many people's eyes were burning as if the jade bottle was theirs. Of course, this was just a thought. After all, not to mention anything else, just 50 billion monarch crystals wasn't something that just anyone could take out. 60 billion. However, there were still people who bid. 80 billion. 100 billion. 150 billion. The price slowly rose and finally reached 150 billion, causing many people's expressions to change drastically. For a moment, no one dared to bid. When the crowd looked carefully, they discovered that the bidder this time was actually a white-faced man. This caused many people to be astonished. That guy who looked as handsome as jade actually had so many imperial crystals? That's not right. They're working together. Suddenly, someone noticed something. It turned out that the pale-faced man, Du Chou, Wu Zun, and the others' emperor crystals had joined hands. No wonder it was like this. That white-faced man is called Kagura. He is an expert from the Snow Wind Academy. He is stronger than Du Chou and the others. Someone recognized the white-faced man. At this moment, the white-faced man faintly smiled as he looked at the crowd. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, "I am Kagura. The main reason I bought this moonlight sacred water was because someone asked me to. And that person's background isn't small. He is the Dean of Sky Travel Academy." His words were like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples. After all, in the final world, the deans of the 36 academies had a high status. Their status in the final world was higher than the 10 martial gods. The reason for this was very simple, because the deans worked for the gods and the 10 martial gods worked for themselves. Moreover, the deans were very close to God Miao's true disciples. They had a good relationship with each other. Therefore, if a dean wanted the moonlight godly water, who would dare to compete with him? Sky Travel Academy. This academy seems to be very good at boundary spirit talismans. No wonder the dean wants the moonlight godly water. However, as a dean, he wants someone else to buy the treasure he wants. This is a bit shameless. Yeah. Moreover, he doesn't want people from his own academy to buy it. He wants people from other academies to buy it. Is he afraid of bringing shame to his own academy? I think so. Alas, since the dean has come forward, who would dare to compete with them? The dean is a big shot with the same status as the city lord. Many people sighed. Although they were angry, they did not dare to say anything. So much nonsense. Now, who dares to compete with me? Kagura looked at everyone with contempt. In fact, she only knew the Sky Travel Academy's dean after the event. She also knew that the dean was once a member of the Flying Dragon organization. Therefore, in the Sky Travel Academy, as long as one was a member of the Flying Dragon organization, they would be given priority. Unfortunately, Kagura found out too late. Otherwise, she would have joined the Sky Travel Academy instead of the Snow Wind Academy. Now that the Sky Travel Academy's dean asked her to do something, she would definitely do it well. As for the auction hall, it was completely silent. No one dared to compete with the dean. Even the duke did not dare to. Seeing the silence, Kagura shook her head in contempt. Her heart was indescribably carefree. It had been a long time since she encountered such a shocking scene. Her gaze suddenly fell on Lin Ling. Lin Ling, don't you have special privileges? Aren't you very fierce? What, you dare to compete with me? Everyone's gaze immediately followed, and then many people shook their heads. Although many people noticed that Lin Ling seemed to have some special privileges, the person who came forward this time was the dean. Lin Ling's special privileges were obviously useless in front of the dean. Unless the dean of the Snow Wind Academy came, he would still have some qualifications. After all, only the other deans could go against the dean. Of course, they also hoped that Lin Ling would be able to do well. Because they looked down on the Sky Travel Academy's dean's action of letting others buy things for him. Haha, he wouldn't dare, he definitely wouldn't dare. Lin Ling, admit defeat. Do you still think you're the Heavenly King? Du Chou and Wu Zun suddenly roared. It turned out that they already knew about this, so they lent money to Kagura. They even specifically instructed Kagura to ruthlessly suppress Lin Ling. Seeing this, Lin Ling could not help but shake his head. This undoubtedly made Du Chou and the rest laugh even more happily. If Duan Wuzhan was here, he would probably be the same, because Lin Ling was finally trampled under their feet. Admitting defeat just like that, what a piece of trash, coward, coward. Seeing Lin Ling shake his head, Kagura was also extremely happy. Not qualified, it was as if Kagura had vented half of all the grievances and depression she had suffered in the Holy Palace. Moreover, he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to ruthlessly trample on Lin Ling. Why are you all so worked up? I shook my head, but that doesn't mean I've given up. At this moment, Lin Ling finally spoke. Oh, you mean, you're going to bid against us? Was he planning to go against the Skyconduct Dean? What a joke. What right do you have? Kagura was taken aback. She retracted her smile and shouted sarcastically. Bid? What a joke. I, Lin Ling, need to bid. Hearing that, Lin Ling shook his head. Dean Skyconduct, if he came personally, then he has the status and qualifications to fight with me. But you? I'm sorry, but you're not qualified. With that, he looked at the auctioneer and calmly said, Senior, I want this moonlight godly water. It's my turn again. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. They had heard this sentence many times. And an emperor crystal. However, before they could recover from their shock, Lin Ling spoke again. An imperial crystal, moonlight divine water, which was worth 15 trillion royal crystals, was being sold for one piece. Without any suspense, Lin Ling's words were earth-shattering, shaking the heavenly sword pagoda so much that it began to sway. Many people thought that Lin Ling's arrogance was boundless. This caused Kagura, Du Chou, and the others' jaws to drop. Previously, Lin Ling had prioritized snatching treasures, and then he used one emperor crystal to buy 2 more treasures. Most importantly, these 2 treasures were snatched from Du Chou and Wu Zun's hands. Now, the moonlight godly water was a priceless treasure that was worth 15 trillion monarch crystals. Most importantly, it was a treasure that Dean Skyconduct had his eyes on. Lin Ling still wanted to snatch it? Dream on. The 3 of them looked at each other, and the corners of their mouths curled into cold smiles. They wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. The entire auction house was silent. Many people were looking at Lin Ling. Most of them did not believe what they had heard this time either. Even the old man frowned. He wanted to buy the moonlight divine water with 1 imperial crystal? Wasn't that an insult to the Miao God's true inheritance? Furthermore, this was a treasure that the Sky Conduct Academy's dean had specifically asked for. Although he didn't know the dean, he still had to give him face. However, he suddenly thought of the Snow Wind Supreme token. It seemed that seeing the dean was the same as seeing the dean. This meant that unless Dean Skyconduct came in person, Kagura's status wouldn't be as high as Lin Ling's by relying on her mouth. After all, Lin Ling held the Supreme Snow Wind token, which represented the dean's arrival. Furthermore, he thought of what the servant girl had said to him before. Lin Ling had the Snow Wind Supreme token, and could buy treasures for free 3 times. All the prices were paid by the Heaven Sword City Lord. The Heaven Sword City was ranked in the top 10 among the 36 main cities. It was more than 10 times stronger than the other city lords. Other city lords couldn't take out 100 billion imperial crystals, but to the Heaven Sword City Lord, this wasn't a big deal at all. Moreover, rumor had it that when the Heaven Sword City Lord was still a student of the academy, he had found a secret realm and obtained a large number of treasures. Among them were countless imperial crystals. While he was thinking, Kagura sneered, Lin Ling, you want to buy the moonlight divine water with 1 imperial crystal? Let me tell you, it's impossible. With that, he looked at the old man and said politely, Senior, give me the moonlight divine water. I have the Sky Conduct Academy's verbal instructions. His voice interrupted the old man's thoughts, and he immediately walked out with the moonlight divine water. Haha. Seeing this, Kagura was overjoyed and made a gesture with both hands. However, the old man suddenly changed direction halfway and looked at Lin Ling. Then, he raised his hands, and the jade bottle containing the moonlight divine water floated towards Lin Ling. This time, Kagura was dumbfounded. She kept rubbing her eyes to see if she was seeing things. Everyone in the auction house was the same. They were all rubbing their eyes. A single piece of royal crystal could really buy a treasure in a treasure chest. Moreover, he was snatching it from the academy head's hands. Am I king dreaming? Kagura was stunned for a long time before she finally spoke in disbelief. I declare that the moonlight divine water belongs to that person. As if he knew that Kagura was in disbelief, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and said indifferently. Wow, one can really buy a treasure with 1 imperial crystal. That's amazing. If that's the case, then Lin Ling's reputation is even greater than the dean's. TSK, it seems that there is indeed a 4th unlucky person. That Kagura is that person. Now it seems that Duan Wuzhan, Du Chou, Wu Zun, and Kagura all returned empty-handed. Shocked voices instantly resounded throughout the auction house. Everyone's mouths were wide open. If Lin Ling had snatched someone's treasure once, it would still be acceptable. However, he had done it 4 times in a row. It was impossible not to be surprised. Moreover, the people who had been robbed were all students of the academy. Could it be that those students had a grudge against Lin Ling? Unfortunately, no one knew that the 4 people who had been robbed did indeed have a grudge against Lin Ling. Senior, did you give the Moonlight Divine Water to the wrong person? This Moonlight Divine Water has been reserved, and the owner is the Academy head of Sky Travel. At some point, Kagura was deceiving herself that this was a misunderstanding. Even if she was beaten to death, she would never believe that the Academy head's name was inferior to Lin Ling's. Senior, the Academy heads of the 36 academies are all extraordinary. It's not good to offend anyone. Kagura's words were even more threatening. I've already said that the Moonlight Divine Water belongs to that sire. The old man indifferently glanced at Kagura, then pointed at Lin Ling on the 9th floor. How could he not know the meaning behind Kagura's words? However, everything was as he thought. If the Academy head of Sky Travel was here, he would give him face. However, if it was just a verbal order, then it definitely couldn't be compared to Lin Ling in person. He believed that if it was anyone else who was a true disciple of Miao Shen, they would make the same choice as him. Little friend, I know that you're unwilling, but our auction house has already made a decision. Of course, I can also tell you that if the Academy head of Sky Travel was here, we would definitely give the Moonlight Divine Water to him. The old man said again. If that's the case, then why don't you give the Moonlight Divine Water to me now? Kagura was getting more and more anxious. This was an important matter that the Academy head of Sky Travel had entrusted to her. If she didn't do it well, the Academy head would be disappointed in her. She didn't want to see that happen. I've already said that if the Academy head is here, then it's still possible. However, if it's you, you're not qualified. The old man didn't care about Kagura's attitude, but he still said indifferently, not qualified. Kagura's mouth was wide open. She was fuming with anger. I'm not qualified. I have the Academy head of Sky Travel's verbal order, and I'm a top expert of the 3rd hall. I can't compare to a mere Lin Ling? So that's how it is. Refining treasures. For a moment, they felt that Lin Ling was shrouded in layers of mystery. Alright, this auction is over. Thank you for your kindness. God Miao's true disciple thanks everyone. We'll meet again in 100 years. Ignoring everyone's confusion, the old man smiled and looked at everyone. Alright, thank you, senior. Everyone stood up. They were extremely happy because they had also obtained a lot of treasures in this auction. Of course, if there was an exception, it would be Kagura and the other 2. Not only had they returned empty-handed, but they had also become the butt of everyone's jokes. Kagura's eyes were red as she strode away, shouting at Lin Ling, you've got guts. I'll remember this. Furthermore, you dared to steal the Skyconduct Academy's treasures. Just wait for the Skyconduct Academy's anger. Lin Ling shrugged indifferently. He really didn't know Kagura, but she seemed to have a lot of opinions about him. Since that was the case, he would just play with her. I'll be waiting. Lin Ling replied without backing down. Then, he left with young Master Yao and the others. This Lin Ling is really crazy. He even dared to provoke the Academy head. Today's divine weapon auction was completely dominated by him. Hee, how interesting. As expected of the person who broke the Divine Tower's record. Everyone left one after another, but they were still whispering. At the bottom of the Sky Sword Tower, several figures were quietly waiting there. Their eyes were red, as if they were looking for their father's murderer. The person in the lead was Duan Wuzhan. He had been kicked out of the auction. How could he let such a shameful thing go so easily? Therefore, he was waiting for Lin Ling to come out. He wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. While waiting for Lin Ling, he overheard the conversations of the people around him and learned that Du Chou and the others had also suffered a great loss. Damn it, it seems that not only me, but even Du Chou and the others have suffered a loss. Moreover, these people seem to be Lin Ling's enemies. This Lin Ling is really ruthless to his enemies. Duan Wuzhan sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard the news. Brother Wuzhan, this Lin Ling is only in the Saint realm. No matter how strong he is not a match for us on the divine list. I am not afraid of him, but I am afraid of breaking the rules. What's there to be afraid of? If the sky collapses, I'll hold it up. If I don't teach him a lesson today, I won't be able to vent my anger. Brother Wuzhan's words are enough. Wait a moment, I'll be the first to teach him a lesson. Not long after, a platform slowly floated down from the sky like a lotus leaf. On top of it was Lin Ling and the others. Moreover, Lin Ling and the others were in a good mood, chatting and laughing. When Duan Wuzhan saw Lin Ling's carefree appearance, his eyes flashed with murderous intent. Get ready! Although Duan Wuzhan did not dare to kill Lin Ling in Heaven Sword City, crippling Lin Ling was not a big mistake. Lin Ling, you are very strong, and I admire you very much. However, I like to attack people with ability the most, and you are one of them. Go! Go! When the platform finally landed on the ground, Duan Wuzhan shouted domineeringly and led the others toward Lin Ling. Excitement appeared on their faces instantly, even their blood was boiling at this moment. However, when they were about to approach the platform, more people appeared on the side of the platform. They were actually the guards of Heaven Sword City. Young Master Lin, right? The city lord has been waiting for a long time. When he heard that the auction was over, he asked us to welcome young Master Lin as a host. Go. In that case, please lead the way. Lin Ling immediately followed the guards. Not far away, Duan Wuzhan stopped abruptly. He was dumbfounded, and then his forehead was full of cold sweat. The guards, if he had attacked before, the consequences would have been unimaginable. After all, he had provoked the city lord's mansion. If the city lord was furious and killed him, the Duan clan would not provoke the city lord of Heaven Sword City for him. My grandfather, that Lin Ling actually asked the guards to come personally? Fortunately, we did not attack. Otherwise, even if we did not die, we would have lost a layer of skin. Brother Wuzhan, are you trying to harm us? This Lin Ling is so close to the city lord. If you attack him here, isn't that slapping the city lord's face? Looks like our beautiful dream is going to turn into a daydream. The people behind Duan Wuzhan said one by one, as if they had just survived a disaster. Bang! Duan Wuzhan's feet stomped heavily on the ground, and his face was full of veins. He gritted his teeth and said, Lin Ling, despicable, despicable. He had been driven out of the auction and thought that he could wash away the humiliation, but who knew that he could only watch Lin Ling leave safely in the end, and he could not do anything, and this feeling was the most irritating. It was as if a breath was stuck in his throat, and he could not go up, nor could he go down. In fact, there were a few people who had the same thoughts as him. Not far away, Du Qiu, Wu Zun, Kagura, and the others were trembling with anger. They also wanted to find trouble with Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had been taken away by the city lord, and their wishful thinking had all been for naught. They even thought that Lin Ling had done it on purpose, and that after humiliating them, he had swaggered away in front of them. However, they had wronged Lin Ling. Lin Ling did not know about all of this, and he had gone to the city lord's mansion as a guest. This was because the city lord of the Sky Sword City had asked Xianxia of the Snow Wind City. After knowing everything, he paid more attention to Lin Ling. Not only did he pay for all the royal crystals that Lin Ling needed to buy the treasures, but he also called Lin Ling a brother. After all, he was also a member of the Snow Wind Academy, and he knew what the Snow Wind Supreme Token represented. Moreover, he had a good relationship with Xianxia, so through the conversation, he could vaguely feel that Xianxia respected Lin Ling very much. This meant that Lin Ling's backer was even more terrifying than Xianxia. That night, Lin Ling also stayed in the city lord's mansion and divided the treasures. At present, everyone had obtained treasures, so they were in a very good mood and wanted to refine those treasures. Lin Ling had obtained 3 treasures: 1. The Millennium Chronicles Pill, 2. The Heart of Evil, 3. The Moonlight Sacred Water. Among these 3 treasures, the Moonlight Sacred Water was indeed the most precious treasure, as it could increase one's soul strength. If Lin Ling's soul strength increased, not only would the power of the Order of Wisdom increase, but even the talent fusion transformation would also increase its power. As for the Millennium Chronicles Pill, Lin Ling had placed great importance on it. This was because he was now at the 10th stage of the Sage Realm, and he was only 1 stage away from breaking through. Therefore, he had to prepare the treasures to break through in advance. After all, as a former martial ancestor, he naturally knew how difficult it was to break through to the martial ancestor realm. It could even be said that there was only a slim chance of survival, even if Lin Ling were to recultivate. He was not 100% confident that he could break through successfully. Now that he had the divine pill, his chances of breaking through had increased by 30%. Don't underestimate this 30%, as it could save a life at a critical moment. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio 17,000 steps. I'll swallow this pill first. One day in the future, this pill will definitely take effect. If I fail to break through, then I can only say that I have bad luck. Lin Ling took out the 1,000 years history pill and looked at it carefully. He found that there were many mysterious runes on the surface of the pill, and they were constantly changing. Then, he swallowed the pill as well. Soon, a strange feeling rose in his dantian, but when Lin Ling wanted to examine it carefully, the feeling disappeared. Then, Lin Ling took out the second treasure, the evil heart, and looked at it carefully. The evil heart was actually a heart, and it was stored in a crystal box. But the strange thing was that the heart continued to beat as if it was still alive. What a strong evil chi! However, the evil chi hidden in Lin Ling's body was not much weaker than the evil heart, so he could feel the evil chi within the evil chi. The evil chi is monstrous. Such a treasure is rarely seen in 100 years. I hope it can improve my world-swallowing beast's talent again. Then, Lin Ling smiled. His world-swallowing beast was famous for its evil chi. It was immortal. Other than swallowing its own kind, if it wanted to improve, it had to rely on its evil chi. This was also the reason why Lin Ling bought ominous heart, chi. Lin Ling's body was surrounded by endless black sludge. It wrapped around the crystal box, crushed the box, and wrapped the evil heart, rumble. The moment the evil heart rushed out of the crystal box, an ancient and strong majestic aura spread out. It was like a big demon from the era of the gods. However, before this big demon could do anything, it was immediately swallowed by the world-swallowing beast, and within the world-swallowing beast, the evil heart was constantly being refined. Looking at the room again, Lin Ling had disappeared. The whole room was filled with black sludge, which gave people a very scary feeling. Time passed quietly. After an unknown amount of time, a terrifying and ominous aura spread out. Then, a pair of cold eyes appeared in the endless mud. It was as if they could see through the universe as they looked indifferently in front of them. If someone was here and met those eyes, their martial heart would definitely crumble. The reason for all this was because the ferocious aura in that pair of eyes was too terrifying and too dense. Chaos Eye? At the same time, a puzzled voice floated out from the mud. Last time, in the world inside the mirror, I came to the tomb of the vicious creature. I used the vicious aura to revive. The world-swallowing beast seemed to have become true chaos. This time, the Eye of Chaos was born. It seems that the final body of the realm-swallowing beast must be chaos. The Eye of Chaos is really powerful. It has only just opened its eyes, but it can actually use its ferocious aura to affect the martial heart of others. I wonder how powerful it will be if it becomes the real chaos. After a long time, the sludge began to flow like water and gradually turned into a man whose entire body was pitch black. Moreover, the pitch black color was constantly disappearing, and in the end, it turned into Lin Ling. The realm-swallowing beast's talent has reached level 3. Its immortality and indestructibility are even more powerful. Even its defense and devouring power have greatly increased. Lin Ling stood there quietly. Finally, he grinned. With the ferocious aura, his strength had increased a lot this time. Moonlight divine water. After that, a jade bottle appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He gently opened it, and suddenly, bright moonlight shot out from the bottle. The previously pitch-black room instantly became somewhat holy and pure. What a mysterious power. Lin Ling held the bottle with both hands and let the moonlight cover his body. He also closed his eyes slightly. At the same time, a warm feeling spread throughout his body. The pure white moonlight covered Lin Ling's body, making him suddenly become extremely holy. Previously, Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a dark demonic creature. Now, he was as white as a god. The two huge differences were like the difference between heaven and earth. At the same time, the transparent liquid in the emerald jade bottle was also slowly decreasing. As for Lin Ling's soul power, it was increasing crazily. 14,000 steps, 15,000 steps, 16,000 steps, 17,000 steps. At the same time, in the sky of the final world, the wind and clouds were rolling. Countless experts frowned. To be able to change the sky of the final world, this was definitely a powerful force. However, there were also countless experts in the final world. So, they used all kinds of methods to investigate, but to no avail. On the contrary, some of the top experts in the martial god realm changed their expressions. This was because only they could sense that this was a majestic soul power. To be able to change the sky with just soul power, what kind of limit had this soul power reached? Could it be that Miaoshen's true inheritance has given birth to a golden mark boundary god? Some experts in the martial god realm mumbled to themselves. Golden mark was a symbol. It was as if it represented the same age as the sun and the moon. It was a higher level than a boundary god and only appeared in the era of the gods. This was because the saying of golden mark came from the era of the gods. Mark was a saying that surpassed robe. Perhaps, a dead god has been resurrected. Some experts in the martial god realm said solemnly. Although there were only 4 great gods now, no one dared to look down on the gods of the era of the gods. Those who were in the divine realm could use the sealing method to resurrect and return to the land of the 9 prefectures. It seems that as more and more world wills awaken, many of the gods of the past have been resurrected. More experts said solemnly. No one knew that the power that caused the sky to change wasn't from the gods, but from Lin Ling's soul power. At this moment, in a room in the Heaven Sword City, the moonlight gradually disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. His eyes were blood red, as if a sleeping lion had awakened. If someone was here and looked into Lin Ling's eyes, that gaze was enough to scare them to death. But soon, that pair of eyes disappeared and everything returned to tranquility. In the darkness, Lin Ling smiled. The moonlight divine water is really extraordinary. It actually increased my soul power by 3,000 levels. You must know that 10,000 levels of soul power is a dividing line. Currently, I have 17,000 levels of soul power, just 3,000 more levels to reach 20,000. When I reach 20,000 levels, I wonder what kind of power I will have. Without a doubt, with the help of the treasures in the auction, Lin Ling's strength had not only increased, but also strengthened his foundation. Soon after, Lin Ling sat down cross-legged and stabilized his realm. He was one step closer to entering the martial ancestor realm. This made Lin Ling look forward to it. But at this time a voice transmission arrived. Lin Ling, Wind Snow Academy has decided to let you participate in the Blackstone Empire's mission and kill 10 different species people. After completing the mission, you will become the number 1 of the 3 divine halls. Your friends, Yu, Xianyuan, Young Master Yao, and Majin Tianzi will enter Wind Snow Academy. The voice came from the vice principal, which was also the mission assigned by Wind Snow Academy. Watch the sword. Lin Ling, congratulations. This mission is jointly participated by the 10 great academies, and it's extremely simple. You just have to go through the motions. The vice principal's voice sounded out again. Thank you, vice principal. Lin Ling hurriedly thanked him. This mission not only meant that Lin Ling had become the number 1 in the Divine 3 Hall, it also meant that young Master Yao and the others had successfully transferred to another academy, and this was also the request that Lin Ling had made not long ago. Unknowingly, the sky turned white, and the night quietly retreated. Lin Ling walked over to the window and pushed it open. A wisp of fragrant air immediately assaulted his face. The morning air was very clean and comfortable. Looking into the distance, one could see even further than usual. Furthermore, it was just early in the morning, so the Heaven Sword City was still somewhat quiet. This kind of atmosphere was rare, and Lin Ling also enjoyed it a little. Looking at the quiet streets and the bright sky of the early morning sun, Lin Ling suddenly thought of his previous life. At that time, he was still studying and working hard for his future. Unfortunately, his results could only be considered average, so in the future, he should also be a very ordinary existence. Then, according to the life of an ordinary person, he would get married, have 1 or 2 cute children, work hard for his family, and watch his children slowly grow up. At that time, his hair would be white, and he would slowly grow old while holding his wife's hand. This was also the path of life that mortals could never change, but now, everything had changed. Lin Ling's eyes flickered, and the corner of his mouth revealed an excited smile. Yes, everything had changed. He was not immortal, and he would not grow old. He had his own wife and children, his own country, his own sect, and everything else. He had even more hope of becoming a god. At this moment, the urge to become stronger in Lin Ling's heart suddenly became stronger. After standing quietly for a moment, not long after, Yu Yu and the others also woke up, so Lin Ling also went to welcome them. In front of the entrance of the city lord's mansion, everyone was standing there with happy smiles on their faces. Among them, young Master Yao, Ma Jing Tianzi, Yu Yu, and the others were all like this. It was obvious that their strength had increased greatly during this period of cultivation. This was especially true for young Master Yao and Mo Jing Tianzi, who had obtained divine artifacts. They were the most excited. This time, they planned to break through the divine ranking's celestial stairway and become stronger experts. Lin Ling, with your strength, you should be able to enter the stairway to heaven. At the thought of this, young Master Yao looked at Lin Ling and said, Divine list? It was not the first time Lin Ling had heard of it, but he was not very familiar with the God list. Yes, the God ranking stairway to heaven is another path that allows you to meet the gods. According to legend, if you reach the peak of the stairway to heaven, you can meet the gods and even become a trial taker of the God ranking. Young Demon Lord explained. A trial taker of the gods. In the future, he will become the strongest person under the gods. He will also be the strongest warrior under the gods. However, it is very difficult to become a trial taker. Only the strongest warriors that appear once in a million years are qualified to become a trial taker. The other way to become a trial taker is to enter the celestial stairway. The celestial stairway will have a ranking every 100 years. The first person can also become a trial taker. It is so difficult to become a trial taker of the gods. Hearing this, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. He was already a trial taker of the gods. However, he had never thought that others would have to go through so many hardships in order to become a trial taker of the gods. This is a secret. Not many people know about it. This is because my family knew the first person 100 years ago. That is why I know this secret. Young Master Yao smiled and said, Of course, even if you can't become a trial taker of the gods, you can still know your strength through the stairway to heaven on the divine list. You can also broaden your horizons and see what the experts of the final world are like. The stairway to heaven is very valuable. If you can make it to the top 100, I believe that forces like the Flying Dragon organization will not be a match for you. Moreover, if you make it to the top, you can also become a sacred knight of the gods. This is a very honorable identity. In the 9 states, even the 9 states' celestial emperors have to give you face. Young Master Yao continued to speak. Lin Ling was also interested in the divine list. After all, warriors could not build a car behind closed doors. Only by coming into contact with a wider world would they be able to go further. He guessed that the former Luli Empress and martial god Wen Tian must have walked on the stairway to heaven on the divine list. Therefore, Lin Ling would definitely not miss out on it. The stairway to heaven on the divine list has recorded 500 experts. With Brother Lin's strength, it shouldn't be difficult for you to enter the divine list. At this moment, a smile suddenly sounded out. A refined middle-aged man walked out of the mansion's door. It was the city lord of Heaven Sword City. Lin Ling and the others immediately greeted him politely. The city lord of Heaven Sword City was an expert. His strength was even stronger than the Flying Dragon organization and Fu Hang Manor. Therefore, Lin Ling and the others gave him face. I am the city lord of Heaven Sword City. I specialize in swords. I see that Brother Lin is carrying a lot of swords. If Brother Lin doesn't mind, I can take a look at those swords for you. At this moment, the refined middle-aged man laughed again. In fact, he wanted to help Lin Ling's sword increase in strength. In this way, he would also help Lin Ling, making Lin Ling feel grateful to him and owe him a favor. The city lord of Heaven Sword City is the #1 heavenly sword in the world. To be able to obtain the city lord's help is a great opportunity. Young Demon Master and the others were immediately happy for Lin Ling. They knew the strength of the city lord of Heaven Sword City. However, Lin Ling was in a difficult position. Brother Lin, you don't have to mind. I'm just doing a favor. The refined middle-aged man thought that Lin Ling was embarrassed and was afraid that he would owe him too much, so he continued to smile. Lin Ling sighed in his heart. He had no choice but to unlock the true inheritance nether sword and hand it over. The refined middle-aged man smiled faintly. After receiving it, he carefully examined it. However, his expression instantly changed. This sword is extraordinary. It is a true divine artifact. When these words were said, everyone was shocked. Only Lin Ling was used to it. He had long known how powerful the true inheritance nether sword was. Originally, I wanted to help you make up for the flaws of the sword. However, it seems that this sword is simply flawless. There are no flaws at all. The refined middle-aged man immediately said awkwardly. He had wanted to help Lin Ling as a senior, but in the end, he hadn't helped at all. After that, he also understood why Lin Ling didn't rush to buy the divine artifacts at the auction. It turned out that Lin Ling's sword was of a higher grade than those divine artifacts. It had probably reached the level of a 9th grade divine artifact. Then let's take a look at the other one. The city lord smiled awkwardly and pointed at another one. Young Demon Master and the others were also very embarrassed. They knew that the city lord was unable to get out of the embarrassing situation. Fortunately, Lin Ling still had another one. Another one? Lin Ling's eyes flashed. This was the sword of a god. He was even more embarrassed and said, "Let's forget about this sword. It's fine. I'm the #1 heavenly sword. As long as it's related to swords, I can more or less increase the potential of the sword. No matter how ordinary this sword is, in my hands, I can make it even more dazzling." The city lord waved his hand and said. The city lord was shocked. Lin Ling, let the senior take a look. Young Monster Lord immediately advised. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly and had no choice but to remove the tyrannical song sword from his back. The city lord took it with one hand and looked at the sword hilt carefully. He immediately said, "From the looks of the sword hilt, it's quite old. Unfortunately, it's been corroded too much by time. I'm afraid it can only unleash 60% of the sword's power. But it doesn't matter, I'll unleash all of the sword's potential." When he said this, the city lord was extremely confident. In his opinion, he finally had a chance to help Lin Ling. Clang, he pulled out the sword, but the moment he unsheathed it, killing intent surged, and this was only half of the sword's aura. Thud thud thud, the city lord took 3 steps back. He could not hold the sword in his hand tightly. Then, he frantically closed the sword. After the sword was sheathed again, the killing intent from before instantly disappeared. Then, the city lord stared at Lin Ling *ck. This guy's swords are more powerful than the last. Young Monster Lord and the others also stared at Lin Ling. They thought that the city lord was definitely qualified to investigate the second sword. But who knew that the second sword was even more terrifying? They stared at the ground and saw that the city lord's 3 footprints were left on the hard white jade stone. What the *ck? The city lord of Skysword City was a genuine expert. His strength was probably comparable to the martial gods. Even he was forced to retreat. Could this sword be an existence that surpassed divine artifacts? Brother Lin, this. After the city lord recovered from his shock, he walked back with a bitter smile on his face. However, he was also shocked. A sword that could intimidate him was definitely extraordinary. He was also a person who loved swords. How could he not be moved by such a sword? However, he knew that Lin Ling had shown him the sword because he trusted him. Therefore, he quickly held the sword with both hands and returned it to Lin Ling. Brother Lin, I've embarrassed myself in front of you. Then, the city lord said awkwardly. He had wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers, but he had been slapped in the face by a sword. If Lin Ling had not been watching, he would have dug a hole and crawled into it. It's fine. Lin Ling smiled faintly. He did not mention a single word about the previous matter. At least he could let the city lord off the stage. The city lord immediately looked at Lin Ling gratefully and didn't mention the embarrassing matter from before. Lin Ling, these are the Heavenly Heart Energy Storage Pills that His Excellency has gifted you. There are 9 bottles in total, and they are all precious divine pills. At this moment, an old man walked over from afar with a smile. Lin Ling was puzzled. Who was this person? The city lord was the same. However, he sensed that the old man was not weak at all. "My lord is Miao Di." The old man arrived in front of Lin Ling and bowed as he spoke. His words caused Lin Ling to understand, but he was still a bit surprised. He didn't understand why Emperor Miao would suddenly give him such a precious pill. "Back in the Godspan Tower, Her Excellency Grand Monarch Miao bet on you and won quite a few godstones. That's why she asked me to give you these godstones in return." The old man knew the doubts in Lin Ling's heart, so he immediately said respectfully, "I see." Lin Ling immediately nodded and then asked, "What are the effects of these heavenly heart energy storage pills?" "It's used to restore world essence," the old man said honestly. "Heavenly heart energy storage pills." The city lord's expression suddenly changed. "Chi comes from the heart. Could it be one of those legendary pills?" He immediately sucked in a breath of cold air because this pill was extremely rare and precious. It could instantly restore a martial artist's exhausted world essence within 10 breaths of time. This was because this pill didn't restore world essence by absorbing external energy, nor did it come from the power of the pill. Instead, it formed a cloud of energy in the human body, allowing the human body to produce world essence on its own. It was extremely mysterious, and in the entire final world, it was said that only one person could refine such a pill. It was precisely because of this that this pill had a price but no market. This Lin Ling's face was really big. The city lord couldn't help but look at Lin Ling solemnly. To have Emperor Miao give him a divine pill, let alone Lin Ling, even among the 36 city lords, there weren't many who could do such a thing. Then he thought of City Lord Song and that mysterious sword of Lin Ling's from before. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's weight in his heart skyrocketed. He was even glad that he was able to know such a rising star. "How about this, leave 3 bottles and return the rest to Emperor Miao. Just say that I, Lin Ling, thank her." Lin Ling pondered for a moment and said politely. He had 5 dantians and a powerful physical body. Generally speaking, it was rare for him to exhaust his world essence. Therefore, although this divine pill was precious, it wasn't of much use to him. The reason why he left 3 bottles was to give them to young Monster Master, Prince Emojin, and Yu. "This won't do. If Emperor Miao finds out, she will think that I took the divine pill for myself." Hearing this, the old man's expression changed and his face was full of begging. Lin Ling was speechless. In fact, this pill was really useless to him. He suggested, "Senior, do you have any royal crystals on you? Just give me some royal crystals. This way, you can go back and report to your superiors." The current Lin Ling was penniless. If he wanted to break through to the saint stage, he definitely didn't have enough royal crystals on him. Royal crystals, yes, there are exactly 100 billion royal crystals. The old man immediately said. 9 bottles of pills, I took 3 bottles. Why don't you give me 60 billion royal crystals for the remaining 6 bottles? Lin Ling said. How can I do that? 100 billion royal crystals is fine. The old man immediately became anxious. However, Lin Ling had already made up his mind. The main reason was that he didn't want to owe Emperor Miao too much, so he accepted 60 billion royal crystals. 60 billion royal crystals was a huge sum of money to him. Young friend. Seeing Lin Ling's determined look, the old man sighed helplessly and then left. However, before he left, he asked Lin Ling to visit Emperor Miao if he had time. Lin Ling casually agreed to this. Next, he bid farewell to the Sky Sword City Lord before leaving with young Demon Master and the others. This person is truly extraordinary. He will definitely become a great person in the future. Looking at Lin Ling's departing figure, the Sky Sword City Lord muttered to himself. Especially when he thought of the sword with monstrous demonic aura, his heart began to rumble. With his strength, it was difficult for him to suppress that sword, but Lin Ling was able to carry it with him. This showed how mysterious Lin Ling was. Lin Ling left with young Demon Master and the others. On the way, he also distributed the pills to young Demon Master and the others. Lin Ling, although we are going to the Snow Wind Academy, we have many things to account for in the garden, so let's split up for now. At this time, young Demon Master suddenly looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling immediately agreed, but warned, you guys should be careful because you are transferring hospitals. From a certain point of view, you have embarrassed the garden. I'm afraid that the E-Garden will make things difficult for you. Also, be careful of Du Qiu. Wu Zun and Duan Wuzhan lost to us in the Divine Tower and lost face at the auction. I'm afraid they will attack you, especially Duan Wuzhan. He is an expert on the divine list and his strength is somewhat extraordinary. Okay. Don't worry, they can't touch us. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Flower World. They chatted for a while before Lin Ling left with Yu Yu and the others. Savage Sword, Elder Do, we're going to complete the trial mission of the Academy. You should go back first. Lin Ling said to Savage Sword and the others on the way. Yes. The two of them nodded, but they were unwilling to give up. As Lin Ling became stronger, it was difficult for them to protect Lin Ling. This made them feel useless, however, they couldn't be blamed. Their talents were limited and their potential had been stimulated. They could only rely on increasing their cultivation realm. However, in the final world, without talent, it was difficult to survive by relying on one's cultivation realm. Savage Sword, we have to become stronger. Yes, Young Master takes care of us. However, seeing Young Master protect us instead, I feel very uneasy. But what can we do? Let's go find City Governor Tsong. He should have a way. Although he can't help us reach Young Master's level, at least he can help us increase our strength and help Young Master do things within our power. Okay. The two of them chatted for a while before flying towards Snow City. Lin Ling didn't return to Snow City. Instead, he was heading towards the Blackstone Empire. The Blackstone Empire was an extremely ancient country in the east border. There were countless experts and it was one of the top few realms in the east border. However, to the experts from the final world, they were obviously as weak as ants. The mission this time was obviously not to kill the martial artists from the Blackstone Empire. Instead, it was to kill some mutant experts that appeared in the Blackstone Empire. These mutant experts were born 10 years ago. No one knew where they came from. However, they were extremely powerful. With the Blackstone Empire as the center, they had built a large number of sects that radiated to other realms. The Academy's mission was to eradicate these sections. On the other hand, Lin Ling's mission was much simpler. He only needed to kill 10 mutant powerhouses. Brother Ling, what are mutant experts? Yu Yu listened to Lin Ling's constant explanation and couldn't help but be a little curious. I don't know either. But to be able to be called deviants by the final world, their path of cultivation should be different from ours. Lin Ling shook his head. Without seeing the variant race martial artist with his own eyes, he couldn't jump to conclusions. The three of them quickly left the 9 provinces and appeared in the void of the universe. Originally, with Lin Ling's strength, he would have arrived in less than 3 days. However, Yu Yu and the others did not have Lin Ling's speed and freakish physique. Hence, Lin Ling slowed down and accompanied them. The three of them walked forward leisurely, as if they were on a scenic tour. As they passed by one realm after another, they were also experiencing the different characteristics of each realm. Lin Ling also felt a little emotional. In the universe, there were countless realms. There were all kinds of worlds, each with their own unique characteristics, just like his Huaxia world. That place was not good at martial arts and dominated by technology. However, in the ancient Huaxia world, martial arts were extremely powerful. But in the end, those ancient legends disappeared. Once, Lin Ling also heard that the most ancient legends of Huaxia were actually the strongest gods in the era of gods. Lin Ling wasn't too sure about this rumor because in his memory, the great gods of Huaxia were great gods like Pengu and Nuwa. Taking a step back, it was the great gods like Shinnong and Fuxi. In Lin Ling's memory, these great gods were the Almighty who created the world. They were beyond the scope of martial arts. Shaking his head, Lin Ling sighed. The world of martial arts was really vast and boundless. Li Xiaoyao was so powerful in the past, but he still couldn't travel through the universe. From this, it could be seen how mysterious the universe was. Brother Ling, that place is so beautiful. At this time, Xianyuan suddenly shouted in surprise, interrupting Lin Ling's contemplation. Lin Ling looked over and saw a colorful realm with hundreds of blooming flowers in front of him. Lin Ling checked and immediately knew that this realm was called the Sea of Flowers realm. It was one of the most beautiful realms in the east border. Many experts from the east border gathered here. There were even many experts from the 9 continents here. This dazzling and colorful world was very suitable for experts to enter the world and comprehend. However, what made Lin Ling happy was that the Sea of Flowers realm was already very close to the Blackstone Empire. At this moment, Lin Ling brought Yu Yu and the others to the Sea of Flowers realm. Looking around, this realm was also extremely vast and boundless, and the plants were also very exuberant. As soon as they landed, not far away, many warriors looked over with puzzled eyes. However, in order to avoid shocking the world, Lin Ling hid his cultivation. What a handsome man and woman! Those people couldn't see through Lin Ling and the others' cultivation, but they could see that Lin Ling and the others were very otherworldly, as elegant as immortals. This made them involuntarily take another look at Lin Ling and the others, especially some young men and women. They looked at Lin Ling and the others with a look of amazement. Lin Ling and the others naturally noticed those gazes, but they ignored them and casually walked with Yu Yu and the others. Although Yu Yu and the others were strong, they were originally women, so they liked flowers. The 2 girls ran around in the world of hundreds of flowers and played extremely happily. Lin Ling looked at the world full of vitality and suddenly understood. At this moment, his illusory god world was also slowly improving. As he walked, it was as if he saw flowers bloom and wilt. Interesting little guy. In the distance, an old man was walking with a large number of disciples. Suddenly, he saw Lin Ling and walked towards Lin Ling. Young friend, your talent is outstanding, and you also have some enlightenment in the world of flowers. You're really amazing. Not long after, the old man appeared not far away from Lin Ling and smiled. Lin Ling slowly opened his eyes and smiled. I'm just imagining things occasionally. Haha. Hearing this, the old man immediately laughed loudly. Imagining things? He didn't think so. However, the people behind him narrowed their eyes. It was because they thought that since the ancestor of a world took the initiative to speak with that youth should be extremely excited. However, who would have expected that the youth's reaction would be extremely calm, not excited, nor did he show any admiration. One had to know that the old man was one of the strongest in the Sea of Flowers. In fact, the old man was also a little depressed. He had seen Lin Ling and wanted to give him some advice, but when he asked, Lin Ling said that he was just imagining things. Because of this, he didn't know what to say even if he wanted to. However, as expected of a prominent figure in the Sea of Flowers, he smiled and said, Young friend, although the Sea of Flowers is beautiful, there will always be a time when it wilts. Flowers bloom and wilt, life, old age, illness, and death. This is the unchanging law of the world. Those who can see through it have seen through life and death. Lin Ling was instantly stunned. He knew that the old man wanted to give him some advice, and he couldn't help but laugh in his heart. With his strength, he was 100 times stronger than the old man. In terms of the grand Tao of the universe, life, old age, illness, and death, he saw through it more thoroughly than the old man. Of course, he knew that the old man didn't have any ill intentions, and he just appreciated the young man's talent. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations not blooming for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. The old man was stunned when he heard this. The disciples behind him were even more furious. This young man didn't know what was good for him. How dare he refute the patriarch's advice? He's still wet behind the ears and wants to pretend that he knows everything. He probably doesn't know what the great Tao is and what life, old age, sickness, and death are. What do you know? A woman who looked to be in her 20s couldn't help but shout. Gwar, don't be rude. However, the old man waved his hand and smiled. Patriarch, I can't stand how he pretends to know when he doesn't. The woman frowned and was unwilling to give up. Martial arts, no two people's martial arts are the same. Everyone has their own views. If 100 people look at a flower, there will be 100 different views. The old man smiled kindly, which surprised Lin Ling. Although the old man wasn't strong, he was open-minded. Little friend, look over there, that's a moment of youth. It's an anomaly in the Sea of Flowers world. You said that the process of blooming is life. Unfortunately, they don't have life because they never bloom. Therefore, there are exceptions to everything. The old man smiled faintly. Lin Ling followed the old man's finger and saw that there were green grass at the foot of the mountain. The grass was green, but it didn't fit in with the hundreds of flowers around it because there were no flowers on the grass, and there were hundreds of flowers blooming all around. The moment of youth was indeed an anomaly. Moment of youth, what a good name. Lin Ling muttered to himself. That's why I said that there are exceptions to everything. The great path, the laws, and the rules that you think of are not the only ones at some point in time. Something else will also appear. Seeing that Lin Ling was finally deep in thought, the elder felt an inexplicable sense of pride in his heart. He wanted to give Lin Ling some pointers before, but Lin Ling replied to him with profound answers. These answers were so perfect that he couldn't refute them, therefore, he finally found a chance to suppress Lin Ling's spirit. Hee, now you know how powerful the patriarch is. He only knows how to put on an act. When it comes to life, can he compare to the patriarch? What a fame-seeking fellow. He said that the process of blooming is life, but if the splendor of a moment never blooms, how can there be life? He slapped his own face, said one of the disciples behind the patriarch. His words were filled with disdain for Lin Ling. Of course, Lin Ling didn't mind. He smiled faintly and nodded at the ancestor. This also made the old man secretly satisfied. This child was worth teaching. Brother Ling, let's go. Just when the old man thought that Lin Ling would come to acknowledge him as his master, Yu Yu's voice suddenly came from afar. When he saw this, Lin Ling planned to leave as well. However, he'd just taken a step when he suddenly turned around to look at the old man and said indifferently, "It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Taoists, so why should they be the same?" Leaving behind these words, Lin Ling turned around and left. The old man was stunned. This young man actually didn't have a master. Moreover, he gave another profound answer, which made him feel as if he had been enlightened. However, the disciple behind him was furious. What a stubborn young man. Even now, he still dares to talk back to the patriarch. He doesn't know how high the sky is. Just then, hundreds of flowers suddenly bloomed on a green grass field from afar. It was beautiful and fragrant, every single flower was colorful. The moment they bloomed, everything around them seemed to have turned into an illusion. Auspicious beasts were galloping in midair and rainbows were hanging in the sky. It was beautiful, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it, the old man's pupils violently quivered, the splendor of a moment seemed to have bloomed. He's been in the realm of flowers for tens of thousands of years and this was the first time he's seen the splendor of a moment bloom. To know that in his knowledge, there were no flowers in the splendor of a moment. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. This is its life. There are thousands of Taoists, so why should they be the same? Suddenly, he remembered what Lin Ling said, it doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Everyone's martial Tao and life were different. Why should the splendor of a moment be the same as other flowers? It was just like humans. Why should everyone's life be the same? Perhaps that was what Lin Ling wanted to say. Sir, why are the flowers blooming? Thinking of this, the old man looked into the distance and said in disbelief. However, the distance was silent. 3 figures had already walked into the distance. The old man suddenly realized that he had met an expert today. In front of him, the patriarch was actually a child. Senior, please enlighten me. Plop, the old man hurriedly knelt down, scaring the disciples behind him. If I want it to bloom, it will bloom. Finally, Lin Ling's indifferent voice came from afar. It was a soft sentence, but it carried a domineering aura. It doesn't blossom for a lifetime, only for a moment of youth. Although the youth is short, like a moth flying into a flame, it is beautiful, and that is enough. This is its unique life, and also the path it has chosen. Then, a mysterious sentence was transmitted into the old man's mind. The old man's body trembled. He stared at the beautiful sea of flowers in the distance. Suddenly, an ancient power came from his body. This power was unprecedented. It surged into his mind and spread throughout his body. He had broken through. The disciples behind him were all dumbfounded, they had heard of it long ago. 30 years of spring and autumn, cold and summer. Once you achieve Tao, you will become an immortal. This meant that sometimes, thousands of years of hard work were not as good as a sentence from the expert. They had always thought that this was just a legend. However, they actually encountered it today, and it happened to their master. Plop, everyone knelt down, especially the girl who looked down on Lin Ling. At this moment, her face was red and she was extremely regretful. She knew that she had missed a great opportunity. Unfortunately, the three people in front of her had disappeared without a trace. As for the old man, he raised his head. His face was full of excitement. When he thought of taking the mysterious person as his disciple, he immediately felt ashamed. Luckily, the expert did not mind it at all. Meanwhile, Lin Ling continued to move forward with Yu. To him, the cultivators of the flower realm had limited talents, thus they would not be able to progress further on the path of martial arts. The only thing they could focus on was their comprehension of martial arts. Although it was not as important as one's talent, they could still become an expert after comprehending the Tao. Previously, even though the old man was trying to teach him a lesson, his attitude was quite friendly. As such, Lin Ling decided to give him some guidance. As for how much the old man could comprehend, it would depend on his own capabilities. Soon after, an ancient city appeared in front of him. Lin Ling glanced at the sky and decided not to continue on his journey. He decided to stay in the city that night. Inside an inn, Lin Ling yelled at the waiter, "Give me the best wine and meat." Even though his strength had improved tremendously, reaching the half-martial progenitor realm, he still retained his old habits. "Sure thing." The waiter immediately shouted in high spirits. When the wine and meat were served, Lin Ling immediately devoured the food and began to eat with Yu and the others. Translator, Nyoibo Studio Editor, Nyoibo Studio Peeping. Night fell without anyone noticing. Everything was silent. In the guest room of the inn, Lin Ling looked at the two beauties on the bed and smiled. He sat down cross-legged and started to cultivate. However, not long after he started cultivating, a sound came from outside the window. Although it was very soft, Lin Ling's soul power was strong and he could easily detect it. Then, a mysterious eye appeared in the void. It glanced at Lin Ling's guest room and then disappeared. Lin Ling frowned instantly. Peeping on him? How bold of him! At the same time, Yu and the rest woke up. It had to be said that the person who peeped on them was very crude. Even Yu and the rest could not hide from him. Brother Ling. Yu and the rest were women after all. Although they did not see anything, they still felt very uncomfortable when they were peeped on. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling stood up. How dare he peep on his wife? That guy must be tired of living. At the same time, his spiritual strength sensed that the eye had appeared in another room. After a brief investigation, a colorless and odorless fragrance permeated the air. The person in the room immediately fainted. Subsequently, the void was opened, and two figures appeared. They wrapped the person on the bed and left under the cover of the night. Those two seemed to be kidnapping someone. Lin Ling then told Yu and the rest what he had seen. Yu and the rest frowned and looked at Lin Ling. They wanted to see what Lin Ling would do. Let's go and take a look. Lin Ling's lips curled into a cold smile because he sensed a familiar aura from the two people from before. Will it be dangerous? Yu asked worriedly. Don't worry. Not to mention the Flower Sea boundary, even in the East boundary, there are not many people who can hurt us. Moreover, those people are just small thieves. Lin Ling smiled calmly. Hearing that, Yu and Xianxia were relieved. They then followed Lin Ling out of the inn. After leaving, they realized that they had worried too much. That was because those two people were very slow. They caught up with them easily. Hee, after catching that little B*TCH, we can blackmail them. That's right. Young master, what a good idea. It's rare for us to come to the east boundary. We can even blackmail some treasures. After this, we can immediately rush to the Blackstone Empire and assist the higher-ups in seizing the treasures. The two people were talking and talking, their voices sounding arrogant. Perhaps they thought that no one would be able to detect them. Unfortunately, not far away. Lin Ling, Yu and the rest, Yu and Xianxia, and followed them step by step. They were also going to the Blackstone Empire, and there were treasures. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile as he began to look forward to it. The two of them turned left and right and finally landed in a quiet courtyard. Did you catch them? As soon as they landed, a low voice came from the small courtyard. Young master, we caught them. Were they discovered? Young master, we are assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. How could we be discovered so easily? That's good. Bring that little b asterisk tch here and inform her father to prepare to exchange treasures for her. In the darkness, the conversation continued. In the end, there were even a few complacent sneers. Since when did the Flying Dragon organization do such dirty things as kidnapping people? Outside the courtyard, Lin Ling looked at Yu and the rest and couldn't help but laugh. Then, he kicked the door open and walked in casually. He then sneered, "Instead of sleeping in the middle of the night, you guys went to steal people. You guys are really in the mood." The Flying Dragon organization, Godly Escort Mansion, and Fu Hang Manor had all attacked Lin Ling in the past. However, the Godly Escort Mansion was almost uprooted by Lin Ling, and their vitality was greatly damaged. In the end, they begged Lin Ling for mercy. Although Fu Hang Manor was fine, they also paid a large sum of money and swore never to provoke Lin Ling again. Only the Flying Dragon organization still didn't reply. This also meant that the Flying Dragon organization didn't intend to compromise with Lin Ling. The entrance of Lin Ling and the rest immediately silenced the small courtyard. Then, in the darkness, an angry roar sounded, "2 pieces of trash. You can't do anything right. Young master, it's our fault." 2 voices rang out at the same time. Then, the small courtyard lit up, and 3 figures appeared in the courtyard. 2 of them were standing, and the one in the middle was sitting. The person sitting was very young, and his face was very pale. He looked like a scholar who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken. However, Lin Ling knew that this person wasn't a scholar, but an assassin. The seemingly powerless scholar just wanted to numb people and make them careless. This was also the characteristic of an assassin. The moment they didn't make a move, they would never reveal their killing intent. "Who are you? Why have you come here in the middle of the night?" The scholar smiled and looked at Lin Ling. First, he was surprised by Yu and the rest's beauty, and then he asked politely. "To kill you." Lin Ling went straight to the point. "You really know how to joke." The scholar smiled again, and a white jade fan appeared in his hand. He gently waved it. "Perhaps you don't know where we came from. Tell him who we are." The 2 beside him immediately sneered, "We are assassins from the Flying Dragon organization." They obviously wanted to use the Flying Dragon organization to intimidate Lin Ling and the rest. Moreover, even if Lin Ling and the rest didn't kill them, they wouldn't let Lin Ling go, because only the dead would keep secrets. "Do you think I have the time to joke with you?" Lin Ling shook his head. "However, if you weren't from the Flying Dragon organization, I might have let you go. Unfortunately, you're from the Flying Dragon organization, so it's hard for you not to die. Attack." As soon as Lin Ling finished speaking, the scholar shouted sternly. His reaction was really terrifying. He realized that Lin Ling wasn't fooled, so he immediately attacked first to gain the upper hand. The silent darkness suddenly spread out like a tide. In the darkness, all of one's senses would disappear, and it was extremely terrifying. Unfortunately, they were facing Lin Ling. Lin Ling didn't even make a move, but Xianxia and Yu made a move. Yu punched into the darkness, and then the sound of bones breaking was heard. A figure was sent flying and fell to the ground, dying instantly. "What?" The scholar's expression changed drastically. "So strong?" At the same time, a dazzling light appeared, and a page of scripture pressed down from the sky, smashing another person into pieces. Moreover, Yu and Xianxia didn't stop. They disappeared into the darkness, and then a large number of figures were sent flying. It turned out that there were many assassins hidden in this small courtyard. These assassins were very powerful and could kill people from thousands of miles away. Unfortunately, they met Lin Ling and the rest from the final world. Plop, looking at the assassins dying one after another, the scholar knew that he had kicked an iron plate. He immediately knelt down. "Senior, please spare my life, please spare my life." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Guessing. Lin Ling was very close to the scholar. With the scholar's strength, he could have used a fatal attack and turned the tables, but for some reason, the scholar did not dare to do so. It was as if the young man standing in front of him was even more terrifying than the god of assassins. Then, the scholar seemed to have thought of something and said anxiously, "Oh right, the experts of the Flying Dragon organization are rushing to the Blackstone Empire. I heard that there are treasures there. Senior, I'll tell you the secret of the Flying Dragon organization. Can you spare my life?" Sigh. Lin Ling tilted his head and looked at him indifferently. He smiled sarcastically. Do you think I'm an idiot? You want me to spare your life with this bullshit tea information? Sigh. Senior, spare my life. That's all I know. Sigh. The scholar kept kowtowing. It's really embarrassing to be an assassin like you. Also, don't disturb other people's sleep in the middle of the night, especially by peeping. Sigh. Lin Ling raised his foot and stomped lightly. With a boom, the whole courtyard shook. The scholar was stomped into meat paste by Lin Ling. His whole body was buried under the ground, reaching a depth of 100 meters. Then, Lin Ling looked around. With a wave of his right hand, a colorful fire appeared and burned everything. All the corpses had been incinerated, but what was shocking was that the other things in the small courtyard were unscathed. Not even a single blade of grass was affected. It was a flame that could burn everything. Brother Ling, look. At this time, Xian Yuanji's voice came. There was a black cloth bag in the corner of the room. After opening it, a girl about 18 or 19 years old could be seen sleeping there. The girl looked delicate and pretty. Her long eyelashes were fluttering. This should be the girl they kidnapped. Lin Ling nodded indifferently. He did not care about the girl. What he cared about was what the scholar had said before. It seemed that many assassins of the Flying Dragon organization had gathered in the Blackstone Empire for a treasure. Lin Ling was curious about the treasure that could make assassins gather. Moreover, with Lin Ling's trump cards and Yu Yu's sword of swallowing heaven's fortune, Lin Ling dared to fight the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization. Then, Lin Ling lightly waved his arm, and a surge of realm energy rushed toward the young girl, easily curing her poison. Lin Ling at his level, unless it was a god's poison, realm god's poison, ordinary realm poison, this realm was the ultimate world's ultimate. Where am I? The woman gently opened her eyes. Her eyes were a little blank, and then her pretty face changed. What do you want? Let me tell you, my father is from the Yu family. If you dare to mess around, he will not let you go. She looked at Lin Ling and the others warily and quietly retreated. Seeing this, Yu Yu and the others immediately smiled. Little sister, you don't have to be too nervous. We are not the ones who kidnapped you, but the ones who saved you. You show translations? The girl looked at Yu Yu show translations. Her vigilance was not as strong as before. Yu Yu show translations. Maybe Yu Yu show translations was not a bad person. The girl bowed. Thank you, benefactors. If Xianxia fell into the hands of those people, she would be better off dead. By the way, where are those people from before? They are all dead. Killed by my husband. Xianyuan smiled and walked towards the woman. She held the woman's hand and walked over. Moreover, they are from the Flying Dragon organization. Maybe they have some conflicts with your Yu family. That's why they attacked you. Yu Yu show translations. The Flying Dragon organization. Xianxia's expression changed drastically when she heard Yu Yu's words. Then, she looked at Lin Ling in surprise. She knew that the members of the Flying Dragon organization were all very powerful, but this handsome young man had killed them all. This seemed a little impossible. Lin Ling nodded and did not explain anything. He said indifferently, you go back first and leave this troublesome place. Okay. Xianxia was also eager to leave. However, she was grateful that Lin Ling show translations had saved her life. She bowed to Lin Ling show translations again. I am from the Yu family. Our Yu family is one of the top families in this area. I will tell my father about this. After saying that, Xianxia hurriedly left the small courtyard. Upon hearing Xianxia's words, Lin Ling frowned but didn't say much. He led Yu Yu and the rest out of the courtyard. Brother Ling, what's wrong? Yu Yu show translations noticed Lin Ling show translations' actions and asked curiously. This girl called Xianxia seems to know about the Flying Dragon organization. This means that the Flying Dragon organization also exists in this realm. Therefore, even if the Yu family knew that it was the Flying Dragon organization who kidnapped Xianxia, they would not dare to do anything. However, if the Yu family leader is brave enough, he will seek revenge from the Flying Dragon organization, even if he has to sacrifice the entire Yu family. If the master of the Yu family is an indecisive person, he will definitely suspect that we are the ones who kidnapped Qing'er. After all, we have killed all the people who kidnapped Qing'er. Dead men tell no tales. Lin Ling Xiao Translations told Xiao Translations his guess. If it's true, then the Yu family is too shameless. Xianyuanguer Xiao Translations frowned. They had saved Qing'er, but they were misunderstood as the kidnappers. Anyone would be unhappy. Qing'er looks inexperienced. I don't think she is that kind of person. Yu Xiao Translations said. She is innocent, so I don't think so. However, the Yu family might do the same. All right. Lin Ling Xiao Translations smiled faintly. However, we don't have to worry about such a small family. Perhaps when they come to us, we will have already left. Moreover, this is just my guess. Things might not be like this. Let's go. All right. Lin Ling Xiao Translations. After all, he had been in the world for many years. He had considered everything before doing anything. Immediately, Lin Ling Xiao Translations and Yu Xiao Translations left the small courtyard. Their destination was the Blackstone Empire. However, just as Lin Ling Xiao Translations had guessed, when Qing'er returned to the Yu family, the whole family was in turmoil. Qing'er, where have you been for the whole night? A burly middle-aged man looked at Qing'er worriedly. Qing'er did not hide anything and told him everything that had happened. The Flying Dragon Organization? Master Black Dragon? The burly middle-aged man was furious. Of course, he knew the Flying Dragon Organization. He also knew who the leader of the Flying Dragon Organization was. He did not expect that the Flying Dragon Organization would dare to touch his daughter. Family leader, there is something fishy about this. However, at this time an old man frowned and said. This old man had a high status in the Yu family. He was the family leader's brother and Qing'er's uncle. Big brother, what do you think? The family leader looked at the old man immediately. Selling her body to bury her father. Uncle, I don't think they are that kind of people. Hearing this, Qing'er frowned. Qing'er, did you see them attack? The old man suddenly asked. Qing'er shook her head. She really didn't see anything. Have you seen the corpses of the people from the Flying Dragon Organization? The old man asked again. Qing'er shook her head again. Seeing this, the old man was finally certain. Looks like they are the ones who kidnapped Qing'er. These people are really vicious. They are trying to sow discord between our huge Yu family and the Flying Dragon Organization. His words made Qing'er anxious. She had a feeling that Lin Ling and the others were not the ones who kidnapped her. However, the elder did not wait for her to speak. He had already ordered the Yu family, send out all the experts of the Yu family. Capture those despicable people and make an example out of them. Yes. Everyone accepted the order and left. The entire city was gradually in an uproar. After Lin Ling and the others walked out of the small courtyard, it was not long before dawn. The streets gradually became lively, and all kinds of hawkers set up stalls on both sides of the street. Most of the items they sold were flowers. However, these flowers had extraordinary uses as well. Some could be used as medicine, some could be used to make clothes, and some could be used to fill the stomach. This was an eye-opener for Lin Ling and the others. Along the way, Lin Ling also bought some rare flowers for medicinal purposes. As for Yu and the others, they bought even more. For example, some flowers that could be maintained for a year without withering. This was a fatal attraction to most girls. The three of them chatted as they walked. It was as if they had returned to the sacred land of the rainforest. However, not long after, a group of people appeared in front of them. They were gathered together and pointing at them. Xianyuanguer's beautiful eyes lit up, and she pulled Lin Ling into the crowd. Lin Ling couldn't help but secretly feel helpless. Watching a show was also a woman's nature. After arriving at the crowd, Lin Ling discovered a young girl of about 14 or 15 years old kneeling on the ground. The young girl was wearing mourning clothes, and her long hair covered her face. In front of her was a wooden sign with the words "Selling myself to bury my father" written on it. In front of the wooden sign lay a corpse wrapped in a straw mat. This scene caused Lin Ling to be momentarily stunned. Selling her body to bury her father, this kind of plot had only appeared on TV in his previous life. Who would have thought that he, Lin Ling, would encounter it? sure enough, the longer one lived, the more they would encounter all sorts of things. Lin Ling's interest was piqued. When he looked at Yu Yu and the others again, they didn't look interested. Instead, they looked at him sympathetically. This caused Lin Ling to also look at the young girl. The young girl's body was frail, and her head was lowered. However, Lin Ling could still sense a sense of sorrow from her body. It seemed that this selling her body to bury her father was true. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes lit up. There was a strange aura hidden within the girl's body. Although this aura was dim, it was abnormally tenacious. When Lin Ling's soul force approached, it actually sensed Lin Ling's soul force and resisted it. Interesting. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. His soul force was extremely strong. The young girl had no martial strength, but the energy within her body was able to resist it. This showed that this young girl was not simple. TSK, everyone says that 18 years old is brittle. Looking at your appearance, you are only 14 years old. However, your figure is not bad. Come, raise your head and let me see. Your looks are not bad. I will buy you. I will pay you any price. At this time, a skinny young man dressed like a rich young master laughed. The crowd immediately began to jeer. The young girl kept her head down, so they were curious about her appearance. After all, her figure was not bad. Of course, there were exceptions to everything. Some girls had good figures, but their looks were ugly. Therefore, the crowd was not stupid enough to not pay without checking the goods. Raise your head and take a look. If you don't raise your head, who will buy it? Another person said. If someone is willing to bury my father, I will raise my head. But who knew that the young girl was extremely stubborn? Her voice was as clear as yellow jade, and she still refused to raise her head to speak. At this time, the crowd also began to curse. Obviously, they did not want to be cheated. Your voice is not bad. Raise your head and let me see. As long as you can catch my eye, I will buy you even if it is 100 taels of silver. The skinny young man said again. 50 taels of silver. I will buy it. But at this time, Lin Ling interrupted him and said calmly. His words made the young girl's delicate body tremble. She seemed to be excited. Then, she stood up and looked at Lin Ling. However, when she lifted her long hair, a peerless face appeared in front of everyone's eyes, fair skin and delicate facial features. Overall, she looked exceptionally beautiful. She exuded a faint aura that gave people a sense of tranquility. Moreover, under the morning sun, she gave people a sense of holiness. Even Lin Ling could not help but be surprised. Previously, because of the mysterious energy in the young girl, he did not check the young girl's face. He did not expect her to be so beautiful. He even thought that the young girl was hiding her face and that she might have a pig's face. In reality, the others thought so too. Wow, she is so beautiful. She is already devastatingly beautiful at such a young age. How beautiful will she be when she grows up? Beautiful, beautiful. I want this little beauty. 100 taels of silver. 200 taels. 250 taels. Shut up, all of you. I will pay 500 taels. Let's see who can be richer than me. The skinny young man was drooling as he roared angrily. Do you think you are the only one who is rich? I will pay 800 taels. An old man with a walking stick also roared. Everyone looked at him in shock. He was so old yet he was still a romantic. He was full of energy. What are you looking at? I have money. I can do whatever I want. The old man smiled proudly. He looked at the young girl and said with a smile, Little beauty, from now on, you belong to me, Mr. Liu. You will live a good life and have no worries for the rest of your life. Bullsh*T, you old fart. You don't even know if you can get hard. How dare you snatch my woman? The skinny young man naturally did not dare to show weakness. 1,000 taels of silver. Lin Ling watched from the side as the crowd competed. He was expressionless and did not bid. If the young girl chose the one with more money, then such a person was not worth his help. Although the young girl might not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life if she followed other people, but if she followed Lin Ling, she could achieve great things and have an endless lifespan. This was the difference between mortals and gods. Whether she would miss this opportunity in the end would depend on the young girl's own choice. Yu and the rest did not speak. They watched quietly. Although they did not know why Lin Ling bid, even if Lin Ling wanted to marry a concubine, they would not care. In an instant, the price rose and exceeded everyone's expectations. One had to know that before the young girl raised her head, most of the people were watching a good show. Only Lin Ling bid. However, when they raised their heads and saw the young girl's peerless beauty, everyone stretched their necks like ducks and shouted crazily. In the end, the price had reached 5,000 taels of silver. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Principles. However, the price was still rising. The two people who were still bidding were the old man and the skinny young man. F***ck, you want to play with me? Don't think that I can't see through you. In fact, you're just a poor bastard. You don't even have 10 taels of silver. When the price reached 6,000 taels, the old man finally got angry. Haha, it's none of your business. Now it's 6,000 taels. Are you going to follow me or not? If you're not going to follow me, then get lost. How dare a poor bastard fight with me over a woman? Look at yourself before you piss off. The skinny young man said casually. You're looking for death. Men, beat him to death. The old man was so angry that his face turned red. He suddenly roared. A few warriors rushed out from behind him. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they pounced on the skinny young man. Haha, you dare to fight with me in my territory? Don't you know that I'm the young master of the Yu family? However, who knew that the skinny young man was not afraid at all? Instead, he said casually. After he finished speaking, another man walked out from behind him. However, he was stronger. In a few moves, he smashed the old man to the ground. Yu family. The old man's face changed. This family was the tyrant of the city. He never thought that the skinny young man he met would be the young master of the Yu family. Putong, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. I have eyes but failed to recognize Mount Tai. I hope that young master you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart. Beat him. The skinny young man did not give him any face. He shouted coldly and then looked at the young girl with a smile. Little beauty, can you go back with me now? Don't worry, I will bury your father properly. From now on, you will follow me and you will have no worries for the rest of your life. Yu family. Looks like the little beauty belongs to the Yu family. Sigh, it's good to have a big family behind you. Sigh. The surrounding people said enviously. Since the Yu family had taken action, who would dare to fight with them? Seeing that the situation had finally calmed down, the young girl was no longer as panicked. However, when the skinny young man's hand reached out, she dodged and then went behind Lin Ling. Young master, he has already bought me for 50 taels of silver. From now on, I belong to his family. Sigh. After hiding behind Lin Ling, the young girl said. What? I offered 6,000 taels of silver and you? Sigh. Seeing this, the skinny young man's eyes narrowed. Was he playing with him? I never said that I wanted to bid. I only said that I would follow whoever buried my father for me. Therefore, everything is first come, first served. It was he who bought me first. The young girl's voice was very firm. Her words caused a smile to appear on the corners of Lin Ling's mouth. It seems that this young girl is a person with principles. She is worthy of my help. Yu and Xianxia looked at each other and laughed. Furthermore, the man was holding the two women's hands. Could it be that the two women were already taken? Very good. I admire people with integrity. But do you think he'll take you just because you want to? Let me tell you, I'm from the Yu family. The skinny young man laughed. He looked at the young girl coldly. He believed that as long as they weren't idiots, they would give face to the Yu family. The young girl looked at Lin Ling. Uncle, will you take me? It's pointless for you to ask, because he doesn't even dare to nod his head, let alone speak. The skinny young man said confidently. Of course. If you're willing, I won't give you up. Lin Ling opened his mouth. The skinny young man, who was full of confidence, almost fell to the ground. Lin Ling really dared to take her. The skinny young man roared and stared at Lin Ling. Do you know who I am? Do you want to die? Smash him to death. The strong man from before immediately jumped at Lin Ling. This was a strong man from the Yu family. Ordinary people couldn't stop him. The young girl shouted subconsciously, "Benefactor, be careful. Get lost." However, Lin Ling let out a low growl. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. Puff, the strong man spat out a mouthful of blood. He fell to the ground and fainted. Lin Ling was still holding back. Otherwise, he could have turned into an idiot with just one look. Everyone was frightened. The skinny young man's eyes widened. What was going on? Why didn't he punch? Why did the strong man of the Yu family faint? Lin Ling walked forward step by step. His eyes were cold. Puff, the skinny young man fell to the ground. His pants were wet and the smell of urine drifted out. He kept waving his hands. "Don't come over. I'm the young master of the Yu family. If you dare to touch me, the Yu family won't let you go." Trash. Lin Ling looked down at the skinny young man. With a kick, the skinny young man flew out like a kite. Seeing Lin Ling's power with her own eyes, the young girl was scared silly. This uncle is not an ordinary person. Yu looked at the young girl dotingly. Not an ordinary person? The young girl's body trembled. Could this uncle be a strong martial artist? If she followed the skinny young man, she could live a carefree life. But she missed out on a wider sky. But if she followed this uncle, her world would change. She could fly higher and see more of the world. She couldn't help but smile. Luckily, she stuck to her principles. Otherwise, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Lin Ling walked back and looked at the young girl. He smiled. "Little girl, are you willing to follow us? If you don't, we can give you some money. It's enough for you to live a carefree life." "I'm willing. I'm willing," the young girl hurriedly said. She was afraid that she would be chased away by Lin Ling. "All right. What's your name?" Lin Ling nodded and asked again. "My name is Xianxia," the young girl said nervously. "Xiaoning. That's a good name. From today onwards, you will be in charge of taking care of them. Can you do it?" Lin Ling smiled and pointed at Yu and company. "Benefactor, I can do it." Xiaoning was born poor. This is not difficult for Xiaoning. "All right. You will be in charge of taking care of their daily lives. Stay by their side. After we leave this place, I will teach you some martial arts for self-defense. Also, I can tell you that you have good talent. This talent is called the ultimate desolate body. In the future, you will definitely be above others." "Benefactor, I don't wish to be above others. I only wish to stay by the side of Lady Yu and company." Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations Evil Intentions. Next, Lin Ling took out some treasures and asked someone to bury Xiaoning's father. Then, he planned to leave the Flower Ocean boundary. However, just as they were about to leave the ancient city, a large number of experts surrounded them. There were so many of them that not even a drop of water could get through. It was rare to see so many experts moving together, hence, many warriors in the city began to talk about it. They were all curious about who had offended the powerful Yu family. A dense murderous aura also quietly spread out on the street. Although Lin Ling and the other two were surrounded, their expressions remained calm. On the other hand, Xiaoning's face was filled with worry. However, although she did not know what had happened, she stubbornly refused to leave and continued to stand by Yu's side. "Your Excellency, why did you kidnap the eldest daughter of the Yu family?" At this moment, an old man walked out with his hands behind his back. "Yu family?" Lin Ling couldn't help but come to a realization. He then laughed sarcastically. It seems that Brother Ling's guess was right. Yu and the rest laughed sarcastically. They also saw Qing'er in the crowd. However, Qing'er was being held back by someone. It seemed that she was helpless about this matter. "If I said that I didn't, would you believe me?" Lin Ling said calmly. "Are you still trying to deny it?" The old man shouted coldly. He glared at Lin Ling and said, "Where did this junior come from? You have evil intentions. You must have a grudge against the Flying Dragon organization. Hence, you want to borrow the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization." "The power of the Yu family?" Lin Ling was stunned and couldn't help but laugh even louder. He did not know how the Yu family was powerful. "Father, it's not like that." At this moment, Qing'er broke free from her restraints and shouted anxiously. "Qing'er, come back." However, the head of the Yu family caught her quickly. Qing'er could only look at Lin Ling and the other two apologetically. However, Lin Ling and the other two did not mind and smiled. Lin Ling's smile gradually turned into a mocking smile. Since he was bored, he might as well play with them. He said calmly, "All right, I admit that it's the powerful Yu family. What does the Yu family plan to do now?" "Yes. Go and tell Lord Hei Long of the Flying Dragon organization that you are trying to frame the Yu family," the old man said coldly. "Clarify?" "It seems that the Yu family is very afraid of the Flying Dragon organization. However, don't you think that the Yu family is very boring? I saved your young miss, so I will take responsibility for everything. If the Flying Dragon organization wants to find someone, they should be looking for us. Why is your Yu family running out? Is it to prove that the Yu family, the Flying Dragon organization? Is that why you want to distance yourself from me? Or is it both? You to me to you to you to the family to kill organization? The old man's to say you, because this was indeed a combination of both. The Flying Dragon organization was too powerful. The Yu family did not want the Flying Dragon organization to misunderstand them. That was why they caught Lin Ling and asked him to clarify the matter. Of course, they also wanted to prove that they were powerful and that they were an ancient family. That was why they sent all of their experts. You have a sharp tongue. I think you just want to use the power of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. That's why you put on this show. You kidnapped Qing'er, and you let her go. You didn't kill anyone from the Flying Dragon organization. That's a good plan. But with me here, you won't get what you want." The old man shouted angrily as if he had seen through all of Lin Ling's tricks. This old man is really imaginative. Lin Ling could not help but admire him. Yu and the rest giggled. They thought so too. Rumble. At this moment, dark clouds rolled in from the sky. Then, a terrifying airwave turned into a black ancient dragon. It hovered in the sky and shocked the whole city. Lord Black Dragon, everyone in the city was shocked. Many of them had heard of this expert. It was said that he was an expert from the martial god realm. The faces of the Yu family's people changed drastically. Although they were the most powerful family, they always knew that the real expert was Lord Black Dragon. However, this expert liked to live in seclusion. That was why he rarely interfered with their affairs. Now that such an expert was on the move, something big was going to happen. The Yu family killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? In the sky, a low and deep voice rang out, causing everyone to feel extremely stifled. Killed someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Who is so bold? Could it be the Yu family? Everyone in the city started to talk about it. The faces of the Yu family members changed greatly. They were wronged. They didn't even know who was in the Flying Dragon organization, and who was killed. As for Qing'er, she seemed to have thought of something. Her face changed even more. "Tell me, who is it? Don't think that I don't know that the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization have some kind of relationship with each other." The beast-like voice was roaring in the sky. The Yu family members were silent. No one dared to speak. Rumble. At this moment, a powerful wave of air surged down. It was like a terrifying thunderbolt had struck down and landed among the experts of the Yu family. In just one move, the Yu family had lost a large number of people. The faces of the patriarch and the old man instantly turned incomparably pale. He was too strong. They were simply no match for him. "I know, Lord Black Dragon. I know, it's them, it's them." Suddenly, the old man pointed at Lin Ling and the others as he spoke. Since it had come to this, they had to put the blame on Lin Ling and the others. "It's you guys." The giant black dragon in the sky looked at Lin Ling and the other two with a ferocious aura. However, in the eyes of Lord Black Dragon, Lin Ling and the other two were very ordinary. He did not notice anything special about them. On the other hand, Lin Ling revealed a disdainful smile. How dare a little worm call himself Lord Black Dragon in front of him? Even Yu and the rest laughed in disdain. Of course, Lin Ling did not pay attention to Lord Black Dragon. Instead, he looked at the old man with disgust and said sarcastically, "You said before that I wanted to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. I want to ask, where is the strength of the Yu family?" His words were like a sharp sword that pierced deeply into the hearts of the Yu family members. Previously, they appeared arrogantly and domineeringly. They thought that Lin Ling had directed and acted out a show. His goal was to borrow the strength of the Yu family to take revenge, but now, where was the strength of the Yu family? In the face of Lord Black Dragon, the Yu family members were killed and injured in one move. They were begging for mercy. To be honest, if I really wanted to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization, unless I was blind, I wouldn't ask a bunch of bragging and cowardly people like you for help. Lin Ling said again. His words were like a loud slap that made the faces of the Yu family members burn. The old man was so angry that he gritted his teeth. Lord Black Dragon. Of course, this is only one of the reasons. Secondly, didn't your Yu family say that I directed and acted in a show? But now that the Flying Dragon organization is here, you are saying that I killed them? May I ask, did I direct and act in a show? Or did I really kill someone from the Flying Dragon organization? Lin Ling said again. Another resounding slap rang out. When it landed in the ears of every member of the Yu family, they nearly exploded from anger. Among the members of the Yu family, only Qing'er felt extremely carefree. She had already guessed that Lin Ling was the one who saved her and not the one who kidnapped her. Your Yu family is dirty, despicable, shameless, despicable. A family head can't even compare to a little girl. Shame on you. Lin Ling reprimanded the members of the Yu family when they were speechless from anger. You. Everyone from the Yu family stared at Lin Ling. If looks could kill, they would have cut Lin Ling into pieces. As for Xiaoning, who was behind Lin Ling, she was shocked. She never expected Uncle Lin to be so powerful that he could intimidate so many experts. Are you afraid of him? For him, you kneeled down and begged for mercy. You even pushed everything to me? Lin Ling spoke again, his gaze fixed on the black dragon in the sky. I just want to know how you will feel when you realize that the Demon King in your heart can't even withstand a single blow. With that said, Lin Ling's eyes moved as the space-time divine steel descended from the sky. The terrifying suppression caused the entire Flower Sea realm to tremble. Everyone found it difficult to breathe as their faces were filled with shock. As for Lord Black Dragon in the sky, he never expected someone to be so strong. He roared and soared into the sky like a flying dragon, but soon, the ancient divine pagoda in the sky made him realize that the divine pagoda was not something he could resist. Lord Black Dragon roared angrily, "Ultimate desolate body?" There was no ultimate desolate body in the Flower Sea realm. Many people did not even know what the ultimate desolate body was. Only Lord Black Dragon knew because he came from the Flying Dragon organization. As for the members of the Yu family, their jaws dropped. Even an expert as strong as Lord Black Dragon was suppressed? Who are you? Lord Black Dragon roared at the sky, his entire body trembling from the pressure. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you dare to kill me, the Flying Dragon organization will not let you go. Just wait for the fury of the Flying Dragon organization. You will die without a burial ground. Perhaps, but you won't be able to see that day." Lin Ling shook his head. Flying Dragon organization, he had seen a lot of Lin Ling. Using the Flying Dragon organization to threaten Lin Ling was completely ineffective. Rumble, the ancient divine steel smashed down from the sky, completely suppressing Lord Black Dragon and smashing him into pieces. The whole city was shocked. The people of the Yu family trembled, killed in one move. That young man was so strong, everyone was in disbelief. They even felt that it was terrifying and like a dream. After all, everyone in the Flower Ocean realm knew of Lord Black Dragon's strength. Then, many people began to discuss. Previously, the Yu family said that the young man wanted to use the powerful Yu family to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. But now, it seems that the young man is much stronger than the Yu family. He doesn't need the Yu family's strength at all. Don't the Yu family feel embarrassed saying such things? Ironically, the Yu family members were killed by Lord Black Dragon, but the one who saved them was that young man. But, that young man is so strong. He killed Lord Black Dragon with one giant pagoda. I wonder what cultivation realm he is in. The people of the Yu family were so embarrassed that they wanted to dig a hole and hide in it. How can he be so strong? The Yu family elder's face darkened. He thought that Lin Ling wanted to kill him with a borrowed knife. But in the end, it was his own wishful thinking. Now, Lin Ling embarrassed him in front of the whole city. This made him angry. When he looked at Qing and the Yu family leader, they were also shocked. Especially Qing, she was sure that the young man was her savior. This person is really amazing. The Yu family leader mumbled to himself. Second brother, you're too short-sighted. But at this time, the Yu family elder said coldly. Big brother, what do you mean? The Yu family leader was confused. Although this young man is strong, he killed Master He Long. If Master He Long was alone, we wouldn't care about this young man's rudeness. However, Master He Long has the Flying Dragon organization behind him, so this matter isn't that simple. The old man said seriously. His eyes were shining and he seemed to be looking into the distance. After he said that, the Yu family leader's face changed slightly. Qing listened to their conversation and frowned. Uncle said that the Yu family wouldn't care about their savior's rudeness, but who in the Yu family could be their savior's opponent? When Lord Black Dragon killed the Yu family members, no one in the Yu family dared to stand up for him. They only begged for mercy, so what right did the Yu family have to say such words? They even spoke in a superior tone as if the young man was a peasant. Big brother, what do you think we should do? The Yu family leader asked. The old man from the Yu family looked at Lin Ling from afar and said indifferently, Lord Black Dragon is an 8-kill expert of the Flying Dragon organization. He is not to be underestimated. Once he dies, the Flying Dragon organization will not let this matter rest. I fear that they will vent their anger on us. Therefore, this young man must go to the Flying Dragon organization and tell them that this matter has nothing to do with our Yu family. Okay. The Yu family leader nodded and looked at Lin Ling. He said, my friend, do you know that you've made a big mistake? Now, you'd better go to the Flying Dragon organization and apologize to them personally. Also, tell them that this has nothing to do with us. Lin Ling was walking towards Yu and the rest. After hearing what the Yu family leader said, he looked at the Yu family leader strangely and asked, are you talking to me? Who else could it be? You'd better go immediately. Otherwise, if the Flying Dragon organization gets angry, who's going to bear their anger? The Yu family leader frowned. This time, Lin Ling laughed and shook his head. His laughter was filled with ridicule. Yu and the rest laughed as well. This was the first time they saw such a foolish person. Of course, the Flying Dragon organization wasn't to be trifled with. However, were they easy to be trifled with? You guys really have the life of a dog. When Lord Black Dragon killed your people, none of you dared to say anything. Instead, I killed Lord Black Dragon and you want me to apologize? After laughing, Lin Ling couldn't help but mock. Ignorant kid, you killed Lord Black Dragon. That's your business. However, you've implicated the Yu family. If the Flying Dragon organization starts a massacre, will you stop them? Will you save us? This time, the old man from the Yu family spoke as well. When Qing heard their words, she felt disgusted. Translator, Henyi Translations Editor, Henyi Translations. But Lin Ling, the son of the devil? Haha. Lin Ling laughed again, you said it yourself. I killed Master Black Dragon. That's my business. Since it's my business, then it's none of your business. You are unreasonable. Hearing this, the elder from the Yu family was furious. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the crowd in the distance also began to discuss spiritedly. The Yu family wanted to distance themselves from this matter, so they wanted the young man to apologize to the Flying Dragon organization. However, since they wanted to distance themselves from this matter, why should the young man give face to the Yu family? Now, the Yu family saw that the young man did not give face to them and was angry. It was as if they were unreasonable if they did not cooperate with them. In fact, the Yu family was the unreasonable one. If that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude. Capture him. If you can't capture him alive, then a dead body will do. The elder from the Yu family felt humiliated as he was stared at by so many people. He roared angrily. How dare you? How dare you not listen to the Yu family? Hearing the elder's order, the Yu family's experts began to move. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. Perhaps they had been dominating the area for too long and had forgotten that Lin Ling could kill Master Black Dragon. How could he be afraid of him? You must have a death wish. Looking at the group of people rushing towards him, Lin Ling shook his head. The mockery in his eyes disappeared and was replaced with coldness. At first, Lin Ling was not angry when he was wronged by the Yu family. Instead, he had a mocking attitude. However, he was now disgusted by the Yu family. Get out of my way. Lin Ling did not need to do anything. He only needed to look at them. The eye of chaos, a terrifying murderous aura surged towards them like a tidal wave. Rumble, all the Yu family's experts lost consciousness as if they were struck by lightning. Who else wants to capture me? You? Or you? Lin Ling stood with his hands behind his back. Like a god, he looked at the Yu family calmly. If it weren't for the fact that the Yu family were too weak, and if it weren't for Qing he would have killed those experts with one strike. You? Or you? The entire sky was filled with Lin Ling's questions. As for the Yu family, no one dared to speak. You are too bold. When the Yu family elder saw that so many people from the Yu family were injured, he roared in anger. So what if I'm bold? What can an ant like you do to me? Lin Ling laughed mockingly. You. The elder of the Yu family was so angry that he almost spat out blood. He took a step forward and was about to attack. You overestimate yourself. Lin Ling shouted coldly. The eye of primal chaos rushed forward. How could the old man of the Yu family block it? Puff, the old man from the Yu family spat out a mouthful of blood. He had only taken one step and he no longer had the strength to resist. Weak. Lin Ling continued to look down at the old man and spat out a single word in disdain. This single word made the old man from the Yu family spit out another mouthful of blood. He was filled with hatred, anger, and indignation. How dare you hurt my brother? At this moment, the head of the Yu family shouted angrily. The same goes for you. To me, you are just an ant. Lin Ling looked at the head of the Yu family and a murderous aura filled the air. Puff, the head of the Yu family also spat out a mouthful of blood. He flew backward and crashed onto the ground. The two of them could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze. Many martial artists in the city shook their heads. The two experts of the Yu family could not withstand Lin Ling's gaze at all. How dare they ask Lin Ling to apologize? How ironic. Who killed He Long? However, at this moment, the sky was filled with murderous aura. Almost 10,000 people appeared in the sky like ghosts and sealed off the entire city. It was even possible that they had sealed off the entire world. The 10,000 people were silent. However, the murderous aura from them was so dense that it made people feel as if they had met the Grim Reaper. Moreover, it was 10,000 Grim Reapers. The Flying Dragon Organization. The legendary assassin organization. Oh my god, so many people are here. They are here for Lord He Long. Many people started to guess. They looked at Lin Ling quietly. They knew that Lin Ling was dead meat. Lin Ling could defeat one assassin, but could he defeat 10,000 assassins? On the ground, the old man from the Yu family was stunned at first. Then, he laughed heartily. Now, he wanted to see Lin Ling die with his own eyes and let Lin Ling know the consequences of being arrogant. He killed He Long. The old man from the Yu family shouted and pointed at Lin Ling. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins all looked at Lin Ling. The murderous aura that was formed by their murderous aura was almost materialized. At this moment, more people thought that Lin Ling was not a match for these assassins. Not at all. However, Lin Ling smiled faintly. Flying Dragon Organization, it is time to end the grudge between us. As soon as he said that, the entire city fell silent. No one expected Lin Ling to be so arrogant when he was about to die. Haha. The old man from the Yu family could not help but laugh excitedly. At this moment, the 10,000 assassins also revealed their murderous aura. However, at this moment, an anxious voice suddenly sounded. Are you the son of devil, Lin Ling? Then, an old man walked out from the crowd. When the assassins saw him, they immediately took a step back. This old man was an expert who had killed 13 people. His status was higher than theirs. I am Lin Ling. Do you have a problem with that? Lin Ling looked at the old man. Finally, he saw a strong expert. Unfortunately, he was only at the later stage of the sage realm. This old man was only at the sage realm. This showed how weak the other assassins were. Of course, to the Yu family, these assassins were powerful experts. You are indeed Lin Ling. When he heard Lin Ling's words, the old man's expression changed drastically. He had received a secret order from the Flying Dragon organization. It said that Black Dragon of the Flying Dragon organization had died. They were on their way to the Blackstone Empire, so they came to take a look. Originally, they wanted to start a massacre. However, at this crucial moment, the old man saw a familiar face. In the end, he confirmed that the young man was actually Lin Ling, the nightmare of all the major forces in the 9 prefectures. How could he resist him? Even if all the assassins were killed, they would not be able to touch a single hair on Lin Ling's head. Moreover, he had also heard that Lin Ling had almost uprooted the godly escort mansion. If those old monsters had not begged for mercy, the godly escort mansion would no longer exist in the 9 prefectures. As for the Fu Hang manor, he had heard that in order to appease Lin Ling, they had agreed to any of Lin Ling's conditions. Therefore, the god of assassins of the Flying Dragon organization had also told them that if they met Lin Ling, ordinary assassins were not a match for Lin Ling. On the contrary, if they angered Lin Ling, it would lead to a battle between Lin Ling and the Flying Dragon organization. This would be even more disadvantageous for the Flying Dragon organization. This was an order personally issued by the god of assassins. No one in the Flying Dragon organization dared to disobey. Oh my god, I almost attacked Lin Ling. Don't be calculative, slap. Thinking of this, the old man took the initiative to give himself a vicious slap. It was extremely powerful. A tooth flew from the sky to the ground like a kite with a broken string. I deserve to die. I didn't know it was Sir Lin Ling. I hope Sir Lin Ling won't be calculative. After slapping himself, the old man quickly bowed and said. Then, he slapped himself again. Why are you in a daze? Apologize. Then, the old man looked at the 10,000 assassins and roared. The assassins were stunned. They didn't know what was going on. However, the old man's status was higher than theirs, so they could only do as he said, slap. Slap, slap. Slap. The crisp sound of slapping echoed in the sky. Everyone on the ground was dumbfounded, especially the people from the Yu family. They all widened their eyes in disbelief. Did I see a ghost? The old man from the Yu family muttered to himself. After saying that, he slapped himself hard. However, the result was that this slap was very painful. This also meant that he wasn't dreaming. However, 10,000 assassins slapped his own face and apologized. This was too fake. One had to know that these assassins were more powerful than Sir Black Dragon. Sir Lin Ling, what do you think about this? After slapping himself, the old assassin looked at Lin Ling and said. His eyes were filled with fear. He was afraid that Lin Ling would start a massacre. Lin Ling's lips curled into a smile. This assassin was smart. If these assassins dared to make a move before, Lin Ling could finish them off in less than half an hour. Let's forget about this. However, there won't be a next time. Although Lin Ling had a grudge against the Flying Dragon organization, he wanted to fight the top assassins of the Flying Dragon organization, not these small fries. Moreover, he didn't have time to waste on these small fries. Hearing his words, everyone from the Flying Dragon organization heaved a sigh of relief. Alright, if you don't want to fight, I'll take my leave first. Then, Lin Ling walked towards Yu and the rest. Don't fight, absolutely don't fight. Take care, Lord Lin Ling. The old man bowed again. Those who did not know him would think that Lin Ling was the expert of the Flying Dragon organization. All the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization respectfully welcomed Lin Ling's departure. This made the people of the Yu family feel like they were dreaming. Previously, the Yu family had asked Lin Ling to go to the Flying Dragon organization to apologize. Now that the Flying Dragon organization had come, what was the use? Lin Ling didn't need to apologize at all. On the contrary, the Flying Dragon organization had to bow and apologize like a lapdog. Who can tell me what happened? After Lin Ling gradually disappeared, the old man's temperament finally changed. He became extremely cold and indifferent as he looked at the crowd on the ground. Well, actually, it's nothing much. If Senior has something to do, then please take your leave first. Someone said with a chuckle. Perhaps he thought that the old man was easy to talk to because he had nodded and bowed before him. However, he had forgotten that this kind of easiness depended on the person. Lin Ling had the qualifications to make the assassins bow and bow, but the rest of the people here didn't. If you don't speak, then die. The old man shouted coldly. He didn't seem to have done anything, but on the ground, dozens of lives were taken in an instant. Only then did the people react. It turned out that different people received different treatment. To these assassins, they were actually ants. Kill them all. The old man no longer bowed and bowed like before. He was a living god of death. The assassins immediately pounced and killed a large number of martial artists in a single breath. Blood flowed like a river. I'll talk. Many of the martial artists were afraid and immediately recounted what had happened. The assassins also stopped their attacks and quietly listened. But with every word they heard, their hearts began to violently jump. This Yu family was really bold. They actually made Lin Ling come to the Flying Dragon organization to apologize. Damn it, were their heads kicked by a donkey, or were they trying to frame the Flying Dragon organization? Many assassins couldn't help but shake their heads. No wonder Senior Lin Ling left directly. It seemed that Senior Lin Ling didn't even bother to make a move against these ignorant ants. You dare to order Senior Lin Ling around? What a joke. Let me tell you, Senior Lin Ling's achievements in the 9 prefectures is something you can't hope to achieve in your lifetime. Sigh, I don't even bother to explain it to you ants. Everyone, listen up, kill everyone from the Yu family. The old man laughed mockingly and ordered the assassins to charge at the Yu family. Ah, no. Spare us. Why did the Flying Dragon organization bow to that young man, but kill us all? Could it be that the young man's background is bigger than the Flying Dragon organization? The Yu family finally knew the taste of regret. The old man from the Yu family trembled. Thinking back to everything that happened, he wanted to slap himself 3 times. Even the Flying Dragon organization was afraid of that young man. This meant that the young man was definitely a big shot in the martial god world, a true expert. However, he thought that the young man wanted to use the Yu family's strength to take revenge on the Flying Dragon organization. He thought that as long as he forced Lin Ling to apologize, the Yu family would be safe and sound. However, the result told him that the young man was on a completely different level from what he thought. While he was thinking, a dagger suddenly came from the void and cut the old man's neck. The old man died with his eyes wide open. His decision had caused the Yu family to die. The warriors in the distance trembled in fear. They didn't expect that the Yu family's decision would cause the destruction of a family with 10,000 years of history. However, they didn't feel that the Yu family was pitiful. Instead, they felt that the Yu family deserved it. Don't kill anymore. At this time, Qing'er rushed over and stood in front of the Yu family. The Yu family patriarch cried out in pain, Qing'er, don't. At this moment, the Yu family patriarch finally realized that he was wrong, very wrong. He didn't hate the mysterious young man at all because he knew that if the young man wanted to kill them, the Flying Dragon organization wouldn't even have a chance to do so. The young man was more than enough to wipe out the Yu family. The young man didn't do anything because he didn't want to. Or because he wanted to save face for Qing'er. However, the assassins of the Flying Dragon organization didn't care about Qing'er at all. In their eyes, there were only 2 kinds of people, the living and the dead. Therefore, their killing intent was locked onto Qing'er. I saved her not long ago. If you kill her, won't my efforts be in vain? At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded. All the assassins were stunned. The old man's expression changed drastically. Although Lin Ling had left, he still seemed to be paying attention to this place. Get lost. He roared, then shot forward and kicked away the assassin who was pouncing on Qing'er. He knew that if the woman was killed, Lin Ling would definitely come back. Then, all the assassins would die here. Speaking of which, he was quite depressed. End of chapter 3603. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.